Chapter 11. The Speech of the Immortal Sect. Just as the moment passed, the scene unfolded suddenly. A flurry of ice and snow filled the air, and a figure descended from the heavens, standing before Jiang Ming. Her appearance resembled that of a celestial maiden, her skin as flawless as snow. With a mere flick of her delicate hand, Jin Yuan was sent hurtling backwards, leaving the audience in an instant of profound silence. Lo and behold, it was Jiang Ming's senior sister, the object of his secret affection, Yin Ruoqi, who had come to his rescue. "Who dares to bully my junior brother?" Her voice rang clear as crystal, imbued with an imposing grace that left Jin Yuan trembling, bowing in submission, utterly humiliated. The storyteller narrated with vivid flair. Clad in simple linen attire, Jiang Ming sipped gently from a steaming cup of spirit tea. Preparing to descend into the mundane world, he chose not to don the ethereal robes of his sect. Primarily, white garments were prone to dirt and difficult to clean. Until he found a wife capable of washing his clothes, he intended to indulge in a bit of laziness. The storyteller had reached the climax of his tale, leaving a tantalizing cliffhanger, promising to unveil more in the next installment. This storyteller was indeed one who heeded advice. When prompted to incorporate elements of romance, he obliged without hesitation. Yet, he dared not fabricate a storyline suggesting that Yin Ruoqi harbored feelings for Jiang Ming. Instead, he placed the mantle of unrequited love upon Jiang Ming himself. Surprisingly, the notion of the junior brother from Zhandao, Peak, secretly yearning for his senior sister, proved to be quite the sensational plot twist. However, given Yin Ruoqi's esteemed reputation within the sect, revered from afar, yet not to be trifled with, the ensuing narrative would likely not lead to her developing affection for Jiang Ming. Yin Ruoqi had garnered a considerable following of admirers within the sect, who revered her as a goddess. Should the storyteller dare to claim that Yin Ruoqi favored Jiang Ming, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of enraged fans the very next day. Thus, Jiang Ming surmised that the forthcoming tale would merely recount a saga of yearning and heartache that, of course, if Jiang Ming were to successfully win over the senior sister and make it public, the narrative would shift entirely. Jiang Ming leisurely finished his breakfast and patted the storyteller on the shoulder. "Quite an engaging story next time. Consider adding some elements of a love triangle. Are you the patron from last time?" The storyteller's eyes brightened at the familiar voice, only to furrow his brow in confusion. "A love triangle? What on earth is that? Surely you understand that a triangle symbolizes stability. It's like this. The senior brother likes the senior sister, the junior sister likes the senior brother, and the senior sister likes the junior sister." The storyteller stood there, astonished. It can be like that? Indeed, this is a narrative that withstands the test of time. Craft it well, and it will surely thrive. Jiang Ming encouraged the storyteller with a pat on the shoulder before departing, leaving behind a contemplative figure. Jingguan City was neither too near nor too far from the Wanfa immortal sect. To a disciple at the foundation establishment stage, it was not a great distance, for they could soar upon their swords. However, for Jiang Ming, who was still in the qi refining stage, there were numerous considerations to ponder. Should he take a carriage, a boat, or simply walk? Wait, are you truly contemplating this? What ist? He, Jiang Ming, the junior brother of Zhandao Peak, taking a carriage or a boat? Surely, he could find a ride with someone heading the same way. The task reception hall remained bustling with activity. Here, the majority are disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Only those at this level would continuously undertake tasks to earn experience points. On one hand, it is for the purpose of venturing out for practice. On the other, flying with a sword is truly convenient for foundation establishment disciples. For those in the qi refinement stage, completing tasks can be a matter of life and death, whereas foundation establishment practitioners find it significantly easier. Naturally, Jiang Ming's destination is here. Since everyone is engaged in tasks, what is wrong with hitching a ride on a swift sword? At worst, one might have to pay a modest fare. Fortunately, there are no toll fees to consider. Jiang Ming strode directly to the center of the reception hall, raised his hands, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, look at me! Look at me! I have an announcement to make." This sudden call indeed captured the attention of the disciples present. "Oh, isn't he that Jiang Ming?" "It is him. He merely changed his attire." "What does he intend to do?" "I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. I must say this fellow has quite the audacity, daring to shout in front of us, who are at the foundation establishment stage." "Heh, you wouldn't know. Last time he ignored the pressure of the foundation establishment and played tricks on a senior brother here. How could he possibly fear us?" "Is that true? In the world of cultivation, hierarchy is rigidly defined. It is an irrefutable fact that cultivators of higher realms exert dominance over those of lower realms. Thus, disciples in the Qi refinement stage typically approach tasks with great humility, refraining from speaking in the presence of esteemed foundation establishment seniors, completing their tasks quietly and departing. Rarely does one see someone like Jiang Ming vociferously calling out in such a manner as one can observe. Amidst the crowd, there were not only scrutinizing gazes from the foundation establishment brothers and sisters, but also some Qi refinement disciples looking at him with admiration. He is indeed very brave. In a corner, unnoticed by others, a Qi refinement female disciple named Dan Jin gazed at him with adoration. She might be one of Jiang Ming's earliest admirers. Last time, when Jin Yuan provoked Jiang Ming and was subsequently defeated, she witnessed it all silently. As a fellow newcomer, she did not dare to speak loudly in this place, while Jiang Ming was already teasing those at the foundation establishment stage in front of an audience. She heard he even openly challenged all the disciples of the sect. This not only filled Dan Jin with admiration, but also stirred a sense of longing and reverence within her, akin to that of a starry-eyed fan. He is both powerful and handsome, and like her, a new disciple. What harm is there in following him? She even thought of seeking like-minded individuals. One of the male companions beside her shook his head and remarked, "He is from the striving path peak we ordinary folks should just admire from afar." This drew agreement from another companion. Indeed, if he were an ordinary disciple like us, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. A hint of sourness permeated the air. Upon hearing this, Dan Jin argued defiantly, "What striving path peak? Isn't brother Jiang Ming there due to his own strength? Come now, talent is one thing, and strength is another. So you're saying that using formations to toy with those at the foundation establishment stage is also a matter of talent?" This left them momentarily speechless. Transforming talent into combat prowess is indeed a manifestation of strength. Continuing the argument would only make him seem obstinate, so he chose to remain silent. Dan Jin observed the scene. A triumphant hum escaped her lips as she gazed at the captivating Jiang Ming. She, Dan Jin, had silently upheld the dignity of her idol. Little did Jiang Ming know that his reputation was being shielded by a devoted admirer. He was preoccupied with other matters. Noticing the disciples in the reception hall turning their attention towards him, Jiang Ming lowered his hands and spoke aloud. "Esteemed townsfolk, today we gather in joyous assembly, a testament to the profound bond we have forged over countless lifetimes." Initially, one might have thought this young man had something significant to announce. Instead, he seemed to be merely entertaining. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Ming continued, "Look around, this world is home to billions. Yet, amidst this vast sea of humanity, we have encountered one another. Is this not fate?" The audience exchanged puzzled glances. Guided by this fate, we have become fellow disciples, dedicating our lives to the ascendance of our sect, striving tirelessly and selflessly. It is indeed our altruistic contributions that allow the Wanfa immortal sect to stand tall upon this earth, immortalized through time. However, we are still not the foremost sect in the world. The revolution is yet to be realized. My fellow disciples must continue to strive diligently in their cultivation. Let us build our sect. Today we take pride in the Wanfa immortal sect, and in the future, the Wanfa immortal sect shall take pride in us. Jiang Ming clenched his fist and raised it high, concluding with fervor. Naturally, no one joined in his enthusiasm. The room fell into an awkward silence. After all, they were seasoned individuals, not easily swayed by mere motivational rhetoric. Moreover, how could a mere Qi refinement disciple elicit any sense of camaraderie with such grand declarations? "Bravo!" Who offered such applause? Jiang Ming turned his gaze to see a charming young girl earnestly clapping her hands. However, soon after, amidst the peculiar stares from the crowd, Dan Jin awkwardly withdrew her hands and faded into the background. "Ahem, so Jiang Ming, my junior, with all that you've said, what exactly is your intention?" A senior disciple cleared his throat and inquired. He was the disciple from the Tianjin Peak who had previously explained matters on site. Appreciative of Jiang Ming's adeptness in formations, he maintained a relatively amiable demeanor towards him. "What you say is quite profound, senior. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to consolidate the strength of our sect, fostering mutual support among the pillars of our community," Jiang Ming proclaimed passionately. The senior disciple fell momentarily speechless. "Ahem, so everyone," Jiang Ming resumed, capturing the attention of the crowd once more. "Are there any senior brothers or sisters passing through Jingguan City who could kindly give me a lift?" Jiang Ming asked with a bashful smile. Chapter 12. Sister Yao Yao. The truth became apparent. The disciples present realized that Jiang Ming was indeed a natural troublemaker. Why not simply ask for a ride directly? Instead, he felt compelled to draw everyone's attention and launch into a speech about sect unity and mutual assistance before revealing his true aim. It was akin to removing one's trousers only to pass gas. Why go to such lengths? The answer was simply to reap the benefits. Since practicing the way of emotions, Jiang Ming perceives everything around him as if viewing chives. After all, delivering a fervent speech takes only a modicum of time and does not constitute a significant waste. It also serves as an opportunity to confront his social anxiety. Should someone be inclined to offer him a ride, it would result in a trifecta of benefits. Jiang Ming would emerge victorious thrice. It is akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang experiencing an electrifying stroke of fortune. As for what he would do if no one is willing to give him a lift, it is of little concern he is not without legs and can simply walk. Jiang Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting that no one responded to his words. The others, observing that Jiang Ming had fallen silent, resumed their own pursuits. It appeared that the opportunity for a sword was beyond his reach. With a shrug, Jiang Ming clasped his fists and declared in a resonant voice, "I apologize for the disturbance. Esteemed friends, I shall take my leave." He felt no embarrassment in this act. After all, hitching a ride requires a compatible route. The location of Jingwensheng is somewhat remote, leading to fewer tasks in that direction, so it is not surprising that no one ventured there. Of course, it is also possible that they simply did not wish to engage with Jiang Ming. For him, it mattered little. A willingness to include him would be a favor, not an obligation. Even if they were disinclined, there was no reason to cast blame. Meanwhile, Dan Jean observed the situation and felt a pang of sympathy for her Gigi, while simultaneously admiring how gracefully he handled the disregard. She considered for a moment, realizing that she would lack the courage to approach and deliver a speech, even if ignored. "Junior brother, we are headed to Pinyin village, and we will pass through Jingwensheng. Would you care to join us?" Just as Jiang Ming was about to depart, a gentle voice called out, halting his departure. "Yao Yao, we're not exactly on a direct route," came a deep voice, expressing some dissent regarding the proposition. Before Jiang Ming could turn to see the speaker, he noticed the source of the voice. To his astonishment, Jiang Ming is an aficionado of beauty, adept at discovering, seeking, and appreciating it. Thus, he is easily captivated by certain admirable traits in others. For example, the long, voluptuous legs of a senior sister. And then there is this senior sister Yao Yao, with her endearing features, both of which possess an allure that could blind the beholder. Slightly differing in essence, while senior sister Ruo Qi's elongated figure exudes elegance, making her appear poised and graceful, senior sister Yao Yao, possessing a plumper physique, does not appear overweight. Her face carries a hint of charming baby fat, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile that is as refreshing as a spring breeze, reminiscent of the type favored by Chaomanda. Though her attributes are undeniably captivating, Jiang Ming merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze to meet senior sister Yao Yao's eyes. A glance is a man's instinct, a shared trait among all men. However, refraining from lingering is a testament to his refinement and respect for this kind-hearted senior sister. Accompanying Yao Yao are two others, one a robust man resembling Jin Yuan, presumably from the same peak, who had voiced the earlier objection. Another was a man with a cold demeanor, bearing a conspicuously sharp spear upon his back, but he remained silent. Yet when the burly man spoke, he nodded slightly, clearly not in favor of bringing Jiang Ming along. The three of them appeared to be part of a small team. Certain tasks, due to their elevated difficulty, often prompted disciples to form groups for completion. For instance, Dan Jin had just argued with his teammates to defend Jiang Ming. "Feng Kai, it's merely a matter of making a slight detour. It won't cause any delays," Sister Yao Yao remarked with a smile. Feng Kai, a robust individual whose physique betrayed his martial focus, frowned at her words but refrained from voicing further opposition. It was evident that Sister Yao Yao held considerable influence within this small group. "Junior brother, what do you think?" "How could I refuse, sister?" At this juncture, Jiang Ming naturally could not decline. He stepped forward to express his gratitude, saying, "I am profoundly grateful to you, kind sister, and to both of you, esteemed brothers. My heart is overwhelmed with appreciation. I am at a loss for words. I vow to repay your kindness in due time." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Though Feng Kai and the spear-wielding Jun Mo had yet to utter a word, their expressions were no longer as tense as before. "You flatter us, junior brother. We intend to set off now. Do you require any further preparations?" The driver's demeanor was pleasant, and he possessed a commendable appearance. There was no need for further words 5-star praise. "No, sister, I am ready to depart at any moment." "Very well, follow me." After Sister Yao Yao spoke, she led the two ahead. Jiang Ming promptly trailed behind, maintaining a slight distance. As he passed a certain spot, he suddenly halted, turning to inquire, "Did you just applaud for me?" Dan, taken aback that her idol would address her, stammered in a flustered response. "Ah? Yes, I did. Why did you applaud?" "Tu thought you." "Oh no, you spoke splendidly." Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, struggled to suppress a laugh. He was well aware that he was merely rambling, and so were the other disciples. "So, did you truly think my words were commendable, or did you merely wish to alleviate my awkwardness when no one else reacted?" Regardless of the reason, Jiang Ming appreciated the gesture. He casually retrieved a ring from his pocket and handed it to Dan with a smile. "Thank you for your support. Consider this a token of our first meeting." This was a trinket he had obtained from a group of disciples who attempted to test his wits. Although he had chosen less valuable items at the time, it was nevertheless sufficient for a foundational stage cultivator, more than enough for Dan. Dan's heart skipped a beat as she gazed at the ring. A gift from her idol? She desired it immensely. "Ah, Tu cannot accept this. It is far too precious." "Oh, why must my wretched politeness surface at such a moment? Take it focus on your cultivation." Jiang Ming tossed the ring to her nonchalantly and waved as he departed, leaving Dan in a state of fluster as she caught the ring, watching his retreating figure. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to cultivate surged within her. Isn't feigned affection merely a ploy to woo women? Out of nowhere, an incongruous murmur interrupted the moment. "What did you say?" Dan no longer faced Jiang Ming with the previous trepidation. With a twist of her slender waist, she confronted her teammate with a pointed inquiry. "I said nothing." Never mind. We are not of the same path, so I shall withdraw from the team. Farewell, everyone." Upon witnessing this, Dan recognized the discord between the two and deemed it unwise to continue as task partners. Thus, she promptly withdrew from the team. Finding a two-legged frog is difficult, yet two-legged teammates are plentiful. Junior brother, do you know that junior sister? Sister Yao, having observed the scene, inquired with curiosity. "I do not." "Then why?" "But she applauded for me, sister." "Is that all?" "Indeed, just that, sister," Jiang Ming replied with a smile. Chapter 13. I have objections. The unfortunate news was that Sister Yao had no intention of flying over on her sword. The fortunate news was that they planned to sail over in a flying spirit vessel. In an instant, the treatment of the swift wind sword was elevated to that of the swift wind boat. Delightful. The flying spirit boat is a diminutive means of transport to conserve the consumption of spirit stones. This vessel bears a striking resemblance to the small wooden boats of a bygone era. It lacks independent cabins, however. It does offer a tent that provides shelter from the elements, inside which is a modest square wooden table. Although its speed does not rival that of sword flight, it excels in comfort. The space within the spirit boat is somewhat limited. With only 3 individuals aboard, it remains relatively spacious. Should one person be stationed at the bow steering, the other 2 may recline on either side of the table within the tent. However, with Jiang Ming's presence, the quarters become rather cramped. This might have been one of the reasons why Feng Kai was initially reluctant to bring Jiang Ming along. The taciturn and stoic gun cultivator, Junimo, immediately took to steering the spirit boat upon boarding. Yet, he soon re-entered the tent, stating, "I have set the course. This stretch is tranquil and should pose no danger." With his entrance, the space felt even more confined, but it remained manageable. The square table allowed one person to sit on each side. Jiang Ming positioned himself on the inner side, while the other 2 members of their small team occupied adjacent spots. Sister Yao, upon hearing this, smiled gently and remarked, "Thank you for your efforts. Let us discuss our plan." It was evident that Sister Yao is the leader of this group. She produced the mission statement along with a blank sheet of paper, jotting down notes as she elucidated. "Allow me to clarify our objective once more. Our destination for this mission is Pinyin Village, a small settlement located to the northeast of Jingwencheng. At least it was once merely a small village. However, it has now transformed into a desolate ghost domain." Her expression grew serious as she continued. Approximately 15 days ago, 2 ghost generals, Foundation establishment stage, suddenly descended upon Pinyin Village, sacrificing all the villagers to become ghost soldiers. These 2 generals are more formidable than the average Foundation establishment cultivator. The last 2 disciples who undertook this mission met with failure. Jiang Ming listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. The ability to defeat 2 disciples of the Wanfa Xinzong indicates that these ghost generals are extraordinary. However, the fact that the 2 disciples managed to retreat unscathed suggests that the ghost generals are not invincible. Thus, Jiang Ming concluded that these ghost generals are uniquely formidable yet not insurmountable. To hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, I invited both of you to accompany me. Feng Kai, a paragon of Ming Wang Peak, stands at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, possessing an unparalleled mastery of the immovable Ming Wang technique. With a physique that is both powerful and unyielding, Jun Mo, the esteemed leader of Zhuwu Peak, also at the peak of Foundation establishment, wields his cold spear with the might of a dragon, rendering him the most formidable spear cultivator of Zhuwu Peak. As for myself, I hail from Tianyin Peak. Being in the late Foundation establishment stage, capable of providing support and possessing a degree of offensive capability, I shall not hinder your endeavors. United in purpose, the three of us shall undoubtedly succeed in this mission. Sister Yao Dao's voice was melodious and gentle. She humbly lowered herself and offered subtle compliments to the other two, which undeniably brightened their spirits. Praise from others is delightful, but when it comes from a beautiful woman, it is even more cherished. Indeed, Sister Yao Yao, hailing from the heavenly sound peak, has a way with words that enchants the ear. However, this trio reminded Jiang Ming of the classic formations from his previous life, akin to a tank, damage dealer, and support in a timeless trio. The unparalleled advantage of the Wanfa Immortal Sect lies in its ability to assemble a competent team for any task at hand. If one cannot be found within a specific peak, one can easily seek out another, ensuring the discovery of several capable allies. Prior to accepting the mission, I had inquired about the previous disciples who undertook it. Those two disciples, like the current pair, were also at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, even with their full might, they could not hope to defeat a single ghost general in a short span of time, illustrating the formidable strength of these two adversaries. Moreover, it was conveyed that these ghost generals were allies. Should one be attacked, the other would swiftly come to its aid. Fearing a united front from the two ghost generals, they had no choice but to retreat and abandon the mission. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, pondering when these spectral beings had become so united in purpose. After all, ghosts can enhance their power by devouring souls. This implies that, given the chance, these two ghost generals would seize the opportunity to consume one another, making mutual assistance seemingly improbable. He envisioned himself as one of the specters, witnessing his neighbor being overwhelmed by intruders, leading to its soul's dispersion. In such a scenario, Jiang Ming would merely applaud from the sidelines, akin to a cat watching a mouse, and subsequently profit from the remains, increasing his own strength before turning against the invaders. Such would be the natural order of things. Of course, not every situation adheres to such formulas, and exceptions do exist, as exemplified by these two ghost generals. Lost in contemplation, Sister Yao Ao continued to speak. Our plan is to concentrate all our might to swiftly eliminate one of the ghost generals. If we have the strength to spare, we will proceed to slay the other. Should we find ourselves lacking the energy, we will temporarily withdraw, rest, and return to vanquish the remaining foe. To prevent the second ghost general from capitalizing on our victory over the first, I have brought along a soul-absorbing bag. Once we slay a ghost general, we will immediately secure it within the bag. Evidently, Sister Yao Yao has considered the situation quite thoroughly, preparing countermeasures for such circumstances. While her plan may not be entirely meticulous, it operates with simplicity and a high margin for error. After all, they are all at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Should they encounter insurmountable odds, retreating is still an option, allowing them to devise another strategy. However, it seems she has overlooked certain aspects, perhaps indicating a lack of depth in her knowledge, thus ignoring an alternative possibility. Jiang Ming even felt that if he did not voice his concerns, Sister Yao Yao's plan could potentially lead to their demise. Does anyone harbor dissent regarding this plan? Please share your thoughts, she gently inquired after her exposition. Upon hearing her question, Feng Kai shook his head, responding, "No, I shall follow your lead." "Neither do I," Jun Mo echoed in agreement. Just as the three believed the matter was settled, Jiang Ming's voice interjected, "I have a suggestion." Upon hearing this, Feng Kai's brow furrowed instantaneously. From the outset, he had never been fond of this ostentatious junior brother. His disdain only deepened. Previously, at the contest of Dao Peak, he had feigned madness, manipulating his peers, and had just moments ago put on an act in the reception hall, delivering a speech to garner attention. Indeed, Feng Kai had been present during Jiang Ming's outbursts at the contest of Dao Peak, but he was merely a bystander, not a participant. When he heard Jiang Ming proclaim his intention to compete in the sect's grand tournament scheduled for half a year hence, he could not help but scoff, recognizing him as a mere attention seeker. Perhaps Jiang Ming possessed remarkable talent, but to advance to the Foundation establishment stage within just half a year of training? Such aspirations were fanciful. Coupled with his previous antics, Feng Kai was convinced he was merely a spectacle. What good is high talent if one neglects diligent practice? Without a solid foundation of hard work, talent remains unfulfilled. It is simply lamentable that the contest of Dao Peak had produced such a character. Now, the unfolding events only exacerbated his irritation. While they, at the foundation establishment stage, were deliberating on their mission, what right did a mere novice at the Qi refinement stage have to interject? Was it a desire for the spotlight that drove him? Dissent? What qualifications did he possess to express dissent? In a fit of rage, Feng Kai's thoughts spiraled, and without a moment's hesitation, he retorted, "Get lost. When did it become your turn to speak here?" Sister Yao Yao furrowed her brows. Although it was indeed inappropriate for this outsider, her junior brother, to interject at this moment, Feng Kai's words were somewhat excessive. Jun Mo remained silent, yet his gaze towards Jiang Ming grew increasingly unfriendly. Clearly, he too believed that a mere Qi refining stage practitioner had no right to speak. If one were to hitch a ride, there was no need for such verbosity. Had it been any other Qi refining disciple, being scolded by a foundation establishment stage practitioner, with another of the same rank watching threateningly, they would have likely shrunk away in fear. However, Jiang Ming was not one to cower. Sister Yao Yao had offered him a ride out of gratitude. Adhering to the principle of repaying kindness with greater kindness, hence, he intended to remind them of the potential dangers of their mission. This was merely a matter of courtesy. Although he had incurred a somewhat unfavorable reputation in pursuit of entering the path of emotions, Jiang Ming was willing to bear the consequences. If Feng Kai chose to regard him coldly, he would say nothing further. Yet, since he had resorted to direct insults, Jiang Ming could not simply pretend he had not heard. With a smile, he remarked, "Brother, I understand your urgency, but please, do not be so hasty. Were it not for Sister Yao Yao, I would hardly bother with you." Feng Kai's previously composed demeanor darkened as he retorted, "What did you say?" Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, responded with a calm smile, "Are you deaf?" His placid expression ignited Feng Kai's temper like a spark to gunpowder. How dare a Qi refining disciple? With a resounding clap on the low table, he rose abruptly, glaring furiously at Jiang Ming across from him. "You have the audacity to behave so insolently. It seems you have never faced hardship." Feng Kai calmed down. Sister Yao Yao sensed the situation was escalating and could not allow it to develop further. Thus she quickly intervened to soothe tensions. Her melodious voice, imbued with the calming essence of the Tianyin Peak's techniques, caressed the hearts of those present like gentle hands. Feng Kai's flushed face gradually cooled, yet he continued to fixate on Jiang Ming, the disrespectful junior brother. "Junior brother, do not provoke him further," Sister Yao Yao advised, demonstrating her fairness. After addressing Feng Kai, she turned to Jiang Ming and said, "Jiang Ming, be at ease." Jiang Ming shrugged, choosing to remain silent. He held a favorable impression of Sister Yao Yao and saw no need to put her in a difficult position. After a moment of cooling down, Feng Kai finally sat back down, although his gaze still bore an oppressive quality directed at Jiang Ming, clearly attempting to exert pressure through a more subtle means. The atmosphere inside the tent grew tense. Sister Yao Yao observed both sides, apprehensive that the situation might escalate into a physical confrontation. Jun Mo and Feng Kai were evidently allies, applying pressure on Jiang Ming through their imposing demeanor and glances. As for Jiang Ming, he was disinclined to acknowledge them. "Sister, could you lend me some paper and a pen?" "Ah, of course, junior brother. Here you go." Ignoring the two bid vehicles engaged in a silent standoff, Jiang Ming began to doodle on a piece of paper. Two ghost generals hovered within the same spectral domain, embodying not only enmity, but also the possibility of being twins. Even ghost kings are capable of progeny, albeit without the need for a ghostly mother. Occasionally, there exists a slight chance for the birth of twin ghost generals. Unlike other ghost generals who harbor intense animosity towards one another, these twin brothers coexist in a state of harmonious existence within the same territory. If Jiang Ming's intuition proved correct, Sister Yao Yao's objective was indeed a pair of twins. However, therein lies the quandary. These twin ghost generals are both at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Should one fall, it would willingly sacrifice itself for its brother, potentially leading to an ascension into a ghost king. A golden elixir stage ghost king, nonetheless, remains ensconced within its own domain. Jiang Ming found it difficult to conceive of a means of escape for the trio when the time came. Of course, it was equally possible that Jiang Ming was mistaken, in which case there would be no issue at all. Originally intending to issue a mere warning to the three, Jiang Ming, out of respect for Feng Kai, chose to remain silent. He was not particularly familiar with the two. A simple note to ensure Sister Yao Yao's safety would suffice. Moreover, This note might even yield him a modicum of benefit. For Sister Yao Yao, he said, folding the paper and presenting it to her. What is this? Sister Yao Yao asked, momentarily taken aback. With a smile, Jiang Ming replied, Sister Yao Yao, should you find yourself in the ghost domain facing an insurmountable adversary, simply unfold this paper. If not, feel free to disregard it. Humph. Pretending to be mysterious for the sake of attention, Feng Kai scoffed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming couldn't help but agree. Yet, what if that very pretense served its purpose? Just don't shed any tears when the time comes. Sister Yao Yao accepted the note. In truth, she was not overly concerned about the paper Jiang Ming had given her. Nevertheless, she was quite perceptive. In her heart, she mused. Perhaps my junior brother merely seeks to salvage his dignity through this gesture? After all, he was interrupted while attempting to speak earlier. Thus, with a sweet smile, Sister Yao Yao accepted the note and graciously said, Thank you, junior brother. I shall remember this. In truth, Yao Yao harbors a favorable impression of this junior disciple. He is handsome, possesses a cheerful disposition, and is a prodigy of the Zhengdao Peak. She does not mind establishing a rapport with Jiang Ming in advance. After all, past disciples of Zhengdao Peak rarely made public appearances, thus opportunities for relationship building were scant. When her junior disciple attempted to speak earlier, Yao Yao was indeed inclined to allow him to voice his thoughts, even if his words lacked substance. However, with Feng Kai's interruption, Yao Yao found herself unable to permit Jiang Ming to continue, lest Feng Kai perceive her as showing favoritism towards him. Such a perception would sow discord among them, making the team difficult to manage. Consequently, the presence of Jiang Ming cast a pall of silence over the tent. Jiang Ming, however, remained unperturbed. His heart was resilient. And he even exchanged light-hearted banter with his senior sister, finding solace in their camaraderie. Jun Mo and Feng Kai exchanged glances in silence for some time, ultimately retracting their gazes, realizing the futility of their stares, as it risked making them appear foolish. Nevertheless, a rift had undoubtedly formed. After a while, Senior Sister Yao Yao smiled and said to Jiang Ming, Junior brother, we have arrived at Jingwencheng. Shall I escort you down? Chapter 15, Secret Text Junior brother. We have arrived at Jingwencheng. Shall I escort you down? Yao Yao paused momentarily and explained, the flying spirit vessel has already had its destination set, and altering it would be troublesome. Therefore, junior brother, I shall take you down using my sword. Thank you, senior sister, for this journey. We are the same sect. There is no need for formality. Let us proceed. Jiang Ming followed Yao Yao to the bow of the flying spirit vessel, without the confines of a tent. The height was considerable, the wind quite strong, and the scenery delightful, ideal for those who enjoy a verdant landscape. Senior sister Yao Yao retrieved a guqin from her spatial ring. Senior sister, isn't it supposed to be a sword? The term sword is a generalization. Not all cultivators wield swords. Very well, whatever it is not a sword. Jiang Ming contemplated asking his senior sister for a chance to wield it himself once he attained greater strength, or perhaps to have her wield him. Come aboard, junior brother. This is my first time using a guqin to carry someone. Senior sister Yao Yao stepped forward and extended her hand to Jiang Ming. He took her delicate hand and stepped onto the guqin. It seemed he had inadvertently struck a string, producing a melodious sound beneath his foot. Will I break it? Senior sister? Ha, a foundational level magical artifact is not so easily damaged. Steady yourself. We are about to take flight. Understood, senior sister. Sister Yao Yao turned her head upon hearing the words and saw Jiang Ming standing steadily, not approaching to find an excuse to wrap his arms around her waist. She sensed that although this junior brother possessed a rather unyielding temperament, he appeared to be a person of integrity, worthy of close friendship. For reasons unknown, she felt a sudden urge to play a prank on him. As a novice in the chi refinement stage, he lacked experience in sword control and had not yet stabilized his spiritual energy, making it easy for him to lose balance in the air. Furthermore, each person's sword-flying speed varied. Yao Yao, being a rear support, was accustomed to swiftly retreating in dire situations. Thus her sword-flying speed was relatively fast. Once she initiated her move, Jiang Ming would undoubtedly sway side to side, perhaps even letting out a shriek. This could be considered an amusing anecdote, something she could later use to strengthen their bond once they became more familiar. With this thought in mind, Yao Yao suddenly activated the artifact beneath her feet, plunging almost vertically from the flying spirit boat towards the ground with great speed. However, the anticipated scream did not materialize, nor did any frantic attempts to grasp at her occur. Turning back, she found her junior brother standing firmly, one foot hooked under the zither's base. preventing him from tumbling during this near-vertical descent. To her surprise, Jiang Ming appeared to watch her with keen interest, his deep eyes glimmering with amusement, as if he had long seen through her childish trick. A faint flush crept onto Yao Yao's cheeks as she turned her gaze away. For some inexplicable reason, despite facing her junior brother, she felt as if she had been caught in a prank by an elder. Yet, this junior brother was indeed extraordinary. Although it was merely a trivial matter, she had intentionally made a sudden move to achieve her desired effect. Even a foundation establishment practitioner could be startled if caught off guard. Yet, her junior brother not only remained silent but hardly swayed, achieving a remarkable balance solely through physical means. This was no simple feat at the very least. Yao Yao believed that if she relied solely on her physique without spiritual energy assistance, she would struggle to maintain her stance. Such control over one's body, mindset, adaptability, and responsiveness were all essential. Was Jiang Ming truly just a newcomer? Was he genuinely in the chi refinement stage? Even those from the path-seeking peak would find this hard to believe. How could he be so adept after only a few days? Sister Yao Yao quietly marveled. Her resolve to befriend him solidified. Sister, please let me down on the hillside beside the official road in Jingwancheng. Jiang Ming's voice suddenly broke her reverie. Noting that he did not mention the earlier incident, she breathed a sigh of relief. Good junior brother, she replied. She did not inquire why Jiang Ming chose to venture into the forest rather than proceed directly to Jingwancheng. From the very beginning, even though she referred to him as her junior brother, in her heart, she could no longer regard him as such. Based on the demeanor he exhibited, Yao Yao speculated that this junior brother might be concealing certain truths. Coupled with the recent tale of how Jin Yuan had been toyed with during his foundation establishment stage by a formation, it was evident that this junior brother was quite adept at hiding things. It would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him early on. After all, those who sought the path peak were still vying for supremacy on that very peak. Jiang Ming seemed to sense something amiss. Yao Yao, being a gentle soul, had previously shown him the kind of care reserved for a junior brother. Yet now, that sentiment had vanished. With a bit of contemplation, Jiang Ming discerned the answer, shaking his head and chuckling softly. Indeed, one might feign incompetence, but one cannot truly be inept. Before long, Yao Yao guided Jiang Ming safely to the ground. As he leaped from the artifact, he waved his hand and said, "Farewell, sister." "Yes, goodbye, junior brother. By the way, don't forget what I mentioned." Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. What matter? Oh, that note. In truth, she had not given it much thought. It was that she undervalued Jiang Ming. Rather, she reasoned that if a foundation establishment practitioner found themselves in peril within the ghost realm, what use would a note penned by Jiang Ming serve? Even if he inscribed formations upon it, without spiritual power backing it during the chi refinement stage, how formidable could those formations truly be? Had he gifted her an artifact? She might have deemed it worthy of attention, as artifacts are external possessions unaffected by one's cultivation level. But a mere note? Yao Yao presumed her junior brother was merely preserving face. Thus, she graciously replied, "All right, thank you for your thoughtfulness, junior brother." Subsequently, the elegant and voluptuous figure of Sister Yao Yao transformed into a streak of light and soared away. Jiang Ming, observing this, withdrew his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. This must be the location where that brat left the clues, he thought. He searched around and soon spotted it. Ah, there it is. On a concealed stone obscured by weeds, a few characters were etched. Chinese characters. Meet at the hour of the snake tomorrow. Why are there Chinese characters here? This brings to light Jiang Ming's contributions to the dissemination of Chinese culture in this foreign realm. Through his efforts, Chinese characters had become the secret script of the Taoist alliance, employed for clandestine communication. This also served as a reason for his elevated status among the disciples of the Taoist alliance. Not to mention, he was the teacher for all disciples of the Taoist alliance. An elementary school language teacher? Teaching pinyin and characters. Let me check the date. It appears to have been left today. I haven't come to the wrong place. The secret realm opens tomorrow. Well, I suppose I should first head to Jingwancheng. The official road should be this way. With a light tune humming on his lips, Jiang Ming made his way down the slope. Meanwhile, on the official road outside the city of Jingguang, a delicate young lady, pale-skinned and beautiful, timidly glanced around, fearing the unexpected. With her soft pink lips, she murmured a prayer for a safe arrival in Jingguang. Chapter 16. The young disciple and Qian the king summoned me to patrol the mountains. Jiang Ming continued to hum his melody as he walked towards the official road. Fortunately, he encountered no mishaps along the way. Once he descended the slope before him, he would reach the official road outside Jingguang. At that moment, Jiang Ming spotted a furtive figure on the road. Curiously, he focused his gaze on a seemingly timid girl with a delicate appearance, though not as tall as his senior sister. Her graceful curves and charmingly pretty face were equally captivating. She could certainly be deemed a flower of the sect. Standing on the slope, Jiang Ming stroked his chin, his eyes never leaving the intriguing girl. It was not out of lewdness, but rather a contemplation of a particular question. Was she a padding enthusiast? It seemed likely, and quite extensively at that. Having had his fair share of encounters with women, he could easily discern the natural beauty of his senior sisters like Ruoqi and Yao Yao at a glance. However, this cautious lady on the official road, though appearing large, walked with the rigidity of stone, showing no signs of even the slightest sway, something that did not escape Jiang Ming's keen observation. Of course, he understood the need for a girl to maintain a semblance of self-respect. However, it was evident that this girl was not motivated solely by pride. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. A girl alone on the road, outwardly fearful, yet deliberately accentuating her figure to entice, was a curious contradiction. Her steps seemed tentative, yet each stride was measured and stable, devoid of any tremor, executed with precision. Casting wary glances, her eyes reflected a timid fear, as if anticipating unforeseen events. Yet the sharpness within them was not entirely concealed. It was more akin to a pretense of vulnerability, luring in unsuspecting prey. Finally, Jiang Ming concluded, she is here to fish. With a smile gracing his lips, he retrieved a task list from his pocket. It bore the image of his mission target, meticulously inscribed through spiritual awareness, resembling a photograph from a past life. Gazing at the task list, and then at the girl, a subtle smile tugged at his lips. What a fateful encounter, little sister. What kind of fish are you angling for? With your evasive eyes and deliberate display of curves. Are you baiting the wicked? Perhaps a lecherous man? Or could it be bandits lurking in the mountains? Jiang Ming stroked his chin, a playful spirit igniting within him. He decided to tease his dear junior apprentice with a jest. He concealed his somewhat mischievous smile, replacing it with a lascivious grin. His deep-set eyes glimmered with an unmistakable lustful gleam. In a whimsical gesture, he smeared some dirt from the ground across his face, attempting to obscure his exceptionally handsome features. If one were to focus solely on his eyes, they would indeed resemble those of a beast in heat. He chuckled softly. Dear Junior, I have arrived. Is there no one on guard today? And Qian gently furrowed her. Had she alarmed the snakes with her last strike? It was merely the slaughter of a single village. Could they truly be that cowardly? How foolish of me to think otherwise. And Qian lowered her head, unable to see her own toes. Only she understood the underlying complexities of her situation. She wished to complete this task and then retire, returning to the city to await her disciples. It was somewhat regrettable, but so be it. If she were to forego this endeavor, she would return and adorn herself beautifully. For she was soon to meet Sister Ruoqi. Anqing intended to abandon her fishing, preparing to straighten her stealthy posture and return to normalcy. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted her. Halt! A glimmer of surprise flashed in Anqing's eyes, but it quickly faded away. Startled by the sudden sound, she trembled all over, and then began to shake uncontrollably as she turned to face her prey. And Qian was somewhat taken aback. Although the visitor's face was disheveled and his gaze lascivious, his physique was tall and athletic, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Could he possibly be a practitioner of martial arts? It posed little concern. If things turned unfavorable, she could always flee. A fish that had finally taken the bait was not one Qian was willing to relinquish easily. With this thought, she recited the familiar lines, Master, please spare me. Before she could finish her plea, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her delicate, rosy face, adorned with tears reminiscent of a pear blossom in the rain, evoked profound sympathy. Jiang Ming, playing along, swallowed hard as he drew closer, articulating his lines. Dear young lady, do not be afraid, for I am, in truth, a good person. And Qian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why do these brigands insist on portraying themselves as virtuous? Have they never gazed into a mirror throughout their lives? No, do not approach me. I will call for help. The delicate figure trembled even more violently. Of course, a certain exceedingly prominent area remained utterly devoid of any natural quivering. It was a mere pretense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up with recognition. He was well acquainted with that line. Without hesitation, he responded, Go ahead, cry out. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one shall heed your pleas. Ha ha ha. Under the relentless approach of Jiang Ming, Qin clutched her chest and retreated step by step, appearing both helpless and pitiable. Suddenly, she turned and dashed into the mountains, her voice ringing out in desperation. Help! Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ming understood that the play was to progress to the next act. He promptly raised his hand in a playful imitation, exclaiming, "Don't run," and then pursued her. The two of them engaged in a spirited chase, delving deep into the thicket. Soon, Qin, who was running ahead, began to show signs of fatigue. She glanced back to see how the fish was faring, only to behold the very fish she had caught, now bent over, supporting itself on its knees, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, yet still muttering, "Little girl, please. Don't run so fast. Wait for me." And Qin tilted her adorable head, momentarily believing this individual to be a formidable opponent. How unexpectedly feeble. Nevertheless, she resolved to bind him and extract information regarding the whereabouts of the village. She possessed a modicum of expertise in torture, after all. Jiang Ming looked up and saw Qin approaching him, breathless with excitement as she said, "Ha, ha, you chose not to flee but instead came towards me, did you? Is someone coming?" Jiang Ming turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest. A towering figure clad in grass attire was striding toward them, wielding a colossal curved blade with an imposing presence that suggested he was no ordinary man. Trailing behind him were several subordinates. Leading the way was another individual, currently informing the large man, "Boss Liu, I spotted the person you mentioned, a woman, quite ample in bosom and possessing a remarkably attractive figure. She just ran this way." Clearly, Qin sensed that something was amiss. She turned to Jiang Ming, slightly furrowing her brow. "I didn't anticipate you having accomplices, but their arrival is quite timely." Jiang Ming blinked in disbelief. "Little junior sister, are you not going to maintain your act? Is this a lack of professionalism on your part? Unlike me." Jiang Ming regarded her incredulously. "You were merely feigning fear? You were intentionally luring us." Upon hearing the words, Qin smiled gently, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Yet her words cut like a chilling wind. "Otherwise? Soon, I shall send you wretches to the underworld to reunite with your families." Chapter 17. Fierce Combat Suddenly. Jiang Ming recalled how his senior sister had described this younger disciple that night. She was a quiet and shy individual, one who shunned the hustle and bustle. "Are you certain, senior sister?" The young lady before him, at first glance, appeared indeed quite tranquil. At least when she had feigned weakness while fishing, she seemed to embody the essence of modesty. However, the moment she unveiled her true self, all semblance of tranquility vanished. The excited smile gracing her lips and the murderous intent wafting through the air conveyed to Jiang Ming that this girl was far from innocuous. She was a predator, intent on devouring her prey, leaving no remnants behind. At that moment, Qin glanced at the approaching figures in the distance before turning her gaze back to Jiang Ming. "Let me guide you on your journey," she said. "Fear not. Soon, they shall accompany you." With that, a dagger materialized in Qin's hand. She propelled herself forward with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, entirely shedding the fragile persona she had just portrayed. She had anticipated that with her sudden burst of speed, she would swiftly eliminate this man, who appeared utterly drained by indulgence. Yet, to Qin's astonishment, the man before her widened his eyes and turned to flee. Remarkably, his speed was equally impressive, betraying none of the weakness he had just exhibited. As he ran, he shouted, "Boss, help. She's gone mad." How is this possible? With a swift bite of her silver teeth, Qin quickened her pace, aiming to eliminate the man before their rendezvous. Yet, to her astonishment, just as she seemed poised to seize him, he consistently managed to accelerate ever so slightly, evading the dagger she had extended, leaving her grasping at shadows. No, could it be that his earlier demeanor had been a facade? Qin was not foolish. She had discerned the situation. It was futile to pursue any further. The fact that she could not catch up to this individual indicated that he was also a skilled practitioner. Moreover, approaching from a distance was a formidable-looking man accompanied by a group of subordinates, leaving her uncertain of her ability to escape unscathed. She had to flee. With this thought in mind, Qin halted her steps, intending to turn and run. However, before she could make her move, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air behind her. The instinctive warnings her body received compelled Qin to abandon her escape and swiftly sidestep. A large blade whirled past, narrowly missing her exquisite face, almost severing her delicate nose. Fortunately, she escaped without injury. This prompted Jiang Ming, who had just raised his hand, to lower it once more. While playful banter was one thing, that could not allow this young junior sister to sustain serious harm. Although Qian had evaded the incoming blade, she had lost the prime opportunity to escape. The imposing figure of Lu, their leader, followed closely behind the weapon. His fist clenched, channeling his internal energy towards Qian. Qian had just evaded the flying daggers, and in that fleeting moment, she could only cross her arms to shield herself from the impending blow. Humph! Qian let out a muffled groan as she was flung backward, colliding with a tree. Fortunately, she had managed to block in time, possibly due to the ample cushioning she had prepared. The blow from the bandit leader did not inflict significant harm on her. However, it deprived her of the opportunity to escape once more. At this moment, Qian understood that she could not afford to show any weakness. She swiftly rose to confront Lu, the bandit leader. Meanwhile, Lu's henchmen, displaying remarkable awareness, surrounded Qian, effectively obstructing her escape routes. As for Jiang Ming, what was he doing at that moment? He was eagerly retrieving the knife that Lu had thrown, presenting it to the leader with a bow, exclaiming, "Boss, you are magnificent. I nearly fell victim to her, but thankfully you arrived just in time." Lu replied, "Yes, well done. You have earned your share of credit." In truth, Lu did not recognize the individual before him. However, given the large number of people in their camp, without any standardized uniforms or means of identification, Lu harbored no suspicions. After all, Jiang Ming had just been fleeing from Qian and could not possibly be her accomplice. The mud on his face was likely a remnant from his hasty escape, perhaps. Upon hearing Lu's praise, Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with delight as he repeatedly bent in gratitude. "Thank you, boss, thank you." Lu then gestured towards a gap in the encirclement, saying, "Go over there and block the route." "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." Jiang Ming sprinted toward the designated spot. On the other hand, Qian felt a sinking sensation upon witnessing this scene. The man possessed formidable strength and remarkable speed. She had barely managed to keep pace with him earlier. As for Lu, his punches were powerful and his energy was formidable. Even if she could eliminate his henchmen swiftly, they would still delay her and potentially expose her vulnerabilities to Lu. This was turning into a troublesome situation. "Why aren't you running?" Lu teased, not rushing to attack. He had gleaned some insight about Qian from their previous exchange. Her energy was inferior to his. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Who am I? You slaughtered the people of my camp and yet remain unaware of my identity?" Upon hearing this, Qian's smile was as cold as a flower blooming in the depths of winter. "So, you are the leader of that pack of beasts. You must be quite the beast yourself, then. Senior sister, you spoke of being shy and demure." Lu, the leader, upon hearing Qian's scorn, did not react with anger, but rather erupted into laughter. "Ha! I must thank you for the compliment, little beauty." He licked his lips, an unmistakable grin spreading across his rugged face. "But, dear beauty, you should be aware that the desires and capabilities of beasts are exceedingly potent. Why not submit to me? I promise you a life of sumptuous feasts and pleasures beyond imagination." Originally, he intended to end Qian's life. However, upon gazing at her countenance, he abruptly altered his decision. Such exquisite beauty was something he had never encountered in his decades of banditry, roaming from place to place. To kill her would indeed be a waste of such a treasure. A face like hers could be enjoyed for decades without weariness. "Huh, I dare to submit to you. Do you dare to have me?" Qian let out a cold laugh. She had heard such words far too often. Time and again, individuals would utter similar sentiments to her. Ever since she became aware of the intense desires harbored by this band of brigands, she had deliberately played along, laying out bait in abundance, all in hopes of luring them in before sending them to their demise. What was there to fear? If necessary, she could simply bind them. Lu Laodao attempted to persist in provoking Qian's psychological defenses. However, at that moment, Qian made her move. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Laodao was still caught off guard, she lunged at one of his underlings. The dagger glinted ominously as it sliced through the young man's throat. Gasping, he clutched at his neck, blood gushing forth, before collapsing to the ground. Convulsing in a macabre dance of death, Lu Laodao, rather indifferent to the fate of his subordinate, chuckled. "Ah, my dear, your spirit is truly fierce. I find that rather appealing. It promises to be quite exhilarating." As he spoke, he brandished his knife, thrusting his foot down to carve a small crater into the earth. His form pivoting with remarkable agility as he nearly covered a distance of several meters, closing in on Qian. Qian did not allow herself to relax her vigilance simply because she had taken a life. She swiftly turned, evading the formidable blade swung by Lu Laodao. Armed with but a dagger, She could not possibly engage in a direct confrontation with such a formidable warrior, as she deftly sidestepped the attack. Her dagger darted forth like a treacherous serpent, aiming for Lu Laoda's flank. However, Lu Laoda, with decades of combat experience, was far from unprepared. Almost as soon as Qian made her move, he positioned his large knife defensively to his right while reaching for her neck. Yet, Qian's dagger was remarkably agile. She quickly abandoned her initial target, redirecting her blade upward towards Lu Laoda's outstretched hand. Lu Laoda recoiled, and thus their brief exchange came to an end. "Not bad, girl," he remarked. "Certainly better than a beast. Huh? Do you know that creatures like us typically hunt in packs?" With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to advance, charging forth himself. He was acutely aware of his men's limitations and did not harbor any illusions that they could subdue Qian. However, for a nimble fighter like her, simply surrounding her and limiting her room for maneuver, coupled with some distractions, could significantly diminish her threat. Indeed, as the numbers swelled, Qian began to feel the pressure. In front of her, Lu Laoda wielded his knife with a commanding ferocity, while his lackeys, though unskilled, created considerable strain by encircling her with their blades. Suddenly, the situation became increasingly precarious. Prolonging the encounter seemed to spell almost certain doom for Qian. If only Sister Qi were here, I might. Qian had prepared herself for the worst possible outcome. Even in the face of death, she could not allow this Lu Laoda to capture her alive. She cursed her own carelessness for underestimating this band of ruffians. From the very beginning, she should never have pursued that man. Little did she know he concealed such formidable strength. This miscalculation cost her the prime opportunity to escape. It was a pity that she was so close to reuniting with her sister Ruoqi. However, even in death, she vowed to take Lu Laoda and that man down with her. Otherwise, it would be an utter loss. But lo and behold, the blood-soaked battle she had envisioned. The desperate resistance she had anticipated did not unfold as she had imagined. As the skirmish continued, Lu Laoda's underlings began to falter inexplicably. Whenever Qian found herself on the verge of being overwhelmed, one of the lackeys would inadvertently stumble into Lu Laoda, momentarily obstructing his advances and buying her precious time. "Useless fool, get out of my way," Lu Laoda's furious roar echoed. In that instant, Qian seized the opportunity to eliminate one or two of the lackeys. Eventually, Lu Laoda ceased his assault and created distance between them. To his astonishment, all of his underlings had fallen, leaving only one dirt-covered lackey standing. Despite the heavy toll, Qian remained unscathed. If Lu Laoda could not recognize the presence of a traitor amidst his ranks, his fate was truly sealed. It was painfully evident that the sole survivor was indeed the mole. "Who are you? You are not one of mine." He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Ming. In response, Jiang Ming feigned innocence. "Huh? Boss, what are you saying? I am undoubtedly your most loyal subordinate." Meanwhile, Qian stood to the side, bewildered. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. She had just gathered her emotions, ready to embrace her fate. How was it that the enemy had all perished? Moreover, Qian felt no sense of survival. She had sustained no injuries, rendering any notion of escaping death mode. This left her once resolute heart, prepared for sacrifice, feeling as though it had collided with a pile of cotton, devoid of strength. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable emptiness. The very two individuals she yearned to eliminate had survived. What was happening? Chapter 18. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. The three of them maintained their respective positions, each on high alert, hesitant to make the first move. Lu Laoda, wielding his large blade, watched Jiang Ming and Qian warily, with particular focus on the traitorous Jiang Ming. An exquisite quilt lay across the dagger, as her captivating eyes vigilantly fixated on Jiang Ming and Big Lu, with particular emphasis on the latter. Observing this, Jiang Ming felt a sense of emptiness in his hands, as if he were somewhat out of place in their presence. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly sprang into action. The mere movement triggered an immediate tension in the other two, who turned their heads and fixed their gazes intently upon him. Under their scrutiny, Jiang Ming leisurely approached the lifeless body of a fallen comrade. Bending down to retrieve a knife, he then swayed back to his original position, mimicking the two by striking a pose, brandishing the weapon, and standing defiantly against them. "Aren't we friends? If you're not anxious, there's no need to force yourself to feel that way." Qian and Lu Laoda are not fools. They can naturally discern that this mysterious individual is far from exhibiting the same level of tension as the two of them. Just moments ago, when Jiang Ming bent down to retrieve his knife, he turned his back to these two experts, fully exposing his vulnerabilities. This indicates that he holds no regard for them. displaying an absence of fear towards a potential ambush. In this somewhat tense situation for the duo, Jiang Ming emanated an air of complete relaxation. Ironically, the more at ease he appeared, the more hesitant they became to act impulsively. And Qin understood that Jiang Ming seemed to have assisted her. Yet Jiang Ming remained an enigma, raising concerns about his potential ulterior motives. Boss Lu was aware that Jiang Ming was a traitor, but observing the wary demeanor of the young woman across from him suggested that the two were not allies. The situation was undeniably intricate, yet it did not hinder their mutual vigilance and keen observation of their surroundings. It became evident that the mathematical assertion regarding the stability of triangles was indeed a profound truth. The three stood in a triangular formation, each silent and hesitant to move, merely gazing intently at one another. And Qian, having just emerged from an exhausting battle, did not mind standing still to recuperate a bit of energy. Jiang Ming, feeling rather bored, was curious to see how long they could endure this stalemate, and fortuitously, there was a beautiful woman present to feast his eyes upon. The secret to longevity, in his view, lay in gazing at lovely women, for such sights could elevate his spirits and perhaps even lead him to the path of immortality. Thus, he resolved to indulge in the beauty before him. However, Lu, the leader, felt differently. He sensed that lingering any longer could lead to his demise. Therefore, he was the first to break the silence, clearing his throat and addressing them politely. Ahem, if neither of you has any pressing matters, I shall take my leave. His tone was courteous, starkly contrasting his earlier brashness when he had teased Qian. Even in the presence of the woman who had outwitted his accomplice and vanquished his subordinates, he maintained his composure. What? Seek vengeance for his fallen men? Nonsense. His subordinates were expendable. Who would seek retribution for such? Lu was indifferent, knowing he could always recruit more. It was far more challenging to find a two-legged frog than to encounter a three-legged bandit. As for concerns about losing face, he had never heard of bandits and rogues being preoccupied with such notions. As a seasoned veteran, Lu understood one fundamental truth. Nothing was more precious than one's life. Hence, he chose to retreat, leaving other matters for another time. Upon hearing this, Anqi nodded and spoke. Very well, you may leave. For her, the departure of an individual meant a reduction in instability, allowing her to lower her guard against one less person. Thank you, valiant lady. I shall take my leave now, said Lu, the leader, who dared not turn around and quietly took a step back. You cannot leave, Jiang Ming interjected. As anticipated, Lu halted, a chill running through him. It was indeed not so simple to depart. Excuse me, esteemed warrior, do you have any further matters to discuss? Jiang Ming pointed at Anqi and stated. She has slain so many of your subordinates, and you think you can just walk away? Have you lost your courage? And Qian was momentarily stunned. Why should it concern you if I eliminate his underlings? Lao Lu was equally taken aback. Inwardly cursing, you make it seem as if she could single-handedly vanquish all my subordinates, yet it was you who meddled in the matter. Now you feign ignorance? Enraged, Lao Lu's countenance shifted from fury to a sycophantic smile. Well done. They were never virtuous individuals. Indeed, their demise contributes more to society than their existence ever could. This heroine is truly ridding the world of evildoers. Humph, coward, Jiang Ming scoffed, turning to Qian and pointing at Lao Lu. He just attempted to capture you and make you his wife in the stronghold. Are you truly going to let him go? Have you forgotten your womanhood? Qian has come to a clear understanding. This individual merely seeks to stir trouble. She bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, What business is it of yours? Her expression was candid and uninhibited, a refreshing outpouring of her sentiments. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming felt an immediate sense of ennui. It appeared that a confrontation was unlikely to ensue. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Then you may leave. Lu Laoda's face brightened with gratitude. Thank you both. May the mountains remain forever green and the waters flow eternally. We shall part ways here. Having spoken, Lu Laoda took cautious steps backward and, after establishing a safe distance, swiftly turned to flee. Are you truly allowing him to escape? Jiang Ming remarked, observing the retreating figure of Lu Laoda before turning to the watchful Qian. Were it not for you, he would not have eluded capture today. Qian replied coldly, What does it have to do with me? Jiang Ming felt deeply wronged. He had done nothing but lend a helping hand to Qian. However, Qian was disinclined to engage in trivial conversation and coldly interrogated, Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to harm me, yet simultaneously come to my aid? What are your intentions? Before he could respond, the figure was already retreating into the distance. Jiang Ming glanced at the diminishing silhouette before shaking his head and bending down. Upon witnessing this, Anqin's body tensed as she inquired with vigilance, "What are your intentions?" In response, Jiang Ming casually picked up a small stone from the ground and replied, "Not at the moment. First, I must eradicate the roots of the problem. By the way, have you ever played with a sandbag?" Before Anqin could ponder why Jiang Ming responded that he did not wish to do so at present, she saw him gesture with his hand, sweeping it behind him. Subsequently, he stretched his body and forcefully hurled the stone he held in his hand. An eerie tremor coursed through Anqin's ears as a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, sending chills down her spine. "Damn it, you little wretch. And that little beast. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Just wait." Before Lu Laoda could finish his curse, his body emitted a potent warning. Instinctively, he summoned his protective aura to shield himself from behind. Alas, his reaction was too sluggish. The small stone traversed nearly 1,000 meters with unrelenting speed, precisely striking Lu Laoda's head. With a resounding thud, it burst open like a ripe watermelon. Huzzah! Target acquired. As Anqin gazed at Jiang Ming, who was resting his hand on his forehead and peering into the distance, her heart inexplicably began to race, as if it were on the verge of leaping from her chest. Marvelous. Chapter 19. The discourse. "Well, it is time we discuss the matters between us," Jiang Ming remarked, redirecting his gaze towards the somewhat dazed Anqin, a smile gracing his lips. As Anqin caught sight of Jiang Ming, she instinctively took a half-step back, raising the dagger in her hand defensively towards him. This prompted Jiang Ming to sing in a tone of mockery, "Are you truly serious about that half-step retreat? Such a trivial action holds such great potential for harm." Anqin paid no heed to Jiang Ming's sudden singing. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on him, her silver teeth clenched tightly. "Who are you? What do you truly desire?" Her emotions appeared somewhat heightened. It was no wonder. Today had indeed taken a toll on her. Although her body had not sustained any serious injuries, the tumultuous fluctuations of her feelings had undeniably drained her spirit. Initially, Anqin believed today would unfold like any other, joyfully fishing, completing her final task, and then patiently awaiting her disciple to guide her into the sect to reunite with her long-cherished senior sister Ruoqi. However, to her astonishment, her eagerness to catch fish led her into an enemy's encirclement. Then, just as she resolved to fight desperately, the very fish she had caught lent her a helping hand. In the end, she witnessed her catch suddenly sprout robust arms, striking down what had seemed to be a formidable adversary with a single swipe. And Qin gradually realized that she was, indeed, the fish caught in the trap. This man possessed such remarkable skills. How could he have been pursued by her in the first place? What was the need for cries for help? Even if he had restrained her on the spot, torn her clothing, and further assaulted her, she would have likely been unable to resist in the slightest. Yet, strangely, he had refrained from such actions. Instead, he feigned weakness, integrated himself into the opposing team, subsequently causing the demise of one of their underlings, and then eliminating their leader. He clearly had the strength to eradicate everyone with ease. Yet he opted for a method that seemed almost cruelly playful. Such a person was utterly detestable to her. Even now, she remained clueless about his true intentions. Unlike other lecherous bandits, whose motives were merely carnal desires, this man perplexed her. Was it for lust? If so, why did he not act sooner? She was entirely confident in her inability to resist. Was it for wealth? That seemed unlikely, for someone of his caliber. Earning money would be far simpler than resorting to robbery. Was it for murder? That did not seem to fit either. Was it merely for the sake of amusement? How could that be? Was he truly so idle? If he was indeed so frivolous, and Qin silently vowed that if given the chance, she would ensure he suffered for his idleness. "Calm down," Jiang Ming said with a lewd grin, his gaze appraising in Qin's exaggerated curves, while her rear was undeniably genuine. "I am merely playing, and now comes the time for enjoyment." It turned out he was a pervert. A chill coursed through Anqin's heart. There was no escape. Running was futile. It was impossible to fight back, and soon she would be captured by this monster, likely deprived of even the chance to end her own life. "Forgive me, Sister Qi, but it seems I must ultimately." Anqin decisively stepped back, creating distance between herself and Jiang Ming, while simultaneously raising her dagger to her throat. To prevent Jiang Ming from thwarting her suicide attempt, she retreated further. Desperation etched across her face. In an instant, Jiang Ming closed the gap between them, firmly grasping Anqin's slender wrist, thereby halting her grim action. Indeed, Anqin had anticipated that Jiang Ming's speed would be swift, yet he never imagined it would be this rapid. The distance that had been created was so great that there was scarcely time to even take a moment for a final farewell. In light of this, He resolved to end his own life by biting his tongue. As Qin contemplated, her 2 rows of pearly teeth parted and sank down fiercely. However, at that critical moment, a finger swiftly slipped into her small mouth. It was warm and soft. A sharp intake of breath followed. It was certainly not Jiang Ming. His cultivated physique, embodying the realm of thunder, was not something mere mortal teeth could challenge. Little junior sister, do not be so extreme. Biting your tongue can be quite painful, and it may not even lead to your demise, he remarked as he withdrew his hand. How bothersome, he added, wiping his fingers disdainfully on Qin's exquisite garments. Yet, Qin, disregarding her distaste for his finger, exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you just call me? Little junior sister, did you forget to bring your identification token?" Both the guiding disciple and the one being guided are required to carry a token when brought close together. The 2 tokens illuminate and vibrate to signify their identities. However, seeing that Qin failed to recognize her own appearance after such a long time, it was likely left at home. "Are you a senior brother from the Wanfa Xian zone?" Recognition among fellow disciples sparked a sense of jealousy. Was this reasonable? Qin stared with her beautiful eyes, gritting her teeth as she inquired. Jiang Ming blinked innocently and replied, "Well, we should be considered contemporaries. But it wouldn't be entirely inappropriate for you to call me senior brother." Upon confirming their identities, the atmosphere naturally became less cordial. Before even stepping inside, she had already been playfully teased by her senior brother, nearly leading her to despair. Is this how one ought to behave? Qin clenched her silver teeth, her eyes brimming with boundless indignation, and uttered each word with painstaking effort. "My dearly beloved senior brother, may I inquire why you?" Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ming promptly interrupted her incantation, seizing the initiative. He reined in his smile, his gaze deepening with intensity. His voice imbued with a blend of solemnity and a hint of disappointment. "Little junior sister, do you presume I am jesting? Is that not the case?" With a cold scoff, Jiang Ming retorted, his demeanor righteous. "Little junior sister, enlighten me. How could a disciple of the venerable immortal sect be so juvenile? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your attempts to entice those ruffians? If that is the case, why would I willingly plunge into this predicament? Why indeed? Originally, I merely sought to gauge your capabilities, yet I find myself utterly dismayed by what I have witnessed. Consider, how many blunders have you committed today that have twisted the situation into such convolutions? This is merely the realm of mortals. The world of cultivation is exponentially more perilous. I cannot fathom how you could possibly survive with such heedlessness." Upon hearing this, Qin pressed her lips together, finding herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, she had committed numerous errors today, which had led her into this predicament. What if, instead of being your senior brother, I were the person intentionally sent by Lu the Elder? Have you considered whether you would be able to escape? Qin, upon hearing this, lowered her head. "There is no escaping. I have been deceived. It is indeed easier to fool those who have yet to enter. So, have you come to realize your mistake?" "I have learned my lesson." "Well, that is good. At least my efforts have not been in vain. However, senior brother." Qin lifted her head. "What is it? Do you have something to inquire about? Although your reasoning is quite sound. Isn't it true that senior brother is merely toying with us?" Qin's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ming, her delicate face bearing a frost-like chill. "Although I have yet to enter the sect, I am not so easily deceived, junior sister." "Nonsense. You just tricked me into contemplating self-destruction." "Well, since my ruse has been uncovered," Jiang Ming ceased his pretense and returned to his initially languid demeanor. "You." With a piercing gaze, Qin sighed, ultimately conceding, "Very well. Senior brother, regardless of your intentions, you have aided me and imparted a valuable lesson. Let us consider this matter settled and embark on a fresh beginning, shall we?" "Your generosity is commendable, junior sister. Shall we head to your abode now?" "Indeed. When shall we depart for the celestial sect?" "Perhaps the day after tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow." "All right, senior brother, please follow me." "You are too kind, junior sister. No need for such formalities. I shall certainly seek an opportunity to relieve you of that lingering discomfort." Qin replied with a smile, No, senior brother, you jest." "Junior sister, Your gaze is somewhat unsettling." Chapter 20. The city of Jingguan. On the official road outside the city of Jingguan, a pair of individuals walked side by side. The woman was pure and radiant, her beauty extraordinary. The man, tall and lean, bore a face marked by dust. They could certainly be described as a striking couple. Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at his junior sister, who was vigorously spitting, devoid of any semblance of decorum, and inquired, "What are you up to now?" "Ugh, I just forgot to spit. The mere thought of your finger intruding makes me feel utterly nauseous. Even if I brushed my teeth 100 times, I would still feel as though I could never cleanse that away. It's disgusting." As Anshin spat, she disdainfully remarked. Although she had just declared that their past grievances were settled, it was evident that she still harbored lingering feelings about the matter. It was not that she held any animosity toward Jiang Ming. After all, despite having toyed with her affections, he had ultimately saved her life, a fact that Anshin was quite clear about. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of indignation. This insufferable senior brother, teasing his junior sister for amusement upon their first encounter. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. Thus, she resolved to express her disdain for Jiang Ming whenever possible, not for any other reason than to vex him. However, Jiang Ming found her verbal assaults to be rather feeble. "Your attempts to chastise me resemble more of a playful pout, dear little sister," he remarked with curiosity. "In the recent, urgent situation, I may have miscalibrated my strength. Might I inquire if my fingers inadvertently ventured too deeply into your throat?" To which she replied, "No, but why do you ask?" An elegant brow furrowed lightly. Anshin cast a suspicious glance at her senior brother beside her. His smile was so mischievous. Surely, there was something more to his words. Just a simple inquiry. Yet with your fiery temperament, what if you were to contemplate self-destruction again? In that case, I shall, ensure the moderation of the situation, avoiding any deep engagement to prevent your distress. And Qian's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Ming, attempting to discern something from his countenance. Alas, it was all obscured by dirt, rendering any expression indiscernible. No, no. How peculiar, exceedingly strange. Her intuition whispered that this senior from BYD certainly had unspoken implications veiled within his words. Yet, her own understanding fell short of unraveling the hidden meanings. Ah, how vexing. She felt as though her verbal assaults were utterly futile against her senior, as if she had been deftly countered in return. And Qian, contemplating this, could only respond earnestly, "I will no longer allow myself to fall into such perilous situations." "That's good. It seems my teachings were not in vain," Jiang Ming remarked with a nod of satisfaction, a hint of self-praise in his tone, which only served to irritate Qian further. "What on earth have you taught me, you scoundrel? However, junior sister, how could you resort to using your own body as bait to entice those lecherous old men? Did you not consider the possibility of unforeseen consequences?" Jiang Ming cast a glance at his junior sister. Her beauty was indeed rare in this world, with few rivals even within the ranks of the Wanfa Xianzhou. Moreover, although her temperament was not particularly amiable, it lacked the coldness of their senior sister, who kept others at arm's length, denying them the chance to draw near. In contrast, his junior sister, with her modest strength and cheerful disposition, would likely attract a throng of admirers and a cadre of masochists upon her entrance into the sect, given her allure. He shuddered to think of what might transpire should she fall prey to those vile beasts. "Alas, I am compelled to assist the city lord, for he has shown me kindness, and he is powerless against these mountain bandits. I must lend him a hand. The impoverished region of Jingwensheng yields little profit, and among these bandits, few possess true prowess. With my skills, even if I cannot prevail, I can certainly escape. Had it not been for my pursuit of you today, I would not have found myself ensnared." Anshin couldn't help but grit her teeth at the thought. Who could have imagined that the fish caught was actually her own senior brother, who had been feigning weakness? "Ahem, I did this solely to hone your adaptability. Enough of the nonsense, senior brother. We have arrived at Jingwensheng, and Qin is not easily swayed by such tactics. She has formed a general impression of the senior brother, merely a scoundrel. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a veiled hat and placed it upon her head, instantly concealing her striking beauty. TSK, is the junior sister so cautious even when returning home? Is she unaware of how stunning she truly is? What if word got out, and a formidable opponent, one I cannot contend with, forcibly abducted me? The townsfolk are far less forgiving than mountain bandits, unless under extraordinary circumstances. I typically leave no survivors among the latter. The chatter of the townspeople is relentless, and I am powerless to silence them. Well, it seems the junior sister is indeed aware of her beauty, yet it is only natural. How could a girl so exquisitely beautiful be oblivious to her allure, waiting idly for the male protagonist to sweep her away? Do you think this is a mere novel? If I were to leave no survivors, how then would that leader Lu have known of you? He even went so far as to bring others to encircle you." Upon hearing this, Anshin furrowed her brows, pondering whether it was the child they had spared during the last massacre. However, she decided to divert the conversation, unwilling to delve deeper. Halt! Suddenly, two individuals were intercepted by the guards at the city gate. Here it came, the classic trope of the arrogant looking down on others, only to be met with a slap of reality. Jiang Ming felt an urge to intervene. The guard scrutinized him with suspicion, querying, "Why do you have dirt smeared on your face?" "Oh, I had almost forgotten about that. My junior sister didn't remind me to wipe my face." Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at her. Despite Anqin being clad in a bamboo hat and veil, he could still sense her delight in his predicament. It seemed she had anticipated this occurrence and chose not to caution him. Yet, she actually smiled, albeit hidden from view, obscuring her lovely visage. She had not smiled throughout their journey, and Jiang Ming genuinely wished to witness her smile. Surely, it would be enchanting. Appreciating beauty is a fundamental human nature. And Jiang Ming had a particular fondness for all things beautiful. Indeed, one might even say he was a connoisseur of beauty. Strangely enough, he realized he had never seen his senior sister smile either. Perhaps he would attempt to amuse her upon their return to the peak. Thus, Jiang Ming assigned himself this task. Meanwhile, he lifted his shirt, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles, and proceeded to wipe his face publicly. Before long, his striking countenance, renowned as the most handsome in the Wanfa sect, was once again unveiled. "May I enter now?" he inquired with a gentle smile. This drew numerous gazes towards him, accompanied by hushed whispers from the line of those waiting to enter the city. "What a handsome young man. Silly girl, don't stare, he is not interested in you." "Oh dear." Beside her, Anqin wore an expression of bewilderment. Is this truly my senior brother? The very same one she had known? She had anticipated a visage marred by lewdness and deceit, for his eyes and laughter bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a rogue. Yet now, upon closer inspection, one might mistake him for a refined and courteous gentleman. How could one's demeanor be so at odds with their appearance? Heaven above, in her moment of lamentation, Anqin seemed entirely oblivious to the irony. Her own demure appearance was starkly contrasted by her sharp tongue and actions. They were, in essence, two peas in a pod. Yet at that moment, she was consumed by regret. Had she known, she would have simply presented the Lord's token and ushered him in without fuss. This was infuriating. Chapter 21. Where to stay? Jiang Ming initially believed that with his handsome visage, which exuded an aura of benevolence, he would gain unfettered access to the city of Jingguang. However, a single remark from the gatekeeper rendered his amiable smile frozen. "I'm sorry, but there is an entrance fee to the city." "What?" "I possess no mundane currency." "Spirit stones? That seems an extravagant waste. Is there truly a fee merely to enter the city? If I enter, then exit, and re-enter again, will I not be bankrupt? Such taxation on the populace seems excessive. Is this a decree from the Lord of Jingguang? Where are the street lamps? Someone, please intervene." Seemingly deciphering Jiang Ming's dismay, Anqin interjected, "Though Jingguang is modest in size, the Lord is known for his integrity and diligence in serving the people. The taxes collected are primarily utilized for the welfare of the citizens. Since it is but a meager sum, everyone is generally supportive of the Lord." Finally, she gleaned something from her senior brother's expression, unlike earlier when his face was obscured by mud, leaving her in the dark. This lack of clarity unsettled Anqin. She had learned to interpret the emotions of adults from a young age. Sometimes, a smile could lead to a treat or a coin, allowing her and Sister Ruoqi to avoid hunger for an entire day. Jiang Ming, taken aback, pondered the rarity of encountering an honest official. This was indeed more extraordinary than a panda. "Wait for a moment, dear street lamp. Don't be hasty. Let us not display that just yet." After her explanation, Anqin blinked her beautiful eyes from beneath her straw hat and narrowed them at Jiang Ming, teasingly asking, "Senior brother, you don't truly lack even a single coin, do you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming mimicked the gesture of rubbing his hands together like a fly, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. "Ahem. It is only natural for a newcomer like me to be without funds, is it not? Perhaps a kind-hearted junior sister might be inclined to assist me?" he added. "What do you say, dear junior sister? I implore you, I beg of you." Jiang Ming did not hesitate for even a second, his decisiveness taking Anqin by surprise. Even if Jiang Ming had not sought her out, she would have ultimately acquiesced. However, his actions left Anqin at a loss. What happened to your dignity as a senior brother? What of your pride as a man? What of the arrogance befitting a cultivator? Nevertheless, senior brother, you truly are. Anqin pondered for a moment but chose not to continue her thoughts. In truth, she intended to commend Jiang Ming. However, given the nature of their relationship, such words remained unuttered. It is no wonder that Anqin was taken aback. Jiang Ming was a formal disciple of the 10,000 Methods Immortal sect. This meant that if he so desired, he possessed countless avenues to enter the city, to speak nothing of other means. A mere display of his status and aura would compel those around him to immediately bow their heads in reverence, addressing him as a mortal master. In the past, Anqin had encountered numerous arrogant cultivators whose attitudes towards mortals resembled that of humans towards lesser animals. Had she not concealed herself adeptly, she might have been abducted in public to serve as a furnace cauldron. Consequently, Anqin harbored a certain disdain for cultivators. Of course, she recognized that not all cultivators were alike, but first impressions wield considerable influence. However, the playful demeanor of the brother before her began to alter her preconceived notions. Albeit slightly, he bore no airs, engaging in jovial banter. Unlike the previous cultivators who had coldly tossed a low-grade spirit stone to insult a guard or revealed their identities to intimidate the populace, he even sought to borrow a mere coin from her to enter the city, humbling himself in the process, much like a common mortal. If one were to argue that he was merely putting on an act, it seemed improbable given that he behaved this way upon their first encounter. If his intention was to capture her attention romantically, Anqin found that unlikely as well. Were he less handsome, there might be some merit to that theory. However, with his striking good looks, it seemed effortless for him to find a companion equally as beautiful. Moreover, given the disparity in their strengths, even if he were to resort to coercion, she could not have resisted. He could easily have pretended to be a rogue, satisfying his own desires, and later appeared before her under the guise of a disciple, absolving himself of any connection, if his intentions truly were for her sake. The brother had countless methods at his disposal to claim her, and Anqin shook her head, concluding that it was futile to dwell on the complexities of their newfound acquaintance. Time would reveal the true nature of a person's heart. Ultimately, Anqin assisted Jiang Ming in paying that single coin. You're truly a good junior. From now on, within the sect, your elder brother shall protect you. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply declare that you have someone backing you. A name that echoes with authority, Jin Yuan, Jiang Ming proclaimed, raising his thumb in a grand gesture. Elder brother, is your name really Jin Yuan? What an unappealing name. Anqin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ming, instinctively retorting with a sharp remark. Surprisingly, when her senior brother had pleaded with her moments ago, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her, a sense of satisfaction akin to avenging a long-held grudge. After enduring his teasing for so long, she had finally, at long last, emerged victorious. However, alas, this time she ultimately faltered. Oh, no, it was not that. Even the name of my adversary strikes me as unpleasant. Anqin clenched her small fist. Why can't you even honestly tell me your name? So, senior brother, what is your name? Anqin found herself gritting her teeth once more today, uncertain of how many times it had been. It seemed that in her entire life, she had never experienced such a day as this. Jiang Ming, the Jiang of Jiang Ming, the Ming of Jiang Ming. Well, is this how one introduces oneself? So, which Jiang and which Ming are we referring to? Anqin was at a loss. She resolved to repay insult with insult and let that insufferable senior brother ponder for himself. I am Anqin, with an as in peace, Anqin as in quilt. I am aware that your name is on my task list. Alas, I am weary. It is time to return home and retire early tonight. By the way, there is one more matter. Where do you reside, senior brother? I know of a rather decent inn. Provided one is not deterred by the thought of cockroaches and mice crawling into one's mouth at night, it is certainly acceptable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming expressed his astonishment. Of course, I shall stay at your home. Where else would I go? Could you refrain from so casually uttering such audacious words? Huh. Are you not taking me to your home to rest? I am merely escorting you to my abode to verify our identity tokens. What are you thinking? But since I have come this far, no way. I can sleep in the living room. Not acceptable. The bathroom will suffice. What am I to do if you occupy the bathroom? Hold it in. The soft quilt is held tightly and then released. After all, it is futile. I fear your primal instincts may awaken in the dead of night. Junior sister, you must trust in my character. Are you even human? I could be. Anqin realized that as long as he remained unashamed, he was invincible. He was utterly indifferent to the insults and attacks from others. When pushed to extremes, he would even belittle himself. Chapter 22. Bathing. Wow, junior sister, your home is truly simple yet charming. It is evident that you are a person who values frugality and is unconcerned with trivialities, Jiang Ming remarked as he removed his shoes and glanced around the room. He offered his compliments sincerely. However, it was undeniable that junior sister's abode was rather modest, comprising a single room, a living area, a restroom, and a partition. The partition appeared to be a bathroom, housing a large tub within. In the living area, there was merely a table and a chair. The bedroom of Qian was left ajar, and as Jiang Ming glanced over, he could only discern a modest bed, a wardrobe, and a few scattered essentials. One might say, though small, the sparrow possesses all its vital organs. The simplicity of the dwelling stemmed from his junior sister's choice to forego any decorative embellishments, opting solely for practical items. Yet, to claim she was too impoverished to afford adornments would be misleading, as a plethora of herbs was laid out in the sunlight outside. These herbs could be considered precious martial arts materials in the mortal realm. To illustrate, a single robust bloodgrass could sustain a commoner for an entire month. It was evident that his junior sister was indeed a pragmatist. "Are you mocking me, senior brother?" Qian inquired, removing her straw hat to reveal her delicate features. Casting a dubious glance at Jiang Ming. At that moment, the dim room seemed to brighten. Jiang Ming realized that she herself was the finest ornament of the modest abode. The simplicity of her surroundings only accentuated her stunning beauty. In her tranquility, Qian resembled a white lotus blooming amidst the muck, untouched by the dust of the world. Her exquisite profile encapsulated the essence of beauty, captivating the heart. Yet, regrettably, she possessed the ability to speak. With this thought, Jiang Ming sighed, feeling a pang of regret. "Senior brother, what ailment has struck you now?" Upon hearing his sigh, Qian's retort swiftly followed. "Nothing. I was merely pondering whether it might be a bit chilly to sleep on the floor in the living room tonight." "Not at all. Your skin is quite thick." Qian responded without hesitation. "Junior sister, if you have something to say, please do so." Well, the pristine image of the white lotus had been shattered. "It's all right. I'll sit for a while. I'm a bit tired." Jiang Ming glanced around. The chair was not far off. Yet he felt too lethargic to rise and instead plopped down onto the floor. To be fair, the floor was quite clean. The junior sister must frequently attend to her chores. "By the way, there are tonics for vitality and vigor outside. You might want to purchase some with me." Qian seizes every opportunity to deride her senior brother. If she cannot best him in skill, she must outwit him with her words. "Junior sister, should you continue, I shall have to demonstrate whether I am truly as inept as you suggest," Jiang Ming remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qian. This silenced her. For despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, their acquaintance was still in its infancy. The prospect of further provoking him, should he lose his temper, was daunting. With this thought in mind, Qian could only respond with a haughty snort, declaring, "I am off to take a bath. Do not dare to peep." After a day filled with running, jumping, and even slaying, she felt rather uncomfortable in her cumbersome attire. "Fear not, junior sister, trust in my integrity," Jiang Ming replied lazily, sprawled on the ground as he waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Qian muttered under her breath, "Trusting you would be quite foolish, especially after you just claimed you were not even human." Nevertheless, a measure of trust remained between them, for she would not have mentioned her bathing intentions in his presence otherwise. Here, one could not simply turn on a faucet for water. However, at the Wanfa Xinzong, there were disciples skilled in mechanical arts who had devised contraptions of a similar nature. Qian darted back and forth between the well and the bathroom several times, ultimately filling the large water barrel in the bathroom. This was made possible by her martial prowess, as she effortlessly carried 2 heavy buckets brimming with water in each hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming lay reclined on the ground, propping himself up with one hand, observing her industrious efforts without the slightest inclination to assist. Qian felt indifferent towards this. In fact, if Jiang Ming were to genuinely offer assistance, she would instead suspect ulterior motives. Bang! Qian gently closed the bathroom door. And soon the soft rustling of fabric could be heard, evoking one's imagination. "Senior brother? What are you doing?" came the voice of the junior sister from within the bathroom. Jiang Ming realized that this junior sister was quite fond of testing him. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that the sounds emanating from the bathroom were not those of her removing her clothing. She had deliberately mimicked similar noises, likely to provoke Jiang Ming's reaction. Should he succumb to primal instincts and burst in, she would be prepared to respond. However, in the face of absolute strength, such tests seemed rather futile. After all, if Jiang Ming truly desired to act, what could she possibly do to resist? The more she resisted, the more excitement it would bring, perhaps. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming felt no anger towards her probing. It was natural for her to lack a sense of security and to remain wary of those around her. Given her beauty, it was only prudent to remain vigilant, lest she fall victim to those who might take advantage of her. At that moment, more rustling sounds emerged from the bathroom, soon accompanied by the sound of water splashing. It seemed she had indeed begun to undress. Perhaps she had come to the realization that her testing had little efficacy. Jiang Ming stretched lazily and sat up. Humans are inherently curious, and the thought of stealing a glance at a beautiful woman bathing could certainly stimulate one's senses. However, Jiang Ming found no allure in voyeurism. Rather than peeking, he preferred when someone willingly and obediently showed themselves to him, especially when they undressed shyly, their eyes darting, movements slow, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Initially, he had intended to lie down and rest until she finished her bath, but the situation had changed. This junior sister seemed to enjoy testing him. Thus, he decided to frighten her a little. Jiang Ming rose and approached the bathroom, moving stealthily while deliberately creating subtle sounds. He had no choice. Without some noise, she would hardly notice him given her abilities. Meanwhile, Qian was comfortably soaking in a large tub, portions of her snow-white skin peeking above the water's surface, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite beauty. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her body tensing, and her hand instinctively reached for the dagger resting on the nearby shelf. Had her true nature been exposed? She had thought he was different from those other men. And Qin murmured to herself, contemplating how to confront the situation at hand. The mere thought of Jiang Ming striking down Boss Lu from such a distance with a mere pebble left her feeling utterly powerless. Could it be that she could do nothing but await her fate? Or perhaps feign compliance, biding her time for revenge? Yet, in doing so, she would betray her sister Ruoqi. What to do? She decided to voice her concerns, hoping her senior brother might reconsider his stance and turn over a new leaf. If she could weather this storm, and Qin vowed to dedicate herself diligently to her training. This profound sense of helplessness in the face of adversity was something she truly detested. Senior brother? A voice emerged from the bathroom door. Jiang Ming inquired, "What is the matter? What are you doing out there?" "Eating." "Eating?" And Qian was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you eating at the bathroom door?" "From the sound, it seems quite appetizing. Only if I could trust you, would I be suspicious?" "Clearly, you were peeking." "Brother, were you spying on me?" "No. Even if I had the inclination to sneak a glance, you have already caught me, so could it still be called spying?" "Then you were indeed watching, weren't you? Would you care to join me in the shower? Is that permissible? Then I shall come in." And Qian narrowed his eyes, fixating on the door, his grip firmly clutching the dagger. He pondered whether hurling it at the precise moment the door opened could inflict even a modicum of harm. However, after a brief pause, the door remained still. Then, Jiang Ming's voice echoed, "All right, I won't frighten you any longer. Hurry up and wash. I am on the verge of starvation." With that, Jiang Ming's voice gradually faded into the distance, and Qian felt as though her heart might leap from her chest, a cold scoff escaping her lips. "Ah, trying to intimidate me? I believe you are merely aware that the truth has come to light, fearing the disgrace it may bring to your sect. Do you think I am afraid of exposure?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the doorway, belonging to Jiang Ming, startling Qian, causing her delicate frame to tremble. "You haven't left. I departed only to return, making it evident that you could sense my presence." Upon hearing this, Qin understood. He had deliberately created a commotion for her to discover him. "So, you truly were attempting to intimidate me? Huh? Who was it that incessantly tested my patience?" Outside the door, Jiang Ming's childish voice echoed, "Senior brother." This marked the nth time Qin had gritted his teeth today. Chapter 23. Speaking frankly and openly. The bathroom door swung open, and Qian emerged from the bathroom clad in a simple yet modest linen garment. Her damp hair, cascading down to her waist, accentuated her ethereal beauty. What caught Jiang Ming's attention the most was that her figure had finally reached a harmonious balance. The padding had vanished. Her delicate curves unveiled their true form, rounded and firm, perfectly complementing her naturally graceful stature, exuding the irresistible allure of youthful femininity. Jiang Ming made a casual estimation and concluded it must be a D cup. It appeared that one hand would scarcely suffice to encompass it. However, Qian's demeanor was evidently far from cheerful. The words "not happy" were practically etched upon her face. "What troubles you, dear junior sister? Has someone wronged you?" Jiang Ming inquired, feigning ignorance. And Qian let out a cold laugh, remaining silent, her beautiful eyes glistening like frost as she gazed at Jiang Ming. "Come over and take a seat, junior sister." At this moment, Qian was unperturbed as she sat down opposite Jiang Ming. Observing this, Jiang Ming smiled slightly and began to speak. "Junior sister, do you know?" "Know what?" "Jingguan City is quite distant from the 1FACN sect." "Oh, and so?" "To be honest, I've only just entered the sect a few days ago." "What?" This revelation left Qin utterly astonished. Could it be that he could overpower her after merely a few days of joining? Was the sect truly that formidable? Thus, Both you and I are rather weak at present." Upon hearing this, Enchin furrowed her delicate brows. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Jiang Ming straightened his posture, his expression turning grave, his gaze earnest. "I hope you can extend a bit more trust towards me, junior sister. The journey ahead is long and fraught with unforeseen challenges. I do not wish for our safety to be compromised due to a lack of trust. Do you understand, junior sister? My aim is to escort you to the sect safely, allowing you to embark on a new chapter in your life. That is my mission." Jiang Ming's demeanor was sincere and resolute, his eyes fixed intently on Enchin's enchanting gaze. "Of course, I recognize that asking you to trust a stranger like me may be somewhat unreasonable. Nevertheless, I will place my complete trust in you as a gesture of my sincerity. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing his words, Enchin remained silent, merely gazing at Jiang Ming. She was acutely aware of her own fragility, as well as the treachery that lurked within human hearts. It was inconceivable for her to place her trust in him simply based on his assertions. Yet, she found herself somewhat swayed. After all, she was to embark on a journey alongside Jiang Ming. Maintaining a constant vigilance against this senior would undoubtedly prove exhausting. Although she yearned to heed his words, Enchin retorted, "Is the trust you speak of merely a means to intimidate me?" In response, Jiang Ming shook his head and inquired, "Junior sister, tell me, what have I just done? What act of intimidation have I committed?" "Yet, dear sister, all I did was stand at the bathroom door. I did nothing else." Upon hearing this, Enchin was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ming's words seemed to awaken her to a realization. It appeared that she had merely heard the sound of Jiang Ming approaching and, in turn, had conjectured that he had revealed his true nature by peeking, preparing herself for an uninvited intrusion. However, all of this was merely a fabrication of her own mind. In reality, Jiang Ming had done nothing at all. It was she who had preconceived him as a villain from the very beginning, which led to her excessive wariness of him. "Junior sister, have you come to understand?" Enchin fell silent, offering no response. Yet, the scales within her heart began to tip. Jiang Ming would certainly seize this opportunity. In truth, individuals often remain oblivious to certain aspects of their own psyche. There exists a saying, "The observer sees clearly, while the participant is ensnared in confusion." I am aware that you, my junior, instinctively harbor a sense of vigilance towards those around you, particularly towards me. However, you remain unaware of this fact. Thus, I intentionally provoke you during your bathing moments, with the aim of illuminating your genuine feelings towards me. Only after you attain a clear understanding of your own thoughts can I bring them forth and engage in an earnest conversation with you. Enchin gently pressed her soft, lustrous lips together. It must be said that her senior brother's words were profoundly insightful. In fact, Enchin found herself somewhat astonished by his approach. Without any overt action, merely standing at the entrance of the bathroom, he laid bare the thoughts residing within her heart. Following this round of persuasion, Enchin discovered that the scales within her heart surprisingly tilted towards trusting this senior brother. This was utterly alarming. Trust, for her, was an exceedingly rare commodity. Aside from the city lord who had taken her and her sister Ruoqi under his wing, only her sister Ruoqi herself was worthy of her trust. Was she now to add another to this select few? Enchin gazed at her senior brother, feeling somewhat conflicted. However, one must admit that the serious demeanor of her senior brother was unexpectedly appealing. "So, what say you, junior sister? I shall not compel you to place your trust in me, but you may regard the upcoming decision as a gamble, if you choose to believe in me." Jiang Ming extended his hand. "Please take hold of it." Enchin lowered her head, gazing at the outstretched hand of her senior brother. It was a pair of long, strong hands, undeniably attractive. In truth, she had already arrived at her own conclusion. Throughout their acquaintance, her senior brother had never acted inappropriately due to her appearance, despite having ample opportunities to do so. It was her prolonged sense of insecurity that had led her to perceive him as a potential antagonist. Now, since the conversation had reached this point, perhaps it was time to take a chance. Enchin extended her hand and clasped it with Jiang Ming's. For a moment, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. Enchin is not one to be indecisive. Having made her choice, she will place her trust in Jiang Ming. However, junior sister, your hands are truly delicate and so smooth. What is your secret to their upkeep? Enchin gazed at her senior brother, who had just moments ago worn a serious expression, now holding her hand, caressing it with great curiosity as he offered commentary, even wiping away some drool. In that instant, her other hand clenched into a fist. "Wait, junior sister, do not take action." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Jiang Ming received a sharp knock on his head, eliciting an exaggerated cry of pain. He covered his head, looking quite pitiful. Qin withdrew her hand, crossed her arms, and glared at him with gritted teeth, saying, "Senior brother, you truly are not a good person. Just moments ago, you asked me to trust you." Qin's demeanor towards him reverted to its previous state, however. From the moment it began, she seemed to have shed some of her initial wariness. After all, Jiang Ming had just taken advantage of her, and prior to that, the dagger had been thrust forward. Now, it felt more like a playful tap on the head rather than an expression of anger. In this manner, Jiang Ming's objective was achieved. He found himself quite enjoying the banter with his feisty junior sister. Chapter 24. Hidden task completed. Jiang Ming stepped outside and gazed at the sky. The dusk subtly painted half of the heavens crimson, adorned with blossoms, patiently awaiting the admiration of those with discerning eyes. Regrettably, Jiang Ming lacked such sentiments and thus had no intention of spending time reveling in the splendor of the sunset. Turning his attention back to his junior sister, who was meticulously selecting herbs, he approached her and extended his hand. Qin cast a sidelong glance at him without lifting her head, asking, "What is it?" "Not now. What does this truly mean? Why does he always respond with no whenever I inquire about his intentions?" Qin always sensed that there was something more to it. Her senior brother remained enigmatic, refusing to divulge any information. This fellow was truly exasperating. "What is the purpose of your money?" "To buy groceries." "Buy groceries? You can cook?" Qin halted her industrious hands, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Ming. Could it be that a cultivator from the esteemed Wanfa Xianzong possesses the ability to cook? Shouldn't they be aloof and commanding, expecting mortals to cater to their needs? Yet, what could it mean? Even cultivators must partake in sustenance. Surely, you are not doing this merely for amusement? Qin regarded Jiang Ming with skepticism, unwilling to squander her ingredients for the sake of frivolity. Although she possessed a modest savings, the thought of waste troubled her greatly. At that moment, Jiang Ming was struck by the realization that he had come here with a hidden task, to discern the relationship between his junior sister Qin and senior sister Ruoqi. While there were no tangible rewards for this undertaking, he genuinely believed that something was amiss between the two. If he could unravel the nature of their connection, it might lead to a profound enlightenment, allowing his cultivation to flourish unexpectedly. Well, perhaps this was merely a matter of satisfying his curiosity, indulging his penchant for gossip. Thus, Jiang Ming deliberately remarked, "I truly can cook. Senior sister Ruoqi often enjoys my meals." Although it had only been on 2 occasions. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin's small hand trembled, causing the medicinal herbs to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. She abruptly turned her head to face Jiang Ming, questioning him with intensity. "Do you know that I am acquainted with senior sister Ruoqi?" It was evident that he had deliberately mentioned her name. Otherwise, he could have simply referred to her as senior sister. "Of course I know," he replied. "She is quite concerned about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted me with her equipment." However, Qin's expression did not brighten upon hearing this. Instead, her delicate features grew cold as she asked, "Why would senior sister mention me to you? Why would she speak of her existence to a man?" Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt a chill run down his neck, as if an assassin's dagger had grazed his throat. "Surely not?" He glanced at Qin, who had also withdrawn her piercing gaze, lowering her head to avoid his eyes. Yet, the aura of coldness surrounding her remained unabated. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Ming's mind. He feared that his unintentional slip might jeopardize their relationship. Hastily, he sought to amend his words. "She reviewed my task list and mentioned that you are her friend, advising me to be particularly cautious and to safely escort you to the immortal sect. So, just because senior sister knows me, does that warrant such murderous intent? Could it be that the junior sister is feeling jealous? No, that couldn't be the case, could it?" He realized he must refrain from making hasty conclusions. "Ah, is that so?" Upon hearing those words, Qin's tense body relaxed slightly. However, she was evidently aware that her earlier reaction had been somewhat excessive. After all, such an intense aura of murderous intent had been unleashed. It was certain that her senior brother would not have missed it. Perhaps this astute brother had already pieced together some clues. Now, it was she who had revealed a flaw. What should she do? Assassinate him? Setting aside the question of whether she could even overpower him, the murderous intent she had just displayed was entirely instinctive. Qin had never truly contemplated killing Jiang Ming. They were acquaintances, after all, and had just vowed to trust one another. Yet, what if he discovered her connection with sister Ruoqi? What if he divulged it? In that instant, Qin's heart was in turmoil. Jiang Ming, having cultivated the path of emotions, was acutely attuned to the fluctuations of feelings in others. He glanced at Qin, who was bowing her head to obscure her face, and suddenly remarked softly, "Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. At his words, Anshin abruptly lifted her head, exclaiming, What are you implying? It seemed she intended to feign ignorance, thereby denying Jiang Ming's probing. However, the crux of the matter lay in Anshin's palpable unease. This was, after all, their greatest secret. The risk of exposure loomed large, rendering her anxious, causing her to speak more rapidly. This, in turn, only reinforced Jiang Ming's astonishing conjecture. Junior sister, you are far too tense, he observed, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he pointed it out. Anshin pressed her delicate pink lips together, her head bowing in a semblance of defeat. It was over. She had not anticipated that just moments ago, she would be pondering the possibility of her sister Ruki's fickleness, only to find herself exposed now. Given her senior brother's astuteness, he had likely deduced much of the situation. What should she do? Yet, her senior brother had just assured her that he would not divulge this secret. Perhaps she could trust him this once, for he had just urged her to place her confidence in him. A flicker of hope ignited within Anshin's heart as she raised her gaze towards Jiang Ming, on the verge of uttering something. Senior brother, you truly wouldn't. Yet, before she could complete her thought, she was interrupted by Jiang Ming. A familiar lascivious smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Junior sister, I trust you wouldn't wish for me to divulge your secrets, would you? Anshin felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that her senior brother intended to use this as a means of coercion? What are your intentions? Do you truly remain oblivious to my thoughts? Anshin bit her lower lip, contemplating whether he was truly approaching her with ulterior motives. Indeed, men seldom possess noble intentions. They speak of trust, yet if she did not comply, would her actions inadvertently bring harm to Sister Yenruachi? What if he deliberately disseminated the information, prompting inquiries? What if the sect expelled Yenruachi based on this? When it came to Yenruachi, Anshin's thoughts inevitably spiraled outwards, consumed by the worry that her own predicament might adversely affect her. In truth, Anshin's mindset was still confined within the bounds of mundane ethics and morals. In the realm of immortals, as long as one's power is formidable enough, one need not fear the gaze of others. This was a truth that Yenruachi understood all too well. Regrettably, Anshin had yet to join the sect and remained oblivious to the intricacies involved. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and made her choice. I understand, as long as you promise not to speak of this matter. Very well. Let us proceed swiftly. Jiang Ming smiled with satisfaction, and Anshin glared at him with resentment, then closed her eyes. The scoundrel had deceived her trust, rendering her choice to believe in him futile. Her delicate hand wandered down her graceful form, grasping the hem of her garment. A mere upward tug would likely reveal her innocence, laying it bare in this very moment. Yet, however, Anshin's movements were languid, revealing a palpable struggle within her. Her delicate hands trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Gradually, she raised her arms, unveiling her flat abdomen, just as Anshin steeled herself. Intending to completely shed her garments, she felt a firm hand grasp hers. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Jiang Ming's astonished gaze, as if he had encountered a phantom. What on earth are you doing, suddenly undressing? He exclaimed. Didn't you say? Anshin felt a sharp pain in her head. I asked you to hurry and give me the money. I need to buy groceries, as I am on the verge of starvation. Why do you always view your senior brother through tinted lenses? What happened to the trust that we promised to uphold between one another? Anshin, in a moment of bewilderment, fished out her purse from her sleeve and gazed at Jiang Ming. Just give it to me. You can wait for dinner. Jiang Ming observed Anshin, who, at this instant, had shed her usual ferocity, revealing a demeanor more befitting her delicate appearance, poised, charming, and obedient. This transformation compelled him to reach out and gently pinch her fragile cheek, smiling as he reassured her, Rest assured, I shall not speak of this. Not even to senior sister, I swear. Under normal circumstances, Anshin would have drawn her dagger without hesitation. Yet, in this moment, she allowed Jiang Ming to indulge himself, seemingly content. Subsequently, Jiang Ming rose and exited, leaving Anshin in a state of uncertainty regarding her response. A somewhat unfamiliar emotion began to swell within her, washing over her senses. This sentiment was one of shame. What had she just done? What had transpired? She felt utterly humiliated before her senior. How could she ever lift her head before him again? This was a disaster. Chapter 25. What now? Suddenly, Jiang Ming returned, peering through the door with an unexpected flourish. This startled Anshin, who was still ensnared in her previous state. What do you want? Her voice was soft and feeble, akin to a frightened little rabbit. This piqued Jiang Ming's curiosity, leading him to wonder if, in the brief moments he had stepped outside, an unknown force had overtaken his junior sister. Is this truly my junior sister? The slight blush on her lovely face, her timid eyes that dared not meet his gaze, and her voice that was so delicate it sent an involuntary shiver through him. Every gesture of Anqin seems to incessantly awaken the protective instincts or perhaps the predatory desires within the man. Is that not so? And what of my junior sister? This cannot possibly be her. While her voice is melodious, it carries an air of competence and fierceness, reminiscent of a wildcat engaged in battle. How could this feeble, soft, and seemingly domesticated tone possibly belong to my junior sister? Could it be that this little feline possesses dual personas? The charm she displays now is a far cry from the forced allure she exhibited while enticing bandits on the official road. In this moment, Anqin's genuine emotions manifest, enhancing her already exquisite features with a touch of youthful innocence, creating an irresistible allure. Perhaps feeling a tad uneasy under Jiang Ming's astonished gaze, Anqin revealed her fangs, slightly elevating her tone with a hint of petulance. Why are you looking at me like that? Speak if you have something to say. Alas, although Anqin's demeanor appeared to revert to its previous state, her aura had undeniably diminished. In the presence of Jiang Ming, who knew her secret, her confidence naturally waned. In the past, she might have blurted out something like, "If you have something to say, spit it out." Now, with all her might, she could only muster, "Speak quickly." "It's nothing. I just want to borrow your hood for a moment. I'm afraid I might dazzle others with my charm." Upon hearing this, Anqin couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter softly, "Shameless." Yet, despite her words, her body honestly complied as she stood up to toss her hood to Jiang Ming. He caught the spinning hood and donned it, saying, "Thanks. Do you have any favorite foods or dislikes?" Upon hearing this, Anqin shook her head. In the past, having something to eat was already a luxury. Who would be so discerning? "All right, you stay at home and boil some water. And wash up while you wait for my return." I was referring to the pot. Oh, at that moment, as Jiang Ming stepped out with Anqin's wallet to buy groceries, on the peak of Jingdao, Yin Ruoqi sighed deeply after a strenuous climb up the steps. Since there was no one else on Jingdao Peak, Yin Ruoqi did not maintain her usual demure demeanor. Her long hair, cascading down to her waist and nearly to her curvaceous hips, was elegantly pinned up, lending her an air of competence and maturity. Clad in a simple yet form-fitting practice outfit, she showcased her admirable physique to perfection, resembling a peach that, while still youthful, exudes an aura of maturity. Yin Ruoqi typically refrained from wearing such figure-hugging attire in public, as it attracted unwelcome gazes. Jiang Ming, however, would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to feast his eyes upon her. This was a privilege exclusive to the disciples of Jingdao Peak. Alas, he was not present to behold this magnificent sight. Even if he were, should he harbor any inappropriate thoughts, his senior sister would likely sense it. Fortunately, while Jiang Ming had his moments of lechery, he regarded beauty with an appreciative gaze, especially before establishing any relationship. After all, he had no intention of becoming the caricature of a foolish son and a simple-minded father. As Yin Ruoqi rested, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Ming's residence, stirring a twinge of concern within her. She wondered how her junior brother was faring. Her worry was twofold. She was equally concerned for her own little Qin. Perhaps her concern for her junior brother constituted a mere 1% of her overall anxiety? Would that be too low? After all, he had treated her to 2 meals. Perhaps it should be 3%. Yin Ruoqi, being meticulous, categorized her emotional concerns into 100 parts, allocating 3 portions to her junior brother. Yet, one should not underestimate this 3%. To occupy even a fraction of her thoughts was quite an accomplishment. Even past companions from secret realms had failed to earn such a place in her heart. It is essential to note that Jiang Ming had only arrived at Jingdao Peak a few days prior. The time they spent together might not surpass that which she shared with some of her former teammates. Reflecting on this, Yin Ruoqi realized that her junior brother had only recently joined Jingdao Peak. It was quite perplexing, as his affable demeanor often gave her the impression that they had known each other for much longer. They had already reached the point where he cooked while she washed the dishes. In just a few days, Jiang Ming had managed to occupy her thoughts regarding his safety, a development Yin Ruoqi had never anticipated. After all, she had been quite resistant to his arrival at first, fearing her adaptation to having an additional person, a man, at Jingdao Peak. Upon the thought of sharing a mountain peak with a man, Yin Ruoqi resolved to minimize her encounters with Jiang Ming. Her childhood experiences rendered her particularly sensitive to the gazes of others. Envy, lewdness, disdain, rejection, possession, and desire were sentiments she had encountered in abundance upon entering the sect. Although she was aware that many of her fellow disciples regarded her without malice, the necessity of discerning their genuine friendliness seemed a cumbersome task. Consequently, Yin Ruoqi chose to sever ties, preferring solitude on her journey to ascend to the pinnacle of her craft, thus sparing herself the tribulation of deciphering the thoughts of others. Initially, she harbored a bias against the new junior disciple. However, after several days of interaction, she discovered that the reality was not as bleak as she had anticipated. Though this junior was mischievous, disinclined to cultivate, prone to troublemaking, and often lazy, he exhibited redeeming qualities. At the very least, her interactions with him did not induce discomfort. In fact, she found them rather pleasant. During their first encounter, she had meticulously focused her spiritual perception on his eyes, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of inappropriate emotion from Jiang Ming. Yet, despite her vigilant scrutiny, upon their initial meeting, she found only astonishment, admiration, and friendliness reflected in his gaze, prompting her to question her own judgment. Each subsequent meeting saw her observing him closely, but Jiang Ming remained consistently appreciative and awestruck. Occasionally, he would casually compliment her. "Wow, senior sister, your legs are so long. I truly envy you. Wow, senior sister, you are so tall. Wow, senior sister, your complexion is so fair. Oh, senior sister, you've styled your hair today? It looks beautiful. Wow, senior sister, you are so diligent. How impressive." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and this made it difficult for Yin Ruoqi to harbor any resentment. Even though she was highly resistant to flattery, she could not withstand the continuous praise, especially given the sincerity in his eyes. In an attempt to test Jiang Ming, she deliberately donned her practice attire in his presence. To her surprise, he brightened at the sight, yet still failed to reveal any signs of desire or intrusion that she despised. Ultimately, after this examination, Yin Ruoqi found herself accepting this junior disciple in her heart. It was precisely because she held him in regard that she felt compelled to earnestly advise him to cultivate diligently and was willing to allocate her precious training time to teach him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ming, the opportunities he enjoyed were a result of his own efforts. If all went smoothly, he should soon arrive at Jingguan City. She wondered whether he and Xiaoqin were enjoying their time together. She hoped that gentle-natured Xiaoqin would not be led astray by the junior disciple. As Yin Ruoqi pondered, her gaze suddenly fell upon the clean pots and bowls still residing in her room. Unexpectedly, she found herself feeling a twinge of hunger and a hint of craving, although one could endure without sustenance for an extended period. Her intense dedication to cultivation rendered her consumption far greater than that of an ordinary person. Typically, she subsisted on fasting elixirs and had grown accustomed to this regimen. Yet, under the irresistible allure of her junior brother, it seemed she had ventured down a path of no return. Was it possible that she felt somewhat unsettled for not indulging in Jiang Ming's culinary creations at this hour? The transition from frugality to extravagance is effortless, but the reverse is a challenge indeed. For a moment, she felt a void in the once bustling Zhuangdao peak. Gently caressing her flat and graceful abdomen, she pouted, lamenting like an inexperienced maiden. "It's all the fault of my junior brother. He has no idea what he is doing now. Sigh. I suppose I shall have a bit of fasting elixir." Chapter 26. Surface Xiaoqin, I have returned. Have you been washed clean? Jiang Ming exclaimed, carrying a large bag filled with an assortment of ingredients as he pushed open the door. Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin. Anqin silently murmured to herself twice, resigning to the situation. After all, her senior brother was indeed slightly older than herself. However, unbeknownst to Anqin, when Jiang Ming's manner of addressing her changed, he had already begun to test her boundaries. If Anqin accepted this form of address without any objection, even without a furrowed brow, it indicated a considerable level of acceptance towards Jiang Ming, perhaps even teetering on the threshold of friendship. Yet, while Anqin had no qualms regarding Jiang Ming's address, she did harbor concerns about other matters. To her, many of her senior brother's words were shrouded in ambiguity. For instance, whenever she inquired about his activities, he would often respond with a simple nothing. This left Anqin somewhat perplexed, sensing that he might be implying something beyond the surface. However, there were certain things that she could discern clearly, much like the current situation. Thus, Anqin immediately retorted, "Senior brother, I kindly ask you to refrain from making deliberately ambiguous statements. It is the pots and pans that require cleaning, not me. Otherwise, I reserve the right to suspect that you are teasing your junior sister." Jiang Ming removed his hat and placed it on the table, casting a sidelong glance at the protesting Anqin, and with a playful smile, he teased, all right, little Anqin, come over and wash these vegetables." Anqin cast a sharp glare at Jiang Ming, yet obediently proceeded to fetch water and wash the vegetables. Unlike her elder sister, who was a fervent devotee of cultivation and would never squander time on such trivial tasks, and Qian was more adept with her hands, demonstrating a proficiency in completing chores efficiently. This made her an ideal companion for household duties, such as preparing ingredients, boiling water, washing vegetables, and cleaning up after meals. These shared activities fostered camaraderie and a deeper bond. Imagining a future where they could tackle greater challenges together, such as delving into dungeons or joining forces against adversaries, filled Jiang Ming with delight. The vision of their little trio, with one preparing ingredients, another cooking, and the last cleaning, painted a harmonious picture of domestic bliss. Cooking itself was not a burden. Rather, it was the preparation and cleanup that required more effort, with Qian lending a hand. It wasn't long before 3 dishes and a soup graced the table. Little Qian, give it a try. I hope your attire is resilient enough, Jiang Ming teased. Initially poised to lift her chopsticks, Qian hesitated at his words, instinctively feeling a twinge of caution. Although she understood her brother's intentions were harmless, perhaps merely a jest, she couldn't resist the urge to retort, wary of being at a disadvantage. With her beautiful eyes fixed on her brother, she questioned, "What does my clothing have to do with this? Have you spiked the food? Are you attempting to drug me and tear my clothes apart?" Her reasoning was sound and convincing, but Jiang Ming merely rolled his eyes and replied, "Do not jest, little sister. Setting aside any intentions of tearing your clothes, if I hadn't intervened earlier, you would have undressed yourself without my assistance. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a swift blade." On Qian's fair and delicate visage blossomed 2 rosy blooms, tender and glistening. Her beautiful eyes, a tempest of embarrassment and anger, sparkled with indignation as her small fists clenched tightly, her slender form trembling with agitation. She had initially resolved to force herself to forget this incident that would haunt her for a lifetime. Yet, this insufferable senior brother had to provoke her by bringing it up. The fury within Qian compelled her to cast a deathly glare at Jiang Ming, this wretched senior. The humiliation, however, rendered her unable to meet his gaze, for he spoke nothing but the truth. In that moment, Qian felt as though her mind was on the verge of imploding. To act out was not an option, nor was remaining passive. Ultimately, she found herself at a loss. Jiang Ming observed his tormented junior sister with a bemused expression, suddenly realizing that the once unflinching Qian, who seemed capable of unfeeling acts, was now lowering her head, gently biting her lower lip, with a veil of mist clouding her large, expressive eyes. She appeared utterly pitiful, and this stirred a sense of guilt within Jiang Ming. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Qian would shed tears. After all, throughout their interactions, he had believed her heart to be immensely resilient, unflinching in the face of death or despair. Yet, at this moment, it seemed that the reality was far from his assumptions. Qian seems to be a victim of her environment, which has stifled her genuine emotions, compelling her to adopt a facade of strength and brusqueness as a means of self-protection, making herself appear formidable and unapproachable. This is why she relishes encountering Jiang Ming, engaging in verbal sparring with him as she seeks to highlight her dominant persona. However, a mere jest from Jiang Ming ultimately shatters her resilient exterior. At times, the blade of an adversary may not cut as deeply as the playful banter of a friend. This realization leaves Jiang Ming with a sense of guilt. Qian had disguised herself so effectively that even her mastery of the path of emotion failed to reveal her true nature to him. It was only when she could no longer contain herself that Jiang Ming was able to perceive the depths of her heart. One could only argue that the disdain others held for the path of emotion was justified. Could it be that when senior sister described her as gentle and delicate, it was a profound insight into her essence? In truth, was junior sister merely a gentle and fragile soul? After all, one's demeanor often reflects their inner self, and she possessed such an endearing and charming appearance. Everything aligned perfectly. This was something to be mindful of in the future. At present, the priority was to devise a means to soothe her. Tilting his head, he leaned closer. Jiang Ming had just caught a glimpse of Qian's tear-streaked face when she turned away, shifting her body to conceal her disheveled state from his view. She felt utterly humiliated. Her past mistakes were inescapable, and she was powerless to suppress her emotions. In the years since Sister Chi-Chi's absence, she had truly endeavored to cultivate her strength. It had been nearly several years since she last cried, yet here she was, unable to restrain her tears in front of the insufferable senior brother. From now on, she feared she would struggle to hold her head high in his presence. With his character, she could only imagine the means by which he would mock her. Upon contemplating this, Qian succumbed to despair, having already wept. She felt no need to maintain a facade of strength or ferocity. After all, Jiang Ming had already witnessed her vulnerable state. Let him laugh. It would serve as a release for her pent-up emotions, rather than saying that Jiang Ming had caused her to cry. It was more accurate to assert that he had merely ignited the fuse of her long-buried feelings. After all, it required immense effort for Qian to maintain the facade of a strong character that even Jiang Ming's path of emotion could not perceive. In that moment, her tears flowed more fiercely. What had begun as silent weeping now erupted into choked sobs. Those who listened were moved to sorrow, and tears flowed freely. As Qian wept, a sudden sense of unease enveloped her. She lowered her gaze, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. From beneath the stool emerged an irksome visage, uninvited and unexpected. With no recourse, her junior sister, in a fit of petulance, refused to grant him a glance. Thus, Jiang Ming found himself sprawled on the ground, launching a playful assault from beneath the stool. When his junior sister finally turned her attention towards him, Jiang Ming blinked and said, "Ah, dear junior sister. It is indeed my fault. I should not have jested with you. To be honest, I am rather inept at offering comfort to a lady. How about this? You may strike me a few times. I promise I shall not evade." Qing wiped away her tears, ignoring him as she turned away. Jiang Ming, feeling helpless, could only crawl in the shadows on the ground, shifting his direction as well. "Junior sister, what must I do to earn your forgiveness?" he pleaded. "Perhaps you could tread on me a couple of times?" Yet it was evident that she had no intention of granting him such a reward. And Qian has changed direction once more. With no other choice, Jiang Ming can only continue to crawl in the shadows. "Junior sister, the food is getting cold. Shall we have our meal first? I assure you, I will never mention what transpired today again. If I do, I shall consider myself a dog." And Qing lowered her head, pouting softly as she murmured, "Is that true?" Although her younger sister appeared like a weeping willow in that moment, one could not deny the endearing fragility that emerged once she shed her facade. Indeed, I shall give 4, Jiang Ming exclaimed joyfully, promptly raising 4 fingers. As long as she refrained from tears, all would be well. In truth, Qing's spirits had also begun to settle. She was not devoid of understanding. Deep down, she recognized the reason for her tears. It was connected to her senior brother, yet the bond was not as profound as it seemed. After parting from Sister Ruoqi, she had pushed herself relentlessly, striving to embody a persona that was entirely contrary to her true nature. No more tears, no more songs. She had taken up a dagger and embarked on a path of bloodshed. None were aware of the immense effort she had invested in this transformation. Recalling her first kill, it had taken her an entire month to gather the courage to take a second life, and eventually, she had grown accustomed to it, executing her actions with efficiency. Yet, all of this weighed heavily upon her soul. Perhaps she ought to express gratitude to her senior brother. From the moment he prevented her from undressing, and Qing had placed her complete trust in him. After all, if he had refused her even when she had offered herself, what ulterior motive could he possibly have? He was merely a bit mischievous and playful, yet devoid of malice, a genuinely good person, as Qing had come to realize. It was precisely because of this trust that she found herself unable to hold back her tears in his presence. Having already embarrassed herself once before him, she felt it mattered little to do so again. Were it a stranger, she would likely resort to biting her tongue in despair, never revealing her vulnerable side. Moreover, after witnessing her tears, her senior brother made every effort to salvage the situation. A distinguished disciple of the celestial sect, crawling on the ground without regard for his image, clearly attempting to elicit her laughter. Seeing him in such a state, Qing chose to forgive him. However, she suspected that she would no longer be able to return to her previous defiant demeanor in his presence. All she could do was hope that her senior brother would not take advantage of her in the future. Chapter 27. The Revelation of True Selves. While Sister Ruoqi remained alone on the Dao Peak, guarding the empty nest and consuming the bland and tasteless fasting pills, her most worrisome junior sister, along with her somewhat concerning junior brother, were gathered around the hearth, indulging in a grand feast. Was this not a form of NTR? If she were to discover that her little sister and Qing had unwittingly divulged their greatest secret in but a few words, one could only wonder how she would react. Of course, such matters were of little importance to the siblings far away in Jingguan City. At this moment, their focus lay on the other's uncharacteristic demeanor. Come. Junior sister, have a chicken leg. If that is not enough, I shall fetch more. You trained so hard in martial arts. Eat well to nourish yourself. Jiang Ming enthusiastically retrieved a large chicken leg from the pot, placing it delicately into Anqin's bowl, all the while uttering words of heartfelt concern. This earnest display rendered Anqin, seated opposite him, somewhat paralyzed with trepidation, even causing a shiver to run down her spine, leaving her feeling distinctly uneasy. Where was that mischievous senior of hers? Shouldn't he be clamoring to devour the chicken leg himself instead of serving it to her? Yet, Anqin understood the underlying reason. It was likely that her senior felt a pang of guilt for having upset her moments ago and was now attempting to make amends. Although she was somewhat unaccustomed to such gestures, she graciously murmured, "Thank you, senior brother." Jiang Ming shivered at her response. Her voice was akin to soft cotton candy melting in his mouth, both gentle and sweet, imbuing him with an ethereal sensation, as if his ears had been cleansed, reminiscent of listening to celestial music. However, this new dynamic left Jiang Ming feeling somewhat disconcerted. Both individuals were adjusting to their transformed roles. For Anqin, her senior had transitioned from a solitary swordsman into a warm-hearted elder brother. Conversely, for Jiang Ming, his junior sister had transformed from a formidable verbal warrior into a timid, delicate, and beautiful young girl next door. Such metamorphoses required time for both to adapt. Fortunately, the age-old adage that sustenance is paramount held true. Delicious food often serves as a bridge for conversation and emotional connection. As Anqin slightly parted her lips and gingerly took a bite of the chicken leg, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She promptly took another bite, a reaction that did not escape Jiang Ming's keen observation. Sister is speaking, he thought. Who said culinary prowess was of no consequence? To win someone's heart, one must first capture their appetite. The wisdom of the internet holds true. Look at his junior sister. Savoring each bite without pause, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Ming's face. Is it delicious, little Anqin? She replied. Anqin gently stirred her chopsticks while softly responding. Come, have another drumstick. Look at how thin you are. No, senior brother, you should eat. One is sufficient for me. Anqin gazed at the chicken leg in her bowl and deftly returned it to Jiang Ming's. No, you eat. Senior brother has had enough. Jiang Ming replied with a tender smile. What nonsense, brother. No, you eat, you must eat. The back and forth continued, each insisting the other partake, as if the one who succeeded in placing the chicken leg into the other's bowl would emerge victorious. With a chuckle, they finally succumbed to laughter. It dawned on Jiang Ming that this was perhaps the first time he had witnessed Anqin smile. Her bright eyes curved into crescent moons, and her delicate hand gracefully covered her beaming lips. Like the warm sun in winter, she radiated a dazzling warmth. She could indeed smile joyfully once her facade was removed. Senior brother, shall we not act so childishly? Anqin gazed at the chicken leg in the bowl and suggested, actually, what you did before was quite good. How about you revert back, senior brother? In response, Jiang Ming countered, and what about you, junior sister? Aren't you going to revert as well? Both exhibited signs of unusual behavior. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that I would not call it reverting, senior brother. Perhaps it is the weight of unexpressed feelings accumulating over time, coupled with the revelation of my true self, that has led to my current inclination towards self-destruction. An inexplicable urge to confide surged within Anqin. This is simply who I am. To speak as I did before, I would have to constrict my voice and deliberately amplify it to convey a sense of authority. However, maintaining such a manner of speaking is exhausting, and it leaves my throat feeling uncomfortable. Moreover, I must conjure up phrases that sound quite intimidating, such as, Anqin tilted her head in contemplation, her delicate fingers gently tapping against her smooth chin, accentuating her prominent features. With a stern expression, she spoke in a fierce yet endearing tone. I shall send you down to reunite. What business is it of yours? You fool. You seek your own demise. Individuals like you deserve to perish. I will end you. With a smirk, she added, I will guide you on your journey. At that moment, her senior brother, Jiang Ming, seemed lost in thought while gazing at her, prompting Anqin to inquire, what troubles you? Without little Anqin, may I request a favor? Jiang Ming seized the opportunity, knowing she was more amenable in her true form. Sure, senior brother, what do you need? Upon hearing her response, Jiang Ming licked his lips, revealing an enigmatic smile. Well? Junior sister, I was wondering if you could step on me with some force and scold me in that voice you just used. Oh my, how adorable. The notion of such a soft and charming girl feigning ferocity, yet unable to maintain it, ultimately transforming into a playfully fierce demeanor while chastising in a sweet voice, was simply an exquisite delight. What a heavenly experience it was. The recent performance by Qin left Jiang Ming with the unsettling impression that he had inadvertently unveiled some rather unconventional attributes within himself. Yet, he sensed that something was still amiss. As he lifted his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Qin's disdainful, yet captivating gaze. In that moment, clarity washed over him. Yes, that was it, the very essence he sought. "Senior brother," he ventured. "Perhaps you could revert to that state from earlier when you were so graciously serving me chicken legs? Your current demeanor instills a sense of trepidation in me." Qin shifted the stool and took 2 steps back. "A deviant is actually beside me? Previously, I believed my senior brother was a swordsman, a thief, but to my surprise, he is also a pervert?" Upon noticing this, Jiang Ming blinked and, with a serious demeanor, chuckled, "I was merely jesting, junior sister. Please do not take offense. Come. Let us return for a meal. The dishes will become unpalatable if left to cool. It is entirely normal to lack sufficient affinity and thus be unable to unlock new techniques." Jiang Ming felt he might need to exert himself further. One day, he envisioned being beneath Qin's feet, receiving her sweetly uttered reproaches. Chapter 28. The trio. Just as Jiang Ming experienced a surge in his attributes, senior sister Yao Bao and her companions finally arrived at their mission destination, Pinyin Village, aboard the flying spirit vessel. This was merely a remote mountain village, scarcely visited by humans. Devoid of even the interest of robbers, it could be said that the village had endeavored to project an image of having no benefits to offer. Nevertheless, calamity quietly approached them. 2 formidable ghost generals suddenly descended, transforming the village into a realm of specters, leaving no survivors. It can only be said that in the world of cultivation, beauty and peace are eternally mere illusions, masking a cruel reality. "We have arrived." Yao Yao was the first to leap from the flying spirit vessel, her movement causing a tumultuous wave. Following her, 2 others jumped down, but due to their slight delay, they missed the splendid view. These were the body cultivator Feng Kai and the spear cultivator Junimo. They were undoubtedly experienced, yet they had not been foolish enough to leap directly into enemy territory. Gamers know well that before confronting a challenging boss, one must apply certain buffs. Come, everyone. Here are the spirit-repelling talismans, which can protect the mind and guard against the mental attacks of the ghost generals. Yao Lao distributed a talisman to each. This is a spirit recovery elixir and a barrier-breaking pill. Make sure to hold on to them. Once again, Yao Yao's preparations were thorough. It was indeed fortunate to have her leading the group. Upon witnessing this, Feng Kai hastily offered his praise. His admiration for Yao Yao was not a fleeting sentiment, and he would not miss this opportunity to express his compliments. After speaking, Feng Kai intentionally puffed out his chest, patting it as if to present himself as a towering figure, akin to a boasting gorilla showcasing its muscles. "Rest assured, Yao Yao, with me here, the ghost generals will not pose the slightest threat to you, even if it means I must perish before you." He was acutely aware that this was a significant undertaking. If he performed well, it might very well capture Yao Yao's attention. At that moment, Feng Kai discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Yao Yao's impressive demeanor, swallowing hard. He had long harbored feelings for her, especially considering that most women honing their skills on Ming Wang Peak possessed physiques more robust than his own, while Yao Yao, with her enchanting beauty and melodious voice from Tianyin Peak, perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Moreover, she possessed a remarkable breadth of character that few could rival. In his earnest quest to win her favor, Feng Kai exerted considerable effort. Each time Yao Yao sought teammates, he was quick to volunteer. This time, his companion Junimo, a friend he had invested considerable effort in recruiting, joined him. Additionally, Feng Kai had maintained a facade of a virtuous gentleman around Yao Yao for quite some time. He never dared to gaze directly below her neck, fearful of being discovered. Instead, he would steal glances whenever she was not paying attention, akin to quenching a thirst by gazing at plums. Junimo, understanding Feng Kai's intentions, chose to remain silent, allowing Feng Kai to take the spotlight. As both a man and a friend, he recognized Feng Kai's motivations and was more than willing to lend support, having little interest in the more substantial aspects himself. Yao Yao, it must be said, was quite adept at interpersonal relations. Although she wasn't particularly captivated by Feng Kai's brawny physique, she understood the importance of morale before battle as a supportive figure. After all, Feng Kai's eagerness to showcase his abilities and his willingness to brave danger for her safety were beneficial. Naturally, she would not undermine his dignity. At the very least, she ensured to provide ample emotional validation. With a gentle smile, Yao Yao looked at Feng Kai with hopeful eyes and softly remarked, "With you here, we can rest assured." This comment left Feng Kai feeling quite pleased. Rest assured, I am not like Jiang Ming, who only seeks to attract attention, he remarked nonchalantly, seemingly mentioning Jiang Ming inadvertently. Jun Mo, ever timely, echoed, indeed. In truth, Feng Kai was testing the waters regarding Yao Yao's opinions. He had never been fond of that insufferable brat, and the events aboard the flying spirit vessel had only intensified his disdain. Moreover, he had observed Yao Yao's attitude towards Jiang Ming closely. Not only had she advocated for him to hitch a ride, but she had also engaged with him in cheerful banter, even personally escorting him to Jingwencheng. Contemplating this, Feng Kai couldn't help but steal another glance at Yao Yao's curvaceous waist. The thought of Jiang Ming gripping her soft waist as she flew him down ignited a flicker of jealousy within him. It seemed rather abnormal for her to be so kind to a stranger, did it not? Feng Kai harbors skepticism regarding the existence of platonic friendships between men and women. Upon noticing that he still harbors feelings for the junior disciple, Yao Yao tactfully shifted the conversation, stating, "At dawn, as the sun rises, the transition between yin and yang occurs, which will, to a certain extent, diminish the strength of the spirits. Thus, we must seize this opportunity to launch an attack on one of the ghost generals. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the locations of the two ghost generals and predict their reinforcement timing. We cannot afford to delay. Let us commence our actions forthwith." Yao Yao refrained from indulging Feng Kai's train of thought, for she knew that he would undoubtedly boast before Jiang Ming. Instead, she opted to substitute her response with the urgency of their mission. However, her avoidance did not escape Feng Kai's notice, casting a shadow over his gaze momentarily. Nevertheless, he quickly masked his feelings, recognizing that Yao Yao's diplomatic nature might simply stem from a desire to avoid offending anyone. Such behavior does not necessarily indicate anything definitive. One step at a time, he hoped that his valor during the upcoming mission would win her admiration, proving to her that only he could safeguard her. Chapter 29. The Ghost Realm. Yao Yao retrieved several ominous flags from her spatial ring and explained to the others, "These are the Yin Wind flags. Their surfaces will flutter toward the area with the densest Yin energy, which typically signifies the presence of a ghost general. Let us each take one and roughly gauge the distance between the two ghost generals outside the Ghost Realm to prepare ourselves." Upon hearing this, Feng Kai immediately furrowed his brows, expressing concern, "But Yao Yao, it could be perilous around the Ghost Realm. I am uneasy about you going alone. Perhaps we should proceed together?" The map of the Yin Kingdom proved somewhat inadequate. Feng Kai believed his current demeanor exhibited thoughtfulness and care for Yao Yao, embodying a spirit reminiscent of a fierce tiger delicately sniffing a rose. Alas, Yao Yao was not inclined to appreciate his sentiment. Yet, she adeptly found a suitable, non-offensive excuse to decline. "There is no need. The night is deepening, and dawn approaches. We cannot afford to waste much time. Splitting up will enhance our efficiency." Yao Yao's rationale left Feng Kai with no grounds for refusal. Continuing to press the matter would be rather impolite. The three of them each grasped Yin Wind flag and dispersed. During the foundational stage of their task, efficiency was naturally heightened. Soon enough, they determined the locations of the two ghost generals using the three flags, encountering no unexpected incidents along the way. They discerned that within the village, only two locations exhibited the most concentrated Yin energy, likely indicating the presence of the ghost generals. One ghost general resided at the village's entrance, while the other lingered at its rear, providing them with the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack on one. As dawn approached, Yao Yao concluded, "I shall say no more. Let us act swiftly." At last, Yao Yao made a decisive call. "All right, it's time to act." With that, the other two ceased their formalities and readily agreed. Feng Kai stepped forward, leading the way as they plunged into the realm of spirits without hesitation, heading straight for the edge of the village. There, a ghostly general, shrouded in a dense fog that obscured its features, was absorbing the ominous energy within the domain to augment its own power. Just then, a sliver of the morning sun broke through the distant horizon, traversing countless mountains and rivers to illuminate the ghostly realm. As if receiving a signal, Yao Yao exclaimed with fervor, "Attack! Reality is not a stage." Prior to the clash, there would naturally be no exchange of idle banter. It is uncertain whether the ghost general possessed a heart or could be swayed by words. Moreover, communication between the two parties was non-existent. Had Jiang Ming been present, he might have engaged the ghost general in conversation, sharing pleasantries. After all, he was adept at conversing with both humans and spirits alike. Alas, he was not there. Almost as soon as Yao Yao's voice faded, radiant golden light erupted from Feng Kai, who suddenly seemed to grow taller and more imposing. With an unparalleled aura, he charged at the ghost general. enveloping himself in a surge of golden brilliance. With a mighty exertion, he pinned the ghost general beneath him. A moment reminiscent of the moment when the five-fingered mountain pressed down on Sun Wukong. Under Feng Kai's dominance, the ghost general sensed peril and let out a furious roar, struggling desperately. Yet, the golden light emanating from Feng Kai appeared to have a restraining effect on the specter. No matter how fiercely the ghost general fought, Feng Kai would not relent, keeping it firmly subdued. The more the ghost struggled, the more exhilarated Feng Kai became. Observing the ghost general thrashing beneath him, a wild grin broke across his rugged face. If not for the gravity of the situation, Feng Kai would have turned to his companions and asked, "Do you see how impressive I am?" Meanwhile, a stirring and impassioned melody of the breaking formation resonated from behind. Feng Kai felt an abrupt surge of spiritual power within him, his body radiating an even more brilliant golden light. The piercing sound of slicing air, akin to a knife cutting through flesh, swiftly approached. A long spear adorned with dragon scales, imbued with an ethereal azure light capable of penetrating all, pierced through the core of the ghost general under the enhancement of the melody. With a flick of the spear's tip, the ghost core shattered, and the once humanoid figure of the ghost general exploded into a cloud of gray mist. The unfortunate ghost general, having scarcely uttered a few words since his appearance, was swiftly subdued by a formidable opponent. Subsequently, with the piercing gaze of Junimo, who possessed the ability to see through illusions, the core was accurately targeted and obliterated, leaving no opportunity for the ghost general to manifest any capabilities. However, this outcome seemed predestined. Three seasoned cultivators at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage faced off against a singular ghost general of the same stage. If they could not dispatch it swiftly, it would tarnish the reputation of their sect. The situation unfolded smoothly, eliciting joy upon the faces of the trio. In fact, the ghost general at the village's entrance had yet to arrive. They merely needed to take the initiative to eliminate another ghost general, and the mission would be deemed complete. The trio relaxed their minds, yet Yao Ao remained acutely aware of her responsibilities. The ghost general, upon demise, would condense into a spirit essence. This essence must not fall into the hands of another ghost general to prevent unforeseen complications. Hence, she promptly retrieved the soul-collecting pouch she had prepared in advance. Intending to reclaim the spirit essence of the fallen ghost general, she directed the pouch towards the lifeless form and called out, "Collect." A powerful suction emanated from the opening of the pouch. At that moment, Yao Yao's expression shifted. Feng Kai, who had been covertly admiring her, noticed her change in demeanor and hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong, Yao Yao?" No. Yao Yao gazed at the dissipating gray mist left behind by the ghost general, bewildered. The soul pouch failed to absorb the essence. It is no longer within this ghost general. Upon hearing this, Junemo furrowed his brow. It was just slain. Where could the essence possibly go? Just then, the ghost domain, which had previously allowed a few shafts of sunlight to filter through, suddenly darkened, plunging into near-complete obscurity. An invisible pressure abruptly descended upon the three of them. Yao Yao's face paled in fright. What is happening? Why has the ghost domain suddenly changed like this? At this moment, Feng Kai furrowed his brows, lacking the spirit to present himself before Yao Yao. Clearly, he valued his own life far more than anything else. The three of them were no novices, even if they were unaware of the happenings within this ghostly domain. They understood that the inexplicable pressure they felt was all too real. Junemo, being a firearms cultivator with the strongest perception, felt a surge of trepidation. He quickly urged with a grave expression, "The Yin energy is too dense. Something is amiss. We must retreat at once." Without hesitation, the trio hastily chose a random direction and took flight on their swords. Their priority was to escape this suddenly altered ghost realm. Everything else could wait. Chapter 30. The ghost domain. The three of them flew without looking back, enveloped in silence, their thoughts unspoken. The weight of pressure continued to intensify. It seemed the ghost domain was undergoing further evolution. They flew on, only to once again encounter the familiar remnants of the gray mist left by the ghostly general's demise. They had returned again. This was the third time they had seen this. No matter which direction they pursued, they inevitably circled back to this spot. Throughout their flight, they employed every possible method at their disposal, barrier-breaking pills, the Ming Wangju, and their respective skills, each attempting to prove effective. Alas, all were in vain. Ultimately, they found themselves back at the same place, feeling utterly helpless. Despair began to creep into their hearts. What to do? Yao Yao, typically decisive and assuming the role of leader, now revealed her vulnerability as she glanced at her two companions. Should Jiang Ming have feelings for Yao Yao, he might recognize that this was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of her moment of weakness. A simple action could likely win her over. Unfortunately, Feng Kai was oblivious to this. The sudden upheaval left him particularly irritable, and the impulse brought on by Xingyu had faded, rendering him disinclined to curry favor. He waved his hand in frustration. How the hell would I know? However, Jun Mo remained composed amidst the chaos. Do not rush. Let us try again. Just as he finished speaking, Jun Mo was abruptly sent flying, gliding past Yao Yao and crashing violently against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Startled, Yao Yao recoiled, her beautiful eyes wide with terror. Feng Kai's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated to Jun Mo's side, fear evident in his voice as he bellowed. Who is it? The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Despite the trio's night vision abilities, they could not discern a single soul. No one answered Feng Kai, and the oppressive silence only served to amplify the fear that gripped their hearts. Jun Mo was struck down before he even laid eyes on an adversary, revealing the vast disparity in power between the two sides. Yao Yao cradled her head in despair, her earlier composure shattered, murmuring in desperation, What to do? What to do? What to do? I do not wish to die yet. Although the three possessed a wealth of experience, they had never confronted the brink of life and death. They were seasoned, yet their mental fortitude had not reached the level required to withstand the pressure of the unknown. This perhaps delineated the distinction between rogue cultivators and disciples of established sections. The former, devoid of support and possessing lesser talents, often resorted to risking their lives for meager resources and fleeting chances of survival. In contrast, sect disciples enjoyed superior techniques, abundant resources, harmonious environments, and tasks of moderate difficulty, leading many to become accustomed to a slow, comfortable pace of advancement. Shut up. Do not disturb me. Feng Kai, drenched in cold sweat, could no longer tolerate Yao Yao's incessant muttering and snapped. Instantly, she fell silent, yet the surrounding stillness deepened. Only the sound of their racing heartbeats echoed in the air. Oh, my hand. A sudden scream pierced the silence next to Yao Yao, causing her to tremble even more violently. It was Feng Kai's voice. Shortly thereafter, his voice, laced with false bravado, rang out. Who is there? Show yourself. Come out, you coward. Naturally, there was no reply. At that moment, Jun Mo, the first to fall, spat out blood and, with great difficulty, spoke. It is the Ghost King. I have witnessed this kind of power before under my master's tutelage. It is a ghost general. Evolved. The unknown is terrifying, as is the known, yet the latter at least allows one to meet their demise with clarity. The Ghost King was at the Golden Core stage. Did one truly believe that disciples of great sects could challenge realms at whim? What purpose would the hierarchy serve then? The Golden Core stage could obliterate a foundation establishment cultivator with a mere breath. The current situation suggested that the Ghost King intended to torment them slowly, filling their souls with dread, thus making their eventual consumption more palatable. Jun Mo's words plunged Yao Yao into utter despair, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Damn it. It's all your fault, you wretched woman. Why did you accept such a perilous task? I truly wish to slap you. Feng Kai, having lost an arm, found little hindrance from the pain, thanks to the blood-stanching methods of Ming Wang Peak. Instead, he yearned to unleash his frustration upon Yao Yao, conveniently forgetting that he had volunteered for this mission to appease her. What? Why not vent your anger at the Ghost King? He dared not. Even knowing it was a path leading to certain death, he still refrained from cursing the Ghost King. What if the Ghost King extracted his soul to torment him? In the midst of despair for the three individuals, a flicker of inspiration seemed to illuminate the slumped figure of Yao Yao. She felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, as though something vital eluded her grasp. Suddenly, cries of anguish emanated from the side, where Feng Kai was wailing. Yao Yu felt a viscous liquid splatter upon her delicate countenance, which she instinctively recognized as Feng Kai's blood. Feng Kai, Jiang Ming. The name of her junior disciple, Jiang Ming, whom she had always found irksome, surfaced in her thoughts. Why did Jiang Ming come to mind? This inexplicable flash of insight compelled Yao Yao to reflect deeply. Jiang Ming had mentioned something aboard the spirit-flying boat. The memories from her foundation establishment phase allowed her to recall his words. Sister Yao Yao, if you enter the ghost domain and encounter an insurmountable foe, then you may open this paper. If not, disregard it. An insurmountable foe? Why did her junior specifically emphasize a foe that could not be overcome, rather than other dangers like traps or schemes? Could it be that he had foreseen the upheaval within the ghost domain and the emergence of the Ghost King? Though it seemed far-fetched, Yao Yao could not help but entertain this notion. It might very well be her only lifeline. How absurd it was to place her hopes on something pinned by a novice in the chi refinement stage. Nevertheless, she swallowed hard, rummaging through her spatial ring to retrieve the paper, her hands trembling as she unfolded it. Yao Yao, be careful, came Jun Mo's voice from beside her. Ignoring him, she hastily laid the paper flat. At that moment, she sensed a sharp, malevolent energy rushing toward her, threatening to sever her right arm in an instant. Yet, despite her fear-induced tremors, her hand remained intact. For reasons unknown, the invisible Ghost King halted its attack. Suddenly, the ghost domain seemed to brighten. No longer shrouded in darkness that obscured her vision and perception, she could see clearly again. What was happening? A voice filled with uncertainty emerged from Feng Kai. Is someone coming to rescue us? However, just as a flicker of hope ignited within Feng Kai and Jun Mo, it was ruthlessly extinguished. A mass of black mist coalesced before them, its face concealed, yet the oppressive aura it emanated was palpable, forming a haunting robe from the shadows. The Ghost King. Without needing to guess, the trio could discern the presence of the Ghost King from the undeniable pressure it exuded. Why had the Ghost King manifested so suddenly? Shouldn't it have savored their fear, prolonging their demise? At that moment, under the fearful gaze of the three, the King of Ghosts slowly extended his arm, shrouded in swirling black mist, towards Yao Yao. The onlookers, mistaking the king's intentions, believed he was merely toying with them before feasting, their expressions turning to despair. As the spectral arm drew closer, Yao Yao trembled violently, her heart racing to her throat. Then, before the eyes of the trio, the King of Ghosts gradually extracted from Yao Yao's hand a paper inscribed with indecipherable symbols. Chapter 31. Affection. While some bear the weight of the world, others enjoy the tranquility of life. Junior sister, have you had enough to eat? Jiang Ming smiled like a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Upon witnessing this, Anqin exhibited no particular reaction, having grown accustomed to it. The smile of her senior brother was imbued with profound significance, encompassing a spectrum of expressions, from lewd grins to mischievous smirks, and even sinister chuckles, all effortlessly conjured. Yet, despite the myriad of smiles he displayed, he never translated them into action. Have you had your fill, senior brother? Anqin cast a glance at the disheveled dishes and stood up, declaring, I shall wash the dishes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's smile faltered. His initial intention to coax Anqin into doing the chore with a clever ruse was rendered futile. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals so easily. If only the senior sister possessed such conscientiousness. In this regard, it appears that the junior sister exhibits more potential for the qualities of a devoted wife and mother. Naturally, it is this incarnation of the junior sister's visage that we speak of, rather than her former one. Although the junior sister willingly offered to wash the dishes, a modicum of politeness must still be observed. Jiang Ming remained seated, as steadfast as a mountain, yet he shyly remarked, Is it truly appropriate for me to accept such a favor? Upon hearing this, Anqin paused in her task of tidying up the dishes, lifted her head, and gazed at her elder brother. Then, brother, shall we wash them together? Jiang Ming looked at Anqin and blinked. Anqin gazed at Jiang Ming and blinked in response. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. I am tired, he declared. In an instant, Jiang Ming slid off his chair, lay down on the ground, and closed his eyes. Anqin gazed at her senior brother, who lay on the ground, and suddenly spoke. Senior brother, why not sleep on my bed? Huh? Jiang Ming abruptly sat up, astonished as he looked at Anqin. Really? Anqin smiled sweetly. It's a sham. Come wash the dishes. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. Junior sister, you've learned to be mischievous. Upon hearing this, Anqin cast a sidelong glance at her senior brother. Who do you think I learned it from? Yet, within her heart, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. In her interactions with her senior brother, she had always been the weaker party, unable to win a fight or a debate. Seeing her senior brother's disheartened face now made her feel as if she had gained the upper hand. It felt delightful. With these thoughts, Anqin refrained from calling her brother to do the dishes and instead carried the bowls and pots outside. Jiang Ming gazed at Anqin's graceful figure as she departed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Did his junior sister truly dare to jest with him? Had his favorability increased? What a splendid development! Jiang Ming rose to his feet and followed her, saying, Junior sister, let me help you with the dishes. May I sleep in your bed tonight? I swear on my honor, I shall only occupy half, and I will not touch you. To sleep is to bid farewell to the self of today. Those who practice martial arts, like Anqin, tend to retire early to conserve their energy. However, Jiang Ming was different. He was not a martial artist. He was a cultivator. In his past life, he engaged in cultivation, and in this life, he continued the same path. Yet, in his previous existence, he competed in cyber cultivation, battling with netizens in the electronic realm. Now, however, he was truly cultivating. Regardless, the prospect of going to bed early was an impossibility for him, he would never be able to sleep early in this lifetime. Jiang Ming lay on the floor outside in Qian's room, a look of melancholy on his face as he asked, "Junior sister, can you truly not allow me to sleep in your bed? It's so cold and hard out here." No sooner had he spoken than in Qian's gentle voice floated from within, "Good night, senior brother." Her response, though seemingly off-topic, seemed to convey everything. Seeing this, Jiang Ming fell silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although he did not sleep early, he would not disturb others who did. There is a hierarchy even in jest. Sometimes, a well-timed jest can be seen as a form of humor, which we might call upper jest. However, if one disregards the feelings of others, that jest merely becomes a form of crudeness, which we shall refer to as lower jest. For instance, his recent misstep that brought Qian to tears could be labeled as a regrettable error in judgment, one that needed rectification. In an instant, the house fell silent, enveloped by Jiang Ming's stillness. Inside the room, Qian reclined on the bed, her eyes wide open, seemingly in anticipation of something. Although her senior brother often spoke in a playful manner, it was evident that he had no intention of intruding upon her slumber. After spending an entire day together, Qian harbored a considerable degree of trust in him. However, knowing his restless and mischievous nature, she was certain he would soon resume his playful verbal teasing to disrupt her sleep. Thus, she awaited Jiang Ming's voice. Yet, as she lay there in a daze for a while, she realized that her senior brother had, surprisingly, fallen silent. Huh? This was unexpected. Was he perhaps gone? Qian could not help but turn her body slightly towards the door, tentatively whispering, "Senior brother?" No sooner had her voice faded than Jiang Ming's rapid response echoed from the entrance, swift enough to catch Qian off guard. "What is it, junior sister? Have you had a change of heart? I will come over immediately." It was only upon hearing the knocking that Qian regained her senses, hurriedly responding with a firm denial. "No, it's not that. Please don't come." At her words, Jiang Ming let out a disappointed sigh, his tone laced with a pitiful plea. "Oh, junior sister, it's so cold and dark outside. I feel so lonely and afraid. Good night, senior brother." The room once again succumbed to silence. Qian blinked her wide eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. Is it truly the case that her senior brother has fallen silent? Could this really be the same senior brother she knows? This surely cannot be right. Shouldn't he be continuing the conversation at this moment? Then she scolded herself. Why? And Qian was somewhat perplexed, pursing her lips, yet could not resist inquiring, "Senior brother, why have you fallen silent?" This left Jiang Ming feeling rather bewildered. "Junior sister, would you care to reflect upon your own words? Did you not bid me good night just moments ago?" Women, indeed, are creatures of fickle nature. Just a moment prior, she had wished him good night, and now she questioned his silence. Oh, how truly perplexing. And Qian felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks upon hearing Jiang Ming's inquiry. It seemed that she had indeed been somewhat unreasonable. However, the fact that her senior brother chose to refrain from disturbing her simply because she wished to sleep was quite touching. Reflecting on this, she wondered if she had been overly biased against him. In truth, her senior brother was quite considerate of her feelings, and Qian found herself lost in reflection. Just moments ago, when she had cried out, her senior had comforted her with a look of sincere guilt, even going so far as to crawl on the ground in his concern. The thought of this brought a faint smile to her lips. Indeed, her senior was quite kind-hearted. However, this realization sparked a twinge of guilt within her. Was it truly fair to leave him outside? While she believed that his martial skills would shield him from the cold, the hard floor was undeniably uncomfortable for resting. Of course, she could never invite him to share her bed, although she trusted his character. The idea of a man and woman sleeping on the same bed was something she could not accept, as it would weigh heavily on her conscience regarding her sister Ruoqi. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming lay on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the door beside him swung open with a sharp crack. What greeted his eyes was a dazzling expanse of white. Ah, it was a white quilt. "Here. This is for you," said Qian. And Qian tossed the quilt to Jiang Ming. He caught it effortlessly, and a gentle, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and soothing. This quilt appeared to belong to Qian. Perhaps it was a gesture of concern from his junior sister. However, "Dear junior sister, is this not your quilt? Well, today isn't particularly cold. Brother, why not use it as a layer? It shouldn't be too rigid." And Qian nodded gently, her voice soft. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. "But, junior sister, we clearly have a more suitable solution. If I were to sleep on your bed, we would both enjoy the comfort of a plush mattress and the warmth of a cozy blanket." Suddenly, the door was slammed shut, mercilessly interrupting Jiang Ming's words. It was evident that their rapport was insufficient, resulting in a failed attempt to unlock a new scenario. However, as Jiang Ming gazed at the blanket in his hands, a faint smile graced his lips. Clearly, their affinity was steadily on the rise. Chapter 32. The contract in Qian had likely fallen into a deep slumber after tossing the blanket to Jiang Ming, descending into silence. However, Jiang Ming was not yet inclined to succumb to sleep. Such was his nature. As long as his junior sister retired early, he bore the weight of more considerations. For instance, how he ought to navigate his interactions with his senior and junior sisters. He had never anticipated that Ruo Qi, his senior sister, and Qian, his junior sister, could form a pair, both possessing such exquisite beauty. It seemed rather unfortunate. While the allure of a Yuri romance is undeniable, with the right approach, no obstacle is insurmountable. Yet, as they were mutually enamored, Jiang Ming had no intention of forcing a romantic pursuit. The dilemma lay in the fact that, like his senior sister, he was a disciple of the Zheng Dao Peak. Simultaneously, he was also the guiding mentor for junior sister in Qian. It was certain that he would frequently engage with both of them in the future. Jiang Ming could already envision the forthcoming scenarios, such as inadvertently teasing the adorable junior sister in front of his senior sister. He could anticipate the immediate consequences of experiencing Ruo Qi's formidable prowess at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, given Qian's talents, it was likely she would not ascend to Zheng Dao Peak. Consequently, she would be left to witness the solitary companionship of a male and female on the peak. While she remained a mere observer, will Sister Anqin feel jealous? Will she secretly hide in the corner, shedding small pearls of tears? Or will she don another face to pursue me? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, finding the thrill of being caught between two lilies rather exhilarating. Teasing sister while being alone with sister and the junior sister, is this not a curious predicament? Strangely, Jiang Ming felt a stir of excitement within him. Of course, this sentiment was predicated on his continued survival. As he contemplated, he found the situation rather amusing. Perhaps it was best to simply interact with them normally. Sister is so beautiful, a sight to behold, and a powerful ally. It would be unwise to jeopardize that relationship. The junior sister is so adorable. Not teasing her would feel somewhat unjust to himself. Life is short, one must find joy where they can. Having known each other for many years, their bond is as strong as gold. Surely, a mere outsider like himself could not disrupt their connection. Thus, Jiang Ming resolved to embrace his nature and let things unfold. At worst, he would serve as their male confidant. With his determination set, Jiang Ming closed his eyes, intending to take a brief rest. However, just as he shut his eyes, a thought struck him. In the ghost realm, under the watchful gazes of the three, the Ghost King slowly extracted the paper from Yao Yao's hand. All were at the foundation establishment stage, and the other two naturally recalled where this paper originated. It was from that detestable Qi refinement stage individual who had requested a piece of paper from Yao Yao in their presence, scribbling something for her. Feng Kai had even mocked him for seeking attention. Yet, witnessing the current situation, it appeared that this paper could indeed elicit a reaction from the overwhelming Ghost King before them. How could this be? He was merely at the Qi refinement stage. No matter how extraordinary he was, it was inconceivable that a single piece of paper could compel a Golden Core Ghost King to spare them. What could possibly be inscribed upon it? In her heart, Yao Yao felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have taken the opportunity to examine the situation more closely, thereby gaining a clearer understanding. Her deeper regret stemmed from the moment when her junior brother attempted to voice an objection, only to be interrupted by Feng Kai. Out of consideration for the feelings of Feng Kai and Junimo, she had not allowed her junior brother to continue. Reflecting on her junior brother's earlier words regarding an insurmountable adversary, it seemed he had long anticipated the present predicament. Observing the current demeanor of the Ghost King only fortified Yao Yao's suspicions. For a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to strike Feng Kai. Were it not for him, they might have avoided this ordeal, especially given her junior brother's well-intentioned warning. Yet, one thing Yao Yao was exceedingly grateful for was her effort to please her junior brother, which had earned her a modicum of goodwill. It was this goodwill that led her junior brother to pen a note on her behalf. Without this note, it was conceivable that the three of them would have met a grim fate. The mere thought of the helpless despair they had faced sent a shiver through her delicate frame. She resolved that if her junior brother could indeed save her life with just this piece of paper upon their return to the sect, she would become his most devoted admirer. Although it was difficult to fathom that something written by a Qi refinement stage practitioner could sway the murderous intent of the Ghost King, given the current circumstances, the trio had little choice but to place their hopes in Jiang Ming. Their hearts raced in their throats as they anxiously gazed at the Ghost King. Across from them, the Ghost King slowly brought the paper to his eyes. What had Jiang Ming written? Surely, it could not be an exorcism talisman or some array. After all, he was merely at the chi refinement stage. No matter how profound his understanding of talismans and formations, the chasm of their levels could not be bridged. Had he been at the golden core stage with his comprehension of talismanic arts, a simple exorcism talisman would have sent this newly ascended Ghost King into a panic at the mere sight of the note. Alas, he was not. Therefore, Jiang Ming would naturally refrain from inscribing any aggressive forms of attack on the paper. Such actions would serve only to infuriate the Ghost King, resulting in Yao Yao's demise. Thus, to save his senior sister, he needed to write something of genuine utility. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, those who seek to survive must be resourceful. What does one do when faced with an unbeatable foe? Of course, one must resort to humility and submission. Yet the art of sliding on one's knees requires a certain finesse. Those like the trio of Yao Yao, for instance, are merely awaiting their demise rather than performing the act of sliding. Ironically, they find themselves unable to execute this maneuver, as they lack the means to communicate with the King of Ghosts. This underscores the significance of mastering a foreign language. Jiang Ming has cultivated numerous grand pathways, one of which is known as the ghostly path. Admittedly, the naming of such pathways is rather lenient. As the term suggests, it pertains to the grand avenues cultivated by spirits and souls of the departed. Naturally, since Jiang Ming is still living, he cannot continue his practice. His pursuit of the ghostly path is entirely precautionary, intended for the eventuality of his own untimely demise. Its true purpose can only be realized post-mortem. To practice this path, one must master two elements, the language of ghosts and the script of the departed. In ancient China, there exists a saying, wealth can compel even spirits to grind. If riches can persuade spirits, surely they can grant one a reprieve. Thus, what Jiang Ming inscribed upon the paper is not a profound revelation, rather. It is a contract penned in ghostly script, akin to a celestial oath. These are promises that cannot be broken, concerning the grand pathways. What Jiang Ming crafted is essentially a compensation contract. He first elucidates the origins of the trio, identifying them as disciples of a prestigious sect, endowed with formidable strength. He informs the King of Ghosts that they are excellent candidates for exploitation, urging him not to slay them. Following this, he offers the King of Ghosts certain conditions for compensation, such as spirit stones and resurrection grass, items immensely beneficial to a newly ascended King of Ghosts. These offerings are far more enticing than the 3 foundation establishment stage souls. As for whether the King of Ghosts would forsake compensation to avenge his brethren, Jiang Ming dismisses the thought with a chuckle. His studies of the ghostly path have granted him insight into the nature of ghostly beings. Below the rank of a ghost general, one might encounter mindless entities capable of such behavior. However, upon ascending to the rank of king, a being transforms into a new life form. Advancement becomes their singular focus. If there is profit to be gained, betrayal is unlikely. Yet, betrayal of one's brethren is something they would readily entertain. To secure the King of Ghosts' agreement to this contract, Jiang Ming meticulously outlined the conditions, ensuring the safety of both parties involved in the transaction. This attention to detail greatly pleased the discerning King of Ghosts. Ghosts, after all, were once human. Thus, upon reaching the golden core stage, they awaken their intelligence, bypassing the need for preliminary learning. This particular King of Ghosts is no exception, exhibiting great shrewdness. Consequently, the 3 disciples of the Wanfa Xianzong found themselves witnesses to an unforgettable scene. The King of Ghosts, clutching the contract, drifted to Junmo's side, gesturing towards his hand and then towards the contract. Consent is paramount for the contract to take effect. The King of Ghosts cannot perform the act of imprinting a handprint on his behalf. Yet, his actions left the onlookers bewildered. Why did this King of Ghosts appear to possess a certain amiability? What exactly did my junior brother write? Thus, Junmo gazed at the paper, utterly bewildered. What on earth has Jiang Ming inscribed? The ominous aura is palpable, and he cannot comprehend a single word. Noticing Junmo's apparent confusion, the Ghost King displayed an unusual level of patience towards this Navi individual. He extended a finger, delicately scratching the surface with his nail. Instantly, a surge of eerie energy emanated forth. Then, he pressed his finger against the contract. It was, one might say, remarkably vivid and illustrative. Even someone as dim-witted as Junmo should have understood that this was an invitation for him to leave his fingerprint. Yet, what exactly has his junior brother written? He cannot decipher it, and thus hesitates to comply. Why does a mere chi refinement stage practitioner possess knowledge of such arcane and dubious practices? But does he truly have a choice? No sooner had he bitten his own fingertip than he pressed it down, placing his trust in junior brother Jiang Ming. It is rather amusing to recall how he had previously heeded Feng Kai's words and stepped on him a few times. Now, his survival depended on him. After completing the gesture, Junemo, along with the others, surprisingly sensed a wave of joy emanating from the Ghost King. Meanwhile, Yao Yao had also bitten her fingertip, awaiting the Ghost King's arrival. To her astonishment, the Ghost King drifted past her, heading straight for Feng Kai, who had lost a hand and a foot. Noticing Feng Kai's injury, the Ghost King graciously made a small incision, displaying impeccable service. Feng Kai's eyelid twitched, yet without hesitation, he pressed down. The Ghost King appeared even more pleased. Yao Yu believed it was finally her turn and raised her finger, only to realize the Ghost King waved goodbye, gradually fading away, leaving the three of them staring at one another. Chapter 33. Diverging paths. However, before they could revel in the joy of survival, a thick, ominous aura suddenly converged upon them, startling the trio into a defensive stance. Damn it, I knew Jiang Ming was unreliable, Feng Kai muttered through gritted teeth, cautiously observing the gathering shadow. As expected, the Ghost King would not allow them to leave so easily. I told you, as a chi refinement stage cultivator. How could he? Before Feng Kai could finish his sentence, the dark energy had already taken form. Simultaneously, his voice, which had intended to continue complaining, diminished as if silenced by some unseen force. He found himself unable to voice further grievances, for the shadow had not coalesced into an aggressive spell, but had instead transformed into an arrow, pointing towards the distance. The three of them followed the direction indicated by the shadowy arrow and discovered that the concentration of dark energy in that direction was gradually diminishing. This indicated that it was the exit to the ghost realm. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. The Ghost King had gone to such lengths to prevent them from getting lost again, marking the way with an arrow? Wasn't that a bit too accommodating? Yet, the more accommodating the Ghost King was, the heavier the hearts of Jun Mo and Feng Kai became. What had Jiang Ming inscribed on that paper? How could it compel a formidable golden core Ghost King to such lengths? The mere thought of having pressed their fingerprints left them even more apprehensive. Ultimately, it was Yao Yao who broke the silence, suggesting, "Let us depart from the ghost realm for now." One inevitably matures after experiencing significant events. Yao Yao is acutely aware of her own inadequacies when confronted with an overwhelming adversary. Yet, it is precisely due to this realization that she is able to glean invaluable lessons from her experiences. This may well become a pivotal lesson in her life, imparting wisdom that she had previously failed to comprehend. For instance, the utmost importance of clinging to Jiang Ming's support. The trio hastily fled the haunted domain, appearing somewhat disheveled. Among them, Yao Yao fared the best. She emerged unscathed and had not been compelled to sign any compensation agreement. It was evident to the others why she was exempt from pressing her thumbprint. Junmo's condition was tolerable as well, although he was the first to be attacked. His protective talisman absorbed most of the damage. The most unfortunate of the three was undoubtedly Feng Kai, who suffered the grievous loss of a leg and an arm. Were it not for the pain-relieving and blood-stanching techniques embedded within his martial art, the Ming Wangju, he would likely be writhing in agony. Nonetheless, the outcome was not entirely intolerable for him. After his limbs were severed, they remained at the scene, and he managed to retrieve them during his escape. In due course, he could reattach them at Ming Wang Peak, albeit at a considerable cost and over an extended period for complete recovery. Nevertheless, surviving was paramount. This ordeal only deepened his resentment toward Jiang Ming. Damn it, did Jiang Ming anticipate our encounter with the Ghost King? The other two remained silent, clearly in agreement. Observing the Ghost King's demeanor, it was evident that Jiang Ming had foreseen all of this, prompting him to draft that life-saving document. However, it appeared that Jiang Ming had afforded Yao Yao special consideration, sparing her the burden of accountability. Noticing the silence of the two, Feng Kai continued, fueled by anger, to steer the conversation. If he had directly informed us of what was to transpire, we would not have suffered so greatly. Junemo remained taciturn, retreating a couple of steps. He understood Feng Kai's mindset. Given Feng Kai's temperament, he would never swallow his pride and apologize to Jiang Ming, having already deeply offended him. Thus, even if Jiang Ming had saved him, he would be bound to tread a path of animosity. Junemo, however, perceived his relationship with Jiang Ming as not yet irreparably damaged. After all, he had merely echoed Feng Kai's sentiments. Presently, he sought to learn more about the specific contents of that document. With a need for Jiang Ming's assistance, he could not continue to align himself with Feng Kai. Hence, he chose silence and distanced himself from Feng Kai. Yao Yao, surprisingly, voiced her agreement. Indeed, had he been forthcoming with the information, you would not be in such dire straits now. Her face no longer bore a gentle expression. She cast a cold smile at the resentful Feng Kai and mockingly remarked, I can only say that while heaven-sent calamities may be forgiven, self-inflicted misfortunes cannot be endured. Have you found your satisfaction now, having denied him a chance to speak? Yao Yao felt that her gravest mistake was failing to steadfastly stand by Jiang Ming. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. She chose to confront Feng Kai directly, tearing away any pretense of civility. A woman does not simply harbor grudges, it is a truth well acknowledged. During their time in the realm of spirits, Feng Kai had threatened to slap her, even without Jiang Ming. Yao Yao had no intention of continuing to greet Feng Kai with a facade of friendliness. It was evident that Feng Kai was also aware of the widening rift between them. Thus, he dropped the act, grinning maliciously, you are just a shameless woman, flaunting your assets as if waiting to nurse that pretty boy Jiang Ming. You wretched creature, had I but the chance, I would have long since taken you for myself. What do you think you are? Adorned with spirit stones below? His insults were harsh and unrelenting, laden with foul language. Yao Yao regarded the evidently deranged Feng Kai with cold indifference, feeling no anger. After enduring the despair brought by the Demon King, she found Feng Kai's vitriol to be as impotent as a petulant child's whine, rendering her utterly uninterested. She shook her head, choosing not to waste any further time, and soared away on her sword. Where to? To the city of Jingguang. Jiang Ming's junior disciple, your chauffeur has arrived. Left behind were the two of them. Feng Kai turned to Junimo, who preemptively spoke, Brother Feng Kai, I shall inform you of the contents of that contract once I learn them from Jiang Ming. For now, I must take my leave. With that, Junimo also took flight on his sword. Sharing the details of the contract was to be his final act of camaraderie. He no longer wished to maintain a close association with Feng Kai. While Feng Kai was indeed a prodigy of the Mingwang Peak, Junimo felt he no longer warranted such friendship. His character had deteriorated, and his strength had waned, rendering him even inferior to Jiang Ming's junior disciple. Junimo shared Yao Yao's regrets. Had he known, he would have spoken far less. Why had he foolishly sided with Feng Kai when he offended Jiang Ming? Even if he did not support Jiang Ming, he should have refrained from interjecting. Junimo couldn't help but chastise himself for meddling. Now he found himself needing to seek Jiang Ming's favor. What were choices and friendships? Only Feng Kai was left. Standing alone, one foot planted while the other fidgeted in a pitiful display, he watched the departing figures, bewildered. How had things come to this? Did they not harbor resentment towards Jiang Ming? It was he who had deliberately withheld the truth, leading to this predicament. Damn it! A group of fools. Jiang Ming, with a hint of amusement, retrieved a Vajra pestle, precariously balancing on one foot as he took flight. He needed to return to retrieve his limbs. In the realm of spirits, the Ghost King observed their departure with eager anticipation. Should they manage to bring back the promised items, he might very well ascend to the mid-tier of the Ghost King. Of course, within the confines of the contract, the Ghost King was not without obligations. He had also pledged two commitments. Firstly, to allow 3 individuals to depart, and secondly, to assist someone named Jiang Ming, the witness of this contract, with a task within his capacity. Chapter 34, The Journey Home? Far away in Jingguan City, Jiang Ming had just closed his captivating, large eyes, only to reopen them almost immediately. The contract he had drafted for the underworld had taken effect, as he had listed himself as the witness on the paper. He felt a ripple of awareness when the contract activated. Since Feng Kai and Junimo could not comprehend the ghostly script, he did not mind reaping a small benefit from the situation, a chance to call upon the Ghost King. Having saved those two, he ought to gain something in return. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. An opportunity to call upon a golden core stage power would surely prove useful at some juncture. What is it, senior brother? At that moment, a somewhat drowsy voice from Enchin broke the silence in the room. Nothing. You may continue to sleep. To his surprise, such a soft sound was enough to rouse Enchin, indicating her slumber was not deep and that she felt a lack of security in her surroundings. I can't sleep anymore. Dawn is approaching, and if I do, I'll be even more fatigued. The sound of Enchin gradually stirred to life, as if she were stretching, letting out a languid, gentle sigh. Her voice, soft as cotton, inevitably conjured vivid images in Jiang Ming's mind. A figure with ample curves accentuating her loose attire, a perfect yet casual silhouette. A delicate waist that could be grasped with a single hand, a charmingly innocent visage, drowsy eyes, and a relaxed posture, with tresses cascading down her back. Ah! He was back to his senses. Rationality had once again reclaimed its place in Jiang Ming's thoughts. It must be said, the imagination is indeed a splendid treasure of humanity. However, it was surprising to discover that his junior sister was one who did not linger in bed, taking advantage of the twilight. It was the perfect moment to discuss plans with her. Junior sister, how do you intend to spend the day ahead? We are not departing until tomorrow. I would like to bid farewell to the lord of the city and attend to some matters. And Xian spoke somewhat ambiguously. What is it? Do you need assistance? No. No. You carry on with your tasks, senior brother. By the way, what are you up to? And Xian casually inquired. Recalling that senior brother had mentioned he had matters to attend to. I am heading to a dungeon. A dungeon? And Xian, in a state of confusion, repeated the statement. Clearly, she was unfamiliar with the specialized terminology. Well, it's essentially a secret realm, Jiang Ming rephrased. Yet, and Xian remained perplexed. She had not yet entered a sect and knew nothing of the world of cultivation. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was quite perceptive and, before she could voice her questions, continued to elucidate. It's a little world created by certain influential individuals who, out of sheer boredom, have set up some challenges and sprinkled in a few rewards for us to seize and contend over. At this, and Xian finally grasped the concept. Although Jiang Ming's tone was casual, the simplicity of his words struck a profound chord within her. Creating a small world? Is that even possible? Just then, Jiang Ming inquired. Junior sister, would you like to experience it for yourself? You might gain some benefits from the secret realm. Even if not, it would broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, and Xian felt a stirring in her heart. To be honest, she was quite intrigued. The world of cultivation was entirely new to her, a realm vastly different from her previous experiences. She had witnessed how cultivators regarded mortals as mere ants. Thus, she had longed to comprehend what set this world apart and why it elevated certain individuals so high above the rest. She was also eager to learn about her cherished sister Ruoqi and the world she inhabited. Would she change as well? Now, with her senior brother offering a glimpse into the cultivation realm, she found herself irresistibly tempted. However, after some contemplation, Xian ultimately declined, saying, Perhaps not, senior brother. My abilities are rather limited, and I fear I might become a burden to you. You need not worry. This secret realm restricts entry to cultivators above the qi refining stage. And truthfully, you are not much weaker than them. Most cultivators in the early to mid-qi refining stage are merely novices who have yet to master a few spells or techniques. In a real confrontation, someone like you, who has practiced martial arts, might even fare better. Before Xian could respond, Jiang Ming decisively concluded, Then it's settled. I will accompany you to attend to your matters, and we shall set off for the secret realm before noon, shall we? Individuals like junior sister, with their gentle disposition, tend to overthink and let their imaginations run wild. However, if someone were to assertively help her make a decision at that moment, she would likely choose to accept it. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Ming's words fell, and Xian's half-hearted consent echoed in the room. Well, that sounds all right. Chapter 35. The orphanage. The morning sun is always delightful, neither blinding nor oppressive, radiating a perfectly measured warmth. Jiang Ming stepped outside the door, stretched languidly, and patiently awaited his younger disciple. Soon, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Sister, are you ready? Jiang Ming inquired without turning around, and Xian offered no reply, instead placing a wide-brimmed hat over Jiang Ming's head, one that concealed his visage. That will suffice. Let us depart. Jiang Ming glanced back and noticed that his junior sister had donned a similar hat, along with a practical outfit suitable for training. The once prominent contours of her figure appeared subdued, presumably bound beneath her attire, rendering her silhouette less pronounced. This ensemble certainly lent her a more understated appearance. Yet, none of these details held paramount significance. What truly captured Jiang Ming's attention was the familiar aura that enveloped him. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously ventured, Junior sister, I have something to discuss with you. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Ah, the sensation was just right. She had returned, indeed. Junior sister, you have reverted to your former self? And Xian turned her head to glance at Jiang Ming, her tone indifferent. What are you saying, senior brother? I can't comprehend. All right. Little kitten, you refuse to acknowledge your dual nature. However, that junior sister from last night was truly delightful. It was imperative to salvage the situation. Thus, Jiang Ming persistently inquired, Junior sister, Will I have the chance to meet the you from last night again? This time, and Qian did not choose to conveniently forget. She let out a soft sigh, aware that she could not evade the matter any longer. Turning to face Jiang Ming earnestly, she intended to convey her thoughts to her senior brother. Yet, and Qian discovered that the veil of her hat obscured both their faces. She blinked, pondering that such a lack of visibility might seem insufficiently serious. Consequently, she extended her delicate hands, lifting the veil from her own hat with one hand and that of Jiang Ming's with the other. Upon doing so, she was met with Jiang Ming's suppressed laughter. "What are you doing, junior sister? Lifting the veil, are you being playful or flirtatious?" In response, Qian shot Jiang Ming a fierce glare, her expression frosty. "Senior brother, be serious. I have something important to discuss with you." It seemed that after revealing her true self before him the previous day, Qian felt unable to maintain her usual fierceness in Jiang Ming's presence. "Go on, speak," he encouraged, stifling his laughter as he observed Qian's feigned indifference and her earnest attempt to appear formidable. Yet, her petite visage was undeniably charming. No, he must not laugh. Under the weight of Qian's almost murderous gaze, Jiang Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing his amusement as he fixed his eyes on her. Ironically, his actions caused Qian to lose her composure. The faade crumbled. Qin, in a fit of irritation, stamped her foot and pouted, expressing her discontent. "Senior brother, please be serious." All right, junior sister, speak your mind. I am all ears." Upon observing her demeanor, Jiang Ming ceased his teasing. As her senior brother adopted a serious tone, Qin found herself at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, striving to recall her former self. And with a serious expression, she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Ming, declaring, "Senior brother, remember this. Starting today, this is my true self. Last night, let us pretend it never happened. That was merely an act. Do you understand? I have feigned strength for so long, and I refuse to abandon it midway. Let us consider my tears from last night a rare moment of relaxation. I cannot allow myself to cry so freely in the future. How embarrassing. As Sister Ruoqi has said, the kind-hearted may be taken advantage of. I certainly do not wish to be ridden upon. Therefore, I must adopt a fierce demeanor to command respect." Seeing his junior sister so earnestly committed, Jiang Ming nodded solemnly, understood. "However, I find it hard to believe you can maintain this facade indefinitely, always on edge. It must be exhausting. Why put yourselves through such strain? Both you and your senior sister?" Yet, Jiang Ming knew that mere words would not dissuade her from her convictions. There was no rush. Time was on his side. He was determined to see through the masks worn by these two sisters. "By the way, junior sister, what treasures are concealed within your little bundle?" "Silver. Care to share some with me?" Qian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ming and inquired, "What do you need the money for?" "It serves no purpose in the immortal sect. I merely wish to experience the sensation of being kept." Qian suddenly felt that the mask attached to her bamboo hat was somewhat bothersome. Otherwise, she would certainly have shot a fierce glare at her frivolous senior. However, given his thick skin, it was likely that even such a glare would merely bounce off him. "Junior sister, where are we headed?" "To the charity orphanage." "Oh, so it's an orphanage after all." Glancing at the bundle in Qian's hands, Jiang Ming grasped her intention. "You wish to donate all your silver to the orphanage?" "Not all of it. I've kept a little for travel expenses on the way back to the sect." "You truly are considerate. But doesn't that imply you are somewhat dependent on me?" And Qian offered a cold smile. "I'm afraid I didn't reserve a place for you. It's a dead end. No escape. No." Jiang Ming let out a mournful cry as snowflakes danced and the northern wind whispered. And Qian's spirits lifted slightly after gaining a minor victory over her senior, causing her previously composed steps to become more buoyant. "We have arrived, senior." Under Qian's guidance, the two eventually halted in a narrow alleyway. Before them stood a grand wooden door, adorned with an unremarkable plaque inscribed with the words GU Institute. From behind the door, the joyous laughter of children echoed, pure and innocent. It seemed that the courtyard was filled with numerous children happily at play. Jiang Ming turned his head. Through the veil, he could faintly sense Qian's delight. Although he had not inquired about his junior sister's background, the demeanor of both his senior and junior sister suggested that they had likely faced considerable hardships in their childhood. This, perhaps, was why they yearned for strength, remained wary of outsiders, and chose to wear masks of stoicism. Yet, despite their past, his junior sister had not become a villain. On the contrary, having weathered their own storms, they now wished to shield others from the rain. However, as Jiang Ming gazed at the rehabilitation center behind Qian, He could not help but let out a gentle sigh. Ah, humanity. An elderly woman, nearing her 60s, opened the grand door after a gentle nod from Anqing. Her countenance radiated kindness, with a soft and slightly aged face that bore surprisingly few wrinkles. Rather, it appeared remarkably smooth, suggesting she had been well cared for. The woman surveyed the two visitors with a warm smile and said, "You have come to support the children, haven't you? Please, come in, come in." Judging by her words, it seemed that many had previously come to contribute. And Qian nodded gently and, lowering her voice, softly spoke, I apologize for the intrusion." The two entered, and before their eyes lay a modest courtyard. A dozen children were joyfully playing, their faces illuminated by innocent, youthful smiles. Though their garments were not of fine quality, they were by no means shabby. Regardless of gender, it was evident that their cheeks were rosy and their features handsome. Clearly, they had not been deprived of sustenance. Yet, this harmonious scene caused the previously playful smile on Jiang Ming's face to vanish, replaced by a more somber expression, and Qian. "These children are truly well cared for," he remarked with a hint of irony. Upon hearing this, Anqing nodded and remarked, "Indeed. This elderly lady is deeply trusted by the people of Jingwenqing, and everyone is willing to offer their modest assistance." However, as she spoke, Anqing's voice gradually diminished, as if she had sensed something amiss. It was rare for her senior brother to address her by her name. He would either call her junior sister, little junior sister, or simply little Anqing, seldom ever directly referring to her as Anqing. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, at that moment, a gentle breeze lifted the veil before Jiang Ming's face, and Qing happened to catch a glimpse of the corner of his mouth. "Why, brother, do you not smile anymore?" Chapter 36. The Black Mist. "Brother?" And Qin gently tugged at Jiang Ming's sleeve, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "What is it, junior sister? Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming shook his head, replying, "Me? What could possibly be wrong with me? However, you might find yourself in a predicament shortly. Do you often come here to make donations?" he inquired. "Occasionally," she responded, "but in the past, I never entered. I would simply knock on the door, leave the silver at the threshold, and depart once it was collected." After a brief pause, and Qian continued, "This is my last visit, so I wish to come inside and take a look." At that moment, the elderly woman who had just left returned, carrying a small box. The box bore a red paper with 2 golden characters inscribed, "Merit." The elderly lady halted before them, raising the box and smiling kindly. "Dear benefactors, if you wish to donate, please place your contributions in this merit box. I assure you, every single coin will be spent on these unfortunate children. I also hope you will leave your names. I will pray for your safety daily along with the children." The sincerity in her voice was palpable. She turned her gaze towards the children who were playing nearby, her face radiating warmth. "Children, come and meet these benefactors. It is because of them that you can grow up healthy. Coming, Grandma." The children promptly set down their toys and flocked to the two, offering their blessings. "May the elder brother and sister enjoy peace and success. Wishing you both abundant wealth. May the elder brother and sister have a harmonious union and bear children soon. Wishing you both a long life together." Jiang Ming felt a pang of guilt upon hearing their words. He raised his gaze to the distance, fearing that his senior sister's sword energy might strike him down from afar, especially since he indeed harbored mischievous thoughts about teasing his junior sister. And Qian, sensing the awkwardness, quickly clarified, "No, we are not a couple," as if she were afraid that the distant Yan Ruoqi might overhear. While they had no particular relationship, their interactions certainly gave the impression of clandestine affection behind Yan Ruoqi's back. Yet, the children seemed oblivious to Qian's words, continuing to chatter and offer their blessings. Just then, the elderly woman appeared to notice Qian's discomfort and gently said, "All right, children, you may go play. Grandma wishes to have a chat with these 2 benefactors." As soon as the words left her lips, the children scattered in an orderly fashion, returning to their previous spots to resume their play. It seemed they were somewhat well trained. This series of combined efforts not only accumulates merit, but also serves as a blessing for you, accompanied by the well wishes of the children. Perhaps, should the donor be in high spirits, they may even contribute a little more. The elderly woman tactfully advanced the merit box, gently advising, "My dear friends, even a few coins constitute a deed of merit. There is no need to impose too great a burden upon yourselves. We shall continue to pray for both of you." As she spoke, Jiang Ming noticed that the woman's murky eyes discreetly and swiftly glanced over the bundle of silver that Anqing held. How intriguing. Upon hearing this, Anqing lifted the parcel in her hand, the sound of the clinking silver within seemingly brightening the old lady's eyes. The merit box also inched forward appropriately. The parcel was raised high above the mouth of the box, and it appeared that Anshin was about to release her hold. Suddenly, a slender hand gently rested upon Anshin's delicate little hand. And Qian was taken aback, yet for reasons unknown, it seemed as though she intuitively understood the situation. Retracting her small hand and refraining from placing the package into the box. "Senior brother, surely this is not a whimsical notion to benefit oneself. There must be another explanation." Her thoughts wandered back to the moment when her senior had just concealed his smile. "What troubles you both? Is there any hesitation?" The elderly woman, observing the scene, grew anxious but concealed her agitation. Instead, she expressed her confusion, saying, "Of course, the Gu Yuan advocates for assistance within one's means. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could consider utilizing these donations for your own needs." Anshin remained unperturbed by the elderly woman's words, offering neither a response nor a gesture, but instead turned her gaze towards her senior brother, Jiang Ming. "Oh, my dear junior sister," Jiang Ming mused internally, bestowing upon her a certificate of commendation for being an exemplary teammate. Perhaps she was unaware of the circumstances at present, yet she possessed an unwavering trust in Jiang Ming. Having declared her faith in him the previous night, she now believed without a shadow of a doubt. Where could one find such a commendable ally? It was at this moment that Jiang Ming spoke. "Pardon me, esteemed elder, I must correct myself. The term I used was inappropriate. May I inquire, how long has this orphanage been in operation?" The elderly woman, puzzled by the unfamiliar term, noted the refined voice of the gentleman before her, who displayed such courtesy and respect. It seemed that esteemed elder might be a regional dialect meant to convey reverence towards the elderly. Contemplating this, she graciously replied, "There is no need for such formality. This orphanage has been in existence for over 23 years. Over such a lengthy period, it appears, esteemed elder, that you have gathered considerable charitable contributions." Jiang Ming remarked, "We owe a great deal to the kind-hearted individuals of Jingwencheng. It is they who have enabled the homeless children to grow up joyfully." The elderly woman humbly acknowledged, displaying a grand sense of generosity. "And might I inquire, esteemed elder, after more than 20 years, are these the only children in your care?" Jiang Ming gestured toward the children playing nearby, and Qian grasped the parcel, stepping back to quietly observe her senior brother. The elderly woman appeared to be well prepared, responding with calm assurance, "Certainly not. Some children have long departed from the GU Institute, having acquired the ability to support themselves. Furthermore, I actively seek families willing to take in these children, facilitating their transition to a new home. Among the children you see here, some already have families eager to adopt them, though the arrangements have yet to be finalized. In the future, I shall provide refuge to even more homeless children, granting them a complete childhood." The elderly woman's smile radiated compassion, almost shimmering with benevolence. Even Qian could not help but nod in agreement, though she remained silent. "Are the families adopting them located in Jingguan City?" she inquired. "Not at all. They are from various families in the larger cities beyond," came the reply. "It seems your connections are quite extensive, knowing individuals from big cities." "For some reason, the term old mother does not sit well with me," the elderly woman mused. "Which dialect refers to the elderly in such a manner? That is only natural, for I resided in the larger cities during my youth before settling here and establishing the GU Institute." "I imagine you must have earned a considerable fortune then?" Jiang Ming asked with a smile. "Earn money?" The elderly woman's brow furrowed. "Everything I do is for these unfortunate homeless children. All donations are expended on their behalf. So how could one speak of profit?" "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Ming retorted with a sardonic laugh, gesturing toward the house behind her. "Then may I inquire, esteemed benefactor, what lies concealed beneath the floor of this very house?" Jiang Ming raised his gaze toward the dwelling. Inside, the floor appeared to bubble forth with dark mist, swirling throughout the room. This oppressive haze filled the already small space to the brim, leaving no room to spare. A weighty sensation crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Regrettably, these apparitions were invisible to others, yet Jiang Ming perceived them. For this dark mist embodied an emotion, a sentiment known as despair. Chapter 37. The basement. "Then may I inquire, esteemed benefactor, what lies concealed beneath the floor of this very house?" Jiang Ming articulated clearly, pointing toward the elderly woman's abode. Yet, true to her nature, the elderly woman had not lived her years in vain. Upon Jiang Ming's incisive remark striking at her vulnerability, her expression shifted slightly, her pupils constricting. But soon, she blinked, using the gesture to mask her shock. Who is this man? How does he know of the basement? Could it be that this place has already been exposed? Or perhaps they merely suspect something amiss but dare not confirm their doubts. The presence of merely two individuals suggests that this is not an official matter. Otherwise, the authorities would have swiftly intervened without the need for evidence. Thus, are they merely meddling, self-styled heroes of justice? Have they arrived here after catching wind of something? Regardless, it is prudent to resolve the situation with these two swiftly and then relocate, for this place is no longer safe. The man has inquired about the basement, indicating he possesses knowledge of some sort, and it is likely he will insist on inspecting it. The old woman, with thoughts racing, made a decisive choice in an instant. A flicker of murderous intent crossing her mind. Although her actions and thoughts seem prolonged in narration, in reality, they transpired in the briefest moment of a blink. When she gently closed and reopened her eyes, all traces of her earlier demeanor were meticulously erased, leaving only confusion in her murky gaze. A basement? How does this kind soul know of its existence? She then patiently elaborated. However, this basement is merely a storage space for some provisions and children's belongings. Is that so? Would it be convenient for us to take a look? I merely wish to ascertain whether your food supplies are sufficient. If they are not. Jiang Ming extended his hand behind him. Qing blinked her eyes and, in unspoken agreement, placed the package into his hands. Jiang Ming unwrapped the parcel and, turning towards the old woman, smiled as he said, "Old Mother Dang, should the provisions prove insufficient, I am willing to donate all this silver to you. After all, we cannot allow the children to suffer, can we?" The elderly woman cast a sidelong glance at the package and was astonished to discover it was filled entirely with intact silver ingots. Previously, based on the sound, she had assumed it contained only broken coins. She had not anticipated such a bounty. If this bag of silver could be secured, it would represent a substantial sum, sufficient to cover the expenses required for an impending relocation. Quite satisfactory indeed. As for Jiang Ming's request to inspect the basement, the old woman had anticipated this. After all, if he did not wish to investigate at this moment, there would have been no need for him to mention the basement's issues in her presence. This man could have discreetly conducted his inquiries without revealing himself so openly. However, now that he had brazenly brought it to light, it was certain he would take further action. Indeed, he soon proposed to descend into the basement, which conveniently aligned with the old woman's intentions. In the vastness of the outside world, it would be rather challenging to eliminate these two individuals. The old woman was unaware of their backgrounds, their capabilities, or how they had discovered this location. Yet, at this juncture, such considerations were trivial. To dwell on these matters now would only invite unnecessary troubles and bind her hands. The immediate priority was to silence these two and then make a hasty retreat. Other concerns could be addressed once safety was assured. This entire procedure was, in fact, quite familiar to the old woman. In her earlier days, when she was less adept, the base had been exposed on several occasions. Now, she only needed to replicate the previous process. Reflecting on this, she sighed and smiled, saying, "Very well, since the kind-hearted gentleman insists, I see no reason to refuse. After all, there is nothing here to hide. Please, follow me." "Thank you, Old Mother Dang," Jiang Ming replied with a smile. Gesturing for Qing to accompany the elderly woman, he was acutely aware of her murderous intent towards him. Presumably, Old Mother Dang was also cognizant that he was not of benign disposition. Both parties harbored ulterior motives. In such circumstances, daring to lead them to the basement left no room for doubt that traps and ambushes awaited them within. But why should I fear a mere mortal? Would that not render my cultivation futile? Admittedly, many at the chi refining stage had faced misfortunes in the mortal realm. Yet, who were they, and who was I? There are distinctions even among those at the chi refining stage. If I were truly to stumble here, I might as well throw myself against Qing's chest and end it all. "Junior sister Qing, perhaps you should remain here?" he suggested. "Senior brother, do you believe the basement might harbor dangers?" "It is not a possibility, it is a certainty." Jiang Ming chuckled. "Then I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Qing responded without hesitation. After a moment's reflection, she added, "However, senior brother, you need not worry about me. I am capable of taking care of myself. Your safety is what matters most." Although she remained unaware of the entire situation, Qing was not naive. Since earlier, she had been observing the old woman's expressions, particularly after Jiang Ming pointed out the basement. Though the elderly woman had concealed her alarm quite skillfully, Qing still managed to discern something amiss. Could it be that the orphanage she had been assisting harbored undisclosed secrets? Although she was uncertain how her senior brother had uncovered this, and Qin felt an undeniable urge to witness the truth for herself, to ascertain what had transpired. Should danger arise, she believed she could lend a hand. While she might not possess her brother's formidable prowess, she could certainly stand in the way of a blade if necessary. That is out of the question. Jiang Ming shook his head, gesturing for her to come closer. What is it? And Qin obediently leaned closer. Before Jiang Ming could utter a word, her slender waist found its way into a large hand. Moments later, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Senior brother? And Qin felt a tremor within her heart and instinctively began to struggle. All right, junior sister, do not move recklessly, trust me. Upon hearing those 3 words, remarkably, and Qin truly calmed down, obediently enveloped in her senior brother's embrace. And Qin could sense a large hand gently resting on her soft waist. Fortunately, that was the extent of it. Her senior brother did not make any further movements. Although she was nestled in his embrace, the contact was not particularly close, and the points of physical connection were minimal. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, and Qin felt an odd sensation stirring within her. A feeling she could not articulate began to spread in her heart. In the past, only her sister Ruoqi had held her in such a manner, and at that time, she felt no emotional upheaval, only an overwhelming sense of safety. However, being cradled by her senior brother felt distinctly different, leaving her somewhat disoriented and at a loss for words. Perhaps it was the first time in many years that she had been held by a male. Furthermore, why did his hand feel so much warmer? It was significantly hotter than her sister's, and his large palm completely enveloped her side waist. And Qin promptly shook her little head, dispelling any frivolous thoughts. This was merely a normal physical interaction. She was simply placing her trust in her senior brother. Sister Chi-Chi surely wouldn't hold it against her, would she? Chapter 38. A sense of security. Jiang Ming pondered to himself that he was above board, his actions noble, embodying the very essence of a gentleman. Thus, inviting his junior sister and Qian over for an embrace was certainly not intended for his own gain. Well, perhaps not entirely. Primarily, it was to ensure the safety of a teammate, preventing a moment of folly that could lead to eternal regret. What if that elderly woman ahead were to launch a surprise attack? However, his junior sister's waist was incredibly supple. How he longed to give it a gentle squeeze. No, Jiang Ming, how could you descend into such depravity? You are betraying the trust of your junior sister. But her waist is so slender. Reinforced by the resilience cultivated through martial training, it must be quite springy. He yearned to grasp it. No. What is happening? This is terrible. My hand. It has a will of its own. An unexpected pinch at her waist startled and Qin, prompting her to exclaim, Senior brother? Oh. My hand was just a bit restless. I apologize, Jiang Ming replied, his gaze fixed ahead, concealed beneath his hat, thus avoiding the skeptical glance from his junior sister. The elderly woman in the lead paid no heed to the light-hearted banter and whispers exchanged between the two behind her, continuing to guide them in silence. The more relaxed the two became, the more advantageous it was for her. There was no reason to interrupt this playful couple's frolic. It would be best if their antics led them straight to the netherworld. Under the elderly woman's guidance, the trio navigated through a labyrinthine path until they arrived at a small room deep within the house. The space was stark and somewhat desolate. At that moment, the elderly woman said apologetically, Please wait a moment. She then approached a corner of the room and began to feel along the wall. After a moment, she pressed firmly on a specific spot. Suddenly, a section of the wall gave way. With her actions, a rumbling sound ensued. The empty floor began to tremble as a massive stone slab slowly shifted, revealing a concealed entrance before the trio. Observing this, Jiang Ming remarked with a hint of mockery. Your basement is quite well hidden. I wonder if it harbors anything unsavory. You jest, young sir. One must keep a close watch on provisions if pilfered. The children would surely go hungry, the elderly woman replied with a gentle smile, leading the way into the hidden passage. Qin gazed at the entrance of the basement, her furrowing in hesitation. Observing her reluctance, Jiang Ming quickly interjected, resembling a protective figure. Do not fear, junior sister. If you are frightened, simply hold on to me tightly. I shall not mind. Upon hearing this, Qin cast a sidelong glance at her senior brother. I am not afraid, but why are you holding me? Wouldn't that hinder your movements in case of danger? Moreover, I find it quite objectionable. For queries of this nature from a junior sister, one ought to provide a pleasing response. For instance, to protect you, I would gladly sacrifice myself, or in times of peril, I can conveniently shield you. Thus, Jiang Ming replied with composure, Holding you makes it easier to use you as a meat shield. Thank you. That was rather demeaning. Enough of this, junior sister. Let us proceed and focus. With a huff, the two followed the matriarch into the basement. A long staircase lay before them, illuminated only by the faint light from outside, which seemed to stretch into infinity. No sooner had they entered the basement than a thunderous sound echoed behind them. Soon, the last vestiges of light vanished, leaving only impenetrable darkness and silence. The door has closed. Next, they will surely unleash the hounds. Senior brother, and Qin's voice, tinged with trepidation yet feigning bravery, reached Jiang Ming's ears. It is very dark here. I cannot see anything, and this is rather unfriendly for me. After all, my martial skills have yet to reach a level where I can sense danger without sight. If you are afraid, you may hold on to me. I wouldn't mind. He offered. I am not afraid, and I do mind. And Qian's words lacked conviction. It was not due to her timidity. After all, she had dispatched her fair share of villains. However, the oppressive darkness surrounding her rendered her uneasy, as she could discern nothing, leaving her in a state of disquiet. Such utter darkness is a torment for anyone accustomed to relying on sight. If one were to close their eyes and traverse a mere 100 meters, the sensation would be unmistakable. Moreover, this path concealed unknown dangers. At present, the only sensations Qian could grasp were the hand resting on her waist and the presence of the person beside her. Were it not for her senior brother's embrace, she would likely have lost her way. It was no wonder he had sought to hold her. Had he anticipated such a predicament? Indeed, despite his flowery words, her senior brother proved to be quite dependable in critical moments. Jiang Ming could sense in Qian's body tense, a clear sign of her anxiety. Though she might outwardly project strength and fierceness, deep within, she harbored vulnerabilities. Should she display even a hint of trepidation in a given situation, a firm approach would undoubtedly be prudent. Much like inviting a girl to a haunted house, if she trembles with fear, a comforting embrace would never be inappropriate. One should not fret about whether such actions are suitable. If you have already managed to invite her, what is there to fear? To enhance one's appeal, one must take the initiative at pivotal moments. Thus, with a smile, Jiang Ming responded to Qian's words. I do not mind what you might find concerning. Before she could react, he tightened his hold, drawing her closer into his embrace. Instantly, half of her delicate form pressed against his chest, and the unique fragrance of youth enveloped them both. Senior brother. And Qian unnaturally twisted her body, yet she did not struggle, although she felt somewhat embarrassed. In this situation, the only source of reassurance was her senior brother beside her. Given the circumstances, there was no room for petty whims. Embracing was fine, after all. It was merely a bit of physical contact. Furthermore, observing her senior's calm demeanor, it was evident that he possessed some means of nocturnal vision, enabling him to see the path clearly. It would be wise to rely on him during this moment. This was merely a normal act of mutual assistance among teammates. Under such circumstances, Sister Qi would certainly not hold it against her. It seemed her senior brother would not overthink it either. Yes, indeed, that was the case. After a prolonged period of introspection, Qin finally found a reason to accept her senior brother's embrace. In an attempt to alleviate her emotions, she inquired, Senior brother, can you see the path ahead? I cannot. Very well, she replied, choosing to remain silent. By the way, what about that old woman? And Qing suddenly realized that the person leading the way had inexplicably lost their voice. Even the sound of footsteps that had accompanied them before had vanished, as if they had quietly slipped away to lay in ambush ahead. Jiang Ming responded casually, having undergone similar training during his time at the Taoist Alliance, where reliance on sight was not the sole means of perception. How do you know? Are you unable to see? Inability to see does not equate to ignorance. The inequality has been resolved. And Qian was once again in a daze. Senior brother, could you perhaps utter something comprehensible? All right, junior sister, let us hasten our pace, lest we keep her waiting too long. Jiang Ming wrapped his arm around Qian and quickened his steps, and Qing found herself enveloped in Jiang Ming's embrace. Unable to perceive the path ahead, compelled to follow his pace. In that moment, she truly grasped the essence of being timid, pitiable, and helpless. As they proceeded, her head was suddenly pressed down by her senior brother. Concurrently, a faint sound grazed above her. Shortly thereafter, she felt herself being lifted by him once more. It seemed as if something was emerging from the ground beneath them. Just as she was set down, her senior brother guided her in a swift rotation, seemingly evading a sharp blade. And Qian felt as if she were a marionette, unable to see anything, completely at the mercy of Jiang Ming, who led her into a whirlwind of chaotic movements. She was acutely aware of the peril surrounding her, yet an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped her. This sensation was oddly familiar. When her sister Ruoqi was by her side, it was precisely like this. At that time, she needed to ponder nothing. Surrendering her entire being to her sister, her heart brimming with a profound sense of security. Perhaps it could be described as a feeling of dependence. After Ruoqi departed, and Xian compelled herself to take charge of her own life, forcing herself to confront existence alone. Yet now, she found herself once more experiencing that feeling, not with her elder sister, but rather with a senior male peer. No, this was wrong. It shouldn't be this way. Only Ruoqi could elicit such emotions within her. Yet, why? And Xian found, to her astonishment, that deep within her heart lay a flicker of desire she was reluctant to acknowledge. A yearning for security, a longing for the protection of others, a need to depend on those around her, a craving for those things she believed were beyond her reach. Yet, Qin could distinctly sense that. Despite the usual eccentricities of her senior brother, she was experiencing a longing for something deeply desired, even if these feelings were not instigated by her senior sister. The surrounding darkness was palpable, rendering everything invisible. She was acutely aware of the lurking dangers and the continuous presence of traps. Yet, from her senior brother, Qin felt a long-lost sense of security. It seemed that as long as he was by her side, and she placed her trust in him, he would guide her through every challenge she faced. And Xian was acutely aware that such thoughts were utterly inappropriate. They represented a weakness within herself, an unconscious yearning for dependence that could render her years of hard work futile. Moreover, reliance often evolves into an entirely different emotion over time. Yet, she found herself unable to resist. The allure of this sense of security was immensely captivating for her. After all, she felt powerless at the moment. Any erratic movement would only serve to hinder progress. Thus, she resolved to surrender herself to her senior brother, indulging in the rare feeling of being able to rely on another. Just this once. Truly, just this once. Forgive me, Sister Qi. Just this once. Chapter 39. Guilt. Jiang Ming, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his junior sister's mind, would likely find it amusing if he were aware of her inner turmoil. A sense of security and belonging is among the essential spiritual needs of humanity. However, individuals vary in their pursuit of security due to differences in environment, personality, and habits. For instance, the senior sister derives her sense of security from her own strength, which is quite evident. In contrast, someone like Qin, whose disposition is more fragile, subconsciously seeks the protection of others to attain a feeling of safety, regardless of her attempts to disguise this need. This is entirely natural and not worthy of ridicule. The crux of the matter lies in Qin's perception that her reliance on Jiang Ming and the sense of security she derives from him constitutes a betrayal of her elder sister, Ruoqi. This notion is, indeed, somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, one's thoughts evolve through growth and experience, making it difficult to cast blame. Fortunately, Jiang Ming remains oblivious to the fact that he has nearly become a mythical creature in Qin's eyes. For him, navigating the intricate mechanisms before him takes precedence. The lengthy staircase leading to the basement conceals no fewer than a dozen traps. However, it must be said that these traps seem rather cliché to him: spike pits, poisoned arrows, and flying axes are all too familiar. These traps could easily spell doom for a martial arts master or even a novice in the Qi refinement stage, given the obscured visibility and the hidden nature of the hazards. Yet, for Jiang Ming, this poses little challenge, even with a fragrant and soft pendant in tow. Admittedly, the pendant is somewhat cumbersome, occasionally making it inconvenient to evade these attacks. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming had vowed to take Qin on a flight, and he is resolute in his promise. To ensure his beloved junior sister navigates these dangers unscathed, he must occasionally endure a blow or two himself to safeguard her. Jiang Ming tilted his head, deftly evading an incoming dagger. Is there yet another assailant? How fortuitous. A meat shield has presented itself. With a speed so swift that the assailant could scarcely respond, Jiang Ming shattered his throat, employing him as a human shield. Qin felt that time was stretching on interminably. Why had this perilous tunnel not yet come to an end? Although the sensation of being protected was comforting, Qin was acutely aware of the inherent dangers surrounding her. Moreover, the longer she was shielded by her senior brother, the more fear and guilt she experienced. She feared that she had wholly succumbed to the sense of security he provided. If that were the case, would she not be betraying her sister Ruoqi completely? This was not the case. She was merely powerless at the moment, temporarily accepting her senior brother's protection. It was only temporary, dear Ruoqi. Soon, very soon, it would all be over. Apologies were simply for a brief interlude. Just as Qin was reassuring herself, she suddenly felt something sharp brush against her face as it flew past. It did not strike her, yet a faint sound echoed in the air. A soft splatter followed as a warm, viscous liquid splashed onto Anqin's delicate face. The sound and sensation were not unfamiliar to her. It was the same sound she heard when plunging a dagger into someone. The substance that trickled down her cheek was likely blood. Had her senior brother been injured? She wondered if he was all right. However, given the confidence he had displayed moments ago, this injury must be merely an unfortunate accident, she hoped. And Qian refrained from speaking, fearful of disrupting her senior brother's rhythm, and could only comfort herself. At that moment, she felt an arm encircle her neck. A series of soft, rhythmic sounds emanated from the arm that sheltered her. Anqin felt a sudden jolt of clarity, awakening from her daze. So, her senior brother had shielded her from harm with his own body? Indeed, with his remarkable skills, he could effortlessly navigate the traps here. It was for his own sake that he had endured injury, carrying her, a person of considerable size, through such a narrow and treacherous passage was no small feat. It dawned on her that she was the cause of this predicament. Anqin felt a profound sense of regret. She had overestimated her own abilities. In hindsight, she should have chosen to remain above and wait for her senior brother. Unexpectedly, upon descending, she found herself unhelpful and merely a burden. The sense of security she had enjoyed was, in fact, sustained by her senior brother's own physical efforts. Contemplating this, her sense of safety waned, and guilt surged within her. Unable to restrain herself, Anqin softly uttered, "Senior brother, please put me down. Don't be foolish, lie still." "There's no need for worry," he replied, still responding with a plethora of words she could scarcely comprehend. Yet this time, Anqin experienced a shift in perception. Normally, she would find her senior brother's cryptic remarks baffling and devoid of sense. However, now, as he bore the burden of her presence amidst peril, even sustaining injuries for her sake, she was met not with complaints or reproaches, but rather with the familiar, reassuring banter. It seemed he did not regard her as a hindrance, maintaining his unwavering support. Such an attitude was undeniably optimistic. In that moment, Anqin reflected on the fact that even 100 versions of herself could not compare to her senior brother's singular strength. Yet the more he displayed this unwavering support, the deeper her guilt became. A few scoldings would have been preferable. "Almost there. Don't worry, we will pass unscathed. Your injury is merely a scratch," Jiang Ming asserted truthfully. Indeed, it was a minor wound. Yet for someone as sensitive as Anqin, it translated to a comforting notion. He is saying this to spare me from worry. In that instant, her guilt intensified. Unable to contain herself, she whispered an apology. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. It's all right. I'll just lick the blood back, and it will be as if I were never injured." Although her perception of her senior brother's nonsensical remarks had shifted, she still felt an overwhelming sensation that left her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's voice rang out. "We have arrived, and we have passed through unscathed." And Qian felt a sudden flicker of light amidst her dim vision, emanating from a torch. This signified that they had finally emerged from the lengthy, treacherous staircase. However, Qian felt no joy. The thought of her senior brother's injuries sustained while guiding her through this perilous path filled her with dread. As her vision began to clear, Qian quickly turned to assess her brother's wounds. Yet, the moment she pivoted, a cry of alarm escaped her lips, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Senior brother." Chapter 40. A night of 7 times. Qian was aware that Jiang Ming had been injured, yet during their recent conversation, his voice had resonated with vigor, leading her to believe it was merely a minor wound. However, as she turned to look, her heart momentarily faltered. A wave of panic engulfed her, rendering her voice quivering. "Senior brother, blood." Jiang Ming's face was smeared with blood, presenting a ghastly sight. In addition to that, his back, the outer side of his arms, and his legs were also stained with blood. There were even arrows and small blades embedded in him, swaying precariously with his movements. Yet, despite the multitude of external injuries, the interior bore scarcely a mark. Why was that? And Qian naturally understood why Jiang Ming had sustained so little injury. It was because she had remained nestled in her senior brother's embrace, untouched by any harm. He had shielded her from all danger with his own body. It was she who had caused him such grievous wounds. Contemplating this, tears flowed uncontrollably from Qian's eyes. "Senior brother, I am so sorry." And Qian extended her trembling little hand, wishing to examine Jiang Ming's wounds, yet she feared inadvertently causing him pain. For a moment, she felt somewhat at a loss. Jiang Ming, noticing her demeanor, blinked and asked, "What's the matter, junior sister? Why are you crying again?" Tears fell like raindrops upon her pillow. reminiscent of pear blossoms drenched in rain, evoking a sense of profound pity. She lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears, stifling her sobs. "Senior brother, please do not speak. Allow me to tend to your wounds." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ming chuckled softly. Such a minor injury hardly requires attention. Minor injury. "Senior brother, this is not the time for bravado." "Oh, wait, what are you doing? Please, do not move." Before Anqin could finish speaking, Jiang Ming had already taken action. He bent down and withdrew the hidden weapons embedded in his body. Such a removal would inevitably lead to significant blood loss. Upon witnessing this, Anqin was so frightened that her soul seemed to flee, and she hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, it was already too late. In the brief moment she tried to stop him, Jiang Ming had already drawn forth all the hidden weapons. Upon witnessing this, Anqin did not hesitate. She tore off her sleeve, preparing to staunch the bleeding of her reckless senior brother. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Where was the blood? Although these concealed weapons had embedded themselves in Jiang Ming's body, the wounds were surprisingly superficial. It was as if the instruments merely grazed him, failing to penetrate deeply. Thus, despite the apparent copiousness of blood, Jiang Ming was not grievously injured. Anqin stood there, momentarily dumbfounded with the torn sleeve in hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Her senior brother had claimed his injuries were minor, and it seemed he had not been dishonest. Yet, why was there so much blood on his face? At that moment, Jiang Ming reached out, took the torn sleeve from Anqin, and wiped his face. Although he did not clean it entirely, Anqin discerned that there was not a single scratch. In other words, her senior brother was actually unharmed. As Anqin sighed in relief, she couldn't help but feel that her tears had been shed in vain. She had promised herself to be strong, yet she faltered twice before her senior. However, she couldn't help but inquire, "Senior, where did all this blood on your face come from?" "Oh, there was an ambush, and I used him to shield myself from the trap. This blood belongs to him, not me." A sudden ambush? What transpired in that trap-laden passage? Why had she felt nothing at all? Was it the overwhelming sense of safety in her senior's embrace that rendered her oblivious? Anqin suddenly felt that all her martial arts training had been in vain. However, she found solace in her senior brother's embrace. Anqin shook her head, daring not to pursue her thoughts any further. "So, senior brother, are you truly all right?" "I'm perfectly fine. Engaging in such activities 7 times in one night poses no issue at all. Come, our esteemed elder awaits us." Jiang Ming shook his head and proceeded forward. 7 times in one night? What on earth does that signify? Anqin felt a slight headache. Previously, she dismissed her senior brother's ramblings as mere nonsense, paying them little heed. However, for some inexplicable reason, she now found herself yearning to comprehend the true meaning behind his words. Would grasping his intentions allow her to understand him a little better? It was not driven by any ulterior motives. After all, it is entirely natural for friends to seek mutual understanding. She had revealed her authentic self to him, yet she remained utterly oblivious to his essence. She couldn't even decipher his words. This seemed profoundly unfair. No, from now on, she must strive to comprehend everything her senior brother articulated. After settling her determination, Anqin hastily caught up with her senior brother and inquired, "Senior brother, what does 7 times in one night mean? I understand the notion of a night, but what does the 7 times refer to?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming fell into contemplation. Should he speak the truth? What if his junior sister divulged it to their senior sister? Never mind. It would be better not to tarnish the innocence of his junior sister. Let this sordid matter rest solely upon his shoulders. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Ming began to explain. This is a myth within the realm of cultivation. It is said that in a forbidden place known as Heavenly Abode, there resides a monstrous beast called the sacrificial lion. He cast a sidelong glance at Anqin, noticing her earnest attention, and was instantly drenched in sweat. However, the situation had progressed to this point. He could only muster the courage to continue fabricating the tale. This beast would entice passing travelers, draining them of their life essence, causing them to wither and meet an untimely demise. Consequently, a righteous and powerful cultivator could no longer bear the sight of this and vowed to vanquish the beast. Yet, the creature was impervious to blades and arrows, making it exceedingly difficult to confront. The cultivator, left with no other options, decided to alter his approach. Jiang Ming expressed regret. He willingly offered his own life essence, sacrificing it 7 times in one night, ultimately causing the beast to perish from the excess. However, he too met his end in the process. Hence, descendants now use the phrase 7 times in one night to describe those with robust vitality. Indeed, that is the essence of it. which is why I claim to have 7 times in one night, intending to convey my resilience of life. Yes, exactly, that is it. Jiang Ming nodded earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Qin blinked her beautiful eyes. Though simple, it is indeed a tale of tragic grandeur. She silently etched this idiomatic reference into her memory, pondering that one day she might share it with her sister Ruoqi. Ruoqi, too, possesses great resilience. She could very well be considered one who endures a night of 7 encounters. Chapter 41. Shall I practice with you? The basement was expansive. It was hard to believe that such a vast space lay concealed beneath the modest exterior of the house. It seemed as though the excavation had encroached upon the neighboring properties. Clearly, this place was not intended for the storage of grain. The surroundings remained dim, yet fortunately, scattered torches provided a flicker of illumination, preventing complete darkness from engulfing them. Junior sister, what are you doing behind me? Jiang Ming suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Qin, who trailed closely behind him. In the unexpected moment of Jiang Ming's halt, Qin inadvertently collided into his embrace. Initially, it was merely an unintentional bump. However, Qin reacted as if she had encountered a fearsome serpent, hastily retreating a few steps. How could you, dear junior sister? I vowed to ensure your safe passage, yet you treat me thus? Jiang Ming exclaimed. Is your retreat a serious gesture? Such a minor action carries such weighty consequences. At this moment, Qin realized that her reaction seemed somewhat excessive. In a fluster, she stammered and concocted a clumsy excuse, meekly uttering, I merely feared that I might hurt you, considering you are already injured. After all, she could not possibly divulge the truth, could she? Qin had just silently vowed to Sister Ruoqi that this would be the sole instance. Should she find herself once more in her senior brother's embrace? Succumbing again to the solace of his protection, it might merely be a quest for security. Yet, Qin was acutely aware that if she were to routinely seek her senior brother's guardianship and grow reliant upon him, it would become uncertain whether she could ever regard him with the same equanimity again. In contrast to Sister Ruoqi, she was not a person of steadfast resolve. In such a case, she might indeed betray Sister Ruoqi. Such an eventuality must be avoided at all costs. To avert this predicament, Qin resolved to distance herself from her senior brother's embrace. Jiang Ming remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling within the young girl before him. Women are perpetually simple, yet profoundly complex. They exist in a perpetual state of quantum superposition between simplicity and intricacy, and until one comprehends them, one remains unaware of the vast convolutions within their seemingly petite minds. Although Jiang Ming harbored doubts regarding Qin's words, he refrained from pressing her further. It was evident that his junior sister would not divulge her thoughts. Thus, he shifted the conversation. Why are you trailing behind me? Why not walk alongside? To this inquiry, Qin responded with candor. I was merely observing the wound on your back. It was somewhat dim, so I drew a little closer. In her preoccupation with examining the injury, she had failed to notice that Jiang Ming had come to a halt, resulting in her colliding into him. Jiang Ming looked at Qin with a hint of exasperation. I have already told you, it is nothing. Qin uttered her most resolute words in the faintest whisper. Well, I too wish to see for myself. It would bring me greater assurance to witness it firsthand, especially with my senior brother being so unpredictable. What if it is merely bravado? Jiang Ming remained silent, proceeding to take action. Hey, senior brother, what are you doing? I'm going to show you. And you shall see to your heart's content. Without further ado, Jiang Ming removed his upper garment and reached for his belt. I can't watch anymore. I can't. Senior brother, please, don't take it off. Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Qin, whose cheeks were tinged with pink. Are you sure? Well, you are so lively, it should be fine. I'm not looking. Qin promptly nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains. Who would dare to disarm themselves in the territory of an enemy? Moreover, she had noticed that her senior brother's wounds were quite superficial, which eased her concerns. Very well. Let us proceed. Stand beside me. Do not linger behind, for it would be difficult for me to protect you in such a manner. Jiang Ming donned his attire. Merely teasing this young girl, he certainly wouldn't strip down in this place. Very well. Upon hearing these words, Qin pressed her lips together. Protection. For reasons unknown. Witnessing the injuries her senior brother bore for her stirred an inexplicable flutter in her heart, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. Qin hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up. Wait, she said, as Jiang Ming lifted his head, his demeanor serious. His gaze penetrating as he stared into the dim and foreboding distance, where despair loomed like a ravenous beast. What troubles you, senior brother? Had her retreat displeased him? For some reason, a sudden unease gripped Qin, her small hands instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. She seemed unaware that not long ago, she would not have pondered so deeply over a mere address from Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming spoke slowly. Remember, sometimes kindness may become the accomplice of evil. Yet the fault lies not with kindness. The elderly woman furrowed her brow, gazing towards the exit. Why had Shaoqi not returned yet? Shaoqi was a martial arts expert sent by headquarters, skilled in assassination, with footsteps as silent as the wind. Surely he had not stumbled into trouble? After all, he had set the very traps in that dark passage. Do not let your mind wander. Everything will be fine. When Shaoqi had introduced those traps to her, she had been filled with trepidation, marveling at how one could navigate that treacherous path, let alone with Shaoqi's own intervention. At this point, the elderly woman could only offer herself some comfort. Suddenly, from the darkness, a grimy little hand reached out, grasping at the hem of her trousers, accompanied by a weak, raspy voice. "Director, please, give my sister something to eat. She has fainted." However, the pleading voice ignited a wave of anxiety within the elderly woman. She lifted her foot and stomped down on the outstretched hand. "Dare to ask for food? You worthless bunch. Worthless. Worthless. You can't even get food, nor can you sell it. You waste precious resources." As her sharp voice rang out, the elderly woman's foot ground down upon the small hand, as if to vent her frustrations upon it. A weak cry of pain escaped the owner of the small hand, who lacked the strength to break free from the elderly woman's grip. Just as she was venting her anger, a piercing sound sliced through the air, approaching rapidly. A small stone struck her calf with precision. Bang! The immense force caused her leg to explode in agony. "Ah, my foot!" A shrill, ear-piercing scream erupted. "Have you grown so large that you still bully children?" Jiang Ming's emotionless voice echoed from a distance. "Shall I come and practice with you?" Chapter 42. The point of no return. The elderly woman, unable to support herself with a single leg, collapsed to the ground, emitting a chilling and piercing scream as she clutched her severed limb. Not far away, the sound of footsteps approached at a leisurely pace. With each step, it felt as though they were treading upon her very heart, intensifying her sense of despair. And Qin followed Jiang Ming closely, mirroring his every step. However, her beautiful eyes were already clouded with murderous intent. Beside the elderly figure lay a child, chained like a dog, with tiny hands stained in blood and body marred by wounds, having succumbed to unconsciousness. In front of the child was a tattered bowl, utterly empty, devoid of any remnants of food. Nearby, in the flickering light, Qin beheld numerous other children lying together, lifeless and oblivious to their fate. A putrid stench, overwhelmingly foul, enveloped the basement, clinging stubbornly to the air. This was merely the area illuminated by the firelight. The vastness of the basement left her trembling at the thought of how many more children might be hidden in the shadows. The realization that the orphanage she had supported for so long was involved in such nefarious deeds struck her like a heavy stone, pressing down on her heart and making it difficult to breathe. Every penny she had donated could have become a tool of oppression against these innocent souls. A profound, indescribable emotion consumed her. Regret? Murderous rage? Guilt? Perhaps it was a blend of all. In that moment, Qin finally grasped why her senior brother was so insistent on venturing into the basement, and why he had cryptically spoken of good and evil just moments ago. He had known all along. Qin clenched her fists, her gaze fixed upon the wailing elderly woman, devoid of any trace of sympathy, wishing fervently for her demise. Though she appeared fragile, the passage of these years had wrought significant changes within her. Perhaps, in the presence of her senior brother and sister Ruoqi, she might inadvertently reveal a vulnerable side. Yet, in this particular scenario, she would never allow such a weakness to surface, even though her heart ached and tears threatened to spill. Nevertheless, she refrained from taking action and instead turned her attention to her senior brother. While he often displayed a carefree demeanor, the sight of his steadfast figure instilled within Qin a profound sense of reassurance. "Qin, go and assess the situation of those children," Jiang Ming suddenly instructed. When he initially inquired whether she wished to descend, he had presented her with a choice. Since she opted to accompany him, her presence must serve a purpose. Go. Witness the grotesqueness of this world. After all, the realm of cultivation is rife with such darkness. There are malevolent cultivators, sinister beings, and monstrous creatures. In the future, you shall encounter even more. It is best to acclimate yourself to this reality now. Upon hearing this, Qin's hand trembled uncontrollably. She took a deep breath and replied, "Very well, senior brother." As Qin approached the dimness with hesitant yet resolute steps, her delicate form appeared to tremble. However, Jiang Ming paid her no heed. Directing his attention towards the elderly woman, the old woman's cries abruptly ceased, morphing into a terrified shout. "Don't come any closer. What do you intend to do?" Before she could finish, Jiang Ming suddenly extended his foot and gently placed it upon her shattered leg, followed by a merciless crush. In an instant, blood splattered forth. The excruciating pain instantaneously connected to the old woman's nerves, rendering her screams a discordant wail. "Very well, now you may speak. What was it you wished to say?" Yet, the elderly woman offered no response, only continuing her harrowing cries, the intense agony leaving her breathless, unable to utter a single word. For so many years, she had inflicted countless such torments upon others, yet had never experienced it herself. Observing her preoccupation with screaming, Jiang Ming grew dissatisfied and applied more pressure. "Speak. Why do you only scream and remain silent? Do you look down upon me?" At that moment, he crushed the fracture in her leg beneath his foot, blood and flesh erupting. The cacophony of her cries caused Jiang Ming to furrow his brow. He lifted his foot, shifting to tread upon the other intact leg of the old woman. Seemingly sensing this, she struggled against the pain, shouting, "No, wait," before she could finish her plea. Jiang Ming exerted force beneath his foot. Instantly, the old woman's uninjured leg twisted grotesquely. Jiang Ming's cold voice resonated. "I allowed you to speak, yet you remained silent. Continue to scream, do not cease. No, please, I was wrong, spare me. I did not permit you to speak." Jiang Ming shifted his foot slightly upward and then stomped down again with brutal force. Now you are forbidden from screaming." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's cries abruptly ceased, as though her throat had been constricted. Nevertheless, the intense pain still forced a faint sound from her throat. She appeared to be in excruciating torment. The old woman was filled with regret. Initially, upon hearing the youthful voices of these two individuals, she assumed they were idealistic young heroes meddling in affairs that did not concern them and had intended to lure them into a trap. Little did she anticipate that instead of eliminating them, she would become the prey. No wonder this man, fully aware of the dangers ahead, dared to venture forth. He possessed formidable strength. Yet, how had they navigated that treacherous passage? Even the leaders of martial arts sects would falter there. The old woman found herself unable to comprehend it. However, she had no time for such thoughts now. More pressing matters occupied her mind. For instance, Jiang Ming inquired, "What is 1000 minus 7? The elderly woman had not anticipated such a dilemma, hesitating for a brief moment. Then, pain engulfed her. 993, it is indeed 993. Well, you are correct. It appears your faculties are still intact. I implore you, in my suffering, grant me a swift release." The old woman refrained from uttering the plea for mercy. A rational person would understand the impossibility of such a request. "Of course it is possible. Go ahead and speak." Jiang Ming glanced into the distance, seemingly observing Qin in the throes of vomit. It appeared she had witnessed something unbearably cruel. "Speak, whatever it is, do not make me instruct you." Yes, I am a human trafficker." Subsequently, I served an organization known as No Return, collecting these children from various locales, whether they had families or were orphans. Those with exceptional qualities after training, we would sell to affluent families in need. The fate of the others varied. Some might have their legs broken to beg, sold to the slave market, or used as living sacrifices. Even within the martial world, there are those practicing sinister arts. The malevolent practitioners of the cultivation realm are their advanced counterparts. Some require living sacrifices, specifically young boys and girls. None are virtuous. They exist solely to harm others for their own gain. Continue. There is nothing more. The old woman's vocal cords seemed damaged from her cries, her once gentle tone now raspy and harsh like a crow. Perhaps you could ponder further? I say. I accompanied the headquarters here. They plan to develop in a more remote city, transporting these goods to other locations, thus ensuring secrecy, without the worry of official soldiers. The bandits outside Jingguan City are our partners. Occasionally, they can provide children with promising conditions. So, the headquarters of No Return is in Jingguan City? No, not in the city, but rather underground to the north, outside of Jingguan City. That is all, truly. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Does the headquarters house any children? No, they do not handle storage. They generally assist as traffickers. Understood. I beg of you, in my life. Jiang Ming swiftly rendered the frenzied old woman unconscious to prevent her from taking her own life. At that moment, Qin returned. After merely a brief exploration, Her demeanor was as though she had endured great torment, appearing haggard. Master, senior brother, I have returned. How is it? Most of the children are still alive, albeit in a state of stupor. However, some have been deceased for a while. Upon mentioning this, Sheen seemed to feel nauseous again. I also observed certain signs of gnawing. You have endured much, and Sheen, you have done remarkably well. And Sheen appeared somewhat feeble. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Can the city lord you mentioned handle these children? She should be capable. She is a good person. Very well. Jiang Ming did not hasten to console or enlighten Qian, but instead nodded and gazed into the depths of the darkness. He spread his hands, and the overwhelming despair seemed to be drawn to him, converging from all directions. Absorbing these negative emotions might alleviate the burden on these children. Jiang Ming condensed these feelings into a small sword and stored it in his dantian, separating it from other emotions. Such emotions were excessively burdensome and could even taint his vital energy. Thus, he chose to store it separately, as it might prove useful in the future. Anqin was unaware of what her senior brother was occupied with, yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt as though the oppressive atmosphere around them had somewhat lightened. Senior brother, shall we proceed to seek out the city lord now? And Qian, with a resolute spirit, inquired, her beautiful eyes frequently glancing toward Jiang Ming. A powerful urge surged within her, compelling her to throw herself into her senior brother's embrace and weep profusely. Yet, she forcibly restrained herself. Jiang Ming understood that she was weary. After all, she was confronted not only with the grim reality surrounding them, but also with the torment of her own conscience. However, the immediate concern lay with these children. For Qian's sake, expedience was essential. Thus, Jiang Ming had no intention of sluggishly making his way to the lord's mansion and back. He retrieved a sword from his storage ring and turned to Qian, saying, Junior sister, hold on just a little longer. We shall soon see this through. By the way, let me show you how to handle such matters when you become powerful one day. Chapter 43. Exterminating evil. Jiang Ming brandished the sword briefly before sheathing it once more. He looked at Qian and instructed, please turn around for a moment. And Qian was momentarily stunned. In the brief moment of her confusion, Jiang Ming had already removed his shirt and was now preparing to take off his trousers. What on earth is my senior brother up to? Just a moment ago, he was all seriousness. How could he suddenly revert to such behavior? With a sudden interjection from her senior brother, Qian felt her previously heavy heart lighten, becoming somewhat disjointed. However, she did not advance to stop him again. Instead, she obediently turned away. For now, she chose to trust. Anqin turned around and happened upon the sight of a wretched old woman. Her legs were gruesomely broken. One leg was severed, the wound a ghastly mess of flesh and blood, while the other seemed to have been trampled multiple times by her senior, now twisted and contorted. Blood had splattered widely, indicating the brutality of the assault. However, the severed leg had ceased to bleed, suggesting that her senior had applied some measure of restraint. Perhaps it was preserved for a purpose yet to be revealed? Qin felt a sense of discomfort upon witnessing the old woman's condition. She was accustomed to executions that involved a clean cut to the throat, leaving little mess in their wake. The gruesome sight of blood and flesh was a rarity for her. However, the image of the scene she had just witnessed lingered in her mind. Qianbei clenched her teeth tightly. Suddenly, she felt that her senior brother was not ruthless enough. All right, junior sister. Why does it seem that my senior brother's voice is somewhat unusual? This tone evokes a sense of ethereal charm. Qin turned over, intending to investigate further. Where is my senior brother? Who is this? Where is my senior brother, who donned simple, coarse clothing and bore a mischievous smile upon his face? Anqin gazed at the man before her with skepticism. Dressed in an exquisite white robe, he resembled a celestial being cast down to the mortal realm, seemingly a beacon of salvation in this darkness. With his head tilted at a precise 45 degrees, his profound gaze was filled with a sorrowful compassion, as if he were condemning the grotesqueness of this world. Grasping a 3-foot-long blade, the cold glimmer it emitted appeared poised to pierce through the dimness and malevolence of the basement. Master? Senior brother? Qian called out uncertainly, Junior sister. Jiang Ming responded with a gentle smile directed at Qian, which unexpectedly stirred within her a sense of both astonishment and a serene warmth, akin to the gentle caress of spring. What is happening? This doesn't seem like an act. Where is my previous senior brother? Could it be that he, too, conceals his true self like her? Then, which of my senior brothers is the genuine one? Is it the carefree one? The one with a ruthless demeanor? Or is it this ethereal figure before me? She found herself utterly perplexed, unable to discern the truth. Anqin suddenly realized that she seemed to know nothing about her senior brother. Yet, her true self had been entirely revealed to him. Her junior sister, Jiang Ming, gently stroked Anqin's head and said softly, "You have worked hard. Take a moment to rest." "All right." And Qian nodded dumbly, further losing her sense of clarity. Yet, her senior brother's hands were so warm, and his voice too. She longed to weep in his embrace. "No, and Qian, do not let your thoughts wander further." Jiang Ming paid no heed to the internal struggle of Anqin. With the treasured sword bestowed by his senior sister in hand, he was capable of unleashing 3 strokes of sword chi at the golden core stage. To be frank, utilizing it here felt rather extravagant. However, Jiang Ming was not particularly concerned. After all, he could simply treat his senior sister to a few meals and have her reseal a few more spells, could he not? Who would consider such abilities as mere consumables? The world of cultivation values connections and human relationships over mere combat. Jiang Ming retrieved a sound amplification talisman and a temporary levitation talisman from his ring, affixing them to himself. These minor talismans often seem somewhat superfluous. For instance, the sound amplification talisman merely magnified sound, akin to a resounding bell. Yet, true masters possess the art of speaking softly while their words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Similarly, the levitation talisman could merely float in the air as a target, while those at the foundation establishment stage could already fly on swords. Thus, these talismans were not particularly advanced. Jiang Ming could effortlessly sketch a multitude of them. The principles of formations and talismans are intertwined, and he had no qualms about acquiring additional skills. After all, a multitude of talents is never a burden. Moreover, the utility of low-level talismans often depended on the situation. Just recently, Jiang Ming had used a low-level explosive formation to toy with someone at the foundation establishment stage. These talismans were indeed perfectly suited for this scenario. With a swift motion, Jiang Ming raised the sword in his hand and slashed it through the air. A fierce sword chi surged skyward, instantly cleaving through the ceiling and leaving a broad scar. The debris reduced to dust in an instant. The remaining force of the sword chi shot into the heavens, parting the clouds that gathered at the horizon. This was merely a controlled demonstration. He had not unleashed the full extent of his sword chi. It could only be said that the golden core stage was indeed the realm of remarkable destructive power. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, many cultivators' attacks returned to a more subdued essence. Most assaults became silent, devoid of extravagant effects, and extraordinarily low-key, which facilitated stealthy strikes. It could only be said that with age comes a more cunning disposition. The sudden phenomenon drew the citizens of Jingguan City, who had been unaware of the spectacle, to look up in awe, as if witnessing a divine miracle. "Quick, look at the sky. The heavens have split apart. In the basement." And Qian stared at her senior brother, mouth agape. "Wait, senior brother? You possess such power. Why did you pretend to be so weak before? You could have simply cut right through earlier. Who could possibly contend with you?" And Qian was blissfully unaware that the true force was not Jiang Ming, but rather her beloved sister, Ruoqi. Jiang Ming, indifferent to her thoughts, grasped the unconscious old woman and, buoyed by the levitation talisman and amplification charm, ascended gradually into the air. Simultaneously, his voice resounded like a mighty bell throughout the city. "I am a celestial master of the 10,000 Laws Immortal sect. Passing through Jingguan City, I have witnessed dark deeds lurking in the shadows. Today, I shall cleanse the evil on behalf of the sect, to manifest virtue and righteousness. I hope the entirety of Jingguan City will unite in cooperation." Chapter 44. Rise Up. Jiang Ming held aloft the wretched, unconscious old woman, soaring upward through the cleft of sword energy until he hovered above Jingguan City. From this vantage point, the modest expanse of Jingguan City lay before him in its entirety. "Welcome, Celestial Master, to Jingguan City, to rid us of our afflictions." A clever little soul was the first to call out. Following suit, a majority of the populace knelt in the direction of Jiang Ming, vociferously proclaiming, "Thank you, Celestial Master, for alleviating our suffering." The Celestial Master embodies benevolence, truly a deity among us. The common folk bow in gratitude to the Master, thankful for the liberation from our woes. A cacophony of disorganized praise erupted from all corners of Jingguan City, a chorus that swelled with fervor, with some even vying to be heard first. Yet, did they genuinely believe that Jiang Ming had come to eradicate their troubles? Not necessarily. After all, the people were largely ignorant of the events that had transpired. They did not know the identity of the person Jiang Ming held, nor could they ascertain the truth of his proclamations. But would anyone dare to question him? Certainly not. Instead, They would exhaust their intellect, employing all they had learned to extol and flatter Jiang Ming. Why? Because he could fly and wielded a resplendent sword. Such feats were the hallmark of the celestial realm, signifying absolute authority among mortals. Thus, whether Jiang Ming truly came to eliminate evil was of little consequence. If the celestial master declared it to be so, then it was. Even if he pointed to a horse and called it a snow leopard, the people would merely acquiesce. Jiang Ming was well aware of this dynamic, yet he remained indifferent. His ostentatious entrance was not merely for show, at least, not entirely. More importantly, it was to galvanize the people and the government into a unified front against the external threat. One old woman alone could not mobilize the entire relief effort, undoubtedly. There were more human traffickers hidden within Jingguan City. These individuals could not be dealt with solely by the lord of the city, especially since they could not even manage the bandits outside the city walls. Therefore, it was essential to harness the power of the masses. The eyes of the people are keenly observant. Now, within the populace's dwelling, a multitude of filthy rats has emerged, coveting not only their grain, but even their own flesh and blood, under the influence of vested interests. It becomes remarkably effortless to galvanize the people into seeking out human traffickers, which frequently provides immense convenience to the lord of the city. After all, when the entire populace transforms into the lord's informants, how many avenues remain for the traffickers to escape? This notion is splendid. Yet the realities that may unfold are not concerns for Jiang Ming to ponder. Such matters should weigh heavily on the minds of the citizens of Jingguan City and their lord. He has done all he can. It is impossible for him to oversee every single detail. What purpose would that serve for them? This is their home. Moreover, Jiang Ming could have chosen to remain aloof regarding this affair, perhaps feigning ignorance about the sinister happenings at the orphanage. Yet he did not. He chose to engage. On one hand, his abhorrence for traffickers is profound. Their existence contributes far more to the world in death than in life. On the other hand, he aims to illuminate the truth for Qin, allowing her to experience certain events that will foster her growth. Currently, after unearthing the traffickers, he not only refrains from withdrawing but also intends to further encourage a united front between the people and the authorities. The considerable time and effort Jiang Ming invests in these endeavors, in part, is for the sake of his junior sister. Perhaps by undertaking these actions, he can alleviate some of the burden on her heart, which she perceives as being complicit in wrongdoing. As for how to instill in the populace a deep-seated belief in his words, fostering unity rather than mere sycophancy, this is, in fact, quite simple. People often criticize this wretched world that places undue emphasis on appearances. Yet, it cannot be denied that those who possess beauty do, in certain respects, enjoy an advantage. Heaven has bestowed upon Jiang Ming a visage that could astonish the world, yet it has also exacted its toll. For instance, if a menacing figure clad in a black robe ascended, brandishing a bloodied, grotesquely wounded elderly woman, what would the onlookers' immediate reaction be? Surely, they would think, alas, a malevolent cultivator seeks to slaughter the city. However, when the strikingly handsome Jiang Ming, with an extraordinary bearing, attired in a pure white robe, gradually rises into the air before the gaze of the entire city, what thoughts might cross their minds? Let us not dwell on trivialities, at the very least. The first impression would not associate Jiang Ming with malevolent practices. His physical appearance aligns harmoniously with the quintessential image of a celestial master, perhaps even surpassing the idealized vision in one's mind. In such circumstances, Jiang Ming's words naturally carry a greater weight of persuasion. He cleared his throat, seemingly poised to speak. With that single cough, the gaze of the entire city converged upon Jiang Ming, eagerly awaiting the celestial master's pronouncement. Not long ago, within the city lord's residence, a woman of approximately 40 years was seated at her desk, diligently attending to official documents. Her visage retained a certain allure. Yet the formidable aura she exuded often overshadowed her beauty and gender, rendering her presence one that commanded respect. The lord of Jingguan City, Yuqing, was currently furrowing her brow, clearly troubled. Jingguan City, a mere remote town, often found complexities arising wherever people congregated. With mountain bandits lurking menacingly outside and internal fiscal concerns compounded by frequent reports of missing children, these issues incessantly drained the vigor of this capable and benevolent city lord. She yearned to alleviate the burdens of her people, yet at times, her aspirations fell short of her capabilities. Mountain bandits? As a woman of letters but lacking martial prowess, she could manage paperwork, yet nurturing a formidable army to combat such brigands was a daunting task. Alas, her subordinates lacked the valor required for leadership in battle. Fortunately, Xiao Qin had bravely volunteered to shoulder some of the pressure. The drawback was that she found herself constantly worrying about Xiao Qin's safety, necessitating the deployment of personnel to monitor her home, awaiting news of her safe return. While she could devise temporary solutions to the financial deficit incurred from her benevolence towards the populace, the frequent cases of missing children were clearly the work of human traffickers. Even if Yu Qing were to direct her efforts towards an investigation, uncovering information within the ranks of such disciplined criminal organizations proved exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, it boiled down to two pressing concerns: a lack of talent and a shortage of funds. Without money, one cannot attract talent, and without talent, one cannot secure funds. Sigh. Life had become unbearable. Yu Qing set down her pen, unable to suppress a gentle massage of her temples, her head throbbing. How she wished for a celestial being to descend from the heavens to assist her in managing these affairs. I am a celestial master of the 10,000 Laws sect, passing through Jingguang City, and I have witnessed injustices lurking in the shadows. Today, I seek to purge evil on behalf of the sect, to manifest virtue. I hope the entirety of Jingguang City can unite and cooperate wholeheartedly. At that moment, a clear and resounding voice echoed from outside the city lord's residence. Yu Qing sprang to her feet in astonishment and rushed outside. Celestial Master? Is this for real? Jiang Ming gazed down upon the myriad souls of Jingguang City, while the populace knelt upon the ground, lifting their heads in reverence towards this ethereal master. The gaze of the celestial and the mortal intersected in the air, as if separated by two distinct realms. Yet, is it truly so? From whence does the celestial originate? Jiang Ming slowly began to speak, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating through the air. The very first utterance elicited astonished expressions from nearly all the citizens of Jingguang City. Rise up. Do not kneel. His proclamation echoed throughout the city. The townsfolk gazed up at Jiang Ming, suspended in the heavens, their eyes reflecting bewilderment. What had the master just said? Did he not instruct us to rise? Perhaps we misheard. Just as uncertainty lingered among the people, Jiang Ming's voice resounded again. Everyone, please stand. This time, his tone was calm, reminiscent of casual conversation. The citizens exchanged glances but eventually complied, standing and gazing up at the master. Seeing this, Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. His directive to stand was not intended to alter the populace's perception of cultivators or to advocate for concepts of liberty and equality. Setting aside the futility of such endeavors, one must acknowledge the fundamental impossibility of achieving it. The disparity in power between cultivators and mortals inherently dictates a difference in their realms of thought. It is implausible to expect that these common folk could suddenly awaken to a sense of collective ownership of the world and oppose the hegemony of cultivators due to Jiang Ming's few words. What folly! The combined strength of all mortals would scarcely rival that of a single formidable cultivator. In a scenario where a great adept were placed in a lawful society akin to that of a past life, the following day, the earth would become his private garden, effortlessly surpassing the cautious phase of a superhero and evolving into an emblem of unbridled joy. Thus, Jiang Ming's insistence that the populace rise was not an endeavor to propagate new ideologies or to inspire a new generation. It was merely to facilitate his upcoming discourse. Esteemed citizens, regardless of your past encounters with celestial masters or those you may meet in the future, I harbor no interest in your kneeling or your adulation. Therefore, refrain from engaging in these actions, as they bear no significance for either you or me. Today, I stand here solely because I happened upon this place, and in a sudden surge of compassion, I intend to perform a good deed. Do you understand? The citizens below gazed up at the celestial master. They certainly comprehended his words. Yet, they could not shake the feeling that this celestial master bore a peculiar difference from those they had previously encountered. There was something refreshingly down-to-earth about his manner of speaking. The demeanor of the figure in question cannot be described as particularly gentle or approachable, however, in stark contrast to the aloof celestial masters of the past. At least this one acknowledges their presence. Previously, these celestial beings would not even spare a glance, regardless of whether the people knelt in reverence or engaged in any other actions. Yet this individual thoughtfully inquired if they understood. This unexpected engagement left the common folk both anxious and astonished. Did the celestial master truly converse with them? Could they dare to respond without causing offense? At that moment, it was a brave soul among them who mustered the courage to reply, "We understand." The populace then turned their gaze to the celestial figure above, only to find him nodding in apparent satisfaction. Encouraged, the voices of the citizens of Jingguang City echoed in unison, proclaiming, "We understand." Could this truly be considered a conversation with the celestial master? They could boast of this encounter for years to come. At this point, Jiang Ming gestured for silence with a single hand, and the crowd complied. Aware that they could not take liberties simply because Jiang Ming had exhibited a relatively amiable demeanor thus far, such ingrained perceptions were not easily altered. Now that you are all standing, please tell me, in which city do you reside? Jingguan City. This time, their voices harmonized, emboldened by the Celestial Master's presence. Excellent. He continued. Now, do you recognize the individual I hold in my hand? Jiang Ming raised the elderly woman aloft and inquired. The crowd, now attentive, focused on the previously overlooked figure, treating this as a test set forth by the Celestial Master. It seemed as though they were finally able to interact with someone of such lofty stature, and the citizens were keen to participate. Soon, a man raised his hand and exclaimed, I recognize her. She is the elder from the Gu Yuan, and I have donated to her cause. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded approvingly and remarked, Well done. You are a person of kindness. Please continue your good deeds. Instantly, all eyes were upon the man, filled with unspoken envy. He trembled with disbelief. How could a mere commoner be so fortunate as to receive praise from a Celestial Master? Thank you, Celestial Master. I shall continue to do good. When the disparity in status is so profound, even an offhand compliment can feel like a priceless treasure. Indeed, this is the elder from Gu Yuan. Jiang Ming's tone shifted to one of gravity, silencing the crowd. Yet, she is also the leader of the largest human trafficking ring in Jingguan City. After the silence, an uproar erupted throughout the city. What? Is this true? Silence. How dare you question the Celestial Master? Oh yes, it must be true. The Celestial Master has no reason to deceive us. What else could it be? Would he deliberately target an old woman? Even Yu Qing, who had hurriedly accompanied others, could not help but be taken aback. If what the Immortal Master said was true, it would signify the alleviation of a significant predicament. However, she remained perplexed as to why the Immortal Master would specifically venture into the GU Academy to apprehend individuals. Yu Qing was aware that Immortal Masters could be both benevolent and malevolent. Typically, those with a more favorable disposition would not squander their time meddling in the affairs of mortals. Yet, this particular Immortal Master not only captured individuals but also took the time to make their actions public. What advantage could this possibly confer upon him? At that moment, Jiang Ming spoke again. Today, my esteemed self and my junior sister discovered something unusual at the GU Academy, prompting us to investigate further and ultimately uncover the source of this wickedness. If you doubt our words, you may visit the GU Academy yourselves. The populace responded with unwavering faith, affirming their belief in the Immortal Master. It would be unjust to claim they were merely swayed by the crowd, relinquishing their capacity for independent thought. After all, could a distinguished Immortal Master truly be so idle as to seek out trouble among mortals? And Qian, however, was taken aback to find her senior brother had included himself in the matter, despite her own lack of involvement. Yet, as she lifted her gaze to behold her senior brother, clad in flowing white garments under the sunlight, she realized he was indeed unlike any Immortal Master she had encountered before. Handsome in appearance, yet rather irreverent. He could have taken advantage of the situation, but chose instead to comfort her after her tears, unbothered by his image. He could have remained uninvolved yet opted to dedicate time and effort to expose the malevolence at hand. An Immortal Master, yet capable of feeling anger on behalf of the plight of mortal children. Though she had done nothing, her name was still included. Was it to spare her feelings? Chapter 46. Atonement. Though I have captured this human trafficker, she is merely the mastermind. In Jingguan City, your very own home, there still lurk many vermin, eyeing your children with malevolent intent. Tell me, can we spare them? No. Jiang Ming's words ignited the emotions of the populace, especially among some of the victims, who were now rushing towards the GU Academy, hoping to recover their lost children. One could only wonder what their mindset would be upon witnessing the conditions within. Excellent. Remember, the reason you must stand up is that this is your home. The lurking evil requires your initiative to eradicate, not reliance on me. I have already shown you all the compassion I can, and I cannot assist you further. It is said that your city lord is an honest and virtuous official. I hope you can unite as one to create a joyful home for yourselves. As we reach the conclusion, it has become apparent that the lord of the city of Jingwensheng is a benevolent ruler. Given the current atmosphere, he could easily unite the people under his banner if he chooses to act wisely. Whether he can succeed is no longer his concern. He has done enough already. Thank you, Master. We shall undoubtedly heed your teachings. Thank you, Master. Wait, why were you being so secretive just now? Why are you running away? It must be said that the effects have been rather immediate. The commoners below seemed to have apprehended some suspicious individuals, likely due to Jiang Ming's impassioned speech. Soon, these individuals were confronted by the irate populace. Yu Qing, who was on her way to the GU Institute, also overheard Jiang Ming's words. In an instant, she grasped his intent. Clearly, the master was extending a helping hand to her. As for the reason behind this assistance, she had a faint inkling. After all, the junior sister the master mentioned was someone she knew, a person soon to be initiated into the sect, who frequently donated to the GU Institute. If the connections aligned, then every action of the master made perfect sense. Jiang Ming chose to disregard the scene below and instead roused the unconscious elder. The old woman slowly opened her eyes, her body trembling at the terrifying height. "Ah, where am I?" "Stop shouting, you're making a racket," a languid voice responded from behind. This voice instilled more fear in the elder than the height itself. "It's you." Gazing at the floating Jiang Ming, the elder finally realized, "You are a cultivator? So that's it. No wonder you sensed the anomalies at the GU Institute. No wonder you boldly followed me, fully aware of the traps. No wonder Shaoqi met such a silent demise. So that's how it is. A dignified cultivator, masquerading as a weakling to toy with me. A cultivator capable of flight could have revealed their identity directly. How could I dare to resist? Hey, stop playing dead. Tell me, where is your headquarters?" Upon hearing this, the elder raised her murky eyes and offered a grim smile. "Oh, do you wish to find them? Why not? Of course, you can. They cannot contend with a master." The elder grinned and pointed towards a location in the forest outside Jingwencheng. There lay a verdant expanse, but upon closer inspection, one could discern an area where the trees had seemingly been felled, revealing a clearing. Jiang Ming, suspended in the air, noticed this even more clearly. Seeing the elder so forthcoming, Jiang Ming cast her a sidelong glance. "So easily betraying your accomplices?" Upon hearing this, the elderly woman chuckled, saying, "In any case, I am destined to die, so I might as well lend you a hand in my final moments. It could serve as a form of atonement for my sins." It is indeed peculiar that a person nearing death would speak with such kindness. Everything she had worked for over the years had been utterly shattered by the individual before her, leaving her to sacrifice even her own life. How could she not harbor resentment towards this person? Her hopes for vengeance resided within the headquarters. The leader, a mere martial arts master, was nothing more than a puppet thrust into the limelight. In truth, above this leader loomed an enigmatic figure whom she had witnessed firsthand, a celestial teacher capable of soaring through the skies upon a sword, cloaked in black robes, exuding an aura that instilled profound fear within her. With a mere wave of his hand, he had transformed the children she once cared for into mere pools of blood. That horrifying vision remained etched in her memory, haunting her for days upon her return. "Ah, let that person pursue him," she mused. "If he enjoys meddling in affairs that do not concern him, then so be it. It would be best if he could engage that terrifying individual in battle, preferably to meet his demise there." Despite her dark thoughts, she said aloud, "The leader of the unyielding is merely a martial arts expert. Do you recall the man you killed in the basement? He was one of the top masters in the headquarters." She aimed to dispel Jiang Ming's suspicions, encouraging him to delve deeper into the matter and confront the headquarters. Such celestial beings, proud and arrogant, would never deign to acknowledge mortals. The elderly woman anticipated the moment he would seek out the unyielding leader, even if she might never witness it herself. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding, inquiring, "Are you certain it is there?" He gestured towards a distant open area. "Indeed. Without a doubt, it is filled with heinous individuals responsible for various misdeeds." The elderly woman nodded affirmatively, her eyes brimming with hope. She seemed to be waiting for Jiang Ming to step forward and deliver justice, thus granting her a chance at redemption. "Very well," Jiang Ming replied, refraining from further conversation as he remained suspended in the air, motionless. He was bound by a floating talisman, rendering him unable to move. The elderly woman furrowed her brow in confusion. Why had he not yet flown over? She had assumed that once Jiang Ming's questions were answered, he would directly soar towards the headquarters, allowing her to guide him. After all, this distance, while considerable for mortals, should not take long for a cultivator, should it? Eventually, she could not restrain her curiosity and asked, "Aren't you going?" Jiang Ming cast her a puzzled glance, replying, "Where to?" "To the headquarters." "Why would I go there?" "You? Aren't you intent on eradicating them?" "Indeed, I am." "Then why aren't you going? I can guide you. It would be a contribution to society." "Who said that exterminating them necessitates my presence?" The elderly lady did not quite grasp the meaning of this statement. Then, she observed Jiang Ming raising another hand, gripping a sharp sword. What could he possibly intend to do? Jiang Ming held her with one hand while aiming the sword towards the headquarters of the unreturning. He closed one eye, taking aim. Everyone look quickly. What is the master doing? Indeed, why hasn't the master departed yet? Hasn't he already finished speaking? The master instructed us to look after our own homes. We must strive harder. Wait, what does the master plan to do? It seems he intends to wield his sword. Why hasn't the senior brother descended yet? The state of Anshin was rather poor, although a hole had been broken open here, allowing for some circulation of air. The stifling atmosphere still rendered her uncomfortable. Her reasons for remaining in this place were twofold. On one hand, she awaited her senior brother's arrival, and on the other, if her estimations were correct, the city lord would soon be arriving, providing an opportunity for her to be informed of the circumstances and bid farewell. Shaqin. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed as Yuqing descended into the basement, accompanied by a multitude of people. And Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Aunt Qing, you have arrived. The master indeed spoke of you as my mentor. You have truly been of immense assistance. Me? And Qin shook her head, saying it was senior brother who assisted you. I hardly contributed anything. Yuqing, while directing others to assess the situation in the basement, chuckled and replied, silly child, if it weren't for you, the immortal master would never have taken an interest in this matter. No, that is not the case. And Qin shook her head. Gazing earnestly at Yuqing, senior brother is different. He is a good person. Just moments ago, she had unleashed a mere half of a sword's energy to break through the basement. Ordinary individuals could not wield such a technique. 3 strokes of sword energy were the standard. However, Jiang Ming, possessing a slight understanding of swordsmanship, had forcibly transformed a single golden core sword energy into 2 halves. Naturally, further division was impossible due to insufficient mastery. Presently, 2 halves remained in the sword. Ah, such a splendid number. With such abundant resources, a direct onslaught was undoubtedly warranted to avoid any oversight. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Ming raised his sword. He swung it diagonally to the left and then to the right. 2 massive, translucent sword energies formed a parting, carrying a silent howl and an indomitable momentum. Charging towards the unreturning. The headquarters of the unreturning might be underground, but that was inconsequential. Sister's sword energy had just cleaved through the clouds. The distance for the attack was assuredly sufficient. Indeed, the rushing sword energy almost instantly reached the location mentioned by the elder. It sliced through the air as though it were cutting through paper, encountering no resistance, and surged straight into the depths. A tremendous roar echoed from afar. The mark left by Sister's sword was far from delicate. Her strike could easily encompass an entire basketball court. This was no ordinary golden core sword cultivator's energy. The impact range was simply too vast. Yet, remarkably, its power remained largely intact. One could only commend Sister for her prowess. Jiang Ming stood aloft, gazing intently. The sword energy carved out marks, yet the overlapping lines resembled a deep pit, as if struck by a hammer. Jiang Ming discerned traces of structures and blood within the depths of the pit. It seemed the unreturning indeed resided there. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Turning his gaze to the elder, who appeared dazed, and remarked appreciatively, you did not lie. It seems you genuinely seek atonement. Chapter 47. Do not jump. The matter was nearly concluded, and Jiang Ming had no intention of lingering aloft any longer. The wind here was quite strong, causing his hair to become disheveled. He returned the remaining half of Sister's sword energy to his ring. Indeed, he had named this sword the Sister's Sword. It was a recent designation. The name was memorable, easily recognizable, and held significance. Subsequently, his form began to descend slowly. One could only say that the floating talisman, as a low-level charm, was quite slow in its descent. Feeling somewhat bored, Jiang Ming turned to the elder, who stood with her mouth agape in disbelief, and initiated a conversation. What is the matter? I have already aided you in atonement. Why do you still wear such a bewildered expression? Is this not what you desired? The elderly woman, emerging from her stupor, gazed incredulously at Jiang Ming. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Originally, she intended to lure Jiang Ming to her base and, with the support of her formidable allies, eliminate him. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Ming had effortlessly exposed the headquarters of her organization from such a considerable distance. Instead of avenging her grievances, she had inadvertently shattered her own crystal. Her mind, now clouded with confusion, rendered her speechless. Yet, she reasoned, her ties to the organization had always been utilitarian. It was perhaps for the best. At least, her demise would not be a solitary journey. Unfathomable. Your arrogance knows no bounds. She mused. With a resigned sigh, she inquired, when do you intend to take my life? I have no intention of killing you. Do you expect me to believe that? The elderly woman was acutely aware of the heinous nature of her deeds. No amount of lives could suffice as compensation for her transgressions. The notion of being allowed to depart seemed utterly implausible. Yet, a flicker of hope stirred within her, a glimmer of possibility, however faint. However, Jiang Ming ruthlessly crushed her fragile hopes. Why should I not be believed? He remarked, casting a curious glance in her direction. I merely stated that I do not intend to kill you. I did not claim that others would refrain from doing so. The elderly woman fell into a contemplative silence. Although she recognized her fate was sealed, the mere acknowledgement of it ignited a surge of irritation within her. Jiang Ming truly had no plans to end her life. As the leader of the human traffickers in Jingguan City, she possessed knowledge that could be invaluable. He intended to hand her over to the city lord later, allowing the lord to grapple with the consequences. In the brief interlude of their conversation, Jiang Ming finally descended to the ground. It appeared someone had recently visited. The children had been taken away, leaving only traces of a hurried departure. And Qing stood timidly, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Jiang Ming, her face brightened, and she called out joyfully, "Senior brother." Her concerns seemed to dissipate at his return. Noticing her, Jiang Ming casually discarded the elderly woman he had been holding. Then, feigning weakness and pain, he lamented, my head feels so dizzy." He appeared unsteady on his feet, as if on the verge of collapsing. But with so many directions to consider, northeast, southwest, and so forth, where would he fall? Naturally, into his junior sister's embrace. Before he could finish his sentence, he decisively leaned into her arms, offering her no chance to react. Fortunately, she did not cruelly evade her senior brother's advance. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin could only exclaim, "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her arms wide to embrace her elder brother. Indeed, her affection for him was not in vain. Jiang Ming accurately fell into his sister's embrace, his head seemingly colliding with something soft, which caused a gentle rebound. The little sister, utterly unperturbed, slid gracefully to the ground in the direction of Jiang Ming's fall, allowing him to recline comfortably in her arms. With a hint of anxiety, she called out, "Senior brother, are you all right? I shall take you to the infirmary. Do not worry, I am fine." Jiang Ming, feigning weakness, slightly turned his head to find a more comfortable position. "I am merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." How soft and fragrant. He had always found the scent of his sister pleasant, unique in its subtlety, not overpowering, but rather delicate, reminiscent of blooming flowers that touch the heart. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely felt the urge to sleep. It was not entirely an act for forcefully separating the sword energy of a golden core stage practitioner while in the chi refinement stage was indeed exhausting. Yet, slumber eluded him, as the rapid beating of his little sister's heart felt almost overwhelming. Thump, 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 it was a fervent rhythm, akin to a wild deer rather than a gentle flutter, nearly resembling the rapid fire of a machine gun. Meanwhile, Qin, holding her elder brother, was undeniably nervous, indeed, exceedingly so, having embraced him in the basement countless times. This was her first time holding him like this. If it were merely a hug, it would not have been noteworthy, as she had somewhat accustomed herself to such ordinary physical contact, especially since Sister Chi would not mind. However, this instance was different. The position of her brother's head made Qin feel a hint of shyness. The sensations coursing through her body involuntarily heightened her tension. Yet, her brother had closed his eyes, seemingly resting. This made Qin exceedingly cautious, as she dared not move or alter his position. Thus she sat there, hands gently encircling his body to prevent him from slipping away. She even slowed her breathing, fearful that the rise and fall of her chest might disturb his repose. All of this was manageable, but the issue lay in her heart. It was beyond her control. In this tranquil environment, Qin could distinctly feel her heart racing, as if it were about to leap from her chest. She could even hear the resounding thump of her heartbeat. Surely, her senior brother, leaning beside her, could hear it even more clearly. Would it disturb him? At this moment, Qin was preoccupied with the concern that her heartbeat might disturb her senior brother. After all, it was evident that allowing him to rest against her was the only contribution she could offer. Until now, she had not been able to play any significant role. Nearly all matters had been managed by him, whether it was vanquishing foes, overcoming challenges, or delivering speeches. She could only watch with eager eyes. However, things were different now. She finally had the opportunity to make a small impact. Although it may not be considered a substantial contribution, it was, nonetheless, a contribution, however minor it might be. Yet, Anqin felt as if she might fail even in this small endeavor. She could not regulate her heartbeat. Ah, gentle embrace. A tender contact of the body, nothing more. Anqin. My dear senior brother did not act with intention. Please do not be so anxious. Anqin. Breathe slowly. Do not disturb your senior brother. Anqin. Do not be anxious. Simply regard your senior brother as if he were your elder sister, Ruachi. The young apprentice's cheeks flushed crimson as she fervently reassured herself within, hoping to attain a semblance of calm. Alas, her efforts seemed futile. Ah, please do not leap about. No, I misspoke. I meant for you to jump. But do so at a more measured pace. Take your time. Anqin endeavored to engage in a heartfelt dialogue with her beloved little heart. Alas, her efforts seemed rather futile. Conversely, the more she cared, the more anxious she became. The greater her anxiety, the quicker her heart raced. As her heart raced faster, her concern intensified. The more she concerned herself, and Qian felt a surge of tears welling up within her. Chapter 48. Shall we depart after weep? Just as the younger disciple grappled with her fluttering heart, it was Jiang Ming who could no longer maintain his composure. Why, dear junior sister, does your heartbeat grow ever more rapid? This revelation left Jiang Ming, who had momentarily basked in the warmth of her presence, feeling a twinge of trepidation. If he lingered any longer, her heart might leap forth and deliver him a swift punch. He was acutely aware that Qian was also somewhat fatigued, having never encountered such an experience before. Thus, he resolved to refrain from indulging further in the comforting embrace of his junior sister. With a languid awakening, Jiang Ming inquired, albeit weakly, how long have I been lying here, junior sister? Before long, and Qian's voice, tinged with suppressed anxiety, floated down to him. It has only been a few minutes, senior brother. She bit her lip, forcefully stifling her own embarrassment, and in a voice barely above a whisper, suggested, you may rest a little longer. Such a proposition was hard to decline. Yet, Jiang Ming shook his head gently. No, junior sister, you too are weary. Upon hearing this, Anqin promptly shook her small head in denial, exclaiming, I am not tired. Furthermore, I have not done anything to assist you. Jiang Ming exerted a bit of effort to rise from his junior sister's embrace, turning to face Anqin, and spoke gently, no, my dear junior sister. You performed admirably today. Yet, I did nothing. Anqin, please allow me to speak. Jiang Ming softly grasped Anqin's arm, gazing intently into her beautiful eyes. Once again, the senior brother addressed her by her full name. Anqin instinctively averted her gaze from Jiang Ming. However, she soon compelled herself to return her gaze. Locking eyes with him, the resolute Anqin could not shy away from her senior's scrutiny. The younger disciple nodded and replied, yes, senior brother, go ahead. In my hometown, a warrior once proclaimed, a true hero dares to confront the bleakness of life, dares to face the gory bloodshed. I know that when you first arrived here, fear consumed you. Yet, when I urged you to witness the plight of those children, you did not shy away from this harsh reality, even as you trembled, even as fear gripped you. By this alone, you have triumphed over countless others, and Qian, even I, in my first encounter with such circumstances, would not have fared much better than you. This experience will lay the groundwork for your courage in the future. But now, it is all over. Take a moment to rest. You have done remarkably well. Jiang Ming's voice was gentle yet resolute, like a soft breeze dispelling the tumultuous emotions swirling in Qian's mind. It was akin to a tender hand soothing her restless heart. She stared blankly at her kind senior brother, an indescribable sensation swelling within her. It felt as though she were understood, comforted, and protected, a longing she had always yearned for. It was profoundly warm. Anqin is truly exhausted today. This is her first encounter with such an experience. The cruelty of human nature is laid bare before her, devoid of any concealment. Every ounce of kindness she has donated becomes a whip striking the children. Yet, when her benevolence transforms into the accomplice of malevolence, her senior brother assures her that the fault does not lie with her. As she grapples with guilt for her perceived inaction today, he reassures her that she has already done remarkably well. And Qian found herself pondering whether her senior brother's words were merely a self-soothing attempt. However, she genuinely craved such consolation. It is a universal truth that in moments of despair, one yearns for the warmth of another's concern and comfort. As the saying goes, a kind word warms the heart even in winter, while harsh words chill the spirit in summer. Individuals like Qian, possessing a gentle disposition and a profound sense of insecurity, are especially eager for understanding and care from those around them. In a most unexpected turn, her usually playful senior brother offered precisely what she needed at that crucial moment. It was akin to a person on the shore extending a bamboo pole to someone drowning, providing Qian with a momentary respite from her heavy psychological burdens. She gazed at her senior brother in a daze, reminiscing about the warmth of protection she had previously experienced. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming emotion stirred within her heart, one that she had desperately attempted to suppress. The desire to weep surged within her. She longed to curl up in her senior brother's embrace and cry unabashedly, allowing her tears to flow freely and wash away all her worries and turmoil. The yearning was profound, almost unbearable. Yet, such indulgence was meant to remain a mere thought. She had already promised her sister Ruoqi that this would be a solitary occasion. She had resolved that seeking refuge in her senior brother's arms would occur just this once. To do so again would mean breaking her promise. How could she explain this to Ruoqi, or even to herself? Moreover, to repeatedly seek such comfort would only foster an increasing dependency on her senior brother, rendering her ever more vulnerable. Today, she felt sufficiently fragile. She could not afford to weaken any further. If this continued, she would forget the strength she had feigned over the past few years. Just before stepping out, she had told her senior brother that her true self was the resilient one, urging him to forget the version of herself from the day prior. And Qian gently shook her head, casting aside all the tumultuous thoughts that plagued her mind. She slightly lifted her beautiful gaze, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes as it discreetly brushed over Jiang Ming's chest. Despite the weariness etched upon her delicate features, a faint, somewhat strained smile emerged. "Thank you, senior brother. Your words resonate deeply with me. If senior brother doesn't mind, shall we now proceed to the city lord's mansion to bid farewell to the lord? If you could embrace me willingly, well then, let us go. Does this count as a betrayal of one's promise?" As Anqin turned and walked away, such thoughts suddenly crossed her mind. After all, if it were her senior brother who took the initiative, then she would be left with no choice. With his formidable strength, resistance would be futile, wouldn't it? Anqin had just taken 2 steps when suddenly, a pair of hands encircled her waist, drawing her into a familiar and warm embrace. The voice of Jiang Ming reached her ears. "Your eyes are all red. Why not finish crying before you leave?" Chapter 49. The 3-step plan. It was as if a tightly stretched string had snapped in an instant. Tears that had long been pent up within Anqin cascaded forth like a deluge breaching its dam. With her small hands clutching her senior brother's pristine robes, she pressed her head against his chest, allowing her sorrow to spill out in a muffled wail. Jiang Ming gently enveloped Anqin in one arm while the other tenderly caressed her back, remaining silent. In this moment, it was sufficient for her to weep. Words of comfort had already been spoken. Soon, he felt the fabric of his shirt grow cold against his chest, as it had become significantly damp. Indeed, women were made of water. Moreover, given the fervor of his junior sister's lament, it seemed she would not cease any time soon. In truth, Anqin did not wish for this outpouring of emotion. Under the irresistible compulsion of her senior brother, she found herself powerless to resist, yielding to his presence and seeking refuge in his embrace as she wept profusely. Surely, this could not be deemed a betrayal of the promise she had made not long ago. After all, it was her senior brother who had initiated this embrace, and she was neither able to contest nor escape. Sister Chi-Chi would surely understand. Initially, Anqin had merely intended to cry for a brief moment before pushing Jiang Ming away, adopting a composed demeanor and softly expressing her gratitude for his comfort. It was a 3-step plan, allowing her to vent her feelings while signaling her resolve to be strong and self-reliant, free from dependence on her senior brother. However, while her scheme was well conceived, reality often diverged from one's desires. She found herself unable to stop her tears. Jiang Ming's embrace was both sturdy and warm, akin to a safe harbor sheltering her, a solitary traveler adrift in a storm. Not to mention, the gentle caresses of his large hand, gliding down her back, soothed her unease, as if coaxing forth her tears. It was all too easy to weep, and Qian sought to stem her tears, only to discover that they, like her heart, were utterly uncooperative. "Whoa, she sounded. I am fine. There is no hurry. It is still early," she murmured. Jiang Ming gently patted Qian's back, speaking in a soothing tone. And Qian did not perceive any impatience in his demeanor. I'm sorry. I'll be quick. All is well," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. After uttering those words, her sobs became more pronounced. Time was of the essence. Following this moment, and Qian believed she would no longer have the opportunity to seek solace in her senior's embrace. It was inconceivable for her to take the initiative. Doing so would betray Sister Ruoqi and contradict her own promise. Such opportunities were rare and must be seized. Jiang Ming continued to rhythmically caress Qian's delicate back, the fabric of her clothing unable to conceal the softness and resilience of her skin. A fragrant aura enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere anything but monotonous. However, he mused, while it is often said that women are made of water, there exists a disparity even among waters. Others may be likened to small lakes, while she resembled a vast sea. He felt as though the fabric of his shirt could be wrung out, a rather exaggerated notion. Suddenly, Jiang Ming sensed a pair of delicate hands, seemingly devoid of strength, gently pushing against his chest, as if attempting to dislodge him. Yet, the feeble force felt more like an act of endearment. In truth, Qian did wish to extricate herself from her senior's embrace. Having cried to her heart's content and feeling considerably better, it was time to resist his enforced hold. Once she pushed him away, she could proceed with the plan she had silently devised, to don a composed expression, utter a simple thank you, and treat the incident as though it had never occurred. She would remain the resilient Qian. However, when her small hand pressed against her senior's chest, Qian suddenly found herself overwhelmed by an instinctive sense of resistance and reluctance, emotions she could scarcely control. This subconscious impulse rendered her momentarily incapable of exerting any force, preventing her from pushing her senior away. This bewildered her, as she had not anticipated being so powerless. Moreover, the intensity of her feelings seemed less like an effort to push him away and more akin to an unwillingness to part. Oh no, might he misinterpret this? Fortunately, her senior's timely voice brought her relief. Junior sister, have you finished crying? However, the initial failure of her plan thwarted her subsequent intentions. Upon hearing his inquiry, Qian could only nod in his embrace and obediently reply, yes, I've finished crying. Then, she felt herself being released from his warm hold. For reasons unknown, a sudden emptiness washed over her, akin to a wanderer departing a safe harbor to embark on a journey of solitude. Yet, after resting briefly in that comforting refuge, Qian genuinely sensed her spirits lifting. But wait, this was not the moment for such distractions. The plan must proceed as intended. Although the beginning was unfavorable, there were still ways to salvage it. She pondered. After leaving her senior's embrace, she must adopt a serious demeanor to convey her resolve. Just as Qian contemplated how to maintain her composure, a gentle touch unexpectedly graced her face. A hand, delicately wielding a handkerchief, softly wiped away the remnants of her tears. The gesture was tender and meticulous, momentarily interrupting her train of thought, leaving her at a loss for how to appear resolute. She stared blankly at her senior's earnest expression, her mouth slightly agape. Your eyes are swollen from crying. I will fetch you a warm towel at the city lord's residence, Jiang Ming said, retracting his hand. Upon hearing this, Qian regained her composure. What had she intended to do? Ah, the stern expression. How was one to achieve such a countenance? Yet, Qian gazed at her senior brother, suddenly feeling disinclined to maintain a stern demeanor. What if her senior brother thought she was turning her back on him? What if he believed she harbored grievances against him? What if he perceived her as difficult to get along with? What if? Nevertheless, her meticulously crafted three-step plan had clearly faltered. Oh, wait. There remained one final step in the plan. Qian gazed at her senior brother, her smile as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze, yet reminiscent of the gentle warmth of a nascent sun. The dimly lit basement seemed to illuminate in her presence. Thank you, senior brother. Chapter 50, The Resurrection of Memories. Very well, Jiang Ming acknowledged. Despite his self-proclamation of having a heart of iron and stone, he felt his heart flutter at the sight of his junior sister's smile. Clearing his throat, he said, shall we proceed to the Lord's residence now? Jiang Ming coughed lightly, concealing his momentary daze, and Qian nodded obediently, responding softly with a gentle, sister disciple, could you please turn around for a moment? All right. And Qian obediently turned away without inquiring as to why, resembling a dutiful and compliant daughter-in-law. Jiang Ming glanced at the sword marks on the ceiling, suppressing his perilous thoughts. Was this indeed the same docile version of his junior sister from last night? She had just declared her intent to be fierce that morning. Yet, women are notoriously fickle creatures, and Jiang Ming paid little heed. Each version of his junior sister possessed its own charm, one fierce on the outside, yet tender within. Perfect for banter, the other gentle both inside and out, suitable for teasing. Both were delightful in their own right. Jiang Ming swiftly shed his garments, returning to his prior coarse linen attire. With his tasks completed, he deemed it unnecessary to don such pristine clothing that would sully easily and prove difficult to clean, especially with the prominent tear stains left by Qian. He then approached the elderly woman, who lay unconscious on the ground after he had carelessly discarded her, and effortlessly lifted her. The casualness of his actions resembled that of handling an inanimate object rather than a person. Let us go, junior sister. Very well, senior brother. And Qian's response sent a shiver down Jiang Ming's spine. Was her voice excessively sweet? It seemed softer and more tender than usual. Had he inadvertently won her over? Yet, that did not seem to be the case. He felt no such emotions. What was evident were the noticeable increases in reliance, affection, and trust, attributes that even Jiang Ming, without having cultivated the path of emotions, could discern. It must be said, the path of emotions was indeed a formidable force among the lesser arts. Had one's emotions been more subdued and concealed, they would have gone unnoticed entirely. When he first encountered Qian, he failed to perceive her true character, though that was partly due to his own limited cultivation. However, it was of little consequence, as he had no intention of delving too deeply into this practice. As long as the path of emotions could elevate his cultivation to the foundational stage, it could then retire with honor. Beyond that, its efficacy would wane, rendering further cultivation unnecessary. It would be used and discarded, akin to shedding an old skin after crossing a river. Only Jiang Ming would be so extravagant. Others would hesitate to cast aside a path they had painstakingly begun to master. The journey to the city lord's mansion was not far, as Jingwensheng was relatively small. A few steps were all it took to reach their destination. Jiang Ming donned a battle-worn hat and stuffed the old lady into a burlap sack acquired from some unknown source, following his similarly attired junior sister. They made their way to the city lord's mansion, drawing little attention along the way. After Jiang Ming descended from the heavens, the townsfolk resumed their usual demeanor. Although interacting with the celestial master had invigorated them, once he departed, they too had to continue their lives. The celestial master would not linger for them, so why should they remain for him? Nevertheless, Jiang Ming's speech had evidently not been in vain. At the street corner ahead, a group was escorting a scrawny, sharp-featured man toward the authorities. It seemed they had apprehended a human trafficker. Provided the city lord was astute, not only would this individual be dealt with, but the overall public safety of Jingwensheng would also improve significantly, as the citizens would be willing to cooperate. Not to mention, the intelligence capabilities of the populace were undoubtedly top-notch. One need only recall that in Jiang Ming's previous life, the residents of Chaoyang were regarded as one of the world's 5 premier intelligence agencies. Brother, you've become quite famous in Jingwensheng. The streets are abuzz with discussions about you, remarked his junior sister. That matters little to me, dear sister. Rather than being the subject of their discussions, I would prefer they stand up and take notice of their surroundings, to defend the lives they cherish. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, he had previously expressed that he did not require the gratitude or admiration of these individuals. This was indeed true, for such sentiments held no value for him. The emotions of mortals could not even provide a modicum of impetus to his path of emotional mastery, unless it was an exceedingly extreme sentiment, akin to the small sword forged from despair that resided in his dantian. He had initially contemplated thrusting this blade into the old woman's mouth, allowing her to taste the vengeance of the children. The path of emotional mastery leaned more towards psychological torment. Had he truly forced the sword into her mouth, it would likely have subjected her to unspeakable suffering. Nevertheless, the old woman still possessed some utility, prompting Jiang Ming to abandon this course of action. In any case, he would later instruct the city lord to ensure her discomfort. However, regarding his junior sister, Qian gazed at Jiang Ming with a hint of perplexity and gently inquired, "What is it, senior brother?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming narrowed his voice and, mimicking a feminine tone, proclaimed, "Senior brother, remember this. From today onwards, this is my true self. Last night, consider it as if nothing transpired. That was merely a fade." And Qinchi paused abruptly, coming to a halt. These words sounded quite familiar, and Qian did not need to contemplate. Memories from the morning she left home surged forth. She lifted her senior's veil, gazing intently into his eyes, and fervently declared her sentiments. Then, in the basement, she wept bitterly while embracing him, soaking a considerable portion of his clothing. The mere recollection of this filled Qian with waves of shame that relentlessly assaulted her nerves. 2 vivid images played in her mind in rapid succession. Bring back that gentle senior from just moments ago. Why has he reverted to that insufferable self again? Woo. Jiang Ming, too, halted alongside Qian, observing his junior with curiosity. If the obedient version of his junior could not be teased, it was as though she did not exist at all. Qian's delicate form trembled subtly, her petite fists clenched tightly as if she were suppressing something profound. Jiang Ming, ever considerate, bent down to gently lift the veil of her hat, peering curiously. Observing Qian's silver teeth biting down hard, her charming face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe red apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. It seemed she sensed Jiang Ming's gaze. She should have glared fiercely at this teasing senior to instill a sense of fear. That was how it ought to have been, a fantasy existing solely in her imagination. In reality, Qian found herself unable to meet her senior's eyes, let alone express her indignation. Upon realizing his gaze, she hastily averted her eyes, shaking her head to brush away his hand that had lifted her veil. With graceful steps, she moved towards the Lord's residence, almost as if fleeing, leaving her senior behind. Alas, it was all over. Qin was acutely aware of the events that had just transpired. It was not merely the matter of being bullied by her senior brother that occupied her thoughts. Rather, it was the surprising realization that, during the moments of his teasing, she felt no anger whatsoever. Instead, she was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of shyness. This indicated that her psyche did not resist such playful banter from her senior. More importantly, Qin realized that she had just refrained from losing her temper, from retorting, and from rebuking. This implied that in her future interactions with her senior brother, she might have to submissively endure his bullying. The thought made Qin's heart cry out, "It's over." Chapter 51. The sustainable bullying. The junior sister fled without looking back, leaving Jiang Ming behind. Indeed, teasing the junior sister was momentarily delightful, yet comforting her was akin to visiting a crematorium. Although Jiang Ming sensed that the junior sister was not genuinely angry, he understood that his demeanor must remain respectful, even if she bore no resentment. He still needed to soothe her, ensuring that Qin recognized her senior brother's efforts to comfort her. This way, the little junior sister would feel cherished, nurturing a sense of importance. Once he had successfully placated her and brought her joy, it would be convenient to continue his playful bullying in the future. This, he deemed, was the essence of sustainable development in their relationship. If he solely bullied her without offering comfort, the next opportunity would be far less favorable. Eventually, as the junior sister grew accustomed to his antics, there would be no need for consolation. She would learn to soothe herself. However, at this stage, it was imperative to provide her with comfort. Thus, Jiang Ming hurriedly chased after the resolutely advancing Qin, calling out, "Junior sister, wait for me. Please don't run so fast." Qin appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings, her head bowed, ignoring her senior brother, as her small feet pattered forward. However, compared to her previously light steps, Qin's current gait was deliberately heavier. This undoubtedly conveyed a certain message to Jiang Ming. Once again, her senior brother's voice echoed behind her, and Qian feigned indifference. She understood that conversing with her senior brother would only lead to further teasing, just as it had in the past. Thus, she resolved to remain silent, believing this would convey her irritation. The consequences were rather significant, at least until the flush on her cheeks completely faded. She would not acknowledge her senior brother, and Qian estimated that this process would take approximately 2 minutes. Coincidentally, it also took about 2 minutes to walk from here to the Lord's mansion. Thus, during these 2 minutes, she would not utter a single word to her senior brother. Not a word in response. She had to put on a facade of great anger and leave him hanging for a moment. Otherwise, who knows how he might bully her in the future? And Qian resolutely pressed forward, even quickening her pace. Jiang Ming trailed behind, trying to coax her, while Qian remained focused on her path. The two seemed to have unwittingly embarked on a silent skirmish. Finally, Jiang Ming hastened his steps and caught up, playfully calling out in a teasing tone, "Junior sister, little junior sister, dear sister." And Qian paid no heed to him, resolutely striding ahead. Although her senior brother's calls were rather amusing, they were evidently insufficient to sway Qian's determination. Ignoring him, she thought, "Junior sister, you are well aware of your senior brother's exceptional talents. Even within the esteemed Wanfa Xinzong, I am regarded as a prodigy with few rivals." Although Qin paid no attention to Jiang Ming, she was actually listening very intently. Why did her senior brother suddenly begin to praise himself? Shouldn't he be coming over to comfort her at this moment? Wait a minute. And Qin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing, why have I been thinking this way? Why did I entertain the notion that my senior brother came to console me? Could it be that, from the very beginning, I had been subconsciously waiting for him to comfort me? No, that is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be angry. I must show my anger to my senior brother, so that he will think twice before daring to bully me again. Yes, that is precisely it. I certainly do not wish to be consoled. And Qing promptly adjusted her mindset. However, at that moment, Jiang Ming spoke again. Qing promptly perked up her ears, listening intently, despite her senior brother being a prodigious talent. He has, over the years, failed to comprehend one particular question. What could it be? Qing inwardly pondered with a hint of curiosity, given her senior brother's disposition. Could he truly be so entangled by a single question for all these years? Jiang Ming refrained from elaborating further and instead gazed at Anqing, inquiring, "Junior sister, do you know what it is?" "I do not," she replied. And Qian silently acknowledged a thought, just about to shake her head. However, she suddenly awakened. How perilous! She nearly nodded in agreement with her senior brother's words. Wouldn't that imply she was acquiescing to him? What a cunning senior brother! He actually attempted to entice me with a question. Fortunately, she realized it in time, and Qian hastily quickened her pace once more. "Junior sister, do not walk so swiftly. Do you not wish to know the perplexing question that has me so bewildered?" "I have no desire," she retorted with a huff. "Nevertheless," and Qian's step slowed just a fraction, allowing her senior brother to catch up. "Junior sister, then I shall speak." "Do so. You must listen attentively." "I am listening." "So hurry. We are nearly at the city lord's residence." Anqing focused intently, awaiting her senior brother to announce the answer. Alas, just as Anqing concentrated her thoughts, she was met not with the awaited revelation, but rather with a panicked exclamation. As Anqing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, she noticed that the figure beside her seemed to stumble upon something, teetering forward. Her attention was entirely fixated on the answer her senior was about to announce, leaving her momentarily unable to ponder why a skilled practitioner would trip while walking. Despite the lack of contemplation, Anqing's reflexes were remarkably swift. Instinctively, she stepped forward, extending her slender yet strong hand to catch her senior, who was on the verge of falling to the ground. It was only then that Anqing realized the peculiarity of the situation. How could her senior possibly fall without reason? "Junior sister," a voice called out, prompting Anqing to glance down at the senior she was supporting. "I have always been perplexed," Jiang Ming said, reclining against her arm as he retrieved a flower from his spatial ring, one plucked carelessly from the sect, as pure as Anqing herself. "Why are you so beautiful?" "Senior, you startled me." "Junior sister, this flower, does it not resemble you in its beauty?" "Not at all." "Humph." Indeed, it bore little resemblance, for at that moment, Anqing did not resemble a white flower. She was akin to a vibrant red bloom. However, Qian received the flowers handed over by Jiang Ming. "Thank you, senior brother. The city lord's mansion is right before our eyes." Chapter 52, Parting. Qian gazed at the lord's mansion before her, releasing a sigh. Ultimately, she had engaged in conversation with her senior brother before arriving at the mansion. However, holding the fresh flowers in her hands, Anqing felt no anger in her heart. In fact, she experienced a slight, almost bashful joy that she was reluctant to acknowledge. Indeed, is it not entirely natural to feel happiness when receiving compliments? When Sister Ruachi once caressed her face and remarked upon her beauty, she, too, felt a surge of delight. Thus, this sentiment is perfectly ordinary, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Yes, that is precisely the case. Indeed, after persuading herself, Anqing cheerfully embraced her happiness. Is this the first time her senior brother has complimented her beauty? Although it may have merely been a ploy to flatter her, still. Qian gently pressed her rosy lips together, gazing at the flowers in her hand, not allowing any detail to escape her notice. "This blossom is truly exquisite." After Jiang Ming retrieved the elderly lady he had carelessly tossed aside, he had already discarded her countless times today, treating her as mere refuse. Yet, it mattered little. The parties involved had remained silent, so the issue was not significant. Jiang Ming glanced at his junior sister, still entranced by the flower in her grasp, contemplating calling out to her. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. The young girl, holding the pristine flower, was gently caressed by the breeze, which lifted her veil ever so lightly, as if fearing to disturb the enchanting maiden. This fleeting moment allowed Jiang Ming a glimpse of her beauty, her fair face, blushing with the faintest hue, and the subtle grace of her lowered gaze conveyed emotions beyond the reach of mere words. At least, Jiang Ming could not conjure any elegant phrases to embellish his junior sister. Perhaps, to describe the world's beauty with the name Qian would not be inappropriate. Jiang Ming, a man of simple nature, could not devise any grandiloquent expressions. Ultimately, he was left with only the thoughts of her loveliness, of wanting to behold her beauty. Let time linger a while longer in this moment. In a world so complex, he wished to savor the tranquility that belonged to this beautiful girl. Xiaoqin. Alas, the whims of fate rarely align with one's desires. A woman's call shattered this serenity and beauty. The sudden shout caused Qian's delicate hand to tremble, instinctively retreating the flower behind her back. Wait, what am I feeling guilty about? As Anqing regained her composure, she turned her gaze toward the woman approaching from outside and called out, "Qing." The newcomer was none other than the Lord of Jingwencheng. who had hurried back upon learning that the immortal master intended to bring Anqin for a visit. Although Yu Qing's face bore the marks of fatigue, it could not diminish the joy radiating from her features. She felt an elation she had not experienced in a long time. What a splendid beginning this was. Ah, little Qin, and this must be the immortal master. Indeed. Why do you stand outside? Please, come in. Yu Qing warmly invited. However, Anqin was oblivious to the way Yu Qing's eyes scrutinized her slightly flushed visage, for sometimes a woman's blush speaks volumes beyond mere words. Once the three were seated, Yu Qing personally brewed a pot of tea for the brother and sister duo. She first offered a cup to Anqin and then, with both hands respectfully, presented one to Jiang Ming. With a hint of apology, she remarked, I truly apologize. We are quite short-staffed, and it falls upon me to prepare tea for you. My skills may be lacking, so I hope you will bear with me. It was no wonder that there was not a single guard at the gates of the Lord's residence. Even the servants assigned to menial tasks had been dispatched to assist elsewhere, leaving the gates unattended. Aunt Qin, I have come to bid you farewell, as I am to depart today with brother Jiang Ming. Ah, little Qin has grown up, Yu Qing said, taking a sip of her tea with a sense of nostalgia. I never anticipated that both of you sisters would possess such celestial fates. To have raised you is indeed a blessing I must have earned over 3 lifetimes. Please do not speak in such a manner, Aunt Qing. Were it not for you, perhaps both my sister Ruoqi and I would have faced dire circumstances. And Qin spoke, her eyes reddening, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. To Yu Qing, she was akin to family, no different from her own parents. Otherwise, she would not have willingly risked her life to confront bandits and alleviate Yu Qing's troubles. Witnessing Qian's emotional turmoil, Yu Qing felt a pang of sorrow welling up in her own eyes. When Yin Ruoqi departed, she and Qian had embraced and wept together for an extended time. Since that moment, she had never seen Qian shed tears again. On the contrary, Qian grew increasingly resilient and independent. Yet, the more resolute she became, the more Yu Qing's concern deepened, for she knew that Qian was not inherently that type of person. Now, as Qian revealed her genuine feelings, Yu Qing experienced a bittersweet joy. As a woman striving diligently in Jingwenqing, she found solace only in Qian and Yin Ruoqi. To her, they were, in essence, like daughters. As the mother and daughter exchanged heartfelt farewells, it was only natural that they would embrace and weep for a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming sat nearby, sipping tea, feeling rather awkward as an outsider. He couldn't very well approach them to ask if he could join in their sorrow. Staring at the 2 weeping women seemed rather impolite, so Jiang Ming could only fix his gaze on his teacup. Within the cup lay a treasure trove of golden wealth, and within its depths, the beauty of jade. Ah, how exquisite this tea is. Ah, how lovely this cup is. Although both women were engulfed in tears, Yu Qing had far more to contemplate than the heartbroken Qian. As the city lord, she always perceived a broader perspective and pondered more deeply. For instance, Anqin wept. This is, in essence, a most natural occurrence. To Anqin, Yu Qing embodies both a mentor and a maternal figure. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for her to reveal her genuine emotions in the presence of Yu Qing, overwhelmed by sorrow and reluctance. However, it is important to note that Yu Qing is not the sole individual present. Jiang Ming is also there. In the presence of Jiang Ming, Qin wept. This incident, however, holds a different significance. According to Yu Qing's understanding of Qin, she would never shed tears in front of someone she does not trust, even if that person is a celestial master. Yu Qing is well aware that Qin harbors a certain bias against celestial masters. The very identity of a celestial master serves as a barrier to earning Qin's trust. Yet at this moment, she showed no concern for Jiang Ming's presence, her tears flowing freely, utterly disregarding her image. This leaves only one possibility. She has already regarded Jiang Ming as one of her own. Recalling the earnest expression with which Qin had once confided in her in the basement, declaring, "No, senior brother is a good person," it appears that this handsome celestial master has, in a remarkably short time, won Qin's trust. How has he achieved such a feat? However, to what extent does Qin trust him? Might she have even revealed that secret to him? Chapter 53. Testing Yu Qing's mind began to whirl with thoughts. There is a saying that resonates deeply. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She has long harbored a concern, having inadvertently learned of the secret between Qin and Yin Ruoqi. The issue lies in Yu Qing's disapproval of this affair, for she recognizes that it is neither normal nor ethically sound. It is an age-old truth that the harmony of yin and yang is the rightful path, a notion widely acknowledged. Nevertheless, she refrained from intervening, as there seemed no viable solution. Given the appearances of these two women, where could one possibly find suitable matches? The likelihood of encountering individuals with ulterior motives might be greater instead. Thus, Yuqing could only turn a blind eye to the situation. As an observer, Yuqing holds a clearer perspective than the two women involved. For instance, is it possible that these two, through their prolonged companionship, have misinterpreted their feelings for one another? This is undoubtedly a possibility. The emergence of Jiang Ming has only solidified Yuqing's suspicions, and Qian places great trust in him. And perhaps it is more than mere trust. Just moments ago, at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, Yuqing distinctly observed the blush adorning in Qian's face. Not to mention the way Qian, in a fit of guilt, concealed the bouquet behind her back upon hearing her name called. All of this did not escape Yuqing's keen gaze. From whence did the flowers come? Why is Qin so bashful? The answer is self-evident. This has also instilled hope in Yuqing. Jiang Ming, a disciple of the Wanfaxian sect, possesses an ethereal beauty and a kind heart, coupled with formidable strength. He is even willing to stand up for mortals, dedicating his time. When she first encountered him at the city lord's gate, Yuqing was instantly drawn to him. Not solely because he had resolved a significant dilemma for her. She had met celestial masters before. But this was her first encounter with one as strikingly handsome as Jiang Ming, who exuded no arrogance. His demeanor was refreshing, reminiscent of a modest gentleman rather than a lofty celestial master. Observe how he politely averts his gaze. Most importantly, Qin trusts him and feels bashful in his presence. What is this called? It is called mutual affection. Is there a more suitable companion than Jiang Ming? None. Furthermore, Qin's behavior indicates that she is entirely receptive to interactions with the opposite sex. In fact, she might even develop feelings for him. This further suggests that she is not as inclined toward the same sex as she previously believed. Contemplating this, Yuqing's gaze frequently drifted towards Jiang Ming. The more she looked, the more she felt they were a perfect match. No, she must find a way to divert little Qin and engage in a meaningful conversation with this celestial master. She would inquire about his intentions. If he harbored feelings for Qin as well, would that not create an ideal pairing? Yuqing felt quite certain in her heart. This celestial master would undoubtedly be captivated by Qin. Setting aside Qin's celestial beauty and figure, her gentle disposition is precisely what strong men tend to adore. However, how to discreetly usher little Qin away? Yuqing began to ponder, and Qian clutched Yuqing, softly weeping, reluctant to part. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been sold by her dearest Aunt Qing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming ceased his gaze upon the cup and lifted his head to look at Yuqing. His perceptive nature allowed him to sense her frequent glances in his direction. The eyes of Yuqing and Jiang Ming met in the air, and in that moment, two individuals who had exchanged little communication suddenly reached a silent understanding. Yuqing glanced at the Qian she held, then subtly directed her gaze towards the door. Seemingly signaling something, she silently prayed that this esteemed master would grasp her intent. Jiang Ming, living up to expectations, swiftly comprehended her meaning. Ahem. He suddenly cleared his throat twice. At that opportune moment, Yuqing gently released Qian from her embrace and, with an apologetic look towards Jiang Ming, exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed master, you are still here. I truly apologize for the embarrassment. I hope I haven't caused you any amusement." "Yes, I'm nearly ready. We can depart now." And Qing was still softly sobbing, her delicate features resembling a pear blossom drenched in rain, with her dainty nose reddened from crying, evoking an irresistible urge to embrace her and offer comfort. "Come here, junior sister," Jiang Ming beckoned. "What's wrong, senior brother?" Upon hearing his words, Qin obediently approached. This action brightened Yuqing's eyes. Jiang Ming gently grasped Qin's arms, scrutinizing her delicate face as he fell into contemplation. Qin, however, was perplexed, fearing she had erred in some way. "Senior brother, what is it? Please do not frighten me." "It's nothing, junior sister. It's just that in your current state, you are unfit to accompany me into the secret realm." Jiang Ming sighed, seemingly troubled. "You've been crying like a little kitten. Your mental state is certainly not optimal." "Ah, then what should I do? Perhaps I should not go?" "That would not do. Such a secret realm during the qi refinement stage offers immense benefits for you. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a beginner's boon. You must go." After a moment of reflection, Jiang Ming suggested, "How about this, junior sister? Since there is still time, find a place to calm yourself and rest for a while. When it's time to depart, I will come to fetch you, all right?" Understood. Senior brother. And Qian nodded obediently. Yuqing understood that it was her turn to step in, little Qian. There happens to be a lounge in the Lord's residence that is currently unoccupied and quite tranquil. Shall I take you there? Very well. Thank you, Aunt Qing. Oh, you dear child, there's no need for such polite words. Just follow me. Aunt Qing lifted the flower from the table and followed Yu Qing. Jiang Ming seemed to hear Aunt Qing's question. Aunt Qing, could you help me take care of this flower? I'm afraid I might lose it. Of course, Yu Qing replied. Is this flower very important to you? Well, not exactly. It's just, it's very beautiful. All right, you can trust it to me. At that moment, Jiang Ming noticed Yu Qing discreetly giving him a thumbs up from behind her back. Chapter 54, Conversation. Jiang Ming slowly sipped his tea. Watching the tea leaves swirl and sink within the cup, it was evident that Yu Qing's tea-making skills were rather mediocre. Fortunately, he was not an aficionado of tea, so he did not feel that she had ruined it. However, why had she not returned for so long? Surely, Yu Qi was not still trying to coax her junior sister to sleep? If that were the case, she might as well let him handle it. He certainly knew how to lull her to sleep, ensuring she would drift off peacefully. Just as Jiang Ming pondered the best way to help his junior sister sleep, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. He lifted his head to see Yu Qing stealthily emerging, glancing back every few steps as if something sinister were pursuing her. This furtive demeanor piqued Jiang Ming's curiosity. What was Yu Qing scheming by leading Aunt Qing away and acting so secretively? Immortal Master, I apologize for the wait, Yu Qing said as she came over, sitting down with a sigh of relief and an air of contrition. She positioned herself carefully, facing the direction of Aunt Qing, so that she could see her immediately if she appeared. You can call me Xiao Ming. I haven't really been waiting long, Jiang Ming replied with a gentle smile. Exuding elegance, the Yu Qing before him could indeed be considered the adoptive mother of Aunt Qing and Yin Ruoqi. Given his close relationship with the two sisters, it was only fitting that their adoptive mother was akin to his own. It would be prudent to maintain a semblance of politeness. However, upon hearing this, Yu Qing was taken aback, clearly flustered. How can that be? Yet, inside, she felt a bloom of joy. What a wonderful child! As an immortal master, he displayed such humility in front of her, a mere mortal. Indeed, he is worthy of the affection of Xiao Qing. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. Aunt Qing calls you Aunt Qing, so I shall dare to follow suit and address you as Aunt Qing as well. Please consider me as just an ordinary junior. Oh, what a splendid child. How delightful it is to hear you call me Aunt Qing. Yu Qing could only respond with a forced smile. Since you are so enthusiastic, I shall graciously accept. As the pleasantries concluded, Jiang Ming wasted no time and directly inquired, May I ask, Aunt Qing, what is the matter with Aunt Qing? Transitioning to the main topic, Yu Qing straightened her posture slightly. Xiao Ming, are you aware that Aunt Qing has an elder sister named Yin Ruoqi? She emphasized the word sister with notable intensity. Of course, I know her. She is my senior from the same sect, and we see each other daily. What a coincidence. Could it be that you were sent by Ruoqi to retrieve Xiao Qing? Yu Qing's expression reflected surprise. Not at all. It is merely a coincidence. What a fortuitous occurrence. It suggests a bond between you and Xiao Qing. Indeed, it does seem rather fateful, Jiang Ming affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, a barely concealed smile of an aunt blossomed on Yu Qing's face as she continued. Xiao Ming, what do you think of Xiao Qing? I dare not rashly judge a celestial being for fear of divine retribution. Such sweet words. However, Yu Qing perceived hope in the situation and swiftly inquired, do you harbor feelings for her? The kind that leads to forming a life partnership? This was a direct approach indeed. Jiang Ming looked at Yu Qing in astonishment, refraining from an answer and countering with a question. Aunt Qing, why do you ask? You seem quite eager to find a partner for Aunt Qing. After a moment of silence, Yu Qing suddenly recalled that Jiang Ming was acquainted with both sisters, placing him in a delicate position. If Aunt Qing were to genuinely develop feelings for him, how would he and Aunt Qing confront Ruoqi? It was all rather complicated. Yu Qing sighed and turned her gaze to Jiang Ming. Xiao Ming, do you understand the relationship between Xiao Qing and Ruoqi? Aren't they sisters? No, there is a deeper connection. Yu Qing intended to elaborate, but noticed Jiang Ming slightly nodding in acknowledgement, which left her astonished. Her mouth agape and her voice elevated. You know? Could it be that Aunt Qing confided in you? She has not even revealed this to her own Aunt Qing. How could she divulge it to a senior she has only met a few days ago? Such is the nature of young women. Jiang Ming, observing her reaction, understood her thoughts and quickly added, I only learned of it by chance. I see. Regardless of the truth in Jiang Ming's words, now that he was informed, communication would undoubtedly become easier. Xiao Ming, do you believe their relationship is normal? Jiang Ming found himself at a loss to answer. While such dynamics might be rare in this world, He had encountered them frequently in his previous life. To deem it abnormal seemed rather unjust. Yu Qing, interpreting Jiang Ming's hesitance as a reluctance to speak ill of his seniors, could not help but admire his integrity. Thus, she took the lead in the conversation. In my view, this is indeed abnormal. Therefore, I hope they can break free from this unconventional relationship. However, Xiao Ming, you are aware that, given their beauty, any casual exposure would only invite trouble, which is why I have diligently concealed them. After Ruoqi's departure, Xiaoqin has seldom communicated with others, let alone developed affections for a man. Until your arrival. Yu Qing lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Ming. I can see that Xiaoqin trusts you deeply. This is unprecedented. Previously, she only exhibited such behavior in the presence of Ruoqi. But now, you have joined that circle. Therefore, Xiao Ming, do not blame me for my impatience. This may be an opportunity to restore their normalcy, and I must seize it. Jiang Ming blinked, reassuring her. Aunt Qing, please do not be agitated. Even if I have feelings for Aunt Qing, and we eventually become partners, what will become of senior sister Ruoqi? Indeed, what about Ruoqi? This was a question she had just been reluctant to contemplate, yet Jiang Ming had now brought it to the forefront. An answer had to be formulated, otherwise. If Jiang Ming felt burdened and chose to withdraw, what then? Yu Qing pondered for a moment before a sudden inspiration struck. Do you have that kind of intention towards Ruoqi? The intention of becoming partners? Chapter 55. Under orders to pursue romance, do you have that kind of intention towards Ruoqi? The intention of becoming partners? Oh, my Aunt Qing. For a moment, Jiang Ming could not discern whether Yu Qing's thoughts were open-minded or traditional. Yet, Yu Qing seemed to have come to a realization, continuing to encourage him. Xiao Ming, allow me to analyze this for you. Given your appearance, you and Xiaoqin, along with Ruoqi, are a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. You are both disciples of the celestial sect, which can be seen as a match in social standing. Moreover, your connections with Xiaoqin and Ruoqi allow you to gain proximity to them. As long as you harbor such intentions, everything will become simpler. Jiang Ming was at a loss for how to respond and could only smile, but Aunt Qing, senior sister Ruoqi and junior sister Aunt Qing have been together for many years, their bond stronger than gold. How could I possibly intrude? In response, Yu Qing did not give a direct answer but instead asked, Xiao Ming, do you know about the childhood of Xiaoqin and Ruoqi? Jiang Ming's interest was piqued, and he shook his head. Not much. 7 years ago, when I took office in Jingguan City, I encountered 2 filthy children by the roadside, covered in dirt, emaciated, and unrecognizable. One was digging in the soil, sifting through the finer parts, while the other was peeling bark from a tree. They must have been starved to the extreme. Seeing this, I could not bear it. So I thought to take them both to Jingguan City as a means of doing good. However, they were exceedingly wary and ran at the sight of us. I had no choice but to instruct the accompanying soldiers to capture them and bring them back to Jingguan City. Initially, I intended to place them in an orphanage. However, after assisting them in tidying up, I abandoned that notion. I concealed them, commanding them to remain unseen. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding. These 2 sisters, even in their youth, must have possessed captivating beauty. The phrase "a beauty brings calamity" is not to be taken lightly. As time passed, and we spent more moments together, they gradually came to trust me, revealing their origins. They were not natives of our Han dynasty, but rather refugees from the Song dynasty. Both the Han and the Song are not ordinary monarchies. They are filled with formidable figures, rivaling top-tier cultivation sections. Following a coup in the Song, several noble families faced purges, and they were meant to be captured, but fortunately, with the help of a benefactor, they managed to escape, eventually finding themselves on the outskirts of Jingwenqing, where I discovered them. At this point, Yu Qing smiled sheepishly, saying, I fear you might find it amusing, but initially, I intended to raise them and then present them to the Han Emperor. Yet, as time passed, I grew to regard them as my own kin, and I could not bear to send them to the imperial palace, a place as deep as the sea, destined for unhappiness. In the subsequent years, apart from me, they seldom interacted with outsiders. Even when venturing out, they concealed their faces, remaining ever vigilant. With this, Yu Qing shifted the conversation back to the main issue, stating thus, the problem lies here. Xiao Ming, please listen attentively to my analysis. Jiang Ming nodded earnestly, paying close attention. For an extended period, they had relied solely on each other, with no one else to trust, and in such circumstances, it is natural for them to develop unique feelings, correct? Jiang Ming could only nod in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. However, This emotional bond was merely a product of their extreme environment. Once they began to interact with others, fostering trust and returning to normal social interactions, such feelings would inevitably dissipate. You are the prime evidence of this. Your presence proves that Xiaoqin is capable of developing affections for men. Wait, how do you assume that Qin likes me? I can't even sense any emotional energy, Jiang Ming retorted, believing that Qin merely harbored a fondness for him, which hardly constituted true affection. Yu Qing disregarded Jiang Ming's inner thoughts and continued, by extension, if Qi also likes men. All right, what a fine extension. Aunt Qing, you and Sherlock Holmes could share a table. Xiao Ming, if you were inclined, with just a little effort, you could guide them back to the right path. Jiang Ming blinked. In truth, Yu Qing's reasoning was quite sound. If Qin's sexual orientation truly leaned towards women, she should not feel bashful because of them. However, the notion was somewhat absurd. Let us not even discuss whether she could withstand the sword strike from her senior sister in the Golden Core stage. Even if their orientations differed, the bond forged through years of companionship and shared adversities was indomitable. To suggest a separation was far too simplistic. Moreover, even if he successfully won over the junior sister, how would he approach the senior sister? The junior sister's vulnerability had rendered her submissive, allowing him to take the dominant role, but the senior sister was far from fragile. Furthermore, if both were to be courted, transforming erstwhile companions into rivals, how would they coexist? Wouldn't it be awkward to face one another? Jiang Ming, caught in the middle, would be in a dire predicament. The mere thought of it was a headache. Contemplating this, reason dictated that he must decisively refuse. Aunt Qing, you have a valid point. I am willing to do my utmost to assist them in their redemption. Huh? Oddly, the words shifted as they reached his lips. Jiang Ming's gallant readiness to face peril left Yu Qing momentarily taken aback. She was, of course, aware that her musings were rather fanciful. Matters of the heart are intricately complex. They are not as easily resolved as one might suggest. Initially, she had prepared numerous arguments to persuade Jiang Ming to give it a try, yet he unexpectedly acquiesced. Suddenly, Yu Qing seized the opportunity, fixing a serious gaze upon Jiang Ming. Well then, they will rely on you. By the way, take this. She handed him a small notebook. What is this? He inquired. It contains my records of their interests, habits, and preferences over the years. This is all I can do to assist you. Jiang Ming, astounded, reverently accepted the notebook as though it were a treasure, pledging, I shall not disappoint your trust. Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Whether Jiang Ming could succeed now rested solely upon his own capabilities. She had done all she could. As for the possibility of him being a morally corrupt individual, Yu Qing found herself untroubled. If he were truly able to gain the acceptance of the two sisters, he must be an exceptional person. The sisters, though united, were not blind. They would undoubtedly evaluate Jiang Ming thoroughly. Jiang Ming's emotions were equally complex. He was not dismissing Yu Qing. The thrill of this endeavor was too enticing to ignore. Now, it was a decree from the two women's guardian. He, Jiang Ming, was officially tasked with courting. No need to panic. Let him demonstrate his skills. Should he succeed, he would relish the joys of companionship. Should he fail, Chapter 56, confronting one's heart, and Qian gazed around, feeling somewhat disoriented. The surroundings were devoid of both objects and people, enveloped in ethereal mist. She was lost as to the direction of east or west, as if ensnared in a labyrinth. This sense of isolation suddenly instilled a flicker of trepidation and confusion within her. Just then, a tall and graceful figure materialized before her, shrouded in hazy mist. The true visage was difficult to discern. Yet, in that fleeting moment of recognition, Qian's heart brimmed with joy. Although the figure appeared taller, more pronounced in the front, and curvier in the back, Qian recognized her immediately. It was the silhouette she had longed for over the past 3 years. Without a moment's hesitation, she cried out eagerly, Sister Ruoqi, and surged forward like a swallow returning to its nest. However, she was met with emptiness. An expression of bewilderment adorned Anqin's delicate visage as she turned her head. To her dismay, she discovered that her dearest sister, Ruoqi, had slightly angled her body, evading her embrace. Ruoqi, dear sister? Qin could not discern the visage of the individual before her, as if obscured by a veil of mist. Yet, she was resolute in her belief that it was indeed Yin Ruoqi. There was no possibility of error. But why did she choose to evade her? At that moment, Yin Ruoqi spoke, her voice as melodious as a lark, yet as frigid as a glacier. Qian, you have betrayed me. Upon hearing those words, Anqin felt as if struck by lightning, and without a moment's hesitation, she fervently retorted, No, I did not. I would never betray Sister Ruachi. Yet, Yin Ruachi appeared unperturbed, reiterating with an intensified tone, Anshin, you have betrayed me. Her voice grew more forceful, more vicious, more disdainful, and colder still. I did not. And Shin instinctively recoiled at Yin Ruachi's shout, tears uncontrollably springing forth as she stammered in a choked voice. I did not. I have always been thinking of you, always. Her words were drenched in sorrow, evoking a sense of delicate fragility. Yet, lamentably, Yin Ruachi felt no remorse for her. She merely replied coldly, not at all? Then who is Jiang Ming? And Qin wept inconsolably. He is my senior brother, Wu. Yin Ruachi once again posed a chilling inquiry. Is he merely a senior brother? Just merely a senior brother? And Xian questioned her own conscience, feeling unburdened. Although she had found solace a few times in her senior brother's presence, occasionally sensing inexplicable emotions, the deepest recesses of her heart remained solely devoted to her elder sister, Ruachi. The sentiments she harbored for Ruachi were entirely distinct from those she felt for her senior brother, a fact that was indisputable. After all, how could years of companionship and intimacy be so easily overshadowed by a mere few days with Jiang Ming? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruachi pressed further. But why are you so close to him? To which Qian replied, I was left with no choice. A hint of guilt washed over her. Though the embraces were not initiated by her, one could argue that they were born from the inevitable constraints of reality. Yet, it was true that she had often found herself lost in thought while cradled in her senior brother's arms, even yearning for the sense of security he provided. For this, she had silently apologized to Ruachi in her heart and made silent vows. This, she could not refute. Left with no choice? It seems to me you are willingly throwing yourself into his embrace. I am not. Oh, and Qian, do you still not dare to admit it? Admit what? I have always loved Ruachi. Oh, you still think I am Yin Ruachi? Is that not the case? Look closely and tell me, who am I? As Qian scrutinized closely, she suddenly noticed that the figure before her had transformed. It had shrunk slightly in height, its form no longer elongated. Although still slender, it now exuded a sense of softness. And Qian opened her mouth slightly. This silhouette was one she recognized all too well. Wasn't he at her? Have you recognized me? Yes, indeed. It is you. You betrayed Yin Ruachi. I betrayed Yin Ruachi. I did not. You did. I did not. My heart has always belonged to Sister Ruachi. You may still love her, but your heart has begun to change. Do you not realize this? As Qian listened, a wave of memories surged forth. Senior brother, the one who masqueraded as a bandit. The mischievous senior brother. The gentle senior brother. The one who coaxed her with sweet words. The formidable senior brother. The considerate senior brother. The one who gifted her flowers. The senior brother. It seemed that, unbeknownst to her, he had gradually secured a place in her heart. Otherwise, she would not feel such remorse. She was aware, she had come to realize. Her heart had indeed undergone a subtle transformation. Yet, she had believed that as long as she steadfastly cherished her love for Sister Yin Ruachi, there would be no issue. But, alas, the senior brother appeared at just the right moment, effortlessly discerning her feelings and providing her with precisely what she needed most. Everything transpired with uncanny timing, the right moment, the right place, the right circumstances, all colliding to claim a space within her heart. This space, though small, was significant. Yet, who could foretell whether it might expand in the future? At present, Qian could confidently assert that her affections lay with Yin Ruachi, not Jiang Ming. But what of the future? Change had already begun. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over her. Was she about to betray Sister Yin Ruachi? Qian, in a state of bewilderment, pondered to herself, have I changed? Have I truly transformed? You have changed. Then, what should I do? I do not wish to change. I do not want to betray Sister Ruachi. I simply do not want to. I sob. Qian cried out in terror, tears streaming down her face. She covered her head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Stay away from Jiang Ming. Maintain your distance. Once you arrive at the Wanfa Xian zone, sever all ties with him. Seek out Sister Ruachi. Go find her. Stay away from my senior brother? Instinctively, there was a hint of reluctance in her heart. Reluctant, are we? Qian, do you still dare to be defiant? I sob. Tears flowed incessantly from her eyes, as her heart seemed to harbor a sense of resistance, grappling with inner turmoil. Yet, she found it even more difficult to part with her beloved sister, Ruachi, the one upon whom she had always relied. Qian suddenly realized If the person before her is indeed herself, then this moment represents a judgment upon the self she has long evaded. Indeed, she has always been aware of the ominous signs manifesting within her, particularly in her attitude towards her senior. Yet, in reality, she has consistently chosen to ignore it, subconsciously dismissing the past. Now, having peeled back the layers of her own psyche, she confronts her innermost feelings, leaving her no choice but to face the truth. There lies no possibility of enjoying both sides. On one hand, there is the sister Ruoqi, with whom she has shared years of companionship and mutual reliance. On the other, there is her senior, who elicits feelings within her that are unprecedented, feelings that even Ruoqi has never bestowed upon her. How does one choose? It appears that no options truly exist. I understand now. I shall distance myself from my senior. Chapter 57. Let us maintain our distance, Aunt Qing. The time is about right. My junior sister and I have matters to attend to, so shall we part ways here? Jiang Ming assessed the time and felt it was indeed appropriate, rising to speak. I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time. I leave everything in your capable hands, Aunt Qing replied. Fear not, Aunt Qing. I shall ensure they return to see you. Jiang Ming silently added in his heart. Or perhaps one of them will bring my head back to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's face blossomed into a radiant smile. I shall await your return here. Very well, I shall go rouse Qian. Where is she? Yu Qing chuckled with a hint of reluctance and said, just walk straight and take a left. You will find her. I must be off to attend to my own affairs, lest Xiao Qian sees me and starts to weep again. In truth, she believed that waking someone personally was an intimate act. Hence, Yu Qing planned to slip away, leaving Jiang Ming to proceed alone. Understanding Yu Qing's intention, Jiang Ming nodded with a smile. All right, Aunt Qing, you go about your business. Allow me to bid you farewell first. Xiao Ming, I wish you a smooth journey and great success. After offering her well wishes, Yu Qing hurriedly departed. She had much to do, and were it not for Qian, she might not have squandered so much time here. Thank you, Aunt Qing. Jiang Ming called out from behind, not caring whether she heard him or not. Regardless, Yu Qing had assisted him greatly. It may have seemed as though she had done nothing, but the most crucial aspect was that she had prepared him psychologically. Initially, upon learning of the sisters' relationship, Jiang Ming merely intended to interact normally with the two, without any expectations of how events might unfold. However, at this moment, he found himself on a mission to Wu. By the command of his mother, he aimed to rectify the inappropriate and abnormal relationship between the two sisters. This was for the sake of justice. Quite justifiably so. If, as Yu Qing suggested, the sisters merely misunderstood their own feelings, then they ought not to blame Jiang Ming for being unyielding. Previously, he merely wished to navigate life with ease. However, he has now adopted a more purposeful approach, actively pursuing his ambitions. Admittedly, it sounds rather ambitious, considering the presence of two exquisite maidens, yet he finds himself lacking in experience regarding how to proceed. He can only take one step at a time, wondering what else he might do. If he were to reach a dead end, he would face it head-on without concern. Little does he know that during this very moment of conversation, the difficulty of his endeavor has subtly increased as his junior sister confronts her true self in her dreams. Yin Ruoqi furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity in recent days. It felt as though someone had been keeping her in their thoughts. Being at the Golden Core stage, coupled with the influence of the underground path of the contest for the Wei Peak, she could always sense a vague presence. Yet, curiously, she could not discern its nature. It did not appear that anyone was casting a spell against her, and her intuition indicated that this feeling would impact her future. Could it be that Xiao Qin is thinking of me? No, that doesn't seem right. It feels as if it's more than one person. Have I offended someone? With a delicate arch of her slender brows, she pondered for a moment before decisively abandoning her thoughts and focusing intently on her cultivation. Once she grows stronger, everything that seeks to undermine her will be mere paper tigers. As Jiang Ming approached in Qin's room, he found her still asleep. She lay on the bed, curled up on her side, her soft form nestled, arms wrapped around her chest, resembling a delicate cocoon. It is said that those who curl up while sleeping lack a certain sense of security. Jiang Ming was uncertain of the veracity of this claim, but given in Qin's circumstances, it might hold some truth. He quietly drew nearer, making no sound. Why is her brow furrowed so deeply? From a distance, he had not noticed, but as he drew closer, he saw the troubled expression etched on her small face. Had she been plagued by a nightmare? Or was she unwell? He reached out, placing his hand on her smooth forehead. No fever. However, and Qin, being a martial artist, possessed a heightened sense of alertness. Though her abilities were insufficient to detect Jiang Ming's approach, if she failed to react to his touch, her training would be in vain. In an instant, her beautiful eyes fluttered open, her body tensed, and she instinctively prepared to move. Upon recognizing the familiar figure and the warm hand on her forehead, she relaxed immediately. Still half asleep, Anqin instinctively nuzzled against Jiang Ming's hand like a cat seeking affection. The sight of her drowsy demeanor momentarily warmed Jiang Ming's heart, but soon, a smile faded from his lips, and Qian's beautiful eyes gradually opened. At that moment, she glanced at her senior brother before suddenly recoiling as if confronted by something terrifying. Hastily withdrawing from Jiang Ming's grasp, Jiang Ming looked at his own hand, then at Anqin, his mind swirling with questions. Junior sister? Anqin lowered her head. Unable to meet Jiang Ming's gaze, she was acutely aware of her actions and recognized the potential for misunderstanding on her senior's part, as well as the possibility of causing him distress. Despite the pangs of guilt that plagued her heart, this was the only course of action she felt she could take. Anqin was acutely aware that she was not a person of formidable willpower. Signs of danger had already begun to manifest in the presence of her senior brother. She feared that if she did not distance herself from him, she would become increasingly ensnared, ultimately finding herself unable to extricate her heart from the depths of despair. Given these circumstances, the only course of action was to maintain a respectful distance from her senior brother. Though her heart would ache with guilt, reluctance, and sorrow, it was a necessary sacrifice. Anqin reassured herself that as long as she persevered until reaching the Wanfa sect, everything would be fine. Once she met Sister Ruoqi, she would be able to interact normally with her senior brother, for she believed that upon encountering Sister Ruoqi, her resolve would remain unshaken. At that moment, Anqin was confident that she could resist her senior brother's allure. Until then, it was prudent to maintain a certain distance. Junior sister, are you feeling unwell? Did you have a nightmare? Jiang Ming, observing Anqin's panicked demeanor, initially feared that something was amiss with her. After all, it was unexpected for his junior sister, who had appeared perfectly fine before sleeping, to undergo such a drastic change in mentality upon waking. The saying that a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the ocean was something he would need to ponder further. I'm fine, senior brother. I'm just. Anqin found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to convey her feelings to her senior brother without causing him distress. Ultimately, she resolved that honesty would prevail, believing he might comprehend her sentiments. Raising her head slightly, her lips parted as she confessed, "What I truly cherish is Sister Ruoqi. It would be best for us to maintain some distance, for I fear I might betray her." Chapter 58. Self-Revelation. What I truly cherish is Sister Ruoqi. It would be best for us to maintain some distance, for I fear I might betray her. Jiang Ming stared in bewilderment at Anqin, who had lowered her head. The nuances of emotional perception hinted to him that his junior sister was seemingly enveloped in a sense of guilt towards him, momentarily rendering her speechless. It appeared she had inadvertently revealed her feelings. What did it mean to fear letting down Sister Ruoqi? Wasn't it akin to confessing that she harbored romantic inclinations towards him? Jiang Ming soon understood why it was so evident to others that his junior sister held affections for him, yet he could not perceive such emotions himself. It became clear that the formidable presence of Sister Ruoqi had effectively suppressed Anqin's feelings. To win over his junior sister, he would need to traverse the daunting obstacle that was Sister Ruoqi. At this juncture, Jiang Ming's emotional intelligence was put to the test. Lacking relevant experience, he swiftly envisioned several possible responses. Low emotional intelligence. How could you? Anqin, after all I've done for you, you wish to distance yourself from me? What an ungrateful wretch. Take that. Moderate emotional intelligence. Junior sister, you adore Sister Ruoqi, and so do I. We are on the same side. High emotional intelligence. Junior sister, I do not intend to disrupt your bond. Rather, I seek to join it. It is far more important for the three of us to coexist harmoniously. These thoughts flitted through his mind, but soon, a moment of clarity struck Jiang Ming. Wait, had he overlooked a crucial aspect? If he were to first win over his junior sister, what would transpire once they became part of the sect? Given Anqin's gentle nature, it was likely she would reveal their relationship to Sister Ruoqi in no time. By then, even if Sister Ruoqi did not exact vengeance upon him, the difficulty of pursuing her would escalate significantly. It would indeed be a hellish predicament. In this light, it became apparent that regardless of which party he pursued first to establish a relationship, it would complicate matters for the other. Therefore, a gradual, dual approach was necessary. Progressing in tandem, he would need to court both individuals equitably, ensuring a balanced approach. Furthermore, it would be preferable for him not to initiate a confession. He must remain in a passive position, allowing Sister Ruoqi and Qian to express their feelings first. In this way, Jiang Ming could ultimately cultivate a scenario where they would all become intertwined, achieving a harmonious resolution. Thus, the plan appeared feasible, even if it did not culminate in success. At the very least, he would avoid the disheartening outcome of separation and sorrowful farewells. Very well, let this serve as our guiding principle henceforth. Just as one might say, time waits for no man. A thought flickered through Jiang Ming's mind, and in an instant, he made his decision, adopting the demeanor of a dispassionate rogue. He feigned ignorance and inquired, "Junior sister? What are you referring to?" And Qin raised her head in confusion, unable to comprehend why her senior brother did not understand her. She silently recited her earlier words in her mind, pondering whether her expression might have been unclear, leading to his misunderstanding. However, as she reflected, a sudden realization struck her. In an instant, her fair complexion was overtaken by a deep blush, reminiscent of shrimp scalded in boiling water. "Senior brother, no, that is not it. I was merely just awakened and was unaware of what I had said. What I meant to convey was my concern about senior sister misunderstanding the nature of our relationship. Yes, that's it. I simply wanted to express my fear that senior sister might misinterpret our bond. Please, do not misconstrue." The younger disciple stammered her frantic explanation. Her words jumbled. In a moment of inspiration, she concocted a clumsy excuse. Yet, her flushed face, fidgeting hands, and eyes nearly soaring to the heavens betrayed her inner turmoil. Before Jiang Ming could respond, and Qin, perhaps fearing he might doubt her sincerity, continued to insist, "Senior brother, believe me, I merely just awoke, which is why I misspoke. You know I admire Sister Ruoqi, and I am worried that being so close might lead her to misinterpret things. I simply do not want her to misunderstand. Please, do not misinterpret." Qin had lost track of her own words. She desperately sought to clarify something, but her confusion only deepened. Jiang Ming sensed that if this continued, she might combust from embarrassment. Thus, he hurriedly interjected, all right, junior sister, I do not misunderstand. Upon hearing his words, Qin felt a slight calmness wash over her. She lifted her head, gazing timidly at Jiang Ming, resembling a frightened rabbit withdrawing its head. Cautiously, she inquired, "Brother, you truly do not misunderstand, do you?" Jiang Ming, with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffled his junior sister's hair and replied, "I harbor no misunderstandings. It is time for us to set forth. Let us prepare." Qin did not shy away, allowing her senior brother to tousle her hair. It seemed that the recent explosion had left her momentarily dazed, causing her to forget her initial intention of keeping her distance from him. In her bewilderment, she found herself contemplating whether her senior brother had misunderstood the situation. After a while, Qin suddenly recalled something, shook her head, and gently removed his large hand. "Senior brother, perhaps we should maintain a bit of distance. I truly fear that sister might misinterpret our closeness." "Ah, junior sister," Jiang Ming replied with understanding. "I genuinely do not wish to disrupt the bond between you two. However, during our journey back to the sect, such contact is inevitable. Surely, you cannot expect me to refrain from touching you altogether?" His reasoning held merit, although she intended to keep her distance from him. Contact was bound to occur on the way back to the sect. What should she do? Qin suddenly found herself engulfed in a haze of confusion. "Junior sister, how about this?" Upon hearing this, Qin lifted her head and gazed at her senior brother, awaiting his counsel. After careful contemplation, Jiang Ming, with the intention of considering Qin's feelings, offered his suggestion. "Let us continue our interactions as usual. Once we return to the sect, we shall maintain a certain distance. This way, the senior sister will remain oblivious to our situation and misunderstandings can be avoided. Is that agreeable?" "No, absolutely not. No. And Qian's heart screamed in turmoil. Her initial intention was to distance herself from her senior brother to avoid becoming more deeply entangled. However, just moments ago, feeling guilty and fearing that her withdrawal might lead him to perceive her as an ungrateful disciple, she impulsively revealed the truth, in an attempt to deflect. And Qian shifted the conversation towards the fear of her senior sister misunderstanding her. Yet now, her senior brother's proposal addressed the latter concern rather than the former, straying from Qian's original intent. Alas, she found herself unable to refuse, for his suggestion was indeed sound, ensuring that her senior sister would not misinterpret the situation. Perfectly aligning with Qian's wishes, she felt a surge of emotion, longing to weep. Round and round she went, only to return to the starting point. Ultimately, she still had to interact with her senior brother in a normal manner. What should she do? What should she do? Is she to acquiesce to her senior brother's suggestion? And Qian found herself embroiled in an inner conflict. What do you think, junior sister? Jiang Ming prompted with perfect timing, and Qian's small mouth slightly parted, on the verge of tears without shedding any. All right, senior brother, your suggestion is excellent. Well then, it is settled. We should set off now, shall we? Jiang Ming extended his hand. Qian gazed at the large hand before her. As if surrendering herself entirely, she clasped it firmly. Let us proceed, senior brother. And Qian bit her lower lip, pondering why she felt a sense of relief after making her decision. Chapter 59, The Hehuan Sect. The junior sister had gone to take a bath. Originally, Jiang Ming intended to dine at the entrance of the bathroom, but she adamantly refused, insisting he leave, and even called him a pervert. Jiang Ming was bewildered and felt quite wronged. What was so perverse about wanting to eat? After all, a person is like iron, and a meal is akin to steel. What harm could there be in simply having a meal? Yet, since the junior sister was unwilling, he had no choice but to patiently wait at the gate of the city lord's mansion. The sun hung high in the sky, casting down a heat that was more intense than that of the morning. In a daze, he found himself reminiscing about the recent past. Recalling the moment he had exited the junior sister's home, he vividly remembered how she had lifted her veil, sternly instructing him to forget the person she had been the day before, declaring that the version of herself today was her true self. Now it seemed, today's self had also wept, just as yesterday's had. Today, her tears flowed even more profusely. When she emerged from her bath, would she once again tell him that the person she had been the day before yesterday was her true self? That would certainly be a delightful twist. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Jiang Ming allowed his thoughts to wander freely. Before Qian appeared beside him, she existed in a state of quantum superposition, embodying both fierceness and cuteness. Jiang Ming was uncertain of the form she would take when she made her entrance. Senior brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A soft, gentle voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Judging by the sound, it seemed she had settled into her true form, his younger sister. Jiang Ming turned to look. People often label others based on first impressions, and in the case of his sister, he always associated her with softness. Fresh from her bath, her hair still slightly damp, she had not tied it up with a hairband. She donned a simple white long dress, tailored and modest, revealing only her delicate little feet. A sash cinched her waist, accentuating her slender yet slightly curvaceous figure. Her youthful face bore a hint of baby fat, appearing somewhat round yet undeniably beautiful, exuding a charming innocence. Such attire, when worn by another, might evoke the image of a dashing female hero. However, on his sister, it transformed her into a child playing at adulthood, adorably naive. She appeared exceedingly gentle, her body soft, her temperament mild, and her voice tender. Being able to embrace her must be incredibly comforting. Jiang Ming felt he could speak on this matter. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. At that moment, his sister approached him with dainty steps, but halfway there, she abruptly turned and dashed back. Shortly thereafter, Qian emerged wearing a wide-brimmed hat and holding another in her hands. She approached Jiang Ming and, with a nimble lift of her foot, expertly placed the hat upon his head. Qian, filled with a yearning for a future devoted to the path of cultivation, exclaimed, "Let us go, senior brother. We shall venture into the secret realm." However, she soon sensed something amiss. Her senior brother did not respond, and Qian turned her head to glance at her senior brother, only to find him staring at her in a daze. This puzzled her, prompting a brief inspection of her own appearance. Upon confirming that there was nothing amiss, she inquired with curiosity, "What is it, senior brother?" Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, then lifted the veil from his own hat. Subsequently, he raised his other hand to unveil Qian's face as well. He gazed solemnly into his junior sister's somewhat bewildered black eyes and spoke slowly. "Junior sister, remember this. From today onward, this is my true self." On the mountain outside Jingwenqing, 3 individuals awaited something. 2 men and a woman. The men possessed striking features, yet their eyes betrayed an undeniable lewdness. The woman appeared innocent and charming, with crescent-shaped eyes. One of the men impatiently stomped his foot and asked, "Luo Shidi, has your contact not yet arrived?" "Almost there." "Wuchu Shixiang, please be patient. Without him, we cannot traverse this secret realm," replied Luo Shaxing, the sole one who resembled a girl. Her delicate and lovely face belied a voice that was oddly effeminate, which sparked a flicker of disdain in Wu Chu's eyes. Damn this repugnant creature, he thought, feeling nauseous at the memory of having flirted with this effeminate youth not long ago. Initially, upon encountering this newly initiated junior brother, he had fancied he had met a true goddess, finally able to escape his bachelorhood. However, had it not been for this fellow's mention of a secret realm to explore, he would never have cast another glance at Luo Shaoqing, lest he taint his vision. At that moment, another man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this person truly that important?" Luo Shaoqing, maintaining a courteous demeanor, turned and replied humbly, "Yes, Zhao Yanxi Xiao. It is said that to pass through this secret realm, a sacrifice of a person is required. My friend, being a low-level rogue cultivator without any backing, is most suitable for this purpose." "Oh, then let us wait a bit longer," Zhao Yan responded, closing his eyes and resuming his patient vigil. It was quite normal for a secret realm to demand a life or two, even one of the chi refinement stage. However, he hadn't anticipated that Luo Shidi would be so ruthless as to bring along a friend from before he joined the sect. The trio fell into silence once more. Wu Chu, for reasons of his own, refrained from conversing with Luo Shaoqing, as it induced a physical discomfort within him. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan was lost in thought. Suddenly, he asked, "But Luo Shidi, how did you come to learn about this secret realm?" In response to Shi Xiang's inquiry, "I learned of it from a foundation establishment stage senior brother. Since he cannot enter the chi refinement stage secret realm, he passed the information to me. Which foundation establishment senior brother would be so kind?" Zhao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, drawing the curious gaze of Wu Chu. Both were at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, yet still some distance away from the foundation establishment stage. How could Luo Shaoqing, a mere novice, possibly be associated with someone of the foundation establishment? The name of that senior brother is not one to be disclosed, and this information does not come without a price. A blush crept onto Luo Shaoqing's delicate face as she shyly lowered her head, nearly provoking Wu Chu to retch. Zhao Yan's lips twitched as well. Why would there be such preferences within the Harmony sect? Between individuals of the same sex, dual cultivation techniques cannot be effective. Is it merely a craving for physical pleasure? One wonders how that foundation establishment senior's partner would react upon learning this. It is well known that disciples at the foundation establishment level within the Harmony sect are guaranteed to have partners. After all, dual cultivation techniques require one male and one female to be effective, not to mention the formidable combined techniques embedded within those practices. Therefore, should a disciple ascend to the foundation establishment stage without a partner, the sect will arrange one for them. As long as both parties find each other agreeable, they can be together. If there is a lack of mutual attraction, they can still manage to coexist. Ultimately, a partner must be found. Those who remain single face the awkwardness. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached, accompanied by a man's lamenting cry, "Shaoqing, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Wait for me, don't walk so fast." A delicate snort followed. Both Zhao Yan and Wu Chu's eyes brightened. In the Harmony sect, they were quite discerning. From that sound, it was evident that the one who emitted such a delicate hum must be exceptional, even if her appearance were average, in the dark. The sound alone would be an immense delight. If not destined to be a partner, she would certainly suffice as an enticing appetizer. Chapter 60. Keep your distance. And Xian walked ahead, her demeanor noticeably sulky, her footsteps no longer light. Pouting, she muttered to herself, "Bad senior brother, bad senior brother, bad senior brother, bad senior brother. Bad senior brother, bad senior brother, always bullying me, always bullying me. I won't pay attention to you anymore. I won't pay attention to you anymore. I won't pay attention to you anymore. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying, so annoying." Her words tumbled forth like an incantation, rapid and indistinct. How, one might wonder. Had her senior brother wronged her? He merely reiterated her own words. Regardless, she insisted that he was indeed tormenting her. "Junior sister, you've taken a wrong turn." Just veer slightly to the left, came Jiang Ming's distant voice from behind. "Humph, don't speak to me." As Anqin spoke, she momentarily halted, adjusting her direction before continuing onward. The two were currently atop a mountain outside Jingguan City, preparing to venture into the secret realm. However, Anqin was in a fit of anger, resolutely forging ahead without waiting for her elder brother. This scene felt eerily familiar. Yet, Anqin vowed that this time she would not yield. No matter how her brother attempted to placate her, she would remain indignant until they reached the secret realm. She refused to be soothed before arriving at the Lord's mansion as she had previously. Of course, if her brother were to show genuine sincerity, it might not be entirely out of the question. "Sister, veer slightly to the right." "Humph, I shall not converse with you." "A tad more to the right." "Aside from directing you, I shall not respond." And Qian's small mouth was rather stubborn. Jiang Ming, however, did not mind, he leisurely trailed behind her. The sight of his junior sister, puffing her cheeks in a huff, was undeniably adorable. Her chubby little face, already slightly rounded, resembled a pufferfish ready to explode with indignation. Her deliberate, yet forceful slow pace clearly hinted that her senior brother should hasten to appease her. When she was riled up, the consequences could be quite severe. Nevertheless, with a smile playing on his lips, Jiang Ming stroked his chin. Did his junior sister not realize that her current demeanor resembled a playful display of affection? If that were the case, there was no need to rush to console her. His junior sister had grown up. She needed to learn to comfort herself. Are you tired? Junior sister? Shall we take a short break? I won't acknowledge you, humph. The horse came to a sudden halt at the precipice, and a whisper of danger escaped her lips. Just moments ago, she had declared her intention to disregard her elder brother's guidance. Yet, he incessantly tempted her. How infuriating. Wicked elder brother. Nonetheless, it was evident that the younger sister had yet to reach the stage of self-soothing, and Xing had waited for an eternity, her footsteps heavy with frustration, only to realize that her senior brother had not followed her. In an instant, her anger intensified. Feeling wronged, her cheeks puffed up, her little face scrunched in displeasure. No longer deliberately slowing her pace, she quickened her steps. Upon noticing this, Jiang Ming panicked and hurried after her, exclaiming, "Little Qing, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, wait for me. Do not walk so swiftly." Humph. And Qian responded with a delicate hum. "It's too late. Only now do you realize the importance of coaxing. My apologies, but it seems that the moment for persuasion is past." Just as Qian resolved to disregard her senior brother and continue on her path, several figures abruptly materialized before her. And Qian came to an abrupt halt. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as her delicate features instantly transformed. Even her once gentle voice turned low and menacing. "Who?" As she inquired, she began to retreat. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the appearance of the newcomers, 2 men and a woman. The woman exuded an air of innocence and charm. However, Qian furrowed her brows at the sight of the 2 men. Despite their attempts to appear suave, she could perceive the lasciviousness and desire lurking deep within their eyes. This was the very gaze she detested most. Their looks paled in comparison to her senior brother, and their character was equally lacking. And Qian gently touched her hat, confirming its presence. The unabashedly aggressive gazes from the 2 individuals across from her made her momentarily believe that her hat had fallen off, revealing her true appearance. "Little sister, would you be interested in joining the Huan sect?" Wu Chu had just confirmed with Luo Shaoqing that the person arriving was his wandering cultivator friend. However, for reasons unknown, he had brought along a woman. It was often the case that a wandering cultivator accompanying a female companion was also a wandering cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, it was widely acknowledged that wandering cultivators of the same level were often easier to bully. Thus, both Wu Chu and Zhao Nian found themselves unable to remain seated. They approached eagerly, unable to contain their curiosity. Although the young girl wore a hat, Wu Chu and Zhao Nian quickly assessed her in their minds. Her figure was perfect, possessing a delicate yet curvaceous allure. Her voice was captivating, clearly altered to sound different. Her appearance garnered full marks as well, though obscured by her veil. She was undoubtedly striking. "Not interested. Please step back." And Qin initially contemplated telling them to keep their distance. However, she hesitated, pondering whether such words might trouble her senior brother. After all, they might very well be the comrades he had mentioned. Undeterred by the rejection, Wu Chu stepped closer and remarked, "Oh, come now, little sister. Being a disciple of our Huan sect is far more promising than wandering as a loose cultivator." And Qian furrowed her brow and took a step back. Then, she unwittingly fell into a trap, colliding with the person behind her. Jiang Ming, without hesitation, embraced his delicate junior sister in his arms. And Qian not only refrained from resistance, but also nestled closer into the embrace of her senior brother. Jiang Ming observed the changing countenance of Wu Chu and, with a sycophantic tone, inquired, "Is it true? I have heard that the Huan sect is one of the 5 major sections. May I join?" Wu Chu's gaze flickered over Jiang Ming's arm around Qian. And with a smile, he replied, "Of course, you are a friend of Luo Shaoqing, a loose cultivator, are you not? As long as we provide a recommendation, you shall certainly be able to join the Huan sect." At these words, Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with a longing for the formidable sect, and he asked, "Great. But what is the cost?" Zhao Nian and Wu Chu exchanged glances. This loose cultivator was quite astute, aware of the necessity of a price. Wu Chu smiled but remained silent, instead extending a finger towards Qian. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, signifying his peak cultivation in the qi refining stage. Observing this, Zhao Nian also revealed his own prowess at the peak of the qi refining stage. As disciples of a major sect, they found no need to engage in drawn-out discussions with this loose cultivator. One could only conclude that Luo Shaoqing had performed admirably. Not only had she summoned a sacrificial offering, but she had also brought forth a gem of great value, a buy one, get one free deal. Jiang Ming followed Wu Chu's pointed finger to gaze at Qian in his arms, and his expression shifted. A fleeting wave of sorrow, reluctance, and hesitation washed over him. Ultimately, as if having resolved some inner conflict, he lowered his head to ask, Qian, what do you think? Wu Chu and Zhao Nian looked on with satisfied smiles, and Qian gazed blankly at her senior brother and inquired, what do you feel? What was the first thing you wished to say upon meeting them? Anqing reminisced for a moment and replied, I have no interest. Would you kindly step aside? Jiang Ming shook his head and said, it is not the first sentence you uttered, but rather the first sentence you wished to express. And Qian was taken aback. What do you want to say? Not interested. You all, just scram. Jiang Ming glanced at Wu Chu and Zhao Nian. I apologize, but my little Qian disagrees. Furthermore, she has asked you to keep your distance. Do you comprehend that? Chapter 61. The singular core of Qian. I apologize, but my little Qian disagrees. Furthermore, she has asked you to keep your distance. Do you comprehend that? As Jiang Ming's words echoed in the air, the expressions of Wu Chu and Zhao Nian darkened instantly, as if they were about to rain. Wu Chu spoke in a sinister tone. We can understand. Let us hope you can maintain such bravado later. With both parties having exchanged such words, any further hesitation to engage would be considered impolite. As for the outcome of a potential confrontation, it was evident that Jiang Ming, possessing an innate thunderous aura, had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, just a step away from the foundation establishment stage. He found it far easier to intimidate these two novices, who had scarcely mastered any spells, than to contend with his junior sister. With her, he had to coax her back to reason. With them, there was no need for such delicacies. Should anything go awry, there would be no need to find a burial site. They could simply perish here, unnoticed. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and ready to ignite, Jiang Ming noticed Luo Shaoqing, who had stealthily hidden behind Wu Chu, gently shaking her head at him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ming immediately abandoned the thought of conflict. Luo Shaoqing was the most cunning among their group of traitorous fools. Although he was unsure of what this old coin was contemplating, Jiang Ming felt obliged to grant him some respect, as he had come to offer assistance. Of course, that was not the most crucial aspect. What truly mattered was that this lad had now joined the Hehuan sect. Ah, what treasures lay within that sect? Dual cultivation techniques, and even triple cultivation methods. The mere thought of this compelled Jiang Ming to cooperate. After all, he might need Luo Shaoqing to procure some dual cultivation techniques in the future. Who knows, they could prove to be invaluable. Naturally, if the dual cultivation techniques from the Hehuan sect were of no use later, Jiang Ming believed that the Xingtianju from the Wushan sect might suit him better. As Qin sensed the tension in the air, she promptly extricated herself from Jiang Ming's embrace, adopting a defensive stance with her delicate hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist, poised for action. However, her mind was uncontrollably replaying Jiang Ming's recent words. What did he say? My little Qin? My little Qin. Whose little Qin? His family, yes. Thus, was this statement from him intentional or merely accidental? If it were intentional, would it suggest that he harbors deeper feelings? No, that cannot be. It could simply be attributed to our shared sect. Anqing, do not overthink. Focus solely on preparing for battle. She hastily cast aside her superfluous thoughts. What has been troubling her lately? Why does she find herself unconsciously pondering the words of her senior brother? She is fully aware of his tendency for frivolous banter. Often devoid of sincerity, yet she still allows herself to contemplate his remarks. What would happen if she were to take his playful jest seriously in the future? Qin swiftly gathered her focus, bracing herself for the impending battle. Though the formidable aura emanating from her two adversaries was daunting, she refused to be intimidated or hinder her senior brother. However, just as she had managed to break free from his embrace, she felt a sudden constriction around her waist, only to find herself once again ensnared by Jiang Ming's stronghold. Anqing was taken aback and could not help but inquire, Brother Shiming, are you? Anqing did not address her senior brother, for he had not referred to her as junior sister, but rather as Shaoqing. Furthermore, Wu Chu mentioned that they were both independent cultivators, and Qian speculated that her senior brother was likely concealing his true identity. Thus, she adopted a different form of address. However, it was merely an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped Qin. In the past, she would merely address one as Sister Ruoqi. Now, however, there was an additional title to utter: Brother Ming. Brother Ming, Brother Ming. Sister Ruoqi, Sister Ruoqi. How peculiar. Fortunately, it was merely a special circumstance that warranted such a call. In the future, she must refrain from such expressions. Should Sister Ruoqi overhear, it was uncertain whether she might misconstrue the situation. As for Jiang Ming, he found himself momentarily entranced by Qin's unexpected appellation. He cast her a bewildered glance. This little junior sister had an uncanny knack for unconsciously exuding an irresistible charm in certain instances. Thankfully, with others present, she had moderated her tone. Were she to call out Brother Ming in her soft, natural voice, he feared he might feel as though he had been struck by a debilitating force. Nonetheless, he had to maintain his facade. Jiang Ming raised his head at a slight angle, adopting an expression of arrogant confidence as he declared, No, it's nothing, little Qin. They are merely two senior disciples. You need not intervene. I can handle them single-handedly. Though he said this, his legs betrayed him, trembling ever so slightly. It was as if he recognized the strength of his opponents but found himself unable to lose face before a beautiful woman, thus resorting to a fade of bravado. Regardless of what Luo Shaoqing intended, Jiang Ming resolved to establish his character first, facilitating future cooperation. After all, foolish individuals often lulled others into a false sense of security. This was a lesson learned through experience. As anticipated, Jiang Ming's proclamation elicited laughter from the two members of the Hehuan sect. A mere loose cultivator, trembling in fear, yet attempting to act tough before a beauty? Did he truly believe they were easy prey, obliged to indulge his bravado? Wu Chu scoffed derisively, opting not to waste further words. With a surge of spiritual energy, he readied himself for action. Jiang Yan stood by, arms crossed, observing. A mere chi-refining stage loose cultivator was no match for Wu Chu alone. He would simply relish the despair on Jiang Ming's face and the humiliation of witnessing his girlfriend being openly teased. Brother Wu, please wait. At that moment, Luo Shaoqing, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke up. He seized Wu Chu's wrist. Wu Chu's expression shifted, as though he had touched something repugnant, and he quickly shook him off, disrupting the aura he had been cultivating. Jiang Ming, on the opposite side, breathed a heavy sigh of relief, akin to a person in peril finally receiving the aid of a friend. Luo Shaoqing, what are you doing? Wu Chu demanded furiously. He felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, as if every cell in his body was revolting. Please, Brother Wu, calm down, Luo Shaoqing replied, unperturbed, offering a conciliatory smile as he spoke softly. Gentlemen, please do not be too agitated. My friend has simply lacked the harshness of society since childhood, resulting in his peculiar temperament. There is no need to hold a dying man accountable. Once we enter the secret realm, should he perish, that beauty will undoubtedly become yours. Upon finishing her words, Luo Shaoqing cautiously glanced in Jiang Ming's direction, seemingly fearing that he might overhear. Wu Chu furrowed his brow. However, Luo Shaoqing's reasoning was sound. Why should she harbor resentment towards a lifeless body? If he were to perish within the secret realm, it could be seen as a form of resource utilization. Certainly preferable to dying here. Wu Chu exhaled deeply, maintaining a stern expression as he nodded and declared loudly, This time, I shall overlook it. Keep a close watch on your friend. Luo Shaoqing expressed her gratitude vocally. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. With that, she hurried over to Jiang Ming and tugged at him. Jiang Ming, restrain your temper. This place is no longer our village. If you continue like this, I won't be able to save you. Jiang Ming, with a defiant tilt of his neck, appeared somewhat obstinate. You should instruct them to temper their behavior. Even if they are disciples of a significant sect, they have no right to provoke my Shaoqing. With that, he tightened his embrace around Anqing. His words were loud enough for Wu Chu to overhear, eliciting a cold smirk within him as he silently vowed, Rest assured, I shall treat your Shaoqing with utmost care. Hearing this, Luo Shaoqing, filled with indignation, retorted, You should speak less. Enough of your chatter. Just follow me obediently, understood? Yes, understood, humph. Though Jiang Ming felt a twinge of defiance, he was reluctant to pursue the matter further, reluctantly acquiescing. Afterward, he turned to his junior sister and proclaimed, Shaoqing, fret not. I shall protect you with all my might. And Qian remained in a daze, offering no response as if she had not heard at all. In truth, she had indeed not heard, for her single-core CPU was preoccupied with other matters. What had her senior brother just said? My little Qian? Not the little Qian from my family? My little Qian. Mine. and Qian was acutely aware that her senior brother's unusual behavior was undoubtedly a performance motivated by reasons unknown to her. Yet, she couldn't help but be affected. Lost in contemplation. What if he was seizing this opportunity to express his true feelings? Oh, how exasperating her troublesome senior brother was. Why must he incessantly utter such things? Causing her such inner turmoil? Chapter 62. The Secret Realm. The fissured secret realm emanated a gentle blue light, seemingly urging the lingering crowd to proceed. After reprimanding Jiang Ming, Luo Shaoqing swiftly donned a facade of flattery, taking small steps toward Wu Chu and Zhao Yin, both respectful and deferential. Esteemed brothers, now that everyone is present, we should make our way to the secret realm, she said, extending her hand to indicate that the two brothers should lead the way. Wu Chu cast a scornful glance at Jiang Ming, shaking his head and asserting without room for argument, let them go first. It was imperative to understand that one typically could not exit the secret realm from the entrance. Wu Chu feared that if they entered first, Jiang Ming might abscond with his woman. A cooked duck could not be allowed to fly away. Luo Shaoqing cast a troubled glance at Jiang Ming and suggested, Jiang Ming, why don't you go in first? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming trembled slightly. Yet, he maintained a defiant expression, stubbornly retorting, if I must go in first, then so be it. Who's afraid? With that, Jiang Ming took Qian's hand and proceeded toward the crack emanating a soft blue glow. He took a few steps, then hesitated, pausing momentarily. Seeing this, Zhao Yin furrowed his brow and impatiently urged, stop dawdling, hurry up. The sight of Jiang Ming holding Qian only intensified his irritation. How could a solitary cultivator be worthy of such a fine furnace? Nevertheless, he consoled himself, knowing that she would eventually be his. Zhao Yin discreetly glanced at Wu Chu. Upon hearing Zhao Yin's words, Jiang Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his trembling voice. Qian, please hold on to me tightly as you can. At this moment, Anqin chose not to dwell on whether her senior brother's mention of my little quilt was intentional or accidental. After all, the secret realm lay before her. And this was her inaugural encounter with the enigmatic world of cultivation. A hint of nervousness fluttered within her, primarily due to her senior brother's remarkably vivid performance nearby. It almost left Anqin unable to discern whether he was genuinely frightened or merely feigning fear, as she had always found it difficult to see through his true intentions. Nevertheless, the little junior sister obediently extended her arms and wrapped them around Jiang Ming's waist, holding him tightly. Qian's delicate arms were not short. They encircled Jiang Ming's waist, her small hands gripping tightly. No matter the circumstances, she chose to trust her senior brother. At that moment, whatever he said was absolute. Whatever he instructed her to do, she would comply without question. To doubt him would mean losing her only source of trust. Such uncertainty would only exacerbate the situation. Jiang Ming, unreserved in his actions, embraced his junior sister firmly, recognizing her compliance. This was perhaps the closest they had ever been. In the past, he had maintained a certain decorum when holding Qian, often merely draping his arms around her gently. Now, however, they stood face to face. Their bodies pressed together with scarcely any space between them. Each could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from the other. Holding his soft, almost ethereal junior sister evoked a strange sensation in him, as if he might sink into her softness entirely. It felt as though with the slightest exertion, he could become enveloped in a world of tenderness. And Qian was indeed remarkably soft. This was Jiang Ming's first direct experience of how wonderfully fragrant and supple a girl could be. He mused that if he could share a warm embrace with her during winter, sleep would surely elude him. Anqin felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. However, she seemed to have grown somewhat accustomed to physical contact with her senior. After all, it was merely ordinary physical interaction, nothing scandalous. Therefore, Anqin, there was no need for you to feel shy. This was just a singular, normal, mundane, and necessary contact dictated by the circumstances. It was indeed unavoidable. Initially, she had intended to distance herself from her senior. Alas, the situation had become complicated, and she had no choice but to comply with his wishes, holding him tightly. Sigh. There was truly no alternative. After traversing a series of thoughts in her mind, Anqin felt a sense of tranquility as she embraced her senior brother. This was indeed her first time holding him so tightly. Was it his body that radiated such warmth, or was it she who felt the heat? A distinct aura enveloped Anqin, leaving her somewhat lightheaded. However, being in her senior brother's arms was entirely different from her experiences with Sister Ruoqi. He was so firm, his muscles exceedingly sturdy. It was no wonder he possessed such formidable strength. In comparison to Sister Ruoqi, each had their own unique charm. No, Anqin. What are you thinking? This was merely a normal physical contact with her senior brother, while her embrace with Sister Ruoqi was filled with affection. They were not the same. Not at all. She chastised herself to refrain from such thoughts. Anqin felt that she was merely holding on to her senior brother to prevent any unforeseen accidents from occurring. Yes, indeed, it was just so, and Qian finds herself contemplating striking her own head in frustration. Why has her mind been so restless of late? Focus, focus. This is a secret realm. It marks your initial step into the world of cultivation. Cherish the opportunity bestowed upon you by your senior brother. Do not allow your thoughts to wander. Yet, one cannot help but wonder whether her senior brother is merely pretending, or if that Luo Xiaoqing is indeed male. It appears he is a friend of her senior brother, yet he does not seem to be aligned with him. Alas, what a vexing situation. Perhaps it is best to place her trust in her senior brother. Anqin retracted her thoughts, choosing to quiet her mind. She was never particularly adept at contemplating such matters. Otherwise, she would not have opted for the perilous and minimally rewarding strategy of enticing bandits with her physical form. It can be said that Anqin, despite her simplicity, possessed a certain fortune, as no unforeseen incidents had arisen. Likewise, Jiang Ming was exceptionally fortunate to have encountered her before any misfortune befell Anqin. The two, entangled in a tight embrace, found themselves unable to walk normally, resembling crabs as they made their way towards the fissure of the secret realm. The sight was somewhat amusing, provoking disdainful smiles from Wu Chu and Zhao Yin, who deemed the wandering cultivators to be mere frogs in a well. Easily intimidated by the prospect of entering a secret realm, unbeknownst to them, as Jiang Ming passed by Luo Xiaoqing, she swiftly slipped a bag of vibrant red substance into his pocket. In the midst of the dizzying whirl, some individuals might find themselves overwhelmed, perhaps even to the extent of expelling their bile. However, fortune favored Anqin, for although she lacked experience and was not inclined toward deep thought, she was remarkably obedient. When Jiang Ming instructed her to hold on tightly, she clung to him with unwavering resolve, not loosening her grip for an instant. It proved to be wise to trust her senior brother in such moments. Jiang Ming stood like a steadfast buoy in the tumultuous sea, with him as her unyielding anchor. Anqin significantly diminished the disorientation typically induced by the first teleportation into a secret realm. When the spinning ceased and they safely touched down, Anqin remained tightly wrapped around Jiang Ming's waist, her head buried deeply in his embrace, resembling a frightened young ostrich. Jiang Ming, however, felt little discomfort. The sensation of entering a secret realm was akin to that of a distant teleportation array, a process he had experienced numerous times. Thus he adapted effortlessly. He even managed to free one hand to assist Anqin in keeping her hat from flying away. Xiaoqing, we have arrived. How do you feel? He inquired gently. Brother Ming, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, she replied, her words soft and somewhat dazed, as if still recovering from the spin. The affectionate address of Brother Ming nearly sent Jiang Ming into a state of distraction. Currently, the surroundings appear safe. You may rest a while longer, he said, observing their environment for any potential threats. Satisfied with the absence of danger, he gently urged Anqin to lean against him for a moment of respite. This suggestion, however, was met with her reluctance. Having entered the secret realm, she believed it was time to distance herself from her senior brother. Yet, her head undeniably felt a bit foggy. Under such circumstances, prioritizing her recovery seemed paramount. There was no alternative. She decided to hold on a little longer. And Qian nestled comfortably against her senior brother's chest. By the way, Xiaoqing, Jiang Ming glanced at the trio who had yet to descend, advising, if I am not by your side, you should listen to that young man, Luo Xiaoqing. He is trustworthy. Initially, Jiang Ming's caution was merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. However, and Qian became anxious, exclaiming, Senior brother, where are you going? Please, don't leave me. At that moment, several figures suddenly emerged, causing Qian to swallow her words and grip her senior brother even tighter. It's nothing, just wanted to let you know, Jiang Ming reassured, gently patting Qian's head. I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 63, Fierce Qian within the secret realm. The figures that had entered behind them gradually materialized. As soon as they landed, Wu Chu and Zhao Yin's legs buckled, and they fell to the ground, retching spectacularly with an array of colors. Luo Xiaoqing watched helplessly as Wu Chu and Zhao Yin made fools of themselves. Just moments ago, they had been so self-assured, mocking others for their lack of experience, only to display such behavior upon entering. Utterly useless. However, with both senior brothers incapacitated, Luo Xiaoqing had no choice but to bend down and join them in their plight. And Qingting cast a disdainful glance at them, grateful that she had heeded her senior brother's advice. Otherwise, like these individuals, she would have made a fool of herself before him. Jiang Ming shot them a sidelong glance, wrinkling his brow in disapproval, and then scooped up in Qinting, distancing himself slightly. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed they would take some time to recover. Jiang Ming chose to disregard them further, cradling his junior sister's delicate form and whispering, "Xiao Qin, while we have this moment, allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world to you." Upon hearing this, and Qin, although still somewhat dazed, quickly gathered her spirits and with a serious expression on her delicate face, replied, "Yes, Minggu, please tell me. The realms of our cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and Tao attainment. The secret realms, on the other hand, are spaces opened up by powerful beings above the level of spirit transformation. However, secret realms of the Qi refinement stage are, in fact, the rarest. Do you know why that is?" Qin nestled in Jiang Ming's embrace, suddenly realizing that her mind had become sluggish. Whenever someone was present to rely on, Qin felt her body and intellect succumb to a languid state of energy conservation, rendering her unable to think clearly. Yet, as her senior brother had taken the effort to impart knowledge in such a serious manner, she was reluctant to miss out. Thus, she furrowed her small brow in deep contemplation. After a moment, she tilted her head and said, I suppose it should be. I don't know." Jiang Ming cast a glance at the three individuals who looked as though they might retch, and continued his explanation. Creating secret realms is not an easy task for those powerful beings. When they forge these realms, they imbue them with the power of rules. For instance, this realm restricts entry based on cultivation level, and Jiang Ming turned his back to them and retrieved his senior sister's sword. At that moment, the sword's edge was subdued, its luster dimmed, as if it had lost its energy. Artifacts above the Qi refining stage were also suppressed. Generally, secret realms incorporate rules that restrict external possessions. Without such limitations, the realm would devolve into a contest of lineage. The stronger one's background and the more powerful one's artifacts, the greater the chances of claiming the ultimate rewards of the realm. Of course, it is not impossible to bypass these restrictions. If his senior sister were at the ascension stage, with a cultivation level surpassing that of the realm's master, her sword energy could transcend the realm's limitations. "Senior sister, the doctor said my stomach is not well. I hope you can persevere and advance to the ascension stage soon." Jiang Ming silently cheered for his senior sister while holding his junior sister, then glanced at her, who appeared only partially enlightened, and continued. "Once the power of the realm's rules is established, it cannot be altered at will, not even by the realm's master. Modifying a realm requires as much effort as creating one from scratch." Suddenly, it seemed as if a light bulb had gone off in his junior sister's mind. Her large eyes brightened, and like an eager schoolchild who knew the answer, she raised her hand to respond. I know. That's why those powerful beings generally do not create such low-level realms." Jiang Ming blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my, our little Qin is truly clever." As he spoke, he took the opportunity to pinch Qin's cheek gently. Qin not only refrained from resistance but also chuckled, appearing rather delighted. The creation of a mystical realm is no simple feat. It is rare for formidable beings to construct a training ground for Qi refinement stage practitioners merely for the amusement of a group of children. However, since practitioners at the Qi refinement stage are predominantly novices, the intricacies of such realms are generally not overly complicated. Jiang Ming pointed toward the distance, saying, "Observe. Thus far we have encountered no danger, which indicates that the master of this realm possesses a degree of understanding towards newcomers. This appears to be a challenge-oriented realm. If we do not proceed further, we shall not face any perils. In contrast, in realms of higher tiers, one would likely find themselves at the mercy of ferocious beasts upon entry. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. This journey through the mystical realm will serve to enrich your experience. Understood?" Jiang Ming glanced at Qin, his hands somewhat restless. And Qin's delicate visage felt exquisite to the touch, smooth and tender. As Jiang Ming inquired, he could not help but reach out, kneading her cheeks as one would with dough for buns. And Qin did not resist Jiang Ming's advances, allowing him to act recklessly. She spoke in a vague manner, uttering, the pig has arrived." Although she grasped only a fraction of the situation, every word from her elder brother was absorbed without any omission. Jiang Ming chuckled softly, releasing Xiao Qian, and glanced back. "By the way, Brother Shiming, what is the matter? Should we truly fear them?" And Qian gestured towards the few individuals behind her. Her senior's recent performance had instilled a sense of insecurity within her. "Do not fear. If I were incapable of confronting them, I would have long since fled with you. Understand? She reassured. You need not act. Speak your mind freely. It will not affect anything. Jiang Ming recalled that when they first encountered these individuals, Qian refrained from speaking harshly out of concern for him. Yet, in truth, what Qian expressed held little significance, for Luo Shaoqing would undoubtedly smooth over any situation. Upon hearing this, Qian blinked her eyes and replied, Oh, then is there anything I should do to cooperate with you? Jiang Ming shook his head. No need. I am uncertain about what will transpire next. But all you need to do is trust me. This matter is primarily led by Luo Shaoqing, and I am merely playing a supportive role. Even I am unaware of what may happen. All right, Brother Ming, she responded with a soft sound. Qian seemed to gradually grow accustomed to her senior brother's playful antics upon her delicate visage, merely murmuring softly without resistance, embodying an air of obedience. At that moment, Wu Chu and the others had regained their breath, rising from the ground and approaching. Even before their arrival, their voices heralded their presence. Wu Chu glared at Jiang Ming with a sinister countenance, questioning, How is it that you remain unscathed? Even those at the pinnacle of qi refinement cannot endure this. Why do mere loose cultivators appear unaffected, indulging in love talk? Wu Chu had initially hoped to demonstrate the disparity between loose cultivators and disciples of prominent sections. Now, that difference was indeed evident, and he could not accept it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming blinked innocently and replied, I did not fabricate anything. Luo Shaoqing quickly interjected. Senior brother, my friend has always possessed a robust constitution, resilient and capable of withstanding blows, which explains his current foolishness. It turned out to be a matter of physical constitution, a rather crude loose cultivator indeed, reminiscent of a brute. Wu Chu sneered dismissively. Jiang Ming sighed. Taken aback by this fellow's audacity, having embarrassed himself, he still sought to belittle Jiang Ming further. Consequently, his face flushed red, caught in a dilemma between retort and trepidation. He weakly addressed Luo Shaoqing. When do you intend to rid us of them? They are quite bothersome. His fluent Mandarin left the attendees momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend. However, Luo Shaoqing, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, responding vehemently, Soon. Minge, be patient. Why waste your breath on the dim-witted? What are you two discussing? Wu Chu inquired, brow furrowed. Nothing, senior brother. This fellow dares not insult you, so he resorts to his regional dialect to insult me, Luo Shaoqing clarified. Wu Chu nodded in understanding. Such was the nature of loose cultivators, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Yet, why wasn't Qian also unharmed? Suddenly, Wu Chu pointed at Qian, pondering aloud. Jiang Ming had attributed the lack of discomfort to her robust constitution, but what of Qian? And Qian, upon hearing his words, cast him a sidelong glance and suddenly embraced Jiang Ming, sneering, It is because Brother Ming protects me, unlike your weakness. I suggest you hasten your descent into the earth. Since her senior brother professed to be unafraid, what was there for her to fear? The fierce demeanor was unleashed. Chapter 64. I prefer taking the back door. It is because Brother Ming protects me. Unlike your weakness, I suggest you hasten your descent into the earth. Wu Chu and Zhao Nian were momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her audacity. Not only the others, but even Jiang Ming, who held Qian, had not anticipated her candidness. Moreover, compared to her previous dry invectives, her words now, though still youthful, possessed a markedly heightened potency, like a kitten that had been roused. She ignited at the slightest provocation. Clearly, the junior sister had long harbored disdain for these two. However, it was not long before the stunned Wu Chu's expression darkened. And he bellowed in anger, What do you mean by that? Don't spew your words as soon as you open your mouth. It's utterly repulsive. And Qian abruptly interrupted his words, spewing forth her thoughts with fervor. What do you mean I am not as feeble as you all. If I were in your shoes, I would have already succumbed to despair in such a secret realm. Wu Chu opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. How could this woman persist in her disdain for his retching? Ironically, he had indeed been sickened, leaving him without a counter-argument. However, it didn't take long for Wu Chu to regain his composure. Did he truly need to refute her? A cold smile graced his lips. Soon, he and Zhao Nian would subdue this little woman, and his original intent to monopolize her seemed unnecessary now. He would wait to see if her tongue remained as obstinate at that moment. Taking a deep breath, Wu Chu chose to disregard Qian, directing his attention instead to Luo Shaoqing, inquiring, Junior brother Luo, are we ready to set off now that everyone is present? He was eager to sacrifice that rogue cultivator, eager to demonstrate the might of the Hahuan sect to this ungrateful woman. Oh, it seems I cannot even best you in a debate. Did you perhaps expel your intellect along with your vomit just now? And Qian continued to output her energy. Wu Chu tightened her fist and took several deep breaths. It's all right, Wu Chu, it's all right. The more lively she danced now, the louder her cries would be later. Ahem, of course, senior brother, let us proceed. Luo Xiaoqing glanced at Qian, clearly surprised that this seemingly delicate girl showed such courage. Wu Chu maintained a composed expression and led the way outside, remaining silent. As she passed by Zhao Yin, she whispered, "Stay close behind them. Do not let them escape." Zhao Yin nodded slightly. Jiang Ming observed Wu Chu, who walked ahead, and gently squeezed in Qian's slender waist, saying, "You've made progress, little Qian. Why so angry?" And Qian twisted her waist, and as her senior brother pinched her, a ticklish sensation coursed through her, leaving her feeling rather peculiar. She cast a glance at Wu Chu ahead, pouted slightly, and murmured indistinctly, "Umph. Who asked him to constantly target you, HM? I found him displeasing for quite some time." And Qian whispered a response, but soon expressed her concern, "Brother, will it be problematic if I scold them like this?" "It's fine," Jiang Ming replied, shaking his head. The reason these two had not yet met their demise was that Luo Xiaoqing believed they still held some value. If they could not restrain themselves and acted impulsively, they would lose their worth, and it would be better to eliminate them preemptively. This would also provide some satisfaction for the junior sister, cheering her up. The five individuals walked in silence, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken thoughts. Before them lay a vast, desolate expanse, utterly barren, lacking even the most basic vegetation, let alone anything else. It was evident that the mastermind behind this secret realm had taken shortcuts, unwilling to exert much effort in this regard. After walking for a while, a sudden door appeared before them. Wu Chu halted, casting a glance at Luo Xiaoqing. "It's safe, brother, we can enter directly." With that, Luo Xiaoqing opened the door, revealing nothing but a thick, impenetrable fog, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. "Come in, there is no danger, but I cannot return soon." Luo Xiaoqing's voice echoed from within. Seeing this, the others followed suit without hesitation. Upon crossing the threshold, the scene before them remained unchanged. They still stood in a vast, open space, leading them to question the purpose of the door they had just passed through. "What a pitiful design for this realm," Jiang Ming exclaimed. Which programmer was so lazy as to create merely an empty space? However, it seemed there was a slight difference this time. After taking a few steps forward, two closed doors suddenly emerged. Distinctly, one door bore the word first, while the other was inscribed with last. The elegant calligraphy exuded an aura of authority, subtly pressing down upon the group. Beside them was a funnel, through which sand trickled away, accompanied by an intangible sound that urged them onward. At this rate, the sand would be fully drained in approximately 5 minutes, and the group harbored the worst of suspicions about what might occur once it was gone. They had never anticipated that this secret realm would manifest in such a manner. Yet, this simple, even rudimentary arrangement was tugging at the nerves of everyone present. After all, no matter how austere the secret realm appeared, it could not conceal the fact that its master was at least a formidable being of the transformation stage. The disparity between the two parties was as vast as the heavens and the earth. "Luo Xiaoqing, which door shall we take?" Wu Chu turned and inquired. "The first or the last?" The significance was unclear, the surroundings void of any hints. A choice between happiness and despair. Luo Xiaoqing trembled at the words. I don't know." "What?" Wu Chu, in a fit of anger, grasped Luo Xiaoqing's collar. "Didn't you claim to possess information about a foundation-building stage brother's secret realm?" Luo Xiaoqing, on the verge of tears, lamented, "No. The arrangement of this secret realm differs from the information he provided. He deceived me. Useless." Wu Chu forcefully tossed Luo Xiaoqing to the ground, exclaiming, "Then what shall we do now? Someone must venture forth to scout the way." Shivering from her fall, Luo Xiaoqing spoke hesitantly, "Scout the way." At that moment, Zhao Yin and Wu Chu simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jiang Ming. "You shall go," Wu Chu stated coldly. "If you wish to go, then you should do so yourself." "Do you not have legs?" Anqin broke free from Jiang Ming's embrace, placing herself protectively behind her senior brother, and exclaimed with fury, "Wu Chu, your patience has its limits. Do you truly believe you possess the right to raise your voice here?" And Qian wished to express her thoughts, yet Zhao Yin interrupted her, stating, "There is no time. We must simply cast him in." No, protested the two senior brothers. "He is swift, and we cannot afford to linger. Allow me to take charge." At that moment, Luo Xiaoqing rose from the ground, seeking to atone for her misdeeds. Wu Chu, upon hearing her words, looked up and realized that the hourglass had already emptied halfway. Hurry. Yes, yes, Luo Xiaoqing nodded eagerly, then turned to face Jiang Ming, her demeanor transforming into one of fierce intimidation as she threatened, Jiang Ming. I am aware that your little girlfriend is still an ordinary mortal. You may be able to flee and buy some time, but she cannot. Thus, you must choose. Either you scout the way, or we will capture her and throw her into scout for us. The choice is yours. As she spoke, Luo Xiaoqing's gaze subtly shifted towards the back door. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ming immediately tightened his embrace around Qian, trembling with fear. Qin's small hand clutched her senior anxiously, although he reassured her that there was no need to fear as long as she placed her trust in him. A sense of unease enveloped her at that moment. Could it be that her senior was truly venturing forth? Hurry. You have 3 seconds, Wu Chu urged, his gaze fixed upon the hourglass. 3, 2, fine, I'll go. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and spoke up. Senior. Qin gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Fortunately, the urgency of the hourglass kept everyone on edge, and no one noticed the change in her address. Xiaoqing, I am sorry. I should not have brought you here, Jiang Ming said, gritting his teeth as he suddenly released Xiaoqing and dashed toward the back door. He flung the door open and plunged into the fog. A chilling scream pierced the air. Blood gushed forth like water, splattering onto the ground in a shocking crimson. A sight that sent shivers down the spine. It was all happening far too swiftly, so swiftly that Qin was still grappling with whether Jiang Ming was acting or if it was indeed real. However, upon hearing the scream and witnessing the blood, her mind exploded into chaos. Shi Xiao. A desperate scream erupted from Qin. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding all decorum, she stumbled and crawled her way through the back door. Another scream echoed from within. Yet this time, no blood spilled forth from the back door. Luo Xiaoqing evidently took note of this and urgently urged, Brothers, there is no time to lose. Hurry, quickly, through the door. Having spoken, he promptly led the way towards the front door. However, suddenly, it seemed as if he had stumbled, collapsing to the ground with a wretched cry. Ah, the hourglass is nearly out of time. Zhao Nian clearly noticed something amiss, yet time did not permit him to ponder further. Observing that Luo Xiaoqing had taken the lead towards the front door, he followed suit without suspicion. The two of them hastened their steps towards the entrance. They leapt over Luo Xiaoqing without offering assistance. In response, Luo Xiaoqing rolled over and tumbled into the back door adjacent to the front entrance. At that moment, the hourglass ran dry. Along with the door, the very fabric of space began to collapse, returning to nothingness. Chapter 65. A mind in turmoil. Jiang Ming swiftly traversed through the back door, and just as his figure was about to vanish, he stealthily crushed the blood packet provided by Luo Xiaoqing, flinging his arm with sudden force. Blood splattered everywhere, resembling the aftermath of a violent assault. Simultaneously, he emitted a piercing scream. The performance, at this juncture, was nearing its conclusion. Although it felt somewhat convoluted to act this way in front of two novices, Jiang Ming remained patient, mindful of the techniques of the Hehuan sect. As for Qin, who remained on the other side, he believed Luo Xiaoqing would adeptly arrange for her to be deceived. Suddenly, Jiang Ming halted, spinning around sharply to face the door. A figure darted through from the other side with astonishing speed, crashing into Jiang Ming's chest with unrelenting momentum. At such velocity, if Jiang Ming were to remain steadfast, it was likely the younger sister would be rendered senseless. Thus, he had no choice but to embrace her while simultaneously absorbing the impact. Thud. Jiang Ming was abruptly propelled backward by the force of his sister's collision. Bang. He served as a cushion for her, and they both fell to the ground with a dull thud. He quickly raised his head to regard the younger sister sprawled atop him. At that moment, Qin lay on Jiang Ming, still dazed, her eyes reflecting a mixture of panic and confusion. After all, she genuinely believed her elder brother had encountered some misfortune upon passing through that door. Jiang Ming felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, could she truly be dazed? He suddenly called out, "Younger sister, scream." Ah. Without any hesitation, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, as the scream subsided, it transformed into soft sobs. Woo-woo. Brother, woo-woo, you're all right. You scared me to death, woo-woo, I thought. And Qian tightly grasped Jiang Ming's collar, burying her face in his chest, and began to weep softly. It seemed she understood that the recent scream served to mislead those outside. Thus, she stifled her sobs, fearing they might jeopardize her senior's plan. Yet, despite her muted cries, her tears flowed abundantly, akin to a flood breaching its dam, quickly soaking a considerable area of Jiang Ming's chest. Women are often thought to be made of water, yet in Qian was different. She was akin to the mythical Jing Wei, tirelessly filling the sea. Jiang Ming lifted his gaze slightly to behold his weeping junior, her face a portrait of sorrow mingled with unexpected joy. He instinctively opened his mouth, wishing to comfort her. But no words emerged. It was not that he lacked the knowledge of what to say or how to console her. Rather, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to resort to sweet words at that moment. As he observed her tear-streaked cheeks, Jiang Ming felt a stirring in his heart, an indescribable emotion beginning to spread within him. Truthfully, he had not anticipated that she would arrive so swiftly after his dramatic performance, which had been replete with blood and cries of distress. Any sane person would recognize the danger lurking within. In his mind, he had envisioned that Qian would be coaxed by Luo Xiaoqing's guidance and would ultimately be compelled to enter through the back door, reuniting with him under duress. He never imagined she would act so recklessly. Just as he stepped inside, she rushed in behind him, embracing him and weeping. Did she truly not hesitate at all? Jiang Ming was tempted to voice his curiosity but deemed it unnecessary. After all, at that moment, Qian had already made her choice. He acknowledged that upon witnessing her unwavering determination, his heart had stirred in a way that was different from his past infatuations. He gently placed a hand on her soft, resilient back, whispering soothingly, There, junior sister, do not cry." Although she now knew her senior was safe, Qian could not halt her tears. They flowed incessantly. Her weeping adhered to a self-imposed standard, as she believed she must shed a certain quantity of tears before she could cease. As she quietly sobbed, she lamented her bad senior. "Woo-woo. Senior brother, you are bad." "Woo-woo. Very well, I am bad. It is my fault." Jiang Ming, resembling a gentle caregiver, repeatedly offered his apologies while tenderly stroking Qian's back, aiding her in finding comfort. He was even concerned that if his junior sister continued to cry while lying down, it might obstruct her breathing. Thus, with utmost care not to disturb her weeping, he cautiously helped Qian to her feet. Indeed, as soon as she stood, her sobs gained a more resonant strength, indicating that lying down while crying was indeed uncomfortable. Wretched senior brother, she murmured. Jiang Ming ceased his words, simply holding Qian as he listened to her cries interspersed with murmurs. For him, it had merely been a performance, yet for Qian, it represented a poignant reunion. A reclamation of what had once been lost, her senior brother. Qian gradually regained her ability to think amidst the sound of weeping. Had she been a tad too impulsive? The moment she heard her senior's anguished cry, she nearly abandoned all rational thought, driven solely by the desire to locate him. Yet, she was entirely unaware of the dangers lurking beyond the door. What had compelled her to act so recklessly? Qian pressed her lips together, finally ceasing her weeping. A sudden wave of fear washed over her, as the very concerns she had previously harbored began to silently materialize. She had vowed to distance herself from her senior. Yet time and again, she found herself yielding to her own heart. Drawn ever closer to him, she grew increasingly dependent. Was it truly a matter of circumstance? Or was she, in fact, surrendering to her innermost desires? Once more, tears cascaded down her face like a weeping kitten. A gentle, soft sensation lingered upon her cheeks. Qian gazed vacantly, observing her senior brother's handsome visage, which was suffused with tenderness as he earnestly wiped her face. His movements were executed with such care and gentleness. It felt less like he was merely drying her tears and more akin to plucking at the strings of her heart. In that moment, Qian understood the truth. The prospect of distancing herself from her senior brother had become unattainable. Even if she returned to the sect, she sensed that she could not bear to be apart from him. She had long known this, yet had been evading the reality. However, what of her sister Ruoqi? She could never betray Ruoqi. Yet, it was equally implausible that Ruoqi would accept the nature of her relationship with her senior brother. Qian's mind was in a state of utter chaos. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Chapter 66. The Misty Phyllian. Qian felt that her thoughts were currently a tangled mess, akin to a disordered heap of yarn. She was unable to unravel even a single thread. Clearly, with her experience and perspective, she found it impossible to discover a solution that satisfied both sides, a perfect balance between conflicting desires. However, it was evident that this was not a conducive environment for her contemplation. A soft, feminine voice interrupted Qian's musings. "Minggu, sister-in-law, I have arrived." She turned to see a rather androgynous figure approaching from outside. This individual had consistently targeted her senior, appearing endearingly charming yet exuding an air of sycophancy, which was quite irksome. Nevertheless, her senior had insisted that he could be trusted. Now, it seemed he was indeed part of their circle. Wait a moment. What do you mean by sister-in-law? Do not speak so carelessly. I am merely the junior disciple of my senior. And Qian hurriedly denied it, stammering in her response. Luo Shaoqing cast a glance at her, blinking her bright eyes before turning to Jiang Ming. He, a man who had charmed countless individuals, both male and female, could easily discern that this young girl was gradually succumbing to her feelings. However, he chose not to expose her, instead smiling and saying, I see. It appears I misunderstood. He then addressed Jiang Ming, stating, Brother Ming, we should be on our way. Let us converse as we walk. Indeed, Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. He was somewhat intrigued by Luo Shaoqing's elaborate efforts, her flattery and servility aimed at coaxing those two novices into the inner circle. If it were him, he would have likely knocked them out and tossed them in without hesitation. Jiang Ming glanced at Qian, casually wrapping his arm around her slender waist. In the past, Qian might have accepted this gesture without a second thought. After all, the mist enveloped them, obscuring their path ahead. Being in her senior's embrace felt the safest. She could easily convince herself that circumstances dictated her compliance. But now, following the recent incident, Qian began to introspectively examine her own evasive heart. Thus, she started to ponder, was it truly acceptable to feel at ease in such a manner? After a moment of contemplation, Anqin resolved to abandon her thoughts. Her senior brother had advised her to maintain her current state before entering the sect, so she decided to adhere to that counsel. As for what would transpire after she joined the sect, Anqin felt it prudent to refrain from pondering too far ahead. For now, she would simply follow her senior's lead. As she had done throughout their journey, it was imprudent to struggle against her senior's grasp. What if he misinterpreted her actions and became upset? Thus, in the end, Anqin chose not to resist and remained nestled in her senior brother's embrace. However, unlike before, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, a feeling she could not untangle. She was acutely aware that this was not a circumstance imposed upon her, and it signified her disloyalty to Sister Ruoqi. Sigh, and Qian shook her head. Deciding to relinquish her thoughts, she would leave the worries to her future self. With this in mind, the junior sister held her breath, savoring the warmth radiating from Jiang Ming. Rather than overthink, she chose to relish the sensations her senior brother bestowed upon her. What if, upon returning to the sect and encountering her senior sister, she resolved to keep her distance from him? Jiang Ming remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling in the mind of the beauty nestled in his embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, accustomed as he was to the soft and delicate touch. Moreover, in such an environment, it was prudent for him to shield the junior sister from any lurking dangers. The trio traversed through the dense fog, directionless. Brother Ming, can you discern the origins of this mist? Luo Shaoqing inquired. Jiang Ming nodded in response. There is a trace of demonic energy within the mist, accompanied by a hint of a peculiar sweetness. It must be the misty Philian. Luo Shaoqing was not surprised by Jiang Ming's immediate identification of the mist source. It was well known among them that Brother Ming possessed a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, he affirmed. Subsequently, Luo Shaoqing elaborated, this is precisely why I endeavored to lure those two individuals to the first gate. The master of the secret realm is rather lethargic and has invested little effort into the trials within. The ultimate test of this realm is a rare foundation establishment Misty Philian. This beast is exceptionally elusive and remarkably swift, making it even more formidable amidst the mist. We must locate the portal out of the secret realm before it annihilates everyone. Luo Shaoqing's explanation was thorough, clearly intended for Qian's understanding. Those who stepped into the first gate would be the initial targets of the Misty Philian's assault. Once it had dealt with the two, it would turn its attention to them. This is why I took such pains to ensure those two entered the first gate completely. I meticulously selected them from a multitude of qi refinement practitioners. Their spatial rings contain numerous valuable items that should buy us some time. If Brother Ming were to engage them in conflict, it might diminish their combat capabilities, which would not be advantageous for us. I understand, Jiang Ming nodded, grasping the rationale behind their elaborate scheme. However, regarding the Misty Philian, he candidly thought that if given the chance, he would desire to acquire one for himself, as they were exceedingly rare and nearly extinct in the outside world. What? Why are they on the brink of extinction? Devoured. The Misty Philian resembled a large dog. Yet upon its nape, there was a bulge filled with the essence of its corporeal form, accumulated over the years. This essence was meant for Philian's own breakthroughs. However, for humans, particularly those who practice physical cultivation, it serves as a substantial tonic. Not only is its energy gentle and easily absorbable, but it also aids in overcoming the bottlenecks of cultivation. It is precisely because of this bulge that they have been subjected to genocidal hunting. Once again, it is imperative to emphasize that without trade, there would be no harm. Thus, Jiang Ming had no intention of selling it. Should he acquire it, he would consume it himself. This way, he could potentially advance directly to the foundation establishment stage. However, Jiang Ming merely contemplated this. The Misty Philian was a formidable opponent. Even disregarding the foundation establishment stage, it was already a tier above him. This beast, despite its lack of intelligence, possessed an instinctual ferocity. It was adept at seeking advantages, evading dangers, lying in ambush, and moving with remarkable speed. Even if his senior sister's sword were not restrained, he was uncertain he could strike it. Never mind. With his junior sister present, even if he felt envy towards the Misty Philian, he would not place her in jeopardy. It was wiser to diligently seek the exit and claim the rewards of the secret realm. Just as Jiang Ming resolved this, a piercing shriek echoed. The hunt for the Misty Philian has begun. Chapter 67. A breath. We must act swiftly. The sharp cry of the Misty Philian cast a grave expression upon Luo Shaoqing's face. He retrieved 2 golden bells from his ring, handing one to Jiang Ming while keeping the other. Jiang Ming accepted it, glancing at it, and quickly recognized its origin. The twin bells? The twin bells. When one end is infused with spiritual energy and rung, the other end will respond, guiding the way. Given the vastness of this region, devoid of indications, coupled with the limited time, finding an exit to the secret realm would not be easy. Thus, we should separate our efforts. For some reason, Jiang Ming felt a sense of trepidation at the phrase split up, as if it were inextricably linked to him. Very well. Time is of the essence. And Jiang Ming refrained from further chatter. After bidding farewell, he and Luo Shaoqing parted ways. Now, all he could do was hope that the 2 disciples from the Hehuan sect would prove capable and buy them more time. Thus, his prolonged act would not be in vain. Junior sister, what is it? Senior brother? Anqing lifted her head in confusion. Wait a moment. Why are we so close? As she gazed up at her senior brother, a sudden realization dawned upon her. In the past, even when embraced, she would consciously maintain a certain distance, allowing only her waist to be held. Yet now, not only was she being embraced, but she found herself unconsciously drawing nearer to him. Raising her head, she could almost feel the warmth of his breath upon her flushed cheeks. Indeed, for someone with her disposition, once a line is crossed, it becomes difficult to retreat. She had unwittingly grown increasingly reliant on her senior brother, becoming more accustomed to his presence beside her. Even the slightly intimate contact they shared had become commonplace. What would happen in the future? Anqing couldn't help but let out a sigh within her heart. She wished to refrain from contemplating these matters. However, her mind refused to obey her commands. Moreover, Anqing had discerned a rather terrifying phenomenon. She had just attentively listened to Luo Shaoqing's explanation. Although she could hardly be deemed a novice in the realm of cultivation, not fully grasping the concepts presented, she understood that a fearsome monster lurked within the mist, poised to pounce and hunt them at any moment. They needed to escape before that dreadful creature made its move. The situation was indeed dire. Yet, why was she not the least bit anxious? Was it solely because her senior brother appeared so relaxed beside her? But he was her senior brother, and she was herself. His calm demeanor stemmed from his formidable strength and confidence. And what about you, Anqing? What about you? Why do you, who cannot even be considered at the chi refinement stage, as per your senior brother's words, dare to be so audacious? Is it because your senior brother is by your side? No, this cannot be. Ah, Anqing, how could you fall so low? You must remain vigilant. The situation is perilous. Junior sister? Jiang Ming gazed at the suddenly distracted Anqing, unable to suppress another call. He felt that his junior sister had been easily lost in thought lately. Was she troubled by his relationship with the senior sister? Should he offer her some guidance? Perhaps a notion of monogamy? At the sound of Jiang Ming's voice, Anqing snapped back to reality, hurriedly apologizing. Ah, brother, I'm sorry. What is it? It's nothing. We should set off, Jiang Ming replied, shaking his head. However, before we depart, there is one matter to attend to. With that, Jiang Ming brought the bell to Anqing's lips and said, now, give it a blow. And Qian, though perplexed, obediently parted her lips and gently exhaled upon the bell. Is that sufficient, brother? Should I blow a bit more? That will do. That will do. Let us be on our way, Jiang Ming replied with a smile as he tucked the bell away, wrapping his arm around Qian, and proceeded towards a direction starkly contrasting that of Luo Shaoqing. And Qing followed his senior brother faithfully, traversing the boundless mist. Though he sensed that his senior brother's actions were imbued with profound significance, curiosity got the better of him, and he could not help but inquire, "Senior brother, what purpose does blowing a breath upon the bell serve?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming replied enigmatically, "Just now, I employed a secret technique to siphon your fortune using this bell, thereby transferring it to myself." Upon hearing this, Anqin was taken aback, her face paling in shock. "Is it truly so? Well, should we blow another breath then? Brother, is your fortune sufficient? Do I still possess an abundance of luck? Perhaps I could share a bit more with you?" And Qin, far from being frightened, bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Jiang Ming opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. How had he never noticed this innocent side of his junior sister before? She was foolish, yet endearing. Jiang Ming sighed and gently patted her head, saying, "Silly junior sister. I was just teasing you." "What? That senior brother? You tricked me again." "Humph. What do you mean again? When have I ever deceived you?" "Senior brother, you're feeling guilty." "I am not." "Ahem. Let us not dwell on that, junior sister. Aren't you curious why I asked you to blow that breath?" "Senior brother, you're changing the subject again." "Why?" It seemed that her curiosity was insatiable. Despite knowing her senior brother was diverting the conversation, she willingly took the bait. "They say that those who are pleasing to the eye are blessed with good fortune." Thus, Jiang Ming smiled radiantly, "Your luck must be exceptional. Surely it will guide us safely through the secret realm." Anqin gazed at Jiang Ming's smiling face and pursed her lips. "Truly, senior brother, please refrain from uttering such words again." And Qin felt her heart racing. Fear enveloped her. What would she do if she could no longer live without him in the future? Chapter 68. The senior brother was right. "Why are you still pursuing me?" Wu Chu, with a face of terror, fled desperately, wishing his parents had gifted him with a few more legs. A massive wound marred his hand, oozing blood, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Shortly after stepping through the threshold, Wu Chu and Zhao Yin were met with a horrifying shriek. Thus, the nightmare commenced. Within the mist, something lurked. Wu Chu was oblivious to its nature, and so was Zhao Yin. In an instant, Wu Chu's tortoise spirit talisman shattered. Had it not been for the talisman, he might have been cleaved in two. Nevertheless, his hand was rendered useless. Zhao Yin, sensing the imminent danger, had already fled, leaving Wu Chu to escape alone. Yet ahead lay only fog, and behind him, the same obscurity. Visibility was non-existent. Even the monstrous entity within the mist moved without disturbing it, as if it were melting into the haze itself. Silently, it claimed one of his arms. This was beyond anything he could contend with. Flight was his sole option. As he ran, Wu Chu frantically retrieved every life-saving talisman he possessed, desperately seeking a sliver of survival. At this juncture, if he failed to react, he would be doomed. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a few words, "Luo, Xiao, Qing." Suddenly, amidst the silence, one of his arms fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin faced a similar plight. Direction was lost to him, his mind consumed by a singular thought: run. He had witnessed Wu Chu's injury and immediately recognized that the danger was beyond his capability to confront. Thus, he made a swift decision to abandon Wu Chu. He did not need to outrun the monster, only to be faster than Wu Chu. Suddenly, the mist ahead roiled, tightening Zhao Yin's chest as he gripped the Vajra talisman. Bracing himself, it couldn't possibly be that monster. At that moment, the scene ahead gradually clarified. Two figures emerged, locking eyes with Zhao Yin at close range. "It was you. It is that rogue cultivator." Zhao Yin's expression darkened. He was not foolish. He had already harbored suspicions regarding Luo Xiaoqing. The fact that Luo Xiaoqing did not enter after him only solidified his belief that there was a traitor among them. The rogue cultivator before him was undoubtedly allied with Luo Xiaoqing. Their ambush, it seemed, was inextricably linked to that initial encounter. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. This rogue was weak. If he could incapacitate him, it would buy him some time against that monstrous creature. Jiang Ming, oblivious to the underlying tension, greeted him enthusiastically. "Ah, we meet again. Have you eaten?" Zhao Yin did not respond favorably, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for combat while questioning, "What is your relationship with Luo Xiaoqing?" Before Zhao Yin could finish his inquiry, a fist loomed larger before his eyes. He was taken aback. This rogue dared to strike first. "If you haven't dined yet, allow me to serve you a punch." Boom. The activation of the Vajra talisman summoned a golden bell-shaped illusion that appeared before him, intercepting Jiang Ming's punch and resonating with a thunderous chime. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yin sneered, "You, a mere rogue, wish to launch a sneak attack?" Suddenly, the bell shattered. In disbelief, Zhao Yin watched as the fist continued to grow larger. expanding before him. Bang! Ah! With a wretched scream, Zhao Nian was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Zhao Nian scrambled to his feet, only to discover that the two figures had vanished into the mist, not pursuing him further. Damn it! This is a rogue cultivator. He spat out a tooth that had been knocked loose. He finally understood. Luo Shaoqing and Jiang Ming had been toying with them all along. This was no ordinary rogue. No rogue could reach such physical prowess at such a young age, capable of shattering a Vajra talisman. This was at least the peak of chi refinement. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Jiang Ming chose not to continue the assault. There was no time for further contemplation. Zhao Nian pulled out several defensive talismans, gripping them tightly in his hands as he continued to flee. Meanwhile, in the mist, Jiang Ming and Enqin hurriedly advanced, searching for an exit. They struck and then retreated. However, Enqin was perplexed. She turned to her senior brother, asking in confusion, "Senior brother, why did you strike him? Didn't Luo Shaoqing say that the better their condition, the more advantageous it is for us?" "Yes, indeed," Jiang Ming affirmed with a nod, before posing a question in return. "So, if I strike him, does that please you?" Enqin was momentarily stunned. Was it enjoyable? What was enjoyable? Well, Enqin conceded. When her senior brother delivered a punch to that fellow, her mood inexplicably lightened. So, her senior brother acted to relieve her frustrations? Enqin fell silent. "Brother, please, do not treat me with such kindness. It frightens me. And for her fleeting whims, is it truly worth it?" Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Enqin, seemingly discerning her thoughts, and inquired. Upon hearing this, Enqin nodded earnestly. "Yes, to diminish his strength for the sake of my own feelings seems quite advantageous to me." Jiang Ming gently patted Enqin's head, saying, "Who could blame him for coveting my dear Enqin? I cannot swallow my pride without giving him a taste of his own medicine. My dear Enqin, you see, with a single blow to him, you find satisfaction. I achieve my vengeance. It's a win-win situation, is it not? You triumph once, and I triumph once. What do you think, junior sister?" Enqin gazed at her senior's face, resolutely nodding in agreement. "I believe you are right." Chapter 69. My fate is mine to control. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, staring into the endless mist. Possessing an excellent sense of direction, he could ensure that even amidst the overwhelming fog, he was walking in a straight line. Yet, despite this, the two had hastened their pace for nearly 10 minutes and still had not reached the end of the secret realm. This place was dauntingly expansive. However, the master of the realm offered not a single hint, merely a relentless search. Relying solely on luck to locate the exit in such a vast area seemed somewhat absurd. Jiang Ming felt that this was illogical. Why would a powerful being exert such effort to create such a rudimentary realm for chi refining? Was it merely an idle pastime? Unless, of course, Luo Shaoqing's initial conjecture was entirely flawed. Jiang Ming pondered deeply, his brow still furrowed. What if the ultimate trial of the secret realm was not to find the exit, but to slay the misty Philian? The fog here emanated from the Philian. Once the beast was vanquished, the mist would dissipate, allowing for an effortless discovery of the exit. This notion was evidently more logical than merely seeking the exit. Although the Philian was highly aggressive, its physical and mental resilience was notably frail, embodying the classic high attack, low defense assassin type of beast. If it was merely in the early stages of Foundation establishment, a concerted effort from a group of peak chi refining practitioners, albeit at some cost, could indeed lead to its demise. Furthermore, the so-called front and back doors seemed more like traps set by the realm's master, primarily designed to sow discord among the participants. Once the participants' focus was scattered, the notion of cooperation would fade, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. Jiang Ming even harbored a premonition. If his speculation proved correct, then the realm's master clearly intended to deliver a vivid and impactful lesson to the inexperienced chi refining novices. A harsher lesson might even be in store. For instance, the ultimate reward of this secret realm could be the essence of the Philian's corporeal form. In such a case, even if participants discovered the exit, they would receive no reward whatsoever. To toil and struggle to find the exit of the secret realm, only to realize it was all in vain. What a disheartening endeavor. Yet, pondering this now was futile. Finding the exit might be the only path forward, contingent upon luck. Jiang Ming held absolute confidence in his fortune. Yet he had to rely on Luo Shaoqing. That little brat had always enjoyed good luck. At that moment, a faint voice from beside him interrupted his thoughts. "Senior." "I'm sorry." Jiang Ming turned to look, utterly perplexed. Why was she suddenly apologizing? Enqin lowered her head, her petite face brimming with self-reproach. It is indeed my lack of fortune that has led me to this impasse. Jiang Ming blinked, recalling the recent incident where she was asked to blow on the bell for a stroke of luck. Yet, was she truly the scapegoat in this scenario? No, today. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, the blame would rest solely upon him. Jiang Ming's expression turned serious. Junior sister, your words are misguided. Is it not possible that your elder brother's luck is simply too poor? Perhaps even your good fortune cannot counteract my ill fate. But brother, you once said that attractive individuals seldom suffer from misfortune. How delightful it was to hear the junior sister subtly complimenting him. No, dear sister. Allow me to impart a lesson today. Please, enlighten me. Seeing her brother's serious demeanor, Qian promptly straightened her posture, eager to listen. You must always remember, as cultivators, our destiny is dictated by ourselves, not by the heavens. This adage, often overused in the realm of cultivation, resonated within Qian like thunder, striking her ears with clarity. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens, she repeated, her eyes shining with newfound understanding. I comprehend now. Brother, you are teaching me that, in the face of adversity, I should not place my hopes in the elusive notion of luck, but instead strive fiercely to carve my own path to survival. Just as we are doing now, we must not rely on luck, lest we burden ourselves with unnecessary worries. Jiang Ming nodded appreciatively, his expression one of satisfaction. Indeed. Very well said, as expected of my junior sister. Before he could finish his thought, however, his pocket began to vibrate violently. Who activated the switch? Oh wait. I did not bring that device. It was the twin bells. At that moment, the bell within his pocket subtly indicated a direction. Has Luo Shaoqing found the exit? What is it, brother? Junior sister, what did I just teach you? And Qian tilted her little head in confusion. Has her senior brother suddenly lost his memory? Nevertheless, she straightened her proud chest, mustered her courage, and intoned in a low voice. My fate is determined by me, not dictated by heaven. Upon finishing, she gazed expectantly at Jiang Ming, hoping for his praise. Ahem, junior sister, you recited splendidly, Jiang Ming remarked, gently patting Qian's little head in commendation. With a single compliment from her senior brother, Qian's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, reminiscent of a child in kindergarten who has just raised their hand to answer a question. However, today, I shall impart another lesson to you. An invigorated Qin Tong exclaimed. Senior brother, please speak. Jiang Ming scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his features. Well, for us cultivators, it seems that luck is something one can occasionally believe in. Chapter 70. Run fast. Don't look back. Is luck something to be believed or doubted? This posed a quandary. The younger sister fell into deep contemplation. So, was her senior brother encouraging her to believe or to disbelieve? Or perhaps, when fortune favored them, belief was warranted. When misfortune struck, skepticism was in order? Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at his younger sister, who appeared to be a diligent yet somewhat naive learner in her previous life. The twin bell directed Jiang Ming toward a general direction. However, curiously, the bell only chimed a few brief notes before falling silent, indicating that Luo Shaoqing had ceased her infusion of spiritual energy. Had she encountered the misty Philian? Was she dead? Or had she managed to escape the secret realm? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ming resolved to investigate, regardless of the circumstances. Fortuitously, he possessed an excellent sense of direction and had committed the path indicated by the twin bell to memory. All he needed to do was proceed onward. With this thought, Jiang Ming promptly lifted his still pondering younger sister into his arms, startling her into a gasp. Senior brother, little sister, we must act swiftly. Fear not. I shall be quick, just bear with me for a moment. Anqin gazed upon her senior's visage, an inexplicable intuition whispering to her that his words bore deeper significance. Perhaps it was merely her overthinking? Nevertheless, Anqin obligingly draped her small hand around his neck, for he had asserted that it would be preferable to hold on tightly during their swift journey. It was a necessity, after all. What if they were to move too quickly, and he could not maintain his grip? Yet, there was something reassuring about his hands. And Qian cast a sidelong glance at her senior brother's hand resting upon his upper body. It did not make contact, exhibiting a sense of propriety. Although mischievous, her senior brother was indeed a gentleman. Senior brother, you truly are remarkably swift. This was the first time Qian had witnessed her senior brother sprinting at full capacity. The wind whipped against her face, his speed nearly several times her own. No wonder she had been unable to catch up to him back then, and had inadvertently fallen into the ambush of bandits. The mere thought of it brought a smile to her lips. Oh, naughty senior brother. However, Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat displeased. When he claimed to be fast, it was an act of modesty. Yet, for his junior sister to declare him swift felt like a grave affront. Junior sister, please do not say such things. In truth, I am rather slow most of the time. Anqin's intuition grew increasingly acute. Her senior brother undoubtedly spoke with ulterior motives. When one praises another's swiftness, who would counter with a remark about their usual slowness? Moreover, her senior brother had just asserted his own speed. Conversing with him was always shrouded in ambiguity. Could it be that her reservoir of knowledge was insufficient? Upon returning to the sect, she resolved to diligently acquire knowledge, so she might soon decipher the nuances in her senior brother's words. Suddenly, Jiang Ming slowed his pace, lowering his head, his brow furrowed. Before him lay a pool of blood, the origin of which was unknown. Was it Wu Chu, Zhao Yan, or perhaps Luo Shaoqing? Jiang Ming became cautious, his steps considerably more measured. The mist was the domain of the flying Lian. Even with his keen senses, he could scarcely discern the movements of the elusive entity. Crucially, he bore the responsibility of protecting a junior sister. Should a confrontation arise, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Ming to safeguard Anqin from the formidable flying Lian, who was at a significantly higher realm than himself. This was also the reason behind his conflicting desire to covet the body of the flying Lian while simultaneously yearning to locate the exit of the secret realm. Anqin nestled in Jiang Ming's embrace, noticing the shift in his expression to one of seriousness, instinctively subdued her voice. She even deliberately slowed her breathing, fearful of disturbing her senior brother. She understood that at this moment, she was a burden. The only thing she could do was to refrain from interrupting him. To be honest, she loathed this feeling. Upon returning to the sect, she vowed to train diligently, hoping to support her senior brother as soon as possible. Oh, and there was also Sister Ruoqi. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming gently set Anqin down. Holding her in his arms restricted his hands, making it more challenging to respond to unforeseen circumstances. With a solemn tone, he instructed, Anqin, if I ask you to do something shortly, do not hesitate. Understood? The fact that he addressed her by name indicated the gravity of the situation. Anqin nodded solemnly, affirming her trust in her senior brother. Very well, let us proceed. Anqin cautiously followed behind. After a few minutes of walking, Jiang Ming halted once more, lowering his gaze. There lay a bloody piece of clothing, evidently torn by sharp claws. There was no need for speculation. It belonged to Luo Shaoqing, a fact Jiang Ming recognized. It appeared that he had encountered the misty flying Lian here and subsequently fled, fortuitously stumbling upon the exit of the secret realm ahead, ringing the bell. Had he merely faced the misty flying Lian, it would have been improbable for him to ring the bell, lest he convey erroneous information. To validate this hypothesis, Jiang Ming reached into his pocket, infusing a modicum of spiritual energy into the bell. He then concentrated intently and faintly. He seemed to hear the sound of the bell resonating from ahead, neither too far nor too near. Indeed, Luo Shaoqing might have discarded the bell at the entrance of the secret realm, allowing him to ascertain his location through auditory cues. The individual must have fled. However, this also implied that the misty flying Lian was nearby. Let us proceed, junior sister. Anqin nervously nodded. She didn't fully comprehend the specifics of the situation, only that it was perilous. The degree of danger was entirely discerned from Jiang Ming's expression. The more serious and cautious her senior brother appeared, the greater the threat they faced. Anqin felt an increasing tension enveloping her. Her footsteps and breaths unconsciously slowed, as she dared not make a sound. Jiang Ming, however, remained unperturbed, even his footsteps sounding slightly heavier. He longed for the fog-flying Lian to reveal itself sooner. In this moment, with the enemy concealed and their own position known, the situation was perilously precarious. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Jiang Ming surmised that the exit of the secret realm was drawing nearer. If he could send Anqin out first, he would have the opportunity to confront and potentially vanquish the fog-flying Lian. Suddenly, Jiang Ming came to an abrupt halt, a strange flutter of unease stirring within him. Anqin, when I tell you to run, you must dash straight ahead without pausing or looking back. Do you understand? Senior brother. Anqin cast a worried glance at Jiang Ming. Do you understand? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and inquired once more. Anqin shrank back in fear, acknowledging with a tremor in her voice, I understand. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and with a sudden, thunderous command, he shouted, run. He forcefully shoved Anqin, the intensity of his motion revealing numerous vulnerabilities. He was certain that the hunter concealed within the mist would not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, subtle undulations emerged from the fog, nearly imperceptible. Then, a gaping maw, saturated with a pungent scent of blood, abruptly appeared, lunging towards Jiang Ming. And Qin gritted her silver teeth and rushed out without hesitation. Listen to your senior brother. Listen to your senior brother. Listen to your senior brother. Run, run, run. But why wasn't he her senior brother following? What was he doing? Could she steal a glance? No. And Qian, do not look back. Heed your senior brother's words. Run forward, run forward, run forward. But what about her senior brother? Why had he not caught up? And Qian could not fathom why her senior brother had instructed her to leave. However, in this situation, it seemed she had no choice but to heed his command. Yet, as Jiang Ming vanished from her sight, an overwhelming sense of anxiety and panic surged within her heart. No, she thought. Glancing back for just a moment would not cause any delay. She merely wished to see what her senior brother was doing, just a fleeting glance. She promised herself that she would diligently follow his words in the future. Anxiety consumed Qian's heart, rendering her oblivious to the faint glimmer of blue emerging from the mist ahead. Ultimately, she managed to persuade herself, running while casting a glance behind. In that instant, a grotesque and monstrous beast lunged forth, seizing her senior brother's hand with its jaws, blood splattering everywhere. Senior brother! Anqin stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open, wanting to halt her steps, but suddenly, a sensation of vertigo engulfed her. No. Senior brother! In the midst of the fog, Anqin's heart-wrenching voice echoed faintly. Chapter 71. The struggle. As the abrupt sensation of dizziness subsided, a severe wave of nausea assaulted Anqin, and it felt as though the very fabric of reality had inverted. This disorientation forced her to kneel upon the ground, instinctively using her hands for support to prevent herself from collapsing. Her mind felt as if it had been mercilessly tossed within a blender, rendering her nearly incapable of coherent thought. Simultaneously, a cramp seized her abdomen, and soon thereafter, agony surged from her belly to her throat. She retched violently, feeling as though she might expel her very innards. In that moment, a soft voice suddenly resonated. Calm yourself. It was as if a gentle stream flowed through Anqin's mind, bestowing a sense of cool serenity that invigorated her, alleviating her distress considerably. Her cognitive faculties began to hazily return. Was there truly such a vast difference between having her senior brother by her side and being alone? The last time she ventured into the secret realm, she had mocked Wu Chu and Zhao Nian for their frailty. Yet now, it appeared that without her senior brother, her plight might have been far worse. Senior brother. Wait, where is he? Anqin finally emerged from her daze, realizing that her senior brother seemed to still be within the secret realm. Senior brother? Senior brother. Senior brother. She anxiously glanced around, resembling a frightened little kitten that had lost its support, emitting a timid and frantic cry. Yet, she could not find that familiar figure. Only the rift of the secret realm, not far from her, continued to emanate a faint bluish glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Anqin hurriedly scrambled to her feet and rushed towards the rift. Stop, young lady, stop. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a figure swiftly blocked her path. Step aside. And Qin glared at Luo Shaoqing, gritting her teeth and roaring like a fierce tiger. Her eyes were slightly reddened, yet she steadfastly held back her tears. Upon hearing this, Luo Shaoqing remained unperturbed and patiently elucidated. Do not be agitated. You have already ventured into this secret realm. Should you enter again, it is likely that you will be cast into the chaotic currents of time and space. At that point, you would not even know how you perished, let alone find your senior brother. But my senior brother is still inside. No. I must go and find him. As Anqin spoke, she attempted to bypass Luo Shaoqing and head towards the secret realm. She had little understanding of the temporal turbulence Luo Shaoqing mentioned. Her sole desire was to find her senior brother. Are you not a little reckless, young lady? Oh, it appears you have always been so impulsive. Reflecting on this, Luo Shaoqing couldn't help but sigh. It had only been a short while since their infiltration. Yet Ming had already found such a wonderful girl. As for him, he remained single. When would he find someone like her? Sigh. A boy would suffice as well. However, it was clear that Anqin could not be allowed into the secret realm. Otherwise, once Ming emerged, he would likely be cast into the depths of that realm. Luo Shaoqing continued to stand in front of Anqin, urging her gently, My dear, please do not rush. Have you considered a question? Even if you were to meet Ming, what could you possibly do? What can I do? The piercing remark left Anqin momentarily speechless. What indeed could she do? It seemed she had always been the one to burden her senior brother. Even if she impulsively returned to his side now, what difference would it make? She would only serve to distract him, compelling him to protect her once more. And Qian, resembling a deflated balloon, slowly sank to the ground. cradling her knees and gazing helplessly at the gaping rift of the secret realm. She murmured, "I am utterly inept, only a burden to my senior brother. It appears I am incapable of anything. Senior brother, I am truly sorry." And Qian pressed her lips together, a mist of unshed tears glimmering in her eyes. Yet she steadfastly refrained from weeping in the presence of others. To her surprise, Luo Shaoqing did not anticipate that a mere word of kind consolation could wield such profound impact. Are you not aware that you are not one to easily succumb to vulnerability? Have you never considered that being at the qi refinement stage is a natural circumstance, and that it is quite reasonable to feel like a hindrance? Furthermore, should you not direct your grievances towards Minggu for placing you in such a precarious situation, rather than shouldering the blame alone? Observing in Qian's delicate face, marred by the effort to suppress her tears, Luo Shaoqing felt a sense of foreboding. What if Minggu were to emerge and mistakenly believe that she had bullied his junior sister, subsequently casting her into the secret realm? Ahem, dear girl, do not be in such haste. Minggu is remarkably capable and is likely to return shortly. Upon hearing this, Anqing's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, her senior brother is incredibly formidable. Yet, almost immediately, she was enveloped in despair, her head drooping in sorrow. For when she ventured out, she had witnessed a monstrous creature clamped onto his hand, causing a copious flow of blood. The mere thought of the crimson droplets splattering from her senior brother's arm filled Anqing with trepidation, and as emotion surged within her, the tears she had long kept at bay finally slipped down her cheeks in silent cascades, and Qian promptly buried her head in her hands, concealing her expression from Luo Shaoqing. Beside her, Luo Shaoqing fell into a deep contemplation upon hearing the words. Jiang Ming and the misty flying Lian had made their presence known, which did not surprise Luo Shaoqing in the least. In fact, when he first saw Qian dash out on her own, he had already formed a suspicion. According to Qian, Minggu had been injured. The notion of being bitten on the arm seemed to suggest a deliberate ploy to feign vulnerability, allowing the misty flying Lian to be momentarily distracted while granting Qian the opportunity to escape. Never mind. It was best to first ensure the safety of this young lady, lest she be thrown into the chaotic currents of time and space. My dear girl, please allow me to explain. I have known Minggu for quite some time. Within the mystical realm, the formidable jaws of the misty flying Lian clamped tightly around Jiang Ming's forearm, blood streaming profusely. Jiang Ming could observe the strands of flesh hanging from its maw, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Goodness, how long has it been since this creature last brushed its teeth? Despite the perilous situation his junior sister had witnessed before departing, it was still well within Jiang Ming's calculations. At this moment, a sword imbued with a dim, ethereal glow rested against his arm. Although his senior sister's sword was somewhat restrained, being a foundational grade weapon, its inherent hardness remained intact. Thanks to this sword, the misty flying Lian was unable to utilize its biting force to sever Jiang Ming's arm directly. Jiang Ming had no desire to live a life fraught with such peril, having failed its initial strike. The misty flying Lian did not grant Jiang Ming an opportunity for retaliation, but instead transformed into a wisp of white smoke, melding into the surrounding mist, biding its time. With a deft retreat, it clearly demonstrated its prowess in guerrilla tactics. Observing this, Jiang Ming remained cautious, wielding his senior sister's sword and vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Engaging in an opponent beyond his level presented some challenges. However, he was unperturbed by such fragile assassins. After all, there was no time constraint, allowing him to wear down his opponent gradually. He was quite enduring indeed. Chapter 72. Senior brother, you? In a dimly lit cave. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of alcohol. A disheveled cultivator reclined on the ground, pouring liquor into his mouth while watching the scene before him with keen interest. Before him, ethereal mist wafted through the air, transforming into images. Ah, a young lad taking on a challenge solo. Impressive, truly impressive. Let me see what sort of budding genius this early-stage Qi cultivator is. Oh, mastering the thunderous body in the Qi refinement stage? Quite ambitious indeed. No wonder he dares to confront a foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator took a swig of his drink, shaking his head as he regarded the leisurely snacks beside him. Planning to outlast the flying Lian with agility and sensory perception? That simply won't do. It would be far too dull. The cultivator gestured with a flick of his fingers. Come on, young man, let me see, hiccup, if you possess any other tricks. Suddenly, a funnel materialized before Jiang Ming. Without any forewarning or preparation, sand began to cascade down. Observing this, Jiang Ming merely smiled wryly, devoid of any shock or anger. Although the realm of cultivation had witnessed many casualties due to natural disasters and calamities, the birth rate remained quite robust. Contemplating this, he extended his hand, forming a universally friendly gesture towards the sky as a means of greeting. The cultivator, engrossed in his drink, could not fully comprehend the gesture. Yet he surmised it was not something trivial. He chuckled, amused by the young man's audacity. The core formation stage can freely raise the stakes, while the qi refinement stage must consider numerous factors. Almost as soon as Jiang Ming raised his middle finger, the elusive misty flying Lian sprang forth from behind him. As Jiang Ming sidestepped, his sister's sword traced a peculiar and elusive line across the body of the misty flying Lian. His movement was swift and discreet, successfully inflicting a wound upon the creature. The misty flying Lian promptly dissipated into mist. This technique bore hints of sword intent, a sign of profound mastery in the way of the sword. Yet, such prowess was not typically within the grasp of a qi refinement stage cultivator. Even if it were merely a hint, this indicated that the young man's swordsmanship was somewhat precocious. Jiang Ming, however, was unconcerned with the thoughts of the master of this secret realm. He was far too distant. The misty flying Lian, on the other hand, was alarmingly close. The hourglass continued to trickle away, likely only a few minutes remained. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Ming realized he would have to shed some blood, quite literally. He stood dejectedly, as if he had surrendered to despair. The misty flying Lian would not forfeit this opportunity. Without any warning, it emerged from the surrounding mist and lunged toward Jiang Ming. Yet, Jiang Ming remained oblivious, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. This prompted a frown from the master of the secret realm. Was he truly surrendering? Regrettably, I had initially believed that a capable individual had arrived. The attack of the misty flying Lian drew near. At that moment, Jiang Ming sprang into action. He suddenly pivoted, extending his leg in a powerful kick, presenting his thigh directly to the maw of the misty flying Lian. The creature, ungraciously, seized the opportunity and bit down. Blood splattered, revealing the bone beneath. However, due to Jiang Ming's taut thigh muscle, the misty flying Lian was unable to sever it immediately. After all, the thigh was sufficiently meaty, and Jiang Ming's flesh was neither tender nor inviting, even somewhat tough. Though the creature had succeeded in its initial attack, it did not release its grip. Now, with its jaws clamped onto the prey's thigh, it only needed a gentle shake to unbalance its victim, setting the stage for a fatal blow. In simpler terms, the misty flying Lian had grown greedy. Yet, Jiang Ming awaited this very opportunity. With one foot planted firmly and his thigh being clutched, even striking with his sword to inflict damage proved challenging. Nevertheless, he possessed a small sword that required no swinging. From his dantian, a diminutive sword emanating a dark aura shot forth. As the misty flying Lian, reluctant to relinquish its hold, attempted to retreat into the mist, the small sword flew towards its head. The creature's instincts seemed to sense the impending danger, yearning to escape. However, Jiang Ming's tensed muscles ensnared its elongated fangs, preventing an immediate escape. The black small sword penetrated effortlessly into its skull. A howl erupted as the misty flying Lian's eyes visibly dimmed, seemingly succumbing to a certain emotion, rendering it immobile. Yet, gradually, its eyes began to revert to their original state. After all, mere human despair, while poignant, lacked the potency required to affect a foundational stage entity, even if its mental fortitude was quite feeble. However, this brief moment was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity while the misty flying Lian languished in despair, Jiang Ming relaxed his taut muscles and forcefully yanked away. A chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed as he left a portion of his meat within the creature's unyielding jaws, securing his escape. He then opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the fleshy mass at the creature's neck. With a gulp, he swallowed a substantial mouthful. The metallic taste of blood coursed through his throat, invigorating his entire being. The long stagnant bottleneck of his qi refining stage dissipated instantaneously, propelling him into the foundational stage. The essence of the misty flying Lian's blood and flesh became inconsequential to him. Nonetheless, Jiang Ming inhaled another mouthful, savoring it, while simultaneously pushing off powerfully with his uninjured leg, propelling himself towards the exit of the secret realm. At that moment, the misty flying Lian finally regained its senses. The essence it had accumulated over many years had been stolen. Its eyes turned crimson with rage, even forgetting to meld back into the mist. It charged directly at the thief. Alas, Jiang Ming, at the foundational stage, moved at a speed more than doubled. That powerful push sent him soaring towards the exit of the secret realm, leaving the misty flying Lian far behind. Just before entering the exit, Jiang Ming extended both hands, offering a friendly gesture to the sky. Then he vanished. The sand had just run out of the funnel, yet the secret realm did not collapse. Mastery of the paths of emotion, swordsmanship, and physicality, combined with audacity, meticulousness, tenacity, and a readiness to act, foretells that this youth shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. The disheveled man took a sip of wine and mused, "Is it Jiang Ming? We shall soon meet again, and I hope you shall surprise me then." "Where is my senior brother?" he inquired. Perhaps he is still engaged in a game." "Goodness, must you inquire every 2 seconds? Where is my senior brother?" "Still playing." "Why is my senior brother yet to emerge?" "Still engaged." "Is my senior brother perhaps already?" Luo Xiaoqing tilted her head. "Never mind. I shall forego seeking a girlfriend. I hope my future boyfriend will not be like this." And Qinshi gazed hopefully at the rift of the secret realm. Her heart filled with fervent prayers. Yet, an increasing weight burdened her spirit. She was reluctant to confront this reality. Thus she could only fix her yearning gaze upon the exit. "Senior brother, please return swiftly. Senior brother, I promise to heed your words from now on. Just come back to me. Upon my return to the sect, I shall diligently cultivate and ensure I do not hinder you. Please, just return," she whispered to herself. "If luck truly exists, I would gladly trade my entire fortune for your safe return. Would that be permissible?" Anqing gazed up at the cerulean sky, harboring a hope that somewhere, in the vast expanse of existence, there might be a presence willing to accept her proposition, as if her prayers had been heard. Suddenly, the rift in the secret realm emitted a soft, ethereal blue light. Someone was about to emerge. Luo Xiaoqing exclaimed with a sense of liberation, just as her words faded. Anqing, filled with impatience, hurried to the rift, her eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. She did not have to wait long. As a figure soon soared forth from the mysterious aperture, Anqing swiftly extended her hands to catch him, her small lips pouting as she exclaimed, "Senior brother! Senior brother! Woo-woo! Senior brother! How wonderful! Senior brother! Woo-woo!" Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted. She felt immense gratitude for her fortune, for her senior brother had returned. However, she could not help but wonder, "Senior brother, why do you have your cheeks puffed out?" And Qian lowered her head, only to discover the condition of her senior brother's leg. "Senior brother, your leg. Oh, I shall bandage it. Please bear with me for a moment." Her tears, which had already been flowing incessantly, now cascaded forth like a burst dam. And Qian, in a flurry, attempted to tear off her own garment to assist her senior brother with his bandaging. "MMM. Jiang Ming quickly shook his head, signaling her not to trouble herself. With something in his mouth, he could only emit muffled sounds. "What did you say, senior brother? Is your mouth injured as well? I shall take you to the medical clinic. Please bear with it for a moment." And Qian's mind was in a state of chaos, filled with anxiety and fluster. Jiang Ming sighed inwardly and rose from Qian's embrace. Although he had lost a significant portion of his strength, it was merely a minor injury. And he was still capable of standing. Senior brother, please, do not stand. Allow me to carry you. Your leg, let me support you. Or I can hold you if needed. Do not force yourself." Upon seeing Jiang Ming rise, Qian became even more agitated. However, before she could take any further action, a large hand grasped her delicate face. "MMM?" And Qian gazed perplexedly at her senior brother. Jiang Ming offered no explanation, for he found himself at a loss for words. His hand exerted a subtle strength, and Qin's petite lips were instantly pinched into a circular shape, slightly parted. Anqing still could not comprehend what her senior brother intended to do. However, there was no need to ponder further, for soon she would be unable to think at all. Anqing gazed in disbelief, her eyes widening as she momentarily forgot all her actions, as if the world around her had come to a standstill. Did her senior brother just kiss her? The gentle sensation on her lips served as a constant reminder of this moment. "Oh no, my first kiss is gone." Chapter 73. The First Kiss Remains. "Xiaoqing, what are you doing?" "Sister Ruoqi, you are leaving for the Wanfa Xinzong tomorrow. Let me craft a talisman for your safety, to ensure your journey is smooth and secure." "Thank you, Xiaoqing, that is very thoughtful of you." "It's nothing, Sister Ruoqi." "Boo-hoo, why are you crying?" "Xiaoqing, be good, don't cry." "Ruo, Sister Ruoqi, I can't bear to part with you, boo-hoo." All right, Xiaoqing. I will miss you dearly as well. If it were possible, I would wish to always be by your side, taking care of you. But we cannot hide forever. I must acquire the strength to protect you, so we can be together openly. The Xinzong is my only opportunity to grow stronger. And it is also the sole path for us to be together. I must seize it. I understand. I know, Sister Ruoqi. You are doing this for us. It's just that I am so helpless and cannot assist. Enough now. Don't cry. If you keep this up, you'll turn into a little kitten. And who says Xiaoqin is useless? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the motivation to move forward. You are my pillar of strength. Not to mention how gentle, adorable, and endearing you are. Just looking at you brightens my mood. Boo-hoo, Sister Ruoqi, wah. Hey, Xiaoqin. Why are you crying even louder? Sister Ruoqi, you are so gentle, and I can't bear to part with you. Boo-hoo, wah. Hee. All right, Xiaoqin. Be good. On the day you enter the sect, we will be able to meet again, won't we? But that seems so far away. Indeed. It is the anticipation of the wait that deepens our bond, is it not? But I don't want to wait, boo-hoo. Sister Ruoqi. Why have you stopped speaking? I can't think of anything comforting to say. Boo-hoo. I won't cry anymore. Sister Ruoqi, after you leave, I will definitely become stronger. Yes, I believe in you, Xiaoqin. Sister Ruoqi. Stop, Xiaoqin. Let us save this first kiss for the moment we can be together openly. That way, it will hold greater significance, won't it? All right, I will listen to you. Sister Ruoqi. Anqing's beautiful eyes widened, leaving her momentarily at a loss. A tempest of thoughts surged through her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Was I just kissed forcefully by my senior? What should I do? Should I push him away? But would that not cause him sorrow? No, what about Sister Ruoqi? If she found out, wouldn't she be even more heartbroken? We had clearly made a pact. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What should I do? Perhaps I should still push my senior away? Yet, the initial kiss meant for Sister Ruoqi has already been lost. Would pushing him away now serve any purpose? No. I must consider pushing him away. But does not refraining from doing so imply my acceptance? That simply cannot be. And Qing was undoubtedly discontent. Even if he were her senior brother, such brazen appropriation was unacceptable. This was something she had reserved for her senior sister. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through in Qing's mind, her heart nearly twisted in anguish. Yet, in the end, she made a resolute decision. She attempted to push her senior brother away. But wait, his leg was injured. She couldn't push him. It was unthinkable. What if he fell? Oh. And Qing felt her small mind nearing overload. Wait. She recalled having inadvertently seen in a booklet that when others kissed, they would extend their tongues. That was the essence of a true kiss. So, if she merely clenched her teeth and prevented her senior brother's tongue from entering, would it not count as losing her first kiss? Indeed. With this thought, the clever junior sister's eyes sparkled, and she resolutely bit down on her silver teeth. This time, she would absolutely not yield to her senior brother. For the sake of Sister Ruoqi, just as Qing braced herself for the impending invasion, suddenly, she felt a warmth in her mouth, a flow of warmth transferring from her senior brother to her. What was this? Water? Was her senior brother's tongue made of water? No. This was not her senior brother's tongue. The heavy metallic taste, was that blood? Was her senior brother spitting blood into her mouth? At this moment, Qing was even more bewildered, utterly at a loss. Yet, her tightly clenched teeth blocked the fresh blood that her senior brother was transferring. Wait. Her senior brother had not extended his tongue, but rather had bled. Did this mean he never intended to force a kiss upon her? Was she simply overthinking? Had her senior brother always aimed to share his blood with her? That must be it. Her senior brother, with such good character, surely would not suddenly engage in such an act. As her thoughts whirled, Qing opened her mouth, allowing the blood to flow into her small mouth. When faced with uncertainty, Qing chose to adhere to her first principle, to trust her senior brother. The rich, iron-like taste of blood made her somewhat uneasy. Nonetheless, she held the blood in her mouth without swallowing. What if her senior brother merely wished to entrust it to her? Junior sister, swallow it. Why are you holding it? Gulp. Qing blinked, finding the taste utterly unpleasant and the heat overwhelming. She felt as though her entire body was ablaze. Endure it a little longer, junior sister. It will soon pass. The voice of her senior brother calmed the doubts swirling in her mind as she steeled herself against the discomfort enveloping her. At that moment, Luo Xiaoqing approached, rubbing his hands together, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Mingge, is there any left? May I have a taste too? He did not need to guess what Mingge had in his mouth. That Philian is still alive. Go find it yourself. Huh? Mingge, you are truly a sight-driven person. Remember our childhood? You would shoot with such precision, hitting the leader from 100 meters away. At that moment, I knew you were destined to be my lifelong superior. Oh, you flatter me, Mingge replied modestly. But truly, among us, you are the only one daring enough to address the leader that way. Jiang Ming, observing Luo Xiaoqing's inability to express his anger, could not help but chuckle. All right. Your contributions to our emergence from the secret realm cannot be overlooked. However, due to the urgency of the situation, I was unable to bring you a portion as well. Jiang Ming recounted the events that transpired in the secret realm, particularly the sudden appearance of the funnel. Time was limited, and I could only keep one for myself. How about this? Next time I come across something useful, I will be the first to share it with you. Brothers are brothers. Jiang Ming is not one to take advantage of familiarity. His promise held considerable weight within the Taoist alliance, causing Luo Xiaoqing to beam with delight. Oh Minggu, you speak so generously. We are all brothers. How could I possibly concern myself with such trivial matters? Then it shall not be given. Chapter 74. Return to the sect. Not long ago, in Jingwenqing, Yao Yao descended gracefully from a secluded area outside the city. She had changed into a fresh outfit. Her previous disheveled appearance now replaced. This transformation had consumed a fair amount of her time, but there was no alternative. She could not afford to present herself in such a disarrayed state before her junior brother. How could she possibly win him over like that? After adjusting her attire, Yao Yao made her way toward Jingwenqing. Your dedicated little admirer has arrived. Unfortunately, after circling the city, she found no sign of her junior brother. Instead, her ethereal appearance caught the attention of the city lord. After a conversation, she learned from the lord that her junior brother had recently departed from Jingwenqing. Look, this is what we call fate. The information about my junior brother has come to me without any effort on my part. It is a bond that connects us. Given her junior brother's cultivation speed at the chi refinement stage, he should not have traveled far. Little junior brother, I am on my way. Outside the secret realm, the fissure was slowly closing, and it was unlikely to reopen any time soon. And Qian stood nearby with her eyes tightly shut. Her delicate form adorned with a subtle blush that graced her fair skin, wisps of smoke curling from above her head. Although the essence of misty flying lian is renowned for its gentleness and purity, my junior sister is, after all, an ordinary person who has never delved into the path of cultivation, requiring a bit of time to absorb it. It is fortunate that she has practiced martial arts, allowing her skin to take on a light rosy hue. Otherwise, it would resemble the deep crimson of A. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming and Luo Xiaoqing engaged in spirited conversation, deliberating on grand schemes. Xiaoqing, junior sister? The petite figure beside him seemed to hear her senior calling her, and she responded with some difficulty. Senior brother. Please bear with me a little longer, it will soon pass. All right. And Qian responded with difficulty. In truth, she felt no pain, merely a peculiar sensation, as if countless hands were tugging at various muscles throughout her body, providing an extensive massage. We shall proceed. Luo Xiaoqing, Minggu remarked. What are your plans for the Hehuan sect? Not much for now. Do you have any advice, Minggu? Hehuan sect? Do you think there is a chance to recruit individuals to enter the industry? Enter the industry? Jiang Ming glanced at his junior sister and whispered an explanation in Luo Xiaoqing's ear. The Hehuan sect is a major sect. Surely they wouldn't engage in such matters? Indeed, the Hehuan sect is prominent, but there are always disciples in need of spirit stones. Moreover, with the Hehuan sect's endorsement, the quality is assured, and it is bound to succeed. Not to mention, the Hehuan sect boasts an abundance of handsome men and beautiful women. Even those two male disciples from before, while lacking in other aspects, were quite pleasing to the eye. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? It's not as if you're forcing anyone. You're merely providing a platform and opportunities for development. The rest depends on their own desires, does it not? Then how would we sell it? Hey, don't forget about us. Each major sect has our people. You can send it to us, and I'll discreetly help you promote it, elevating your reputation. Please, Minggu, the Hehuan sect might ruin my life under the pretext of tarnishing the sect's reputation. Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively. That's your concern. I'm merely offering ideas. Whether the sect agrees is up to you to negotiate. But let me tell you, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are an unavoidable aspect of mortal cultivators. The prospects are vast. There are indeed sects engaging in such activities. But your Hehuan sect is different. It's a major sect, quality assurance, and a carefully curated reputation. Besides, there are numerous methods. Don't fixate solely on entering the industry. Minggu, please enlighten me, Luo Xiaoqing humbly requested. Minggu, known for his clever ideas, offered insights that could provide significant inspiration. For example, you could organize photo shoots, the kind that emphasizes pure beauty without revealing too much. Do you understand? With this, You can create idols and generate buzz, transforming them into stars, thereby attracting spirit stones from their admirers. Oh, see? Whether it's entering the industry or photo shoots, both can offer employment channels for your sect as disciples. If the brand gains recognition, their cultivation resources flow abundantly. Disciples acquiring cultivation resources alleviates the sect's financial burden. It's a win-win. Mingu is correct. Furthermore, most cultivators spend their entire lives striving to leave their names in this world, only to return to dust after death, their existence amounting to a fleeting dream. Now, however, if they could produce exceptional works, they would not only be referred to as teachers, but could also achieve enduring fame for millennia. That makes sense. Well, I have given you my opinion. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. However, Luo Xiaoqing, should you truly manage to achieve something remarkable, do remember what Mingu has stated. Jiang Ming gently prodded at Luo Xiaoqing's conscience. Act in accordance with your principles. Where there are interests to be gained, darkness is sure to thrive. Yet, if you navigate this adeptly and establish proper channels, you may actually mitigate the occurrence of undesirable events. I do not wish for you to pursue fleeting gains at the expense of your integrity. You may forgive yourself, but your inner demons will not be so forgiving. I understand, Mingu, Luo Xiaoqing replied solemnly, nodding her head. Senior brother, I believe I am ready. At that moment, a timid voice from the junior sister broke through. Oh dear, my little junior sister, how are you feeling? Is there anything discomforting? Jiang Ming's face immediately brightened with a smile as he swiftly moved to Enqin's side. Though the junior sister appeared somewhat dazed upon noticing her senior brother's injury, she instantly became alert. Senior brother, your leg. You mustn't move around. Does it hurt? Let me help you bandage it. It's just a minor injury. There's no need to fuss. Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively. A minor injury. Senior brother, how can you be so indifferent to your own well-being? We must hurry and find a place for treatment, quickly. And Xian felt an unprecedented sense of assertiveness. However, upon observing her senior brother's indifferent expression, anxiety surged within her. His bones were visibly protruding, a sight both alarming and distressing. How could he be so careless? Really? All right, junior sister, even if we need to address this injury, we must return to the sect first. There are no suitable conditions here. Then let us hasten our departure. Brother, are you in pain? Can you walk? If not, I can carry you. Come on, brother. Jiang Ming looked at the frantic Enqin, unable to suppress a chuckle. At that moment, Luo Xiaoqing interjected, Mingu, since the young lady has awakened, shall I take my leave? Yes, farewell. As she prepared to depart, Luo Xiaoqing turned to Enqin and exclaimed dramatically, You are indeed fortunate, young lady, to encounter such an exceptional man as Mingu. The essence you just consumed was the precious blood of a ferocious creature from the secret realm, exceedingly rare. It is truly enviable that Mingu, despite his grievous injuries, still thinks of you. How enviable. Is that so? Hearing this, Enqin felt a pang of guilt and instinctively covered her mouth. Initially, she had absurdly assumed that her senior brother intended to kiss her. How foolish it was to underestimate his noble intentions with such petty thoughts. Yet, could it be true that he bestowed such a precious gift upon her? She had contributed nothing and had merely been a hindrance. How could she ever repay this kindness in the future? Sighing, she decided to leave swiftly. Very well then. After providing her support, Luo Xiaoqing hurriedly took her leave, eager to return and experiment with what Mingu had mentioned. Master, senior brother. And Qian glanced at Jiang Ming, biting her lip, still feeling the lingering warmth of her senior brother. Fortunately, her first kiss was preserved. Indeed, her true first kiss remained intact. Don't mind him. I simply couldn't finish it and brought you a portion, Jiang Ming said with a smile, casually patting Qian's head. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more Qian felt he was merely saying it to help her accept the situation. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, her emotions growing increasingly complicated. Well, it is time for us to embark on our journey back to the sect. Senior brother, shall I carry you? No need, I can walk. But wait. There's no need for that. We don't have to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's expression brightened, and he shouted towards the sky, Sister Yao Yao. Chapter 75, Coveting Senior Brother's Body. Sister Yao Yao. Jiang Ming's call resonated powerfully, startling even the resting birds in the forest, which flapped their wings in haste to flee. He appeared entirely unfazed by his injuries. Sister? Anqing hastily followed her senior brother's gaze. There, against the backdrop of the vast azure sky, a graceful figure glided forward atop a resplendent guqin, moving at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Yao Yao, who was soaring along the official road in search of her junior brother, was taken aback by the sudden call. Was that voice from her junior brother? Her eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, fate intertwined their destinies. Wait, something felt amiss. Yao O belonged to the Tianyin Peak, and her understanding of sound was nothing short of professional. She possessed the ability to discern many things through the essence and resonance of a voice. For instance, by gauging the depth and richness of a person's voice, she could ascertain their physical realm and condition. The roar from her junior brother conveyed a profound strength that was markedly different from before. The quality was leagues apart. Comparing the voices of her junior brother and Feng Kai, she observed that while the richness of her junior brother's voice might have lacked somewhat in quantity, it was nearly equivalent to Feng Kai's in quality. This signified something significant. Yao Yao's heart began to race. Had her junior brother's physique advanced to the foundation establishment stage? But it had only been a few days, and even if he had just entered the foundation establishment stage, this intensity felt excessively exaggerated. She discerned that her junior brother's physical prowess far surpassed that of a typical early foundation establishment cultivator, reaching mid-foundation levels, a terrifying feat indeed. What a turn of events! Once merely a junior in the Qi refinement stage, he now seemed poised to surpass her. He had barely begun his journey, and yet he was so young. If given a bit more time, Yao Yao's resolve to cling to Jiang Ming's leg solidified like iron. If she did not seize this moment, once her junior brother grew into a towering figure, her chances would dwindle. Not to mention, he had once saved her life. In a heartbeat, a warm and intellectual smile graced Yao Yao's delicate face, brimming with friendly excitement as she gracefully descended. Upon landing, she opened her arms and approached her junior brother, seemingly wishing to embrace him, eager to express her inner joy. Junior brother, what a coincidence to see you here. Indeed, what a coincidence, she thought. Instead of flying straight back to the sect on your sword, you took a detour to Jingguan City. How fortuitous. Of course, Jiang Ming would never voice such thoughts. After all, who would want to dampen the spirits? The ride-sharing drivers actively approached, and those seeking a lift surely greeted them with beaming smiles. As Sister Yao Yao opened her arms, seemingly wishing to embrace him, Jiang Ming did not shy away. He reciprocated with outstretched arms, his face adorned with the joy of reuniting with a friend, eagerly awaiting her approach. Observing this, Yao Yao's smile broadened, and she slightly straightened her back, her stature rising magnificently. It appeared she was intent on allowing her junior brother to experience the essence of cleansing. Had she not preserved her virtue solely to encounter the right person at this very moment? Closer, closer. Yao Yao's steps drew near. Yet, at that instant, a figure interposed, blocking the space between them. I beg your pardon, sister, but my brother is injured and cannot embrace you. And Qian had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time, and as a fellow female, she could immediately discern that this senior sister Yao Yao is behaving oddly. Who, upon meeting, embraces another while deliberately accentuating their weapons. Is this truly an embrace? When she shares a hug with her senior brother, she never resorts to such theatrics. In fact, when accidentally brushed against by him, she becomes flustered and embarrassed. How could she possibly perform such a gesture? Thus, and Qian swiftly concluded that this senior sister Yao Yao harbored ulterior motives towards her senior brother. This cannot be allowed. He is so innocent. What if he fails to recognize her nefarious intentions? What if he falls prey to her deceit? She must intervene. However, her senior brother appeared quite familiar with her, leaving little room for excuses to intervene. Wait, what if her senior brother sustains an injury? What if she inadvertently touches his wound? That would be excruciating. In this moment, Anqin's mind was exceptionally agile. In a mere instant, she concluded her analysis and even devised an excuse along with a strategy to cope. Meanwhile, Yao Yao had been entirely focused on her junior disciple. It was only when Anqin stepped forward that she realized there was another person present. She turned her gaze towards the newcomer. How stunning. Even Yao Yao, who was often praised for her beauty, felt a twinge of inadequacy in that moment. Fortunately, she was slightly older, a fact that thus far remained unmatched. With a determined puff of her chest, Yao Yao quickly regained her composure. Humph, this was her prideful asset. One that no one could surpass. But who was this girl? Oh, right, her junior was here to welcome a new disciple. So this disruption to her good fortune must be the new disciple? Wait, what had she just said? Injury? Without dwelling on Anqin, Yao Yao's delicate face instantly transformed with an expression of urgent concern. Injury? Are you hurt, Junior? Is it serious? It's nothing major, just a minor scrape. Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Moments ago, he had felt a bit exposed in his thigh, perhaps not the most flattering appearance, hence he had covered it with cloth. Thus, Yao Yao had not noticed. But that's unacceptable, Junior. Yao Yao's delicate brows furrowed with genuine concern, even taking on a somewhat stern demeanor. No matter how small the injury, it must be taken seriously. Come here, Junior, where are you hurt? I happen to know a bit about medicine. Let me take a look. You know medicine? Upon hearing this, Anqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she inquired. Yao Yao glanced over, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. As she sensed that the girl's demeanor towards her junior brother seemed to transcend the ordinary relationship between disciples. A sense of urgency arose within her. That's splendid. Could I trouble you, senior sister, to come and assist my brother? His injuries are quite severe. And Qing unceremoniously pulled Yao Yao before Jiang Ming. Senior brother. This is urgent. Everything else can wait for the time being. I have already mentioned that it's just a minor injury. Senior brother, please refrain from speaking. Stand still so that I, your senior sister, can take a good look. And Qian pouted, her tone soft yet her words firm. Beside her, Yao Yao cast a sidelong glance. This voice, goodness, it must have been bestowed by the heavens. If she were to acquire some techniques at Tianyin Peak, her mere utterance could surely enchant all souls. Coupled with her pure, ethereal beauty, one could not fathom why the heavens opened a door for her while simultaneously dismantling her roof. How utterly unfair. Yao Yao's sense of crisis intensified. She resolved to tend to the wound first, to showcase her worth. Indeed, junior brother, let me examine your injury, she urged. Before Jiang Ming could respond, and Qian had already lifted the cloth covering his wound. Here it is, senior sister. Take a look. Senior brother keeps insisting it's a mere scratch. But how can this possibly be considered light? Jiang Ming cast a helpless glance at Qian. His junior sister was rather exuberant. Nevertheless, she often displayed a strong demeanor in front of others, and her concern for his injury made her somewhat anxious. Yet, Jiang Ming felt a warmth in his heart. Such a good junior sister, my efforts were not in vain. Let me see. Junior brother, you. Yao Yao gasped at the sight of Jiang Ming's wound. What on earth happened? It's merely a bite from a dog, senior sister. No need for alarm, Jiang Ming replied nonchalantly, observing her junior brother's calm demeanor. Yao Yao found herself momentarily dazed. In that instant, she finally recognized the disparity between them, not in talent, but in experience. Yao Yao possessed some knowledge of medicine and could discern that the wound on his leg, though marked by bite marks, was not the result of a beast's gnawing. The tearing suggested that when the beast seized him, Jiang Ming had exerted himself, inflicting self-harm, to overcome the predator. This realization caused Yao Yao's own thigh to ache in sympathy. It was unimaginable what ordeal he had faced. Clearly, he had triumphed and borne no pride in his injury, treating it as an inconsequential matter. If she had been bitten by a ferocious beast, she would likely have surrendered in fear. Sighing, Yao Yao pondered whether her aspirations to pursue Jiang Ming were overly ambitious. With his talents and such a resilient spirit, he was destined to stand atop the world. Did she truly deserve to stand alongside him? Nonetheless, she decided to give it a try. If she could not win his heart, perhaps forming a friendship would not be in vain. Regaining her composure, Yao Yao spoke earnestly, Junior brother, your wound seems rather serious. Although I am unsure how you staunched the bleeding, it would be wise to return to the sect for proper treatment. Yes, senior sister, your arrival has been quite timely. Jiang Ming smiled, leaving Yu momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, where she once saw only a handsome junior brother, he now exuded an extraordinary allure that captivated her. Senior sister? Huh? Oh, it is of no concern. Shall we set off then? I appreciate your assistance, senior sister. Yao Yao took out her guqin, its strings glimmering in the breeze. Junior brother, do come aboard, and junior sister, please join us as well. Senior brother. And Qin turned to Jiang Ming. What is the matter? I'm fine. Is this flight about to take off? Anqing felt a tinge of fear, though she did not consider herself acrophobic. Heights beyond a certain point instilled a profound sense of insecurity within her, causing trepidation to arise. However, with this somewhat unfamiliar senior sister present, Anqing could not afford to show any signs of vulnerability. Jiang Ming observed Anqing and, in a sudden motion, stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace. In a soft whisper by her ear, he reassured her, there is no need to be afraid. I am here. Anqing felt her heart begin to race uncontrollably. The little deer within her was once again in a tumultuous state. Senior brother, oh senior brother, I am now even more frightened of you. Chapter 76, The Path of the Junior Sister. Yao Yao, accompanied by her junior disciples, advanced towards the Wanfa Xinzong, albeit at a leisurely pace. However, The unexpected presence of this new junior sister had thrown a wrench into her initial plans. Originally, Yao Yao had intended for her junior brother to embrace her waist, allowing a hint of blush to grace her cheeks as she feigned shyness. She envisioned occasionally twisting her waist slightly, as if to convey her innocence about being touched by a man. In the midst of her fanciful thoughts, she inadvertently pressed the brakes, causing her junior brother to collide into her. She would then coyly protest, creating a delightful back and forth. Wouldn't that be perfect? Alas, fate had other plans with the sudden appearance of the junior sister. Now, Yao Yao could only glance back occasionally, observing her junior brother cradling the junior sister, gently patting her back, whispering words of comfort. Oh dear, how frustrating. The junior sister had buried her head deep in her brother's embrace, too frightened to look around. Did she suffer from a fear of heights? Was it genuine? Surely, she couldn't be feigning it. Could it be that this junior sister harbored ulterior motives towards her junior brother? Everything seemed to align with her suspicions. Yao Yao suddenly fell into deep contemplation. She had sensed an unusual dynamic between this junior sister and her junior brother. Given the current situation, her conjecture may indeed hold merit. Unfortunately, this tactic was one she could not employ. As a seasoned practitioner of several years, who would believe her if she claimed to be afraid of flying on a sword? But that simply would not do. How could she allow her junior sister to enjoy what she herself could not possess? Clearing her throat, she gently inquired, "Junior brother, what seems to be the matter with the junior sister? Is she unwell? Perhaps I could take a look?" "Oh, it's nothing serious. She merely feels a bit dizzy after just emerging from the secret realm." Upon hearing these words, Anqin felt a warmth envelop her heart. At times, her senior brother truly exhibited great thoughtfulness. He did not attribute her condition to fear, but rather to dizziness. Perhaps I should summon my junior sister to my side. I possess some calming spells," he suggested. Before Jiang Ming could respond, Anqin's muffled voice interjected, "No need, senior sister. I feel much better now, thank you." This was the final stretch of their journey. Upon returning to the sect, she wondered if she would ever have the opportunity to interact with her senior brother in such a manner again. At this moment, Anqin truly wished to remain in her senior brother's embrace. "If you need anything, do let me know, junior sister," he said. "Thank you, senior sister," she replied softly. "You're welcome." With that, the three of them fell back into their previous state. Yao Yao focused intently on driving, while Jiang Ming comforted the somewhat frightened Anqin. Occupied by his junior sister, Yao Yao found herself at a loss for excuses to tease her junior brother, and thus ceased to control the Guqin's speed. Infused with spiritual energy, the Guqin transformed into a streak of vibrant light, racing towards the Wanfa Xianzhou. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt the person in his arms tremble, causing her small hands to clutch him tightly, her soft form pressing against him, a fragrant scent wafting into his heart. It was more enchanting than any flower he had encountered, not overpowering or pungent, but rather subtle and gentle. "Junior sister, you smell delightful," he remarked, watching as Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. What a blunder. Just moments ago, that junior sister seemed quite bashful about holding her junior brother. Now, with her acceleration, she has unwittingly provided her an excuse. This is a miscalculation. She resolved to speed up, determined to return to the sect as swiftly as possible, unable to bear the sight of her junior brother being taken advantage of by anyone else. Within the protective formation of the Wanfa Xianzhou, at the entrance of the sect, "Senior sister, please let us down," Jiang Ming requested. "Huh? Junior brother, we are still quite far from the entrance of the sect," she replied. "It's all right. We can disembark here," he insisted. "Very well then, I shall see you both down." Reluctantly acquiescing to his insistence, Yao Yao let them off at the gate. "Thank you, senior sister. You needn't be so polite with me, junior brother," she smiled, and then, suddenly feeling bashful, handed him a pristine white token. "This is my communication talisman. If you need anything, please reach out to me. Even if you don't need anything, feel free to contact me." It was evident that senior sister Yao Yao was not well versed in the art of subtlety, her shyness less natural than her junior sister's, revealing a hint of intention. Nevertheless, he accepted the token and courteously replied, "Thank you for today, senior sister. I shall treat you to a meal another day." At his words, Yao Yao's eyes sparkled. "I shall eagerly await your invitation, junior brother." And Qian stood silently beside her senior brother, glancing between him and Yao Yao. She was not one to stir up trouble, and certainly had no intention of disrupting her senior brother's social interactions. Yet, it was evident that senior sister Yao Yao harbored ill intentions. She felt compelled to caution her senior brother, lest he be deceived. After exchanging farewells, Yao Yao departed on her sword, having failed in her mission to exorcise demons and needing to return and report her failure. This left Qian and Jiang Ming standing at the base of the long staircase leading to the grand entrance of the celestial sect. Atop the staircase stood an ancient, weathered stone door, majestic and timeless, resembling a gateway to the heavens, enduring from antiquity to the present. Time had etched its marks upon the door, yet it had not diminished its imposing presence in the slightest. From a distance, one could gaze upward and behold 4 colorless characters inscribed above the massive entrance, Wanfaxian sect. Indeed, they were devoid of color. These characters could not be directly observed by the eyes. However, when one's gaze focused on the door, the words would manifest vividly in the mind. Their form was grand and powerful, yet not aggressive. Instead, they exuded a subtle ethereal quality, elusive and transient, evoking a myriad of sensations with each glance, much like the name suggests. "Sister, what are your thoughts?" Jiang Ming inquired, gazing ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone imbued with profound curiosity. Upon hearing this, Qin cast a glance at her pretentious senior brother, contemplated for a moment, and then replied, "Indeed, what a grand entrance." Jiang Ming immediately turned his gaze towards Qin. As Qin caught her senior brother's gaze, their eyes met, and she couldn't help but blink. "What's wrong, senior brother?" Jiang Ming found his junior sister to be quite adorable, but more pressing matters occupied his mind. "Junior sister, do you not feel anything else? Such a tall door, such a thick door. Oh, such beautiful characters." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming fell into contemplation, beginning to worry about his junior sister's future. The 4 characters Wanfaxian inscribed on the Grand Gate were not merely written by a single individual. Rather, they were meticulously etched by countless powerful beings, each imparting their understanding of the Tao bit by bit. In the end, they formed these 4 ethereal characters, which encapsulated nearly 1,000 profound insights left by great masters. The Tao is formless, and true sounds are rarely heard. Each time a new batch of disciples is admitted, the sect holds an initiation ceremony at this very spot. Witnessing these 4 characters plants a seed of the Tao in the heart of the disciples, a seed that represents the Tao most aligned with their nature. This Tao seed not only reveals to the disciples which path they are most suited to cultivate, but also allows them to reap twice the rewards with half the effort when practicing the corresponding Tao. This reflects the depth of a great sect's heritage. However, judging by his junior sister's remarks, whether about the size, height, or beauty of the characters, it seemed she had not perceived anything significant. Jiang Ming had intended to glean insights about which Tao suited his junior sister best by visiting the gate. After all, when he first beheld those 4 characters, he felt as though he had been planted with hundreds of Tao seeds, too many for him to count. Although he could not traverse all these paths, he was determined to accompany his junior sister in her cultivation, fostering their bond. Much like the camaraderie of classmates, mutual inquiry and progress often lead to deeper feelings. Moreover, this would provide him with a convenient excuse to spend time with her. Yet now it appeared that things were not as he hoped. Alas, there were 2 possibilities for why his junior sister had not been bestowed a Tao seed. One could be due to her perceived dullness, an inability to sense the essence within. Contemplating this, Jiang Ming examined her delicate features, and Qin, feeling apprehensive under her senior brother's curious gaze, timidly spoke, as senior brother. "What's wrong? Please don't scare me." Jiang Ming playfully pinched her cheek, infusing her with a bit of energy before returning to his thoughts. No, that couldn't be right. While his junior sister might occasionally appear naive, her aptitude was undoubtedly commendable, leaving aside other factors. Her vocal talent alone could allow her to achieve remarkable feats at Tian'an Peak. Thus, only the second possibility remained. Among the nearly 1,000 paths encapsulated in those 4 characters, none resonated as the one most suited to his junior sister. Jiang Ming had initially believed that the Tao of sound would be the perfect fit for her. However, it was evident that this was not the case. So, what path truly aligns with his junior sister's essence? Chapter 77. What Tao? Every gifted individual possesses a fundamental path that aligns perfectly with their essence. Jiang Ming succinctly refers to it as the singular path. Yet, many spend their entire lives in a relentless pursuit, never discovering their own singular path. Ultimately, the cost of trial and error proves to be excessively high. Few can afford the luxury of leisurely exploring which path suits them best. A typical extraordinary talent may master 2 paths at most, while those like the senior sister, who can simultaneously cultivate multiple paths, are exceptional anomalies among prodigies. The vast majority of ordinary cultivators, even when dedicating their lives to a single path, may not reach the yuanying stage, let alone take the time to experiment. The grand entrance of the Wanfa Xianzong, a treasure revered as the foundation of all methods by the cultivation community, is the culmination of generations of effort from formidable practitioners. To discover one's singular path from the outset, without the need for extensive searching, is a dream cherished by many. Thus, Jiang Ming let out a sigh. The senior sister's start was less than auspicious. However, this does not imply that she is doomed to failure. Jiang Ming firmly believes that her cultivation of the path of sound will ultimately yield commendable achievements, just not as illustrious as the singular path. What's wrong? Jiang Ming released his grip from the delicate face of his junior sister. Did I say something amiss? Your expression just now seemed quite off. Anqin believed that her response had dissatisfied her senior brother. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Ming chose not to voice his thoughts. Knowing this is futile for Anqin. It merely adds to her troubles. She finds your responses rather silly yet endearing. Dear senior brother, please refrain from uttering such words again. Anqin, feeling slightly anxious, glanced around nervously, fearing that a graceful figure might unexpectedly appear at any moment. After all, this was the sect of immortals, and her senior sister was present. The mere thought of this made Anqin's heart race. Surely, her senior brother squeezing her cheeks had gone unnoticed, right? And there was also the moment when she had embraced him while descending on the flying sword. Hopefully, Sister Ruoqi was still engrossed in her cultivation and had not witnessed it. Jiang Ming, observing Anqin's demeanor, discerned her thoughts and replied with a gentle smile. Rest assured, if all goes as expected, your senior sister is likely still engaged in her cultivation atop the Dao Peak. Given her disposition, she is unlikely to venture out. Is that so? Anqin let out a sigh of relief. Wait, why was she relieved? It felt as though she had some sort of connection with her senior brother. In truth, her relationship with him was merely that of familiar acquaintances, akin to a typical senior-junior bond. Surely, there was no need to fear Sister Ruoqi, right? Junior sister, make a choice, he urged. Well, what? I can take you on a tour of the sect, leading you all the way to the inner sect to handle the formalities, which may take quite some time. Alternatively, I could escort you to the teleportation array, allowing us to reach the inner sect directly for the procedures, after which we can visit our senior sister. Choose one. Jiang Ming smiled at Anqin, his expression seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. Anqin opened her mouth in astonishment. Sister Ruoqi. Am I finally able to meet Sister Ruoqi? Oh my heavens! Anqin felt an overwhelming surge of joy, yearning to soar to Sister Ruoqi's side and engage in tender intimacy, sharing sweet nothings. Is there anything in this world more significant than Sister Ruoqi? Then, let us walk together, my esteemed senior brother. I too wish to become acquainted with the sect. The voice of Anqin grew progressively softer, her head bowed, evidently lacking in confidence. Well, let us proceed then. Jiang Ming nodded and made his way towards the grand entrance of the Xian sect. Anqin obediently followed beside her senior brother, careful not to draw too close, yet unwilling to stray too far, maintaining a distance that allowed their hands to occasionally brush against one another as they walked. Indeed, Sister Qi held immense significance in her heart. However, she and her senior sister had many days ahead to share together. There was no need to rush. As for her senior brother, Anqin recalled that her senior brother had once remarked that, in order to prevent any misunderstandings from arising with Sister Ruoqi, they would limit their interactions upon returning to the sect. Presently, her senior brother mentioned that Sister Ruoqi was still cultivating at the so-called Jingdao Peak and would not be venturing out. This indicated that their journey to the inner sect could very well be the solitary opportunity for her and her senior brother to interact normally, akin to their previous camaraderie, without the need to avoid any awkwardness concerning Sister Ruoqi. Anqin felt that she could not forego this opportunity. Yes, she admitted that she was somewhat reluctant to part with her senior brother. However, is that not perfectly natural? Although her relationship with him was not particularly special, merely that of familiar senior and junior, it was undeniable that he had genuinely cared for her throughout their journey. He had even bestowed upon her the precious blood of a magical beast, and now Anqin felt an astonishing vitality coursing through her veins. Therefore, her reluctance to leave her senior brother was, in fact, quite reasonable, was it not? She merely wished to accompany him for a little while longer. Truly. Just for this brief stretch of road. After that, she would return to her senior sister's side. As for her senior brother's kindness, she could repay it at a later time. Junior sister, this is the outer sect. However, we are direct recruits of the inner sect and typically do not come here. Anqin resembled a diligent elementary student, eager to commit every word spoken by his senior to memory. However, it was merely and Qian occasionally stole glances at her senior brother's face, as if believing that if she did not look now, she might never have the chance again. Meanwhile, Qian had inadvertently attracted the furtive gazes and whispers of numerous outer disciples. They appeared to be engrossed in their own tasks, yet their eyes had long since strayed elsewhere. "Oh, look at that girl! My heavens, there exists such extraordinary beauty in this world," one exclaimed. "Suddenly, I feel invigorated to cultivate. Indeed, she is quite stunning, but I advise you to avert your gaze. Have you noticed the young man beside her? He is clad in the garb of an inner disciple. If you stare too long and provoke his ire, we shall all suffer the consequences." "Oh, but to think an inner disciple has such a beautiful companion. I must cultivate diligently to enter the inner sect at the earliest opportunity." "Go for it. You too." Youth, after all, is often fueled by fervent passion. Yet, there were also more discreet voices whispering, their tones subdued. "Did you see that woman? I would love to." Best not to entertain such thoughts. Just look at the way she gazes at that young man. It is evident she has had her fair share of encounters. Well, at least there's material for dreams tonight. You could include me in those dreams, the two of us together. What is wrong with you? Ha, breathe. No, help. Hey, don't scare me. Are you all right? What happened to the two of you? Someone, come quickly. Two disciples seemed to be in distress. A commotion ensued, and Qian curiously glanced over. "Senior brother, what is happening over there?" "I don't know," Jiang Ming replied, casting a sidelong glance in that direction. "Perhaps they spotted a mouse." Chapter 78. A pause. The innate potential for cultivation does not necessarily correlate with one's character. Even within the inner sect, there are many of this ilk. As is often said, educational institutions may filter out the academically inept, yet they cannot sift through the morally deficient. Those who relish gossiping behind others' backs typically possess little in the way of refinement. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ming would hardly spare them a glance. For to squander precious life on such individuals would be akin to courting self-destruction. However, since they have taken to discussing their junior sister behind her back, Jiang Ming could not simply feign ignorance. Nonetheless, this was merely a minor episode, and Qing was oblivious to what had transpired. And Jiang Ming did not divulge anything to her as they continued their journey. Ahead lay the law enforcement hall, situated far from both the inner and outer gates. Behind the law enforcement hall stood a foreboding structure, the ominous prison of shadows. Jiang Ming gestured towards the distance, where the imposing law enforcement hall loomed, overshadowed by a low, sinister edifice that seemed to exude a chilling aura, instilling dread in all who beheld it. And Qian instinctively shrank her body, moving to the other side of Jiang Ming, positioning her senior brother between herself and the abyssal prison. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and curiously inquire. "The abyssal prison is a jail, isn't it? It appears so small. How many people can it actually contain? Yet, it merely seems diminutive, in reality." The abyssal prison is deeply entrenched underground. It comprises a staggering 999 levels. If one were to extract it, its height would surpass that of an immortal peak. And Qian, somewhat bewildered, nodded and exclaimed, "Oh, how impressive, junior sister. Whenever you find the time, do visit the law enforcement hall. It would be a wonderful opportunity to foster camaraderie with the disciples. In the event that I were to find myself imprisoned in the abyssal prison, you would be able to rescue me." Jiang Ming jested. "What? Why would you want to go there, senior brother? Please don't go. It looks rather frightening." And Qian gazed apprehensively at the formidable depths of the ghost prison and timidly inquired. Jiang Ming chuckled softly. "I merely suggested it as a hypothetical scenario, not as a certainty. However, the lowest tier of the ghost prison is where fragments of the great Tao, untamed even by the Wanfa immortal sect, are confined. It is precisely these fragments that render the environment of the prison cells closer to the bottom increasingly dire. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I would undoubtedly wish to explore it. But not now. With my current cultivation, I would likely perish before nearing the depths. Oh, brother, if you were to enter, could I bring you meals? May I come in to keep you company?" Suddenly, Qian's innocent mind conjured such a question. The ghost prison is a place for incarcerating criminals. "Well, you have shown me kindness, dear brother. If you were to be imprisoned, it would be only right and reasonable for me to visit and engage in conversation with you, wouldn't it?" Yuchi would not venture into the ghost prison without reason, would she? Jiang Ming cast a sideways glance at the blissfully naive Qian and chuckled. The ghost prison is not akin to a mundane jail. Visiting hours do not exist. Furthermore, the conditions within are unlikely to inspire any desire for conversation. Upon hearing this, Qian nodded. "In that case, senior brother, it would be better if you did not enter." Jiang Ming felt an unsettling dissonance in her words. According to his junior sister, if the prison could provide meals and visits, would it not be more advantageous for him to go in? Or was he merely overthinking the situation? Are you tired, junior sister? I'm all right. And Qian let out a long sigh, breathing heavily. The Wanfa immortal sect was truly vast beyond measure. And Qian felt as though she had circled the magnificent city of Jingguan 100 times. Yet, her senior brother remarked that they had merely traversed half the distance. My goodness. Moreover, concerned that she might tire, he had utilized the teleportation array to skip several places that were unnecessary for her to comprehend. Nevertheless, throughout their journey, and Qian felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She encountered a plethora of sights previously unseen, from the blood-soaked depths of the shadowy prison to the fragrant herb garden overflowing with medicinal plants. There were also celestial peaks shrouded in ethereal mist and immortal beings riding cranes into the distance. Countless wonders, previously unknown to Qian, unfolded before her, unveiling the gateway to a new realm. It was her senior brother who had accompanied her in opening this door to a fresh world. Thus, the final stretch of their journey together was not devoid of interest. However, the thought that upon completing this path, she and her senior brother could never return to the past filled Qian with a tinge of melancholy. The breathtaking scenery that had just captivated her no longer seemed quite so profound. Jiang Ming glanced over and noticed that his junior sister's expression appeared somewhat amiss, with concern. He inquired, "What troubles you, junior sister? Are you too fatigued? Shall we take a moment to rest?" And Qian wished to assert that she was not fatigued. Yet as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she gently nodded in agreement. Very well. Sitting for a while is indeed agreeable. In this manner, time may stretch just a little longer. Anqin glanced around, finding no one in sight, yet there was nothing available to sit upon. It seemed she had no choice but to sit on the ground. Come, junior sister, take a seat here. It is rather comfortable. And Qin was still pondering how remarkable her senior brother was, managing to find something to sit on in such a place. However, when she turned her head, she found him sprawled on the ground, his rear end raised. Come, junior sister, sit here. It's an ergonomic chair, guaranteed to be comfortable. Jiang Ming, noticing Qin's gaze, nodded slightly, gesturing towards his back, and then looked at her with eager anticipation. With a fierce glare from Anqin's beautiful eyes, the earlier sadness was swiftly cast aside as she hurriedly rushed over to help her senior brother to his feet, playfully chiding, "Oh, dear senior brother, you must rise quickly. What if someone sees us?" As she spoke, her gaze darted around anxiously. Jiang Ming, pulled up by Anqin, had no choice but to stand, expressing a hint of regret. "I merely wish to offer you a moment of comfortable repose." Anqin gazed at her senior brother and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Well, that doesn't mean I should sit with you. Honestly, I truly don't mind, but I do care." "All right then." And Qin gazed at her senior brother, who wore a look of regret, and suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. It seemed as though he had not exhibited any eccentric behavior for quite some time. Lately, he had proven to be remarkably dependable, his emotions steady, devoid of any signs of spontaneous outbursts. Upon reflection, it occurred to her that his whimsical antics had a way of captivating her attention, preventing her from indulging in idle thoughts. Thus, could it be possible that his seemingly frivolous demeanor was merely an endeavor to bring her joy? Given his gentle and considerate nature, such a notion certainly seemed plausible. And Qian dared not ponder further. The kindness of her senior brother was a thought best left unexamined. The more she contemplated, the more entangled her feelings became. She cast her gaze towards a secluded patch of grass and suggested, "Senior brother, let us rest there for a while before we depart." "That is acceptable," he replied, "but, junior sister, have you truly no desire to sit upon my lap?" Jiang Ming looked at Qian with hopeful anticipation, and Qin gazed at her senior brother. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sudden laughter escaped her lips, imbued with a hint of whimsy and a touch of playfulness. "No. Must. Not. Hee. And Qian playfully stuck out her little tongue and then, like a lively maiden, bounced towards the grassy expanse. Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Defeating magic with magic? Had his junior sister caught his whimsical spirit? "Senior brother, come here quickly. The grass is so soft. It must be more comfortable than sitting on you." I'm coming, but wait a moment. How can you make such a claim when you've never sat on me?" Jiang Ming protested, jogging over to his beckoning junior sister. She had already settled onto the grass, her legs neatly together and gracefully positioned in front of her, embodying a ladylike demeanor. In contrast, Jiang Ming was less refined as he plopped down beside her. Anqing did not continue to engage with her senior brother's conversation. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the verdant grass lay like a lush carpet. Suddenly, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, as if her delicate frame could hardly withstand the force of the wind. And Qian's body swayed gently in the breeze, ultimately resting her head softly upon Jiang Ming's shoulder. The fragrance of her presence enveloping him. Jiang Ming glanced at Qian and noticed that she had closed her eyes, her delicate face serene, akin to a tranquil water lily. Observing this, Jiang Ming chose not to utter another word. Instead, he slightly lowered his shoulder, allowing Qian to lean in more comfortably. Indeed, his senior brother was truly gentle. Anqing closed her eyes, her heart enveloped in tranquility. What will follow? Qian has grown weary of overthinking, at least for now. She merely wishes to lean against her senior brother, allowing her thoughts to linger, if only for a moment. Chapter 79. Junior Brother, Please. By her senior brother's side, there seems to be an everlasting sense of security. Accompanied by the gentle breeze, drowsiness begins to envelop her, in a haze of slumber. I suddenly recalled my sister Ruoqi. However, my senior brother mentioned that she would not emerge, so it should be fine, shouldn't it? Just a brief slumber. I shall awaken shortly. There ought to be no issues. The even sound of Anqing's breathing filled the air. Jiang Ming gently wrapped his hand around her back, caressing her softly to prevent her from tumbling as she drifted into slumber. As he gazed at Anqing's serene sleeping face, a faint smile graced his lips. What troubles Anqing? How could he possibly be unaware? After all, his junior sister's thoughts often meander in intricate ways, rendering even him unable to fathom the musings within her mind. Yet, at times, she is quite comprehensible. For instance, just moments ago, while walking, she deliberately slowed her pace, or when she requested to pause and admire the scenery after a brief distance. Furthermore, every few steps, she would furtively cast glances in his direction. It is evident that Anqing's concerns are intertwined with her. He had once vowed that upon returning to the sect, in order to prevent any misunderstandings from his senior sister, he would maintain a respectful distance. It seems his junior sister is preoccupied with this matter. Oh, junior sister, you are indeed quite greedy. Yearning for both your senior sister and your senior brother, yet forced to choose between the two. But fear not, dear junior sister. As long as your senior sister remains unaware, she cannot misconstrue the situation. Anqing drowsily opened her eyes, having inadvertently drifted into slumber. It was peculiar, for she hadn't felt particularly tired at first. Yet, as soon as she leaned against her senior brother, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Just a brief nap was so delightful. At that moment, a voice beside her broke the silence. Junior sister, you're awake? The surgery was a resounding success. You are now a charming young boy. Ah, and Qian suddenly awoke with a start. Lowering her gaze, she found her abdomen obscured from view. Senior brother, you are speaking nonsense again. I was merely trying to rouse your spirits, he replied. Junior sister, wipe the drool from your mouth. Huh? And Qian was taken aback. If she drooled in front of her senior brother while sleeping, she would have no face to meet anyone again. She quickly checked the corner of her mouth and found nothing. Senior brother. At this moment, Qian was fully awake. Observing her reaction, Jiang Ming smiled and inquired, shall we continue on our way? Humph. And Qin pouted slightly but ultimately rose to her feet. I understand. The two of them set off once more. Within the inner gate, the task reception area remained lively and bustling, filled with a constant stream of individuals. Just as Yao Yao had explained the task details to the front desk and was about to step outside, a voice called out to her. Yao Yao. Is that you, Junimo? It was indeed Junimo, the gunsmith from their task team of 3. After Yao Yao acknowledged him, she glanced around, but did not spot their other teammate, Feng Kai. Sensing her search, Junimo spoke up. Feng Kai is not here. I parted ways with him. Oh, Yao Yao nodded. What brings you to me? Noticing Yao Yao's shift from her previous warmth, Junimo offered a wry smile. In truth, he had not had a severe falling out with her, but since he had previously spoken in defense of Feng Kai, it was likely that Yao Yao had begun to harbor resentment towards him. However, he had brought this upon himself, so he had no words of complaint. I wish to inquire if you have seen junior brother Jiang Ming. What do you intend to do? Yao Yao's demeanor immediately shifted to one of caution. Rest assured, I harbor no hostility toward junior brother. I wouldn't dare. After all, what is inscribed on that contract is beyond his knowledge. If I were to offend Jiang Ming, I wouldn't even know if I could safeguard my own life. I brought him back to the sect on my sword. He is currently making his way through the main gate and will likely take quite some time. All right, thank you. Yao Yao, I shall wait for him here. You're welcome. With that, Yao Yao departed, not offering him a friendly countenance. Having decided to align herself with the stronger party, she was determined to clearly distance herself from those in opposition to her junior brother. Junior sister, this is the inner gate. Upon hearing this, Qin blinked and gazed ahead. A sense of anxiety began to swell within her, accompanied by a profound sense of despondency. The anxiety stemmed from the fact that Sister Chi-Chi was within the inner door, while the despondency arose from. Qin discreetly cast another glance at her senior brother. Throughout this journey, she had lost count of how many times she had stolen glances at him. First, I will take you to the task reception area to sign in and collect your disciple token. Once that is done, our day will be nearly complete. All right. Qin gently pressed her lips together, seemingly in hesitation, yet ultimately, she obediently nodded. Quietly, she followed her senior brother, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool of thoughts. Today marks the conclusion. But what of tomorrow? Will she indeed need to maintain a distance from her senior brother, now that the junior sister has arrived? Oh, is it so soon? So swift? Junior sister, do you harbor any concerns? The inner sect is quite expansive, and in truth, Qin had been trailing behind Jiang Ming for quite some time. She simply remained oblivious to it. No, it's nothing. Qin shook her head. However, the arrival of the two was undeniably conspicuous. Although Jiang Ming was a new disciple, his reputation at the task reception was quite formidable. As soon as they entered, he was recognized. Yet, he was no longer the center of attention. Look, quickly. That girl. Where? Over there. The one next to Jiang Ming. Oh, I see. Goodness, she is stunning. She seems to rival senior sister Ruo Qi. Heaven. It feels like the inner sect is about to undergo a transformation. A new disciple? It appears so, as she carries no evident cultivation. Junior sister. Splendid. I relish helping a junior sister. Climb. You're just lusting after her figure. Aren't you? I am. No way. I must go strike up a conversation with her, otherwise, I'll miss my chance. Count me in. She has just stepped in, bewildered and naive, making her the easiest to deceive. Consequently, some more outgoing individuals were already stirring with enthusiasm. Jiang Ming paid no heed to these rascals and led Qin towards the front desk, slamming the task token onto the counter. Senior brother. I'm here to submit a task. All right, please hold on a moment. The front desk disciple accepted the token, examined it, and then glanced at Qin. He looked once, then twice, and then thrice. Ahem. Jiang Ming cleared his throat. The front desk disciple regained his composure, offering an awkward smile as he addressed Jiang Ming. The new disciple Qin has completed the guiding task. Your reward is a mid-grade spirit stone. Please accept it. As for guiding disciples, only Jiang Ming would be so dilatory. In reality, most guiding disciples would simply make a swift round trip on their swords. Hence, the task rewards were not substantial. Following this, the front desk disciple handed Qin another token. Here, this is your new disciple token, which contains the basic benefits for disciples. Please keep it safe. Qin gazed at the token, hesitating for a moment. Taking the token means that today will come to an end. Junior sister? Qin gazed at her senior brother, took a deep breath, and finally accepted the token. Thank you. Congratulations, junior sister, on becoming a member of the Wanfa Xianzong at last. Thank you, senior brother. Qin gazed at Jiang Ming and managed to muster a faint smile. Come, my senior brother will take you out for a delightful meal first. Qin's eyes lit up. Senior brother, did you not say that once we receive the tokens, today would come to an end? Indeed, after reporting in, there are no pressing matters left for today. Allow me to show you around the inner sect, for this will be your dwelling place in the days to come. Very well. Qin Tong instantly regained her spirits. She had thought that upon receiving the token, her senior brother would take his leave. Go on then. Hey Jiang Ming, wait. A stranger's voice called out to him. Jiang Ming chose to ignore it. He had few friends in the celestial sect, and now, suddenly being called out, it could only mean one thing. Senior brother. He disregarded the call and continued on his way. Hey, Jiang Ming, don't be in such a hurry. Two figures stepped in front of him, prompting a sigh from Jiang Ming. What is it, esteemed seniors? Oh, it's nothing much. We merely wish to get acquainted with this junior sister. Greetings, junior sister. I am Qing Zhe, a disciple of the Heavenly Pill Peak. Qing Zhe extended his hand, speaking with courteous grace. Hello. And Qin politely responded but did not extend her hand. Upon entering the sect, the junior sister did not intend to adopt a fierce demeanor, as all present were fellow disciples. However, the two individuals, upon hearing Qin's voice, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. She was both beautiful and melodious, with a gentle and soft demeanor. I am Chen Yan. Greetings, junior sister. Hello. Do not be afraid, junior sister. I am not a bad person. Merely wishing to make your acquaintance. Oh. And Qin nodded slightly, and the conversation came to an abrupt halt, leaving both individuals at a loss for words. They turned to Jiang Ming and suggested, Jiang Ming, how about I take junior sister to familiarize herself with the sect? No need, thank you. Jiang Ming had not yet spoken, but Qin preemptively responded, however, junior sister, we are your seniors in the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Ming, like you, is a new disciple and is likely less acquainted with the sect than I am. No need, thank you. Junior sister, I advise you to accompany me instead. Jiang Ming has just entered the sect and probably knows nothing, so you won't learn anything from him. Get lost. An abrupt admonition escaped in Qin, akin to a cat ruffled by a sudden fright. This individual was exceedingly vexatious, incessantly uttering the name Jiang Ming. Precious moments were squandered on their antics. Qingzhe and Chen Yan were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how their once gentle and endearing junior had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Qingzhe was about to voice something, addressing his junior, but Jiang Ming interjected, Junemo, clear the way. Junemo? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Seasoned veterans of the sect were well acquainted with this name. Junemo was a paragon of Zhuwu Peak, regarded as one of the elite even among those at the foundational stage. What was this newcomer Jiang Ming clamoring about? Surely, Junemo would not heed his words. Please, make way for the junior brother, came a nonchalant voice. To their astonishment, it was indeed Junemo. He had actually responded to Jiang Ming's call. The onlookers were left puzzled, questioning his motivations. Perhaps they were merely acquaintances, and assisting one another was not entirely out of the ordinary. That seemed plausible enough. Junemo appeared unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him, striding ahead of Jiang Ming and gently pushing aside the paralyzed Chen Yan and Qingzhe. They were merely ordinary practitioners at the foundational stage, and the disparity between them and someone of Junmo's pinnacle prowess was considerable. One would have thought the matter concluded here, yet the ensuing scene left the surrounding disciples agape. They witnessed Junemo, the pinnacle practitioner, slightly bowing, extending his hand forward, and courteously addressing Jiang Ming, junior brother, please. Chapter 80. A bittersweet farewell in the elegant chamber of the Xian Sex Tavern. Here, junior sister, try this. It is delectable. Thank you, senior brother. An enchanting smile graced Anqin's lips, reflecting her delightful mood. She had initially anticipated that after receiving her disciple token, her senior brother would take his leave. However, to her surprise, his words merely indicated the conclusion of the day's duties, granting them the remaining hours for leisure. This signified that she could revel in his company for yet another half-day, filling her with joy. By the way, senior brother, why did that person assist us? She inquired. He merely seeks something from me, he replied. Junemo and Feng Kai, both bound by contracts with the Ghost King, remained oblivious to the terms stipulated within those agreements. Should they neglect to consult Jiang Ming for clarity, they might later find themselves unaware of the very manner of their demise. Upon entering, Jiang Ming observed Junemo seated, seemingly in anticipation of something. The moment their eyes met, Junemo promptly rose, only to recognize Jiang Ming's pressing matters and discreetly resumed his seat. It was evident that Junemo possessed considerable acumen. He understood the weight of his past transgressions against Jiang Ming, aware that he held leverage over him, thus adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. He was even willing to lower himself before the public gaze. Perhaps that single utterance of junior brother represented his final vestige of defiance. In light of this, Jiang Ming had no intention of pressing him further, for he had not grievously offended him, and Qin lowered her head, savoring the dish that her senior brother had offered her. The two individuals who had attempted to engage her in conversation incessantly emphasized that her senior brother, like her, was a novice disciple, while boasting about their own foundational cultivation stage, which was utterly exasperating. However, with a mere call from her senior brother, he summoned forth an individual even more formidable than they. Observing their expressions, they were swiftly dismissed by Junemo, not daring to utter a sound. Indeed, her senior brother was exceedingly impressive. Anqin felt a sense of pride, as if the prowess belonged to her alone. What of the new disciples? Even if her senior brother is also a novice, he is indeed an exceptionally formidable one. How is it, junior sister? Is it delicious? Anqin gently smacked her lips, cautiously surveyed her surroundings, and whispered, Senior brother, I truly believe your cooking is delightful. Really? Jiang Ming replied with a cheerful grin. Then I shall prepare another meal for you another day. The highest compliment one can bestow upon a chef is to affirm the deliciousness of their dishes. Is that truly the case? And Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? But, senior brother, aren't you afraid that Sister Ruoqi might misunderstand? Jiang Ming squinted his eyes, chuckling as he replied, I cook for Sister Ruoqi at the Zhengdao Peak every day. You can join us there for a meal, and in front of her. What could she possibly misconstrue? You're merely a guest at the table. Oh, I see, that's how it is. Anqin felt a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated that her senior brother would prepare a meal exclusively for her. Wait a moment. Does he cook for Sister Ruoqi alone, every day? Why is it that she fears Sister Ruoqi might misunderstand? Yet Sister Ruoqi does not seem to harbor any concerns about her own misunderstandings. And Qian contemplated for a moment and realized it was due to her own insecurities. If Sister Ruoqi and her senior brother merely maintained an ordinary senior-junior relationship, it was evident that Sister Ruoqi harbored no ulterior motives towards him, allowing her to interact with him openly and without apprehension. However, Qian felt differently. She feared that a moment's lapse in attention could lead her to inadvertently draw too close to her senior brother. Just earlier, while resting on the road, she had unconsciously dozed off against his shoulder. Reflecting on this, Qian glanced around nervously. Although they had only half a day left together, she felt it prudent to remain vigilant. No, she needed to inquire about Sister Ruoqi's whereabouts. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Ming spoke up first. He slurped a long noodle, stuffing his mouth to the brim, and while chewing, he exclaimed, This noodle is delicious. I shall buy some for you all another day. The boisterous manner in which he slurped the noodles left Qian momentarily stunned. The upbringing she had received forbade such unrefined eating habits, as it seemed rather uncouth. Yet, as her senior brother indulged in his meal, it appeared less unsightly. Was it perhaps due to his striking appearance? Qian lowered her head and delicately picked up a thin noodle, cautiously slurping it up. With a sudden motion, the noodle swiftly slipped into Qian's petite mouth, splattering some broth upon her charming face. Qian blinked. Is it really enjoyable to eat this way? Before she could continue her attempt, she heard her senior brother on the opposite side say, There's no need to suck so hard. The noodles are quite slippery. Then, a handkerchief was presented before her. Qian instinctively lifted her small face. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He merely intended to hand something to his junior sister. Yet her gesture suggested she wanted him to assist her in wiping her face. Contemplating this, Jiang Ming proceeded without hesitation, carefully cleaning the soup stains from her cheeks. Their interaction flowed seamlessly and naturally. At that moment, Qian seemed to realize what she had just done, and a faint blush crept across her face. Indeed, given her disposition, relying too heavily on others would lead to such situations. Qian cast a furtive glance around, anxious that a graceful figure might suddenly appear and catch her in the act. By the way, regarding Sister Ruoqi, I was just about to inquire, but nearly let it slip my mind. Brother, what would Sister Ruoqi typically be doing at this moment? Why the sudden question? Qian could not provide an answer, fearing that she might be caught in an indiscretion if she were to be seen with you. Thus, she could only respond, I merely wish to learn about Sister Ruoqi's daily habits. Jiang Ming, while slurping his noodles, shook his head and remarked, What daily habits does she possess? Aside from cultivation, it is merely cultivation. She spends her entire day engrossed in it. Upon hearing these words, Anqin opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over her. Jiang Ming's words struck her heart like a bullet, banishing all her happiness into oblivion. A profound sense of guilt enveloped Anqin like a rising tide. How could she not understand why Sister Ruoqi was striving so diligently? Was it not for her sake? While Sister Ruoqi toiled for their future, what was she doing with her own life? Qian stood in a daze. Upon arriving at the Wanfa Xianzong, her first instinct was not to seek out her sister, Ruoqi. Instead, she felt compelled to linger a moment longer with her senior brother, ever watchful of the possibility of being caught by Ruoqi. She had to avoid her at all costs. Was it possible that her feelings for Ruoqi were not as profound as she had imagined? Or perhaps she, Qian, was merely a fickle-hearted individual, prone to changing affections? Chapter 81. A bittersweet farewell to the sincerity of her feelings for Ruoqi could not be feigned. After all, how could one's yearning, nurtured day and night over the years, be insincere? Was she truly someone who easily shifted her affections? No, that was not the case. It was not. She was simply Simply. And Qing felt somewhat perplexed. Junior sister? Senior brother? Anqing lifted her head and gazed at her senior brother. It was precisely this individual before her that filled her days with trepidation and rendered her spirit restless. Yet, could she truly blame him? Clearly, the answer was no. Ultimately, it stemmed from her own wavering resolve, for it was she who harbored unwarranted feelings towards her gentle, dependable, and whimsical senior brother. This led to the current turmoil, leaving her in a state of indecision. However, she knew that she must ultimately arrive at a choice. And Qing initially intended to spend these final half a day with her senior brother before returning to her sister Ruoqi. However, upon learning that Ruoqi had been tirelessly cultivating day and night for her sake, and Qing's feelings of unease and guilt intensified profoundly. Oh, dear Anqing, what are you doing? Sister Ruoqi, why do you exert yourself so much? Are you not aware? At this moment, how can you afford to leisurely spend time with your senior brother? Do you possess no conscience? This simply cannot stand. I must return to Sister Ruoqi's side immediately. It is time to make a choice. The longer I delay, the more difficult it becomes. Junior sister, do you have any troubles weighing on your mind? If so, feel free to share. I find myself missing Sister Ruoqi dearly. And Qing lowered her face, obscuring her expression. However, her voice resonated with a profound heaviness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming gazed at Qing as if he could penetrate the turmoil within her soul. This reaction was entirely understandable. His junior sister was not a capricious or ungrateful individual. After all, she had not hesitated to risk her life to follow him through the back door during their perilous expedition in the secret realm. She was merely a gentle spirit yearning for support, nothing more. As for him, Jiang Ming, he had merely seized the opportunity, appearing at the right moment and place, resulting in a brief yet significant presence in her heart. Yet, undoubtedly, he could not compare to the senior sister. At that moment, it was evident that Qing had made a choice within her heart. Jiang Ming was not surprised by her decision. After all, attempting to navigate two boats at once is no simple feat. He was the challenger. In response to her words, Jiang Ming not only did not refuse, but instead smiled gently and said, "Then, shall I take you to find her?" "Yes, thank you." And Qing pressed her lips together and expressed her gratitude to her senior brother. Although she ultimately chose Sister Ruoqi, she felt a profound sense of reluctance. Her heart ached, and tears threatened to spill forth. Yet, she knew that if she cried, her senior brother would undoubtedly comfort her. And with that comfort, she feared she might succumb to the warmth of his embrace, jeopardizing the hard-won decision she had made. Therefore, she resolved not to cry. "Well, let's eat. After we finish, we shall head to Zhendao Peak." Her senior brother remained as considerate as ever. "Oh, why must I be faced with such a choice?" "Very well." And Qing responded softly and began to eat the noodles, forgoing her previous enthusiasm. She consumed them at a leisurely pace, wishing time would stand still, sparing her from the burdensome choice before her. Alas, the meal would inevitably come to an end, no matter how slowly she savored it. This was not akin to the celestial realm where the chicken finishes the rice, the dog licks the noodles, and the fire severs the lock. With a heavy heart, Anqing reluctantly finished the last sip of soup and, feeling disheartened, uttered, "Senior brother, I have finished, truly." "Well then, shall we depart? Let us seek out senior sister." "Very well." In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Jiang Ming purchased a veil from the tavern and presented it to Anqing. He then led her on their journey to the contention peak. As Anqing journeyed, she would invariably find a couple of excuses to pause, stealing glances at her senior brother before resuming her path. Jiang Ming exhibited no signs of impatience, patiently accompanying her. "Junior sister, we have arrived." "Ah, so soon?" "Indeed. Senior sister should be cultivating just above us. I shall call out, and she will surely hear me. Just a moment, I'll shout. Wait, senior brother. Please don't call out just yet." "What is the matter?" Jiang Ming inquired with a smile. "As anticipated, thank you for your care along the way." Anqing bit her lower lip, her emotions surging as she fought back tears. She gazed at Jiang Ming, taking a deep breath. "I am sorry, senior brother, farewell." It felt as though they were parting as if by death, leaving me to believe my heart had already grown cold. "I am sorry." "It's all right, junior sister. I understand your predicament." Jiang Ming gently interrupted her. He glanced at the sky, sensing that the time was drawing near. "Junior sister, could you grant me one last request?" "Yes, senior brother, whatever it may be, I will strive to fulfill it." "Could you hold me once more?" "Ah?" Anqing did not anticipate that her senior brother would make such a request. Naturally, if she was unwilling, that would be the end of it. No. Anqing hurriedly replied, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming remained silent, smiling as he opened his arms. And Qian softly murmured a few words. Gradually and tightly embracing her senior brother, she held on with great intensity, wishing to melt herself into him. His embrace remained as warm as ever. Yet I am sorry. Senior brother, farewell. And Qin closed her eyes, savoring this final moment of warmth. Just then, from the direction of the staircase, a cold and clear voice echoed, What are you doing? Chapter 82, We Are Merely Friends. The seemingly emotionless, chilling voice emerged without warning. However, Jiang Ming was not particularly surprised. Indeed, it was expected that his senior sister would descend the mountain at this hour to consolidate her cultivation on the staircase. At times, Jiang Ming even wondered if his senior sister was not human, but rather an N.C., programmed to act according to a set routine. In the brief days he had spent with her, he had managed to grasp most of her behavioral patterns, where she would be at any given time and what she would be doing, day after day, year after year. She operated like a wound-up clock. Absent any external interference, her daily schedule remained unchanged, exhibiting a terrifying level of self-discipline. As for why he referred to it as most of her actions, that was certainly because moments such as bathing or sleeping were not occasions she would allow him to witness. Yet, in front of his senior sister, holding her beloved, how could he not feel an odd sense of guilt akin to that of a wayward husband? Never mind, it was best to proceed with caution. The appearance of his senior sister was within Jiang Ming's expectations, but completely outside in Qin's. This left the younger sister in a predicament, having spent years together. Her sister Ruoqi's voice was as familiar to her as her own. Upon hearing Ruoqi's voice, and Qin felt as if her soul might be scared away. In that moment, her heart, which had been racing slightly from the embrace of her senior brother, suddenly ceased its rhythm. Her mind felt as though it had been bombarded by celestial magic, leaving her in a cacophony of confusion, unable to think. The concern she had agonized over for so long had indeed materialized, and at the very moment she was about to return to Ruoqi's side, it was over. It was all over. Ruoqi would surely never forgive her. And Qian felt darkness enveloping her, a sense of dizziness washing over her, as terror seized her entire being. She could no longer bear to gaze upon her sister Ruoqi's face, nor dare to imagine the expression in her sister's eyes. Disappointment? Despair? Rage? Or perhaps a combination of all? No. Please, no. I do not wish to lose my sister Ruoqi. At that moment, she suddenly felt a gentle pat on her back. Senior brother. A flicker of hope suddenly ignited within Qin's heart. The days spent in each other's company had fostered a subtle understanding between her and Jiang Ming. She believed that in this moment of peril, her senior brother would not act without reason. Although entrusting the task of rescuing her beloved to someone she might develop feelings for felt somewhat amiss. She resolved to adhere to her first principle in times of indecision: trust in her senior brother. In the blink of an eye, regardless of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present, it was but a fleeting moment. As Yin Ruoqi's voice rang out, Jiang Ming gently patted Qin's back, signaling her to remain calm. He then softly pushed her aside, his face alight with surprise as he gazed at his senior sister. And in Qin's incredulous eyes, he opened his arms and approached her, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Senior sister, it feels like an eternity since we last met. I've missed you dearly. Yin Ruoqi momentarily faltered. Having just ascended the mountain, she found herself confronted with the sight of her beloved tightly embracing her junior brother, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Yet, being a composed individual, she refrained from jumping to conclusions merely upon witnessing their embrace. Primarily, she instinctively trusted her memory of the obedient and affectionate Qin, steering her thoughts away from any notions of infidelity. Observing her junior brother approaching with a face full of joy, seeking a hug, Yin Ruoqi felt even more assured that their relationship was innocent. After all, her junior brother had always been bold and free-spirited, while Qin's temperament was gentle. Perhaps her junior brother had initiated the embrace, and Qin had merely been too shy to refuse? Junior brother, you have returned. Was your journey smooth? Yin Ruoqi, however, did not reciprocate the embrace with Jiang Ming. Instead, she stood quietly, posing her inquiry. Seeing Yin Ruoqi remain unmoved, Jiang Ming sheepishly withdrew his arms, releasing a long sigh. Alas, it may not have been entirely smooth. Senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoqi's brows knitted slightly. Casting a covert glance at Qin and noticing she bore no injuries, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. What do you mean by that? Well, it's a long story, Jiang Ming replied thoughtfully, but to summarize, I went to Jingwenqing to fetch my junior sister. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, and we confirmed each other's identities. However, on our return to the sect, a disciple from the Hehuan sect approached me, claiming to have stumbled upon a secret realm suitable for qi refining and invited me to explore it together. As you know, secret realms for qi refining are scarce. Missing one means losing an opportunity. Thus, I was reluctant to let this rare chance slip away. Then I considered, with the sword you bestowed upon me, wouldn't I be invincible in a qi refining secret realm? Thus, I have resolved to bring my junior sister along, allowing her to broaden her horizons. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoqi's gaze darkened. How could her junior brother dare to take Xiaoqin to such perilous grounds? Were it not for Xiaoqin standing unscathed before her, she might have been inclined to reconsider her junior brother's well-being. However, Jiang Ming's tone suddenly grew grave. His words laden with inflection, compelling Yin Ruoqi to focus her attention on him and inquire, "But what?" To her astonishment, he continued, "In that secret realm, your sword, senior sister, failed to unleash its full power." A flicker of fear crossed Jiang Ming's eyes, a lingering trepidation evident in his demeanor. Yin Ruoqi's brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. Her junior brother, being a new disciple, was unaware of the rules governing the secret realm, which was quite understandable. He could not be blamed. She would need to ensure he acquires this essential knowledge in due course. Furthermore, within the secret realm, a Foundation establishment stage Mystiphilian was in pursuit of us. A Mystiphilian? Yin Ruoqi echoed in astonishment. Such creatures were indeed rare. Fortunately, her junior brother and sister emerged unscathed, perhaps by sheer luck, having evaded the Mystiphilian and escaping the secret realm. Yet, they were subsequently apprehended by it. How did you manage to escape? Yin Ruoqi inquired, her mouth agape. Jiang Ming opened his mouth, poised to lament his plight and seek praise. Just then, Qin let out a sudden scream, startling Yin Ruoqi and Jiang Ming into swift action. Qin hurried to Yin Ruoqi's side, her voice tinged with tears. "Sister Ruoqi, my senior brother stayed behind to battle that monster, allowing me to flee." Jiang Ming had maintained an air of composure, appearing unfazed, causing Qin to forget that a significant portion of his thigh was grievously injured. How could she have overlooked such a detail? Qin, at this moment. It dawned upon her, and a wave of guilt washed over Qin, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she anxiously implored, "Sister Yin Ruoqi, please save him. Save my senior brother. He sustained such grievous injuries for my sake." Yin Ruoqi, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. A disciple in the qi refinement stage engaging in combat with a Mystiphilian at the Foundation establishment stage? Perhaps it would be more plausible if they were merely sharing wine and delicacies. Despite her skepticism, Yin Ruoqi instinctively sought to reassure her dear Qin, saying, "Do not fret. Little Qin, let me first assess the situation." With that, her unique spiritual sense as a golden core cultivator swept across Jiang Ming's body. In no time, she discerned the injury on her junior brother's leg. However, compared to Qin, Yin Ruoqi possessed a broader perspective. The wound was merely a flesh wound and not life-threatening. With a rejuvenation pill and a few days of rest, he would be fine. At that moment, she was more concerned about another matter. Foundation establishment? Junior brother, your physical body has attained Foundation establishment. Her spiritual sense easily detected the vigorous vitality within Jiang Ming. It was inconceivable for someone in the qi refinement stage to possess such energy. But how could this be? Had he truly advanced in just a few days? Not long ago, Yin Ruoqi had doubted his ability to reach the Foundation establishment stage within 6 months to participate in the sect's grand competition. Yet here he was, having achieved it in mere days. Although it was merely physical Foundation establishment, it was still remarkable. Jiang Ming humbly replied, "I was fortunate enough to bite the Mystiphilian, which allowed me to attain Foundation establishment. Sister Ruoqi, could you please help treat my senior brother?" Qin, observing that her senior brother and sister were casually discussing other matters, grew anxious. "Do not worry, little Qin. This is not considered a serious injury in the cultivation world. It will be healed swiftly," Yin Ruoqi patiently explained. Then turned to ask, "So, junior brother, when you ventured out, was your physical body already at the pinnacle of qi refinement? The blood essence of the Mystiphilian could not elevate someone instantaneously to the Foundation establishment stage. There was only one possibility. Her junior brother's physical body had been at the pinnacle of qi refinement from the very beginning." "Indeed, sister," Jiang Ming confirmed. Upon hearing his admission, Yin Ruoqi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just recently, she had earnestly advised her junior brother to focus on his cultivation, believing him to be lazy. Yet now it appeared he had his own plans. Despite being merely in the chi refinement stage, he had managed to gain an advantage beneath the misty Philian, even utilizing its blood essence at a critical moment to ascend to the foundation establishment stage and escape peril. Otherwise, with his chi refinement cultivation, he would never have evaded the pursuit of the misty Philian. Such decisiveness and audacity could not belong to someone who lacked a cultivation strategy. It was she who had been somewhat presumptuous. In an instant, Yen Ruoqi felt a twinge of shame. Fortunately, she had long been accustomed to maintaining a stern demeanor, so none of her feelings were apparent on her face. Sister, shall I continue? Yes, please do. Senior brother, do not speak just yet. Focus on your treatment. Do not fret, junior sister. The senior sister has assured me it is merely a minor injury. Jiang Ming casually offered some words of comfort, preoccupied as he was in his discussion with senior sister, urging junior sister not to interject. Upon witnessing the scene, Anqin pouted her lips in displeasure. Why did it seem as though she was the only one feeling anxious? Oh, never mind. Humph. If it were merely her senior brother claiming it was a minor injury, she might have thought he was being overly brave. However, considering that both her most trusted senior brother and sister Ruoqi deemed it a minor injury, she decided to accept it as such. After exiting the secret realm, she fortuitously encountered a fellow disciple returning to the sect after completing their task, and so she accompanied her back. Just moments ago, after we had completed the formalities for joining the sect, her junior sister suddenly expressed a desire to see you. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruoqi cast a gentle glance at Xiaoqin with her icy yet beautiful eyes. Surely, Xiaoqin was eager to meet her. Anqin blinked her eyes, responding with a gaze filled with affection. This sincere emotion was unmistakable. Jiang Ming continued to elucidate, I have some matters to attend to shortly, and my junior sister, in gratitude for my care along the way, embraced me. I didn't expect you to arrive just then. What a pity. What a pity about what? You didn't hug me, Yen Ruoqi replied, momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, she had managed to comprehend the reasoning behind the earlier scene. Xiaoqin was inherently an emotional person. Her junior brother had risked himself to save her, and mere words might have failed to convey her gratitude. Thus, an embrace was a fitting substitute. Indeed, seeing is not always believing, and it is wise to refrain from hasty conclusions. By the way, sister, I entrust my junior sister to you. She has been clamoring to see you. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Thank you, junior brother. Although the journey was fraught with peril, you have safely delivered Xiaoqin, and I ought to express my gratitude. Moreover, your selfless act in a moment of crisis is commendable, a testament to your admirable character. No need for thanks, sister. As Anqin's guiding disciple and good friend, this is simply my duty. After much anticipation, Jiang Ming finally voiced this sentiment. He had orchestrated so many actions and spoken so many words, all to solidify his role as Anqin's good friend in the eyes of his sister. As long as she deemed the earlier embrace reasonable, then the subsequent interactions would be entirely justifiable. As Anqin's good friend, it is only natural for me to spend time with her, right? As Anqin's good friend, inviting her to a meal alone is perfectly reasonable, correct? As Anqin's good friend, the occasional accidental physical contact is also quite justifiable. Wouldn't you agree? Sister, please do not overthink it. We are merely friends. Ah, by the way, junior brother. Yen Ruoqi pondered for a moment. Xiaoqin is new here, and as I am occupied with my cultivation, I cannot accompany her for long. Therefore, she may require your assistance moving forward. Though Yen Ruoqi regarded Xiaoqin with affection, she would not confine her, forbidding her from interacting with others. Furthermore, her junior brother was upright, not avaricious or lecherous, and Xiaoqin held no aversion towards him. Now that her junior brother had grown stronger and possessed culinary skills, as well as diverse knowledge, he was well suited to be Xiaoqin's good friend. At the very least, within the sect, Jiang Ming could look after Anqin to some extent. Yen Ruoqi had never contemplated that Anqin might develop feelings for her junior brother. Their bond, forged over many years, was as strong as gold. Not a problem, sister. You can count on me, Jiang Ming assured, thumping his chest. Hooray. This is an official endorsement. An unexpected gain. Anqin stood by, utterly astonished. Wait, had the convoluted issues that plagued her been resolved? Not only had Sister Ruoqi not misunderstood her, but she also no longer needed to maintain a deliberate distance from her senior brother. The dramatic shift from the recent peril to the present delight left Anqin somewhat incredulous. So, now she had both Sister Ruoqi and her senior brother? Could this truly be real? And Xian felt an unparalleled sense of happiness. The persistent troubles that had been weighing on her mind were effortlessly resolved by her senior brother. Truly, he is worthy of being called a senior brother. Indeed, believing in him has never led one astray. Chapter 83. Unfamiliarity. As Jiang Ming departed from the Zhengdao Peak, he was in good spirits. Casually, he tossed the rejuvenation pill given by his senior sister high into the air, allowing it to gather the dust floating around before catching it in one swift motion and swallowing it whole. The moment the medicinal concoction entered his mouth, a tingling sensation spread across the wound on his thigh, indicating that it was healing. Despite its unassuming name, the rejuvenation pill was a premium-grade elixir. Far from being a cheap or inferior remedy, it was an expensive healing potion specifically crafted for those with formidable physical prowess. For Jiang Ming, who had only recently established a physical foundation, the potency of such a remedy was somewhat excessive. This healing elixir was not part of the resources available at Zhengdao Peak, yet judging by his senior sister's nonchalant demeanor, she must be quite affluent. Although she seldom ventured out, as a prominent figure of the Wanfa Xianzong, she had participated in numerous competitions. The rewards from these events, coupled with the sex offerings, likely meant her spatial ring was nearing its capacity. Contemplating this, Jiang Ming rubbed his stomach, suddenly feeling a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps he should visit a tavern for some tea, and later procure ingredients to prepare a meal for that young couple upon his return to Zhengdao Peak. At the summit of Zhengdao Peak, Yin Ruoqi had been suppressing her inner excitement since the beginning. However, with her junior brother still present, she refrained from revealing her true feelings to avoid exposing her genuine relationship with Qian. After all, to her junior brother, she and Qian were merely close friends. Once she and Qian soared over the steps leading to the peak on her sword, she could no longer contain her emotions. In an instant, she embraced Qian tightly, unable to resist the urge. Fortunately, Qian was slightly shorter, preventing any awkward collision. Yin Ruoqi took a deep breath, utterly enchanted by the familiar scent emanating from Qian. Qian, at long last, I see you again. Anqin gently embraced Yin Ruoqi's delicate form, savoring the long-awaited warmth of her sister's embrace. If it were in the past, at this moment, Anqin might be overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face like blossoms in the rain, as she clings to her beloved sister Ruoqi, weeping uncontrollably and expressing the longing that has consumed her for all these years. Yet, curiously, when Anqin finally embraces Ruoqi, the sister she has yearned for day and night, she discovers that she is not as exhilarated as she had envisioned. This realization fills Anqin with a sense of unease. Something feels amiss. It should not be this way. After all, she has yearned for Ruoqi with an intensity that is immeasurable, day after day, without interruption over the years. Could it be that she is simply too weary today? That must be the case, considering the myriad experiences she has endured today. Qian struggled to suppress the turmoil within her heart and softly responded to Yin Ruoqi's affections. I miss you so much, Sister Ruoqi. In her excitement, Yin Ruoqi failed to perceive anything amiss. However, she had anticipated that Qian would, as before, embrace her and weep. Yet, that was not the case now. This could only imply one thing. Little Qian, you have truly grown stronger. The little Qian of yesteryears had promised her that she would become resilient after parting ways. It seems that little Qian has indeed fulfilled that promise. Huh? Oh, really? Qian offered a somewhat forced smile, her unease growing steadily. Why was it that, despite her earlier anticipation and trepidation, the moment of intimacy had evoked such a contrary reaction? Moreover, Qian found herself unable to comprehend the reasons behind it. Of course, in the past, she would have been weeping uncontrollably in my embrace. Yin Ruoqi gently patted Qian's delicate back, teasingly reminiscent. That was because, with Sister Ruoqi no longer by my side, I had no choice but to be strong. Yes, I must be strong. Fortunately, Sister Ruoqi had already crafted an excuse for her. There was no need to exert effort in finding a reason for her lack of tears. However, Qian was unaware that her words only deepened Yin Ruoqi's feelings of guilt. It was her fault. She had left little Qian for too long, compelling the fragile little one to become self-reliant. Perhaps this was a blessing. Yet Yin Ruoqi understood well the immense effort it would take for Qian's character to transform into something resilient. Little Qian, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. Huh? Qian was momentarily taken aback, before comprehending the reason behind Ruoqi's apology. She quickly replied, Sister Ruoqi, please do not say such things. This is unrelated to you. It is my own choice. Ruoqi then released Qian, her small hands grasping Qian's arms, gazing at her with a sense of guilt. It is my fault. It is the elder sister's inability to protect you that prevents you from living a carefree life. No, please do not say that, Sister Ruachi. I cannot rely on you for protection forever. Anshin felt a twinge of reluctance to meet Yin Ruachi's gaze. If feeling guilty was the measure, she would undoubtedly feel even more remorseful. Throughout her journey alongside her senior brother, she had silently apologized to Sister Ruachi countless times in her heart. Ah, little Qin, you have truly grown. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruachi sighed with emotion, but fret not, little Qin. Now that you have arrived at the immortal sect, you can live freely and authentically as yourself. And Qian nodded slightly, yet found herself at a loss for words. To be herself? Yet during this period, she had been wholly authentic. There was no need to conceal her true self, no necessity to feign strength, nor to engage in contemplation. And Qian felt increasingly peculiar. She had an abundance of thoughts to share with her sister, Ruachi, yearning to confide in her. Yet now, she found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that this reunion was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Observing in Qian's silence, Ruachi was overcome with a pang of heartache. In the past, the little Qian would have clung to her, incessantly chattering about her feelings and experiences after such a long separation. But now, she had become so reticent. Was it because she had grown stronger and no longer wished to unreservedly reveal her innermost thoughts as she once did? If this was the price of little Qian's newfound strength, Ruachi would rather she had remained unchanged. It was all her fault. In that moment, Ruachi's heart felt a sense of confusion. She had always exerted herself in her cultivation for Qian, tirelessly striving. Now that she had become stronger, she had inadvertently neglected little Qian, distancing her from the closeness they once shared. It was her own dedication to her training, not visiting or accompanying her often enough, that had led to this. Therefore, she pondered, what truly mattered more to her, cultivation or little Qian? Was her pursuit of cultivation solely for the sake of little Qian? Then why had she allowed her to feel neglected? Ruachi incessantly questioned herself. Ruachi, I'm sorry. And Qian spoke softly. Ruachi, why do you keep apologizing to me? It is I who have failed to be by your side as often as I should. Please do not say that, Ruachi. You have your own matters to attend to. I understand. And Qian shook her head and spoke understandingly. However, the more considerate she became, the more Yin Ruachi felt an overwhelming pressure in her heart, as if she could hardly breathe. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as she observed in Qian, who no longer clung to her, she sensed a disheartening barrier had formed between them. No, Yin Ruachi, do not dwell on negative thoughts. And Qian's behavior is merely a result of their long separation, leading to a sense of estrangement. As the saying goes, while a river may change its course, one's nature remains steadfast, and Qian may have altered somewhat, yet such a profound transformation in character cannot occur in just a few years. This is merely a fade adopted to navigate her circumstances. What you must do is create an environment where she can return to her true self. Yes, that is the way. After all, Yin Ruachi is a prodigy with an unwavering spirit. Her thoughts will always gravitate towards solutions rather than capitulating to problems easily. Rest assured. And Qian, within the sect, no one dares to bully you. You may act as you wish, just be yourself. Yin Ruachi exclaimed with fervor. The transformation of Anshin rendered her somewhat anxious. The sight of Yin Ruachi instilled a sense of fear in Anshin. Sister Ruachi, what is the matter? The scenario of their reunion increasingly strayed from her imagination. The tender and affectionate moments she had envisioned did not materialize. And Qin felt that Sister Ruachi had changed. She seemed more assertive and somewhat distant. Nevertheless, Qin was aware that Sister Ruachi's affection for her had never wavered. Yin Ruachi took a deep breath, forcing a somewhat rigid smile on her delicate face. I'm fine. I apologize, Xiao Qin, for frightening you. I was simply a bit too excited to see you again. Will you forgive your sister? Yes, thank you, Xiao Qin. Noticing this, Yin Ruachi gently patted Qin's head. It's not ideal for us to stand here. Let us head to my room. All right. And Qian nodded obediently. Chapter 84, Compensation. Esteemed audience, allow me to unfold the tale. Previously, it was recounted that a new junior sister arrived at the peak of dispute, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, truly extraordinary. Yet, upon encountering her senior brother, Jiang Ming, she was utterly captivated, regarding him as a paragon of elegance. Could such a striking figure truly exist in this world? Was he not a fallen celestial being, exiled to the mundane? In an instant, her heart harbored secret affections. Jiang Ming, however, furrowed his brows in discontent. How superficial. Truly. How shallow. The storyteller, in his folly, had taken liberties, introducing elements of a love triangle at my behest, and he complied. Yet, such embellishments ought to be approached with caution. It resulted in Jiang Ming appearing to possess little beyond his handsome visage. Although he was indeed handsome, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was how this junior sister was portrayed as infatuated with appearances. Love at first sight? Nonsense. That was merely lust. After all, he was just that type. Nevertheless, let us await the continuation. Alas, Jiang Ming was indeed a romantic, devoted wholeheartedly to Yan Ruoqi. His affection profound and sincere, a love that could be witnessed by heaven and earth. Indeed, it was true. Yan Ruoqi harbored an understanding of her junior brother's feelings, yet she remained disinterested. Poor Jiang Ming, with his pure heart directed towards the bright moon, was met with the harsh reality that the moon illuminated the ditch. However, Yan Ruoqi seemed to harbor some feelings for this junior sister of the peak of dispute. It was revealed that in her previous life, Yan Ruoqi was a celestial herb guarding the celestial gates, while the junior sister was a stone beside this herb. Together, they had endured millennia, fortunate enough to be enlightened by an immortal and reincarnated as humans. Yet, the stone was devoid of sentiment, while the herb possessed a heart. In a moment of recognition, Yan Ruoqi found herself secretly enamored with the stone that had transformed into the junior sister. As if destined by fate, Jiang Ming, Yan Ruoqi, and the junior sister became entangled like a ball of yarn. Upon accidentally discovering her senior brother's affections, the junior sister's heart began to waver, aspiring to take Yan Ruoqi's place. After a considerable stretch of narrative, the storyteller approached the conclusion. To learn of what transpires next, please await the next installment. Suddenly, the disciples below erupted in exclamations. What? Is that it? You left us hanging here? Was it intentional to cut off the story? It was so short. Could you possibly elaborate further? The storyteller's tales were as brief as this one. Where do you reside, storyteller? The celestial sect offers warmth. It must be said. Despite the storyteller's arbitrary additions, the premise is undeniably captivating. Could it be that the beautiful Yan Ruoqi has fallen for her equally stunning junior sister? A tale of Yuri? This is indeed a tale seldom recounted by storytellers. Moreover, if the narrator claims that the esteemed disciple Yan Ruoqi has an inclination towards men, he would likely face considerable backlash. However, should her affections lean towards women, the acceptance would undoubtedly be substantially greater. I find myself quite intrigued by the ensuing developments. As for this junior sister, it is evident that she is a mere figment of imagination. Thus, the audience harbors no objections regarding her affection for Jiang Ming. It is only regrettable that the storyteller, plagued by a creative block, has compelled the disciples to extend their heartfelt blessings. Of course, none dare to take action. Who would provoke trouble in a sect where one can establish a tavern within the inner sanctum? Upon the storyteller's departure, Jiang Ming refrained from seeking further guidance, as he realized that the narrative he had heard bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Prior to meeting his junior sister, he had suggested to the storyteller to incorporate elements of a love triangle. However, now, while not entirely identical, the resemblance was enough to leave Jiang Ming feeling flustered. Could it be that he truly possesses a tongue of ill fate? That simply would not do. He had initially intended for the storyteller to weave in some supernatural elements. But that could not be recklessly altered now. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Ming looked up and, with a courteous smile, greeted, Brother Junmo has arrived. Please, take a seat. Junmo, upon hearing this, felt an unexpected sense of flattery. Thank you, junior brother, he replied, nodding before cautiously taking a seat, straightening his posture to present himself with the utmost seriousness. Come, brother, let us enjoy some tea. Jiang Ming poured a cup for Junmo. Thank you, junior brother. While Jiang Ming remained at ease, Junmo was unable to relax. Ever since the signing of their contract, a heavy burden had settled in his heart. Until he unraveled the mystery, he would find no peace. Junior brother, I sincerely apologize for my previous demeanor and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I am willing to pay any price. Junmo began, relinquishing the dominant position and adopting a humble stance. Oh, brother, there is no need for such formality. We are all comrades here. Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively, unbothered. You are truly magnanimous, junior brother. I am in awe. Junmo clasped his hands in gratitude. The debt of gratitude I owe you for saving my life is indelible. Should you ever require assistance, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Indeed, brother, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. May I inquire about the contents of the contract you signed with the Ghost King? There is little of substance, merely some compensations. Compensations? Junmo, not lacking in intellect, quickly deduced the reason for the Ghost King's courteous demeanor. It seemed the reparations were significant. Yet, it was certainly preferable to losing one's life. With a sigh, Junmo asked, what are these items? Spirit stones, rebirth grass, ghost-repelling fire, and, soul-summoning leaves. Each time Jiang Ming uttered a name, Junmo's countenance darkened further, his heart bleeding. These were treasures of the Golden Core stage. Relinquishing them could deplete his resources and compel him to seek loans. He had originally intended to advance to the Golden Core this year. Nevertheless, he graciously replied, "Thank you, junior brother, for your enlightening words. I am profoundly grateful. There's no need for such formality. By the way, senior brother, the contract contains provisions ensuring the safety of both parties in the transaction. It would be prudent for you to verify this, lest disciples of the sect at the Golden Core stage venture to confront the Ghost King." Jiang Ming remarked with a slight smile. "Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril." Junmo abruptly rose, hurrying towards the exit. "Thank you for the warning, junior brother. I shall inform the reception about the circumstances at once. Farewell. I will repay your kindness in the future." With that, he hastily departed. Senior brother. There is one more thing, Jiang Ming's voice called out from behind. Junmo halted, turning to face him. "What is it, junior brother?" Jiang Ming, with a smile, softly replied, "Senior brother, your compensation and Feng Kai's compensation are not the same." A chill coursed from Junmo's feet to his head, leaving him feeling cold. Did the junior brother foresee all these eventualities when he penned the note? Did he even anticipate that Junmo would disclose the compensation to Feng Kai? Or had he intended from the outset to use this method to create a rift between him and Feng Kai? Regardless of the possibility, it was evident that the junior brother before him was not to be underestimated. Junmo suddenly found the seemingly amiable junior brother rather intimidating. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Feng Kai's compensation is of no concern to me, but I appreciate your reminder, junior brother. I must attend to my matters now. Please excuse me." "Indeed. Farewell, senior brother Junmo." Jiang Ming's voice echoed with a somewhat ethereal quality, prompting Junmo to quicken his pace. He could not afford to offend the junior brother. He resolutely made up his mind, followed by a deep sigh within. Given Feng Kai's disposition, it was highly unlikely he would humble himself to seek assistance from his junior brother. What would transpire then? No one could foretell. One could only hope that Feng Kai would not act too impulsively. In the past, it didn't seem significant. But now Junmo doubted that the thoughtless Feng Kai could outmaneuver his junior brother. Chapter 85, Conversation. Upon noticing Junmo's departure, Jiang Ming remained unfazed. With no one around, he solemnly retrieved a small booklet from his spatial ring and began to study it meticulously. This was the guidebook provided by Aunt Qing, or rather, a comprehensive compilation of the habits and preferences of his senior and junior sisters. Jiang Ming believed that every word within this booklet was worth 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Given Yin Ruoqi's exceptional talent and beauty, had others known the contents of this booklet, they would be willing to pay a hefty price to acquire it, solely because it could enhance their chances of winning her affection. However, they might never receive even a fleeting glance from Yin Ruoqi in their lifetimes. Yet, they continued to flock towards it. Such is the nature of those who fawn over others. When it came to courting women, they often found themselves moved by their own sacrifices. So the junior sister prefers to retire early while the senior sister enjoys staying up late? But how does the senior sister maintain such flawless skin? Never mind, it is best not to meddle in the affairs of cultivators. Their tastes do seem to align, which is advantageous, ensuring fairness in their interactions. The junior sister favors white, while the senior sister surprisingly adores black. Wait, what splendid colors. I should ask Luo Shaoqing to procure some stockings soon. It seems both prefer rather conservative attire. However, this may not be entirely accurate. Rather than a preference, it could be a matter of necessity. The junior sister is fond of cute and beautiful things, while the senior sister leans towards practicality. I must be mindful when selecting gifts in the future, though I feel that presenting the senior sister with something adorable wouldn't be out of place. Jiang Ming diligently took notes and annotated certain sections. He found some entries lacking a rigorous and dialectical analysis of specific issues and practical situations. Such conclusions could only be drawn through detailed interactions with his senior and junior sisters in the future. For instance, items like black and white stockings are both cute and practical. Couldn't they be gifted to both? Cough. Jiang Ming, how could you be so debased? Hurry and focus on your studies. Xiaoqin, this is my room. And Qian glanced around, finding the surroundings as simple and monotonous as ever, filled solely with practical items. In an attempt to emulate her resilient sister, Ruoqi, and Qian had previously sold all the delightful decorations from her home. Reflecting on it now, she felt a twinge of regret. However, to merely store them away would be akin to leaving herself an escape route. Sister Ruoqi, do you still cook for yourself? At that moment, and Qian noticed the pots and bowls on the table and inquired. Yin Ruoqi glanced over and casually replied, those are not mine. They belong to my junior. Does your senior still cook? And Qin inquired with astonishment. The dishes he prepared are truly delectable. Yin Ruoqi affirmed this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Anqin expressed a hint of curiosity and inquired, is that so? Then, Sister Ruoqi, may I have a taste next time when senior brother cooks? If you say the dishes are delicious, they must be truly delightful. At this, Yin Ruoqi seemed to recall something, her delicate face graced with a soft smile. During their days of wandering, she had shared the same meager meals with Anqin, whether it was dirt or tree bark. After being taken in by Aunt Qing, their circumstances improved, yet they had grown accustomed to sharing the same food. She gently patted Anqin's head and replied, of course, you can. Senior brother would surely not mind. Thank you, Sister Ruoqi. Hooray. From now on, I can openly come to dine with senior brother and you. By the way, does senior brother live on the Jingdao Peak as well? Yes, come here, little Qin, you must be thirsty. Have some water. Thank you, Sister Ruoqi. Yin Ruoqi opened her mouth slightly, but refrained from speaking further. Little Qin was being rather polite. A stark contrast to the days when she would not have expressed so many words of gratitude. Indeed, prolonged separation can render people estranged. However, it is not too late to mend this. Sister Ruoqi, where does senior brother reside? And Qin inadvertently inquired. Over there, Yin Ruoqi extended her slender fingers, pointing out the window. Oh, that house resembles yours, Sister Ruoqi. Indeed, that is my junior brother's abode, constructed by him with me as his benchmark, aspiring to align everything with my standards. Such words seem to carry the hallmark of an elder brother. Does he truly possess the skill to build houses? In truth, my junior brother is quite knowledgeable. If you have any queries, you may certainly consult him. Upon hearing this, and Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a crescent moon. All right, Sister Ruoqi, I shall frequently seek guidance from our elder brother. By the way, how is Aunt Qing faring now? She is well. After my elder brother arrived in Jingwensheng, he even assisted Aunt Qing in resolving a significant predicament. Oh, is he still willing to involve himself in the affairs of mortals? Indeed, Sister Ruoqi, let me tell you, our elder brother. Upon hearing this, Anqin's eyes sparkled as if a treasure trove of words had been unlocked, and she began to recount her tale with vivid enthusiasm. Witnessing this, Yin Ruoqi couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, communication serves as a bridge between individuals. With just a few inquiries from her, she had prompted Xiaoqin to share her thoughts with unrestrained fervor, reminiscent of times past. This revelation bolstered Yin Ruoqi's confidence significantly. It appeared that her earlier impressions had been misguided. In truth, Xiaoqin had not transformed as much as she had believed, and the chasm between them was not as profound. With a little more companionship, everything would surely improve. Her senior brother was truly remarkable, seemingly defying gravity, and then his voice suddenly resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire city of Jingwensheng. And Qing recounted the story with remarkable detail and eloquence. His opening line startled me. He boldly declared, "Stand up. No kneeling allowed." Anqing, maintaining a composed tone, imitated Jiang Ming. Could it be that his junior disciple would utter such words? This was certainly not in keeping with the usual exuberance of his character. Indeed, when his elder brother spoke these words, the entire populace of the city was watching. Yet he proclaimed, "Your reverence towards me bears no benefit." As Anqin reflects upon the past, she still finds her senior brother remarkably handsome. The more she speaks, the more animated she becomes. Yin Ruoqi perceives this merely as a sharing of her daily life and delights in it. Choosing not to interrupt, but instead listening quietly to her junior sister's tales, occasionally chiming in with a few affirming remarks. And Qian spoke with increasing enthusiasm. Yin Ruoqi was elated, believing that if this trend continued, a bright future awaited her. Soon, she would be able to reconcile with her junior apprentice. Chapter 86, Market Reorganization. Jun Mo walked along the path to Mingwang Peak, lost in thought. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept by overhead, stirring a tremendous wave of energy that vanished into the horizon in an instant. Junimo raised his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative, watching the direction from which the aura had departed, murmuring to himself, "Is it at the golden core stage?" Before long, he withdrew his gaze and deftly located a small cottage within Mingwang Peak. He lifted his hand, and a crisp knock resonated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A rough and impatient voice echoed from within. Bang! The unfortunate door was abruptly yanked open with great force, emitting a sound of protest under the strain. A fierce visage appeared, its eyes scanning Jun Mo Feng Kai. Brother. Jun brother. Feng Kai's face instantly blossomed into a smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums. Come in, come in. Not necessary. Feng Kai. I shall be leaving shortly, Jun Mo replied, his gaze sweeping over Feng Kai, noting that the severed limbs he had lost to the Ghost King had been mended. Seeing Jun Mo's refusal, Feng Kai remained undeterred, his expression still adorned with a smile. Then, Jun brother, what brings you here today? His eyes gleamed with anticipation, clearly having an inkling of Jun Mo's purpose for the visit. Certainly, Feng Kai. Jun Mo said, his gaze momentarily dimming as a subtle smile graced his lips. Jiang Ming has already informed me of the contents of that contract. Feng Kai's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring, Good, good. As expected of you, Jun Mo, my good brother. Pray tell, what items are involved? These past few days, he had been unable to eat or sleep, consumed by anxiety over the contract. He often regretted not having examined the contract more closely at the time, wishing he had committed the text to memory. The myriad talents of the Wanfa sect were eloquent, and perhaps there were knowledgeable individuals who could offer insight. However, that would entail further expenses, and the costs incurred in reattaching his severed limbs had nearly depleted his savings. This approach was hardly ideal. Thus, he had been waiting, hoping Jun Mo would bring good news. Little did he expect that today, he would arrive at his doorstep. Fortune was turning, soon all would be well. Once the troubles of the contract were resolved, he would dedicate himself to cultivating until he reached the golden core stage. By then, Jiang Ming would only be at the foundation establishment stage. In truth, Jiang Ming has entered into a compensation contract with the Ghost King. We must provide the Ghost King with certain items in exchange for our lives. I knew it. Feng Kai gritted his teeth. To share the details, what items are required? Jun Mo pondered for a moment before slowly uttering, the Een Spirit Stone, the Reviving Grass, the Ghostly Fire, and the Soul Summoning Leaves, these 4 items. With each item he mentioned, Feng Kai's expression darkened further. In the end, his face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently, Damn it. Beasts. The target of his ire was, of course, all too apparent. Feng Kai, I am not directing my anger at you. I am well aware of that. However, what do you intend to do? A word of caution. We cannot provoke the Ghost King, for it may bring dire consequences upon us. Jun Mo's words extinguished any lingering thoughts in Feng Kai's mind, prompting a sigh from him. What can we do? We shall borrow them. I will devise a way to gather the necessary items. Although they are precious, they are not unparalleled rarities. Then, once you have assembled the items, let us venture together to the ghost domain to return them, shall we? Indeed. Feng Kai contemplated where he might procure the funds, nodding absent-mindedly. Then, Feng Kai, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well. Feng Kai, lacking the inclination to detain him, nodded before retreating into his chamber and closing the door. Jun Mo gazed at the shut door before turning to depart. For reasons unknown, he found himself recalling the enigmatic smile of his junior, Jiang Ming, from not long ago. What was he truly smiling about? In the immortal sect, at the marketplace. What? 2 medium-grade spirit stones? Do you think this meat is made of spirit stones? Calm down, handsome. This is a fine product, the ribs of the cloud pattern pig. A rare delicacy. No, you fool. This is a mountain pattern pig. The bones of the cloud pattern pig bear white cloud markings. Do you think I am ignorant? Jiang Ming's loud tirade drew the attention of numerous disciples nearby. Isn't that Jiang Ming over there? Yes, it is him. Isn't he a disciple of the Path of Contest? What brings him to the market? Not sure, but he has been here several times. Perhaps he enjoys cooking? What is he doing? He is cleaning up the market. Really? Jiang Ming has been here a few times and has managed to catch several fraudsters. Is he that formidable? Indeed, his knowledge seems quite extensive. Let us remember the faces of the vendors to avoid future pitfalls. Noticing the gathering crowd, the meat vendor began to feel uneasy, retracting his neck as he said, I won't sell to you anymore. You should leave. Get lost. How much is it? If you dare refuse to sell, I will come to your stall every day. You. The vendor clenched his teeth, visibly intimidated, Take it for 5 low-grade spirit stones. 1. What? Even for a mountain pattern pig? You won't sell? I will sell. Consider it bad luck for me. Hurry and leave. Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, discarding the spirit stones and seizing a rib before striding away. His gaze began to sweep over the other vendors, causing them a measure of unease. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a vegetable stall. The proprietor was a charming young girl, not much older than a child, dressed simply, seemingly assisting her elders in managing the stall. Clearly, Jiang Ming's earlier loud call had startled her, and upon noticing his gaze, she timidly shrank back. Jiang Ming lifted his leg and made his way toward her. As he drew closer, the little girl appeared even more frightened. She was uncertain of the quality of her vegetables. The thought of a repeat of earlier events left her on the verge of tears. How much for this jade root? Jiang Ming inquired. 1 low-grade spirit stone per pound, the little girl stammered, her large eyes brimming with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. The girl shivered, bracing herself for judgment. My dear, this price is too low. This jade root is of excellent quality, and it is evident that considerable effort went into its cultivation. He remarked after inspecting the produce. It could easily fetch 3 low-grade spirit stones. The little girl felt an overwhelming sense of disparity, as if she had been transported from the depths of despair to the heights of heaven. Suddenly, she perceived that this older brother was not only handsome, but also quite kind-hearted. Gaining newfound courage, she hesitantly replied, But my sister said, just 1 low-grade spirit stone would suffice. Jiang Ming, upon hearing her words, did not insist on raising the price. Very well, let us settle on that. I would like 2 pounds, please. Okay, big brother. Please wait a moment. Shortly, the little girl swiftly handed him a bag. Thank you, little sister. Jiang Ming smiled as he placed 2 low-grade spirit stones into her hand and turned to leave. Not long after he departed, several disciples quickly gathered around her. Little sister. I'll take a pound. How much is it? 1 low-grade spirit stone per pound. All right, I'll have 2 pounds. I want a pound as well. Thank you. Okay, please wait a moment. The little girl, having been idle for a long time, suddenly found herself busy. This stirred contemplation among the surrounding vendors. Chapter 87. The uncomfortable dialogue. As dusk fell, the evening's melancholy draped over the peak of striving, imparting an added layer of sorrowful beauty to the ethereal mist surrounding the immortal peak. It mirrored Yin Ruoqi's current mood. She had been ascending the mountain with Shaoqin for 2 hours. 2 hours. Can you fathom how she had spent these 2 hours? At first, Yin Ruoqi believed that the distance between her and Shaoqin was merely due to the long absence from one another, resulting in a semblance of awkwardness. Thus, she endeavored to initiate conversation, hoping to rekindle their bond through dialogue. She inquired about Aunt Qing's recent circumstances. To her surprise, Aunt Qing began to speak at length, transitioning from Aunt Qing to her junior disciple, and from Jin Guanqing to the Wanfadian sect. Although Aunt Qing had only made a brief appearance, Aunt Qing's enthusiastic narration filled Yin Ruoqi with delight. The effectiveness of their conversation was evident. However, she soon realized that her joy had been premature. The Shaoqin of the past would curl up in her embrace, chattering incessantly even in the absence of a topic. She might share her feelings, engage in soliloquy, or express affection. All Yin Ruoqi needed to do was listen patiently, occasionally interjecting, and Shaoqin would continue speaking for the entire day. Yin Ruoqi longed for those tranquil, harmonious, and beautiful moments. She had assumed that their reunion would mirror those times, where her mere responses would encourage Shaoqin to speak freely. Yet, unexpectedly, Shaoqin animatedly recounted how her junior disciple had taken her to receive her disciple token and how they had been obstructed on their path. She vividly described how her junior disciple had effortlessly summoned a formidable figure to clear the way, but then she abruptly halted, with wide eyes blinking. She gazed at Yin Ruoqi. In turn, Yin Ruoqi found herself blinking back, both of them caught in a moment of silence. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Yin Ruoqi was not particularly eloquent to begin with, and since ascending to a higher realm, she had become even more of a recluse. In the past, her role had merely been to listen. Now, for reasons unknown, Shaoqin had ceased her narration, as if she had exhausted the topic. This was not right. This was not the Shaoqin she knew. Even when a conversation reached its conclusion, she would continue speaking. You. Calm down, Yin Ruoqi. Indeed. The awkwardness of their long separation was not easily dispelled. Moreover, it was natural for Shaoqin, having matured, to speak less. At this moment, It was essential for her to embrace the responsibilities of an elder sister. Quickly, she needed to conjure a topic to continue their conversation. Yin Ruoqi parted her lips, hesitating for a brief moment before saying, "Ahem, Xiaoqin, let me tell you about 2 years ago. At the sect's grand competition, your sister, I, swept through, defeating those disciples with remarkable prowess." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide herself in. Yin Ruoqi originally intended to share some thrilling anecdotes to avoid monotony. However, after her ascent, the most captivating tales were undoubtedly those of her merciless victories over adversaries. This would also serve to demonstrate to Xiaoqin just how formidable she had become. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, Yin Ruoqi found herself stumbling, as if afflicted by a stutter. She struggled to articulate the exhilarating battles that resided in her memories. To be candid, she had never perceived it as particularly challenging before. It was only now that she realized how difficult it was to narrate with the vividness and fluency that Xiaoqin effortlessly displayed. The story Xiaoqin had just recounted had truly resonated with her. And Qian, after all, had spent many years in the company of Yin Ruoqi. As she gazed at her sister Ruoqi, she instinctively knew her intentions. Thus, with wide eyes, she played along, exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Ruoqi is truly remarkable. Yes, yes, and also, during the novice competition when I first entered the sect, wow, is that true? Sister Ruoqi is amazing." And so, after a while, one could no longer find words, and the other could no longer offer compliments. They both fell into silence, the atmosphere once again thick with tension. Yin Ruoqi glanced at the scenery beyond. Enveloped in a sense of melancholy, it dawned on her that time indeed alters a person. In the past, it was enough simply to be together with Qian. The hours would slip by swiftly. Yet now, under the same roof, she felt an inexplicable urge to flee. No, she must not think this way. Ruoqi, dear Ruoqi. It is only natural after such a long separation. Shift your thoughts. Quickly, think of something else. And Qing gazed at her older sister Ruoqi, who appeared somewhat flustered as she pondered the topic at hand. She opened her mouth, fully aware of the current predicament. Yet, in that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, unable to recapture the emotions of yesteryears. How had she once rambled on so effortlessly? It had been several years since she had anyone to confide in. And Qing realized she had indeed forgotten how it felt to nestle in Ruoqi's embrace and chatter away. Nevertheless, she resolved to speak. Sensing that her sister was in distress, Ruoqi, with her enchanting eyes sparkling with anticipation, looked at Qing, hoping she would continue to speak at length. As Qing gazed at her sister Ruoqi, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, accompanied by an overwhelming psychological pressure. Ruoqi, ever since you left, I have strived to become stronger," she stammered. Little Qin, you have endured so much. It is all my fault." "No, it is not your fault, Ruoqi." "Indeed, it is my fault." "No, it is not your fault." "Indeed, it is my fault." "Help, help, brother, where have you gone?" The two hearts cried out in despair. How did things come to this? Wait, brother? Ruoqi coughed lightly. What do you think brother has gone to do? Junior brother? I'm not entirely sure. He has always been rather enigmatic. In the past, Yin Ruoqi might have remarked that he was reckless and wandered aimlessly. However, that could not be said now. Ruoqi. Shall we take a guess? All right. Yin Ruoqi nodded. It would be helpful to guess, at least to alleviate the tension. I believe junior brother must be seeking a place to practice, she suggested, tilting her head. After all, given his rapid progress, he must have been secretly honing his skills in a location unknown to her. Upon hearing this, Anshin pouted and pondered. Is brother truly such a diligent person? It seems I have never seen him practice. What could he possibly be doing at this moment? Anshin glanced out the window, where the setting sun cast a radiant glow. The faint echo of her senior brother's voice resonated in her ears. Give me money. Back in Jingwensheng, her senior brother had boldly demanded money from her, his junior sister. At that time, she had thought him shameless. A faint smile graced Anshin's delicate face. I believe senior brother must have gone to buy groceries. But didn't he just mention he had something to attend to? Buying groceries can be considered an errand, right? However, what if junior brother does not return to cook? Then, what do you usually eat, Sister Ruoqi? The bigadan. Is it delicious? Slightly better than tree bark. Oh dear, Sister Ruoqi, that sounds quite dreadful. Well, in truth, it's not so bad. It's quite convenient. So, if senior brother does not come back, shall we eat the bigadan? That wouldn't be necessary. We could dine out instead. Then, Sister Ruoqi, what delicacies does the immortal sect offer? I am not sure. Help. Senior brother. Help. Junior sister, senior sister. I'm here. Chapter 88. The clever little rascal Jiang Ming returned to the Zhengdao Peak via the vertical lift, his hands laden with an assortment of items. Today marked a joyous reunion with the sisters. He was eager to showcase his culinary skills and had even procured a bit of wine, uncertain if they would indulge. Standing on Zhengdao Peak, gazing at the familiar surroundings, he felt an unexpected sense of having returned home after a long absence. Yet, home exists where there are people. So, where are the senior and junior sisters? Have they ventured out, or are they still indoors? Jiang Ming's gaze turned towards Yin Ruoqi's abode, lost in contemplation. What might they be doing if they were inside? He hesitated to dwell on that line of thought, but his mind refused to cooperate. Surely, it couldn't be that? Yet, one could never tell. After all, they had known each other for many years. Who knew how far they had progressed? However, his senior and junior sisters did not seem the type to be particularly liberal. Junior sister blushes at the slightest tease. Surely she could not be that bold. Can mutual affection be equated with openness? Rather, it is a reunion after a long separation, an awakening of mutual feelings, an uncontrollable passion, a spark igniting, ready to set ablaze. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. What they might be engaged in is not entirely surprising. But how could it be? Wait. This line of thought cannot continue. So, what should he do now? Jiang Ming stood rooted in place, contemplating his senior sister's quaint dwelling, mentally rehearsing his options. Firstly, he could stride over and push the door open. That might not work. In that case, he would likely find himself promptly transformed into a target for his senior sister's wrath, inadvertently unlocking an unexpected conclusion. Secondly, he could approach, knock on the door, and call out, "Hello, may I join?" That's absurd. It's not like he is playing basketball. Besides, if both he and his senior sister are assertive, wouldn't he that leave only junior sister as the passive one? That won't do. Jiang Mingshan cannot bear to see his junior sister suffer on both fronts. Thus, this plan is unfeasible. Thirdly, let's eradicate the vice. Everyone, take cover. Forget it. It is prudent to opt for the safest and most reliable method. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Senior sister, junior sister, I have arrived." Having said that, he proceeded towards his senior sister's abode. Informing them in advance should prevent any mishaps, right? However, to Jiang Ming's astonishment, before he could approach the house, a loud bang echoed. His junior sister hurriedly burst out of the door, a smile illuminating her face as she joyfully exclaimed, "Senior brother, you're back." Junior sister, why are you in such a fluster? And smiling? Are you attempting to mask something with that smile? Could it be? Have I truly guessed correctly? In broad daylight, you are engaging in such activities without including me? How outrageous. Junior brother, you have returned. From behind his junior sister. His senior sister also stepped out and nodded at him. Look, Sister Ruoqi, I was right. And Qian pointed at Jiang Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed. You are quite perceptive, little Qian, Yin Ruoqi remarked, gently patting Qian's head, a tender smile gracing her lips. She couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. The atmosphere in the room had been exceedingly awkward just moments before. Fortunately, her junior brother had returned just in time. It seemed evident that haste could lead to failure. The matter of rekindling her relationship with little Qian required careful deliberation. However, upon glancing at Qian's beaming face, Yin Ruoqi felt her heart soften. Little Qian was indeed still a child, hastily rushing out the door at the sound of her junior brother's voice, undoubtedly eager to discover whether he had brought home groceries. Now that she saw him back with the provisions, Qian's joy was palpable. Surely, it was her victory in the guessing game that had elicited such delight. Oh, little Qian, with your childlike innocence. Yet, this was precisely how she should be. With this thought in mind, Yin Ruoqi silently vowed to continue her efforts in cultivation, striving to provide little Qian with a stable environment where she could remain carefree, nurturing that rare and precious childlike spirit. As for the pressures of life, she would bear them all herself. Jiang Ming observed the two women, blinking in curiosity as he inquired, "Sister, junior sister, what are you two doing inside? May I join you? To put it plainly, we are engaged in conversation. Would you like to join us, senior brother?" And Qin was quite perceptive as she spoke. She trotted over and extended her small hand to assist Jiang Ming with his belongings. "Are you chatting?" Jiang Ming inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He continued, "Of course, I have long been aware that you were engaged in conversation. Thus, I too wish to join in." "That sounds wonderful." Jiang Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet his junior sister appeared genuinely delighted. And Qian, with both hands clutching the bag, weighed it momentarily and exclaimed in a delicate voice, "Oh, it's not too heavy. Brother, you purchased so many vegetables. Also, Sister Ruoqi mentioned that you can cook. I would love to taste your dishes, may I?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at the clever little Qian, such a cunning little sprite, daring to deceive her senior sister. He could hardly fathom what would unfold in the future. Of course, on the subject, I have yet to prepare a meal for you. How about this? I shall make an extra portion whenever I cook, and you can come over to share the meal with me. Really? I hope it won't be too much trouble for you, brother. Anqin's large eyes sparkled like crescent moons. It's nothing more than an extra pair of chopsticks, Jiang Ming said, waving his hand dismissively. Hooray, this way, I can see Sister Ruoqi more often. And Qian was filled with exuberance. Yin Ruoqi, observing this scene beside her, could not help but nod in approval within her heart. Despite the passage of time having rendered them somewhat estranged, it was evident that Xiao Qian still held her in fond regard and constantly thought of her. Thus, she felt a sense of contentment. With a little more time spent together, they would surely return to their former closeness. In an instant, the earlier awkwardness that had lingered in the room dissipated, and Yin Ruoqi's spirit was rekindled. Chapter 89. Senior brother, senior sister, I shall attend to the ingredients now, which may take some time. Senior sister, you may proceed with your cultivation in the meantime, Jiang Ming remarked, lifting the items in his hands. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoqi felt a touch of embarrassment and nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, junior brother. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable." To celebrate her reunion with Xiao Qian, he had purchased an abundance of supplies, demonstrating his awareness of her desire to seize the moment for cultivation. Indeed, while the junior brother may sometimes be a bit eccentric, he was genuinely a good person. And Qin blinked her bright eyes, gazing at the departing figure of her senior brother. She turned to Yin Ruoqi and inquired, "Sister Ruoqi, may I go and lend a hand?" A shy smile graced her lips as she added, "My relationship with my senior brother is not as intimate as yours, so I feel rather awkward about imposing." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoqi nodded in agreement. "Yes, go ahead. I happen to need to make a couple of trips up the stairs." A sense of comfort enveloped her heart. Little Qin remained unchanged, though she enjoyed relying on others. She often sought to contribute and alleviate the burdens of those around her. How delightful it is to see that little Qin has not altered much. "Sister Ruoqi, you can do it." Upon hearing this, Anqin waved her small fist at Yin Ruoqi before hastily making her way towards Jiang Ming. "Senior brother, I am here to assist you," she exclaimed. In truth, she wished to run, yet she restrained herself, fearing that such eagerness might lead Ruoqi to misconstrue her intentions. After all, her only desire was to help her senior brother with the vegetables. As Yin Ruoqi observed Anqin's retreating figure, her resolve to cultivate further solidified. For the sake of Anqin's stable life, turning with determination, she strode purposefully towards the path of ascension. "Junior sister, what do you enjoy eating?" I can manage anything. Everything made by senior brother is delicious." Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Anqin's excited little face. However, he had sensed something amiss ever since the earlier moments. Anqin had been eagerly anticipating her meeting with her senior sister since her arrival from Jingwensheng. She had even intentionally created a little space for the two of them. Initially, she had envisioned an inseparable bond, akin to glue. However, the reality seemed to diverge from her expectations. Having just returned, she found her junior sister clinging to her while her senior sister had gone off to cultivate. What was happening? Beside her, Anqin gently opened the bag with both hands, exploring its contents. To her surprise, it was filled with items she had never encountered before. There was, however, a piece of rib that bore a striking resemblance to the pork she was accustomed to. "Senior brother, does this pork need to be washed?" "Indeed, it does." Upon hearing this, Anqin was eager to showcase her abilities. She extended her small hand to grasp the rib. Unable to lift it? To think that she was so weak that even a piece of rib meat eluded her grasp. This was simply unbelievable, and Qian took a deep breath, her small hands grasping the rib, pulling upward with all her might. The rib remained immovable, yet Qian, unable to maintain her grip, toppled backward. Being a practitioner of martial arts, she intended to regain her balance. A single finger gently pressed against Qian's soft back, securely supporting her. Jiang Ming vowed that this was his most honest moment. After all, it is said that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Taking advantage of such an opportunity is not the behavior of a gentleman. With this thought, He cast a sidelong glance at the steps. With a slight exertion of her senior brother's fingers, Anshin straightened her posture. She gazed incredulously at the ribs in the bag, which had not shifted an inch, and turned to lament. Senior brother, am I truly unable to even lift a single rib? Junior sister, are you here merely to display your cuteness? He replied. This is the meat of the demon beast mountain's patterned pig. As its name suggests, the bones are quite heavy, Jiang Ming remarked, casually lifting the ribs and tossing them onto the cutting board, which emitted a dull thud. We must hollow out the bones first. Oh. Then is there anything I might assist with? Anshin evidently wishes to lend a helping hand. Simply washing the vegetables will suffice. I shall take care of the rest. Very well, senior brother. And Qian cheerfully set about washing the vegetables. The two of them ceased their conversation and busied themselves with their respective tasks. Jiang Ming cast a glance at Qian and noticed that she seemed to revel in the act of washing the vegetables. Her delicate face focused intently, as if she desired to cleanse each leafy green to perfection. Night had fallen, and the dishes were now complete. Jiang Ming moved the table from his room and filled it with a bountiful spread. He placed a few luminous pearls upon the table, adding a touch of ceremonial elegance. Senior brother, you're truly remarkable. It smells divine, exclaimed his junior sister, clapping her hands in delight, her sparkling eyes brimming with praise. Indeed. But my junior sister contributed significantly, saving me quite a bit of time, Jiang Ming replied with a smile. Emotional value, after all, thrives on mutual exchange for a sustainable cycle. He then glanced toward the ascending path, contemplating for a moment before softly calling out, Senior sister, dinner is ready. I'm coming. Junior brother, came the reply, and as the words faded, a figure gracefully landed beside Qian, making Jiang Ming's heart skip a beat. He was relieved that he had not conversed with Qian too much earlier, had he inadvertently broached an improper topic. The dishes on the table might have held implications he wished to avoid. Delicious. Yes, junior brother's culinary skills have indeed improved. Half of the meal had already been devoured. After all, the three of them were either engaged in martial practice or cultivation, and preparing several dishes was well within their capabilities. However, Jiang Ming noticed that the two sisters' tastes were not as similar as the notes indicated. He had intentionally prepared a variety of flavors and was now discreetly observing the sisters' preferences as they selected their meals. Qian, with an insatiable appetite for sweet and sour ribs, seldom serves herself vegetables. The contents of her bowl are predominantly selected by her senior sister. Clearly, the junior sister favors a sweeter palate. In contrast, the senior sister maintains a more balanced approach, sampling nearly every dish, evidently mindful of nutritional equilibrium. However, she tends to indulge more in lighter fare. Indeed, experience yields profound understanding. Blind faith in texts is less enlightening than ignorance. Notes are not always entirely accurate. And Jiang Ming silently took note of this observation. Brother, what is this? During the intermission, Qian picked up a white jade vial. Her curiosity piqued. Liquor. Jiang Ming replied with a sidelong glance. Can I have some? She inquired. Perhaps just a little. Jiang Ming turned to Yan Ruoqi, who contemplated for a moment before responding. Anshin is no longer a child. She should endeavor to explore a wider array of experiences. Indeed, I shall give it a try. Anshin picked up the teacup and opened the jade bottle, pouring a small amount inside. Instantly, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Her junior sister took the wine glass, examined it for a moment, and cautiously extended her delicate tongue, gently touching the surface of the wine like a dragonfly skimming the water. And Qian's delicate face instantly crumpled into a frown. What's the matter, junior sister? Is it not to your liking? It's not that, and Qian's cheeks, within mere seconds, flushed with a rosy hue. Her speech became increasingly slurred, and her body began to sway erratically. Junior sister? The book is fierce. What's wrong? It seems like there are many fierce books, so many. Ruoqi, sister. The situation appeared to worsen. Jiang Ming blinked. It seemed that the alcohol he had purchased possessed a rather high potency. After all, it was a spirit brew. Although Qian had merely taken a sip, she seemed unable to bear its effects. Suddenly, Jiang Ming looked up to discover that his senior sister, who had just paused, was now ravenously consuming her meal. Is junior sister on the verge of fainting? Yet senior sister has resumed her feast? He watched in astonishment as she devoured the dishes on the table with remarkable speed, then swiftly lifted the almost unconscious Qian from the table. With her cheeks puffed out, the usual icy demeanor of his senior sister vanished, replaced by an endearingly silly expression. She spoke hurriedly, her words somewhat garbled. Junior brother, You mentioned that those who eat slowly should wash the dishes. I'm taking little Qian back to rest." With that, she hurriedly carried in Qian toward their quarters. Did she seem a bit excited? In the blink of an eye, the once lively dining table was left with only Jiang Ming, who fell into contemplation while gazing at the empty plates. Hadn't he told his senior sister that those who ate slowly would do the dishes? Yet, his senior sister's recent antics had been quite charming. It was no surprise. Was little Qian truly the type to become intoxicated with just a touch? Should he keep some alcohol handy in his ring for future occasions? As Jiang Ming pondered, he began to tidy up the table. Yin Ruoqi carried in Qian back to their small room, placing her gently on the bed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had initially planned to cuddle with Qian that night, as they had done in the past, to cultivate their bond. However, the awkward conversation earlier had left her questioning whether Qian would still wish to be held as before. But, junior brother, you did well. You even brought back wine. Just look at little Qian, so dazed and oblivious, she'll be amenable to anything tonight. Yet, there was no rush. Yin Ruoqi suppressed her emotions as she began to remove Qian's clothing. Who was taking off my clothes? Little Qian, it's me. Ruoqi, sister. What are you doing? Just helping you freshen up. No, please don't. Qian struggled feebly, her voice of refusal soft and laced with a tipsy allure, exuding a deadly temptation. All right, be good. It will be over soon, Yin Ruoqi murmured, her movement swift. Soon, a finely crafted body lay upon the bed. Yin Ruoqi glanced over, feeling no particular desire. From Qian's figure, it was evident that these years had treated her well. At the very least, she had been well fed. This realization brought Yin Ruoqi a modicum of comfort. With a flick of her hand, she cast a spell, and a gentle breeze caressed Qian's delicate form. She then produced a pinch of an unknown powder from her ring and sprinkled it over her. It resembled seasoning being added to a dish. However, upon contact, Qian's already fair skin became even more tender, accompanied by a subtle, elegant fragrance, clearly a type of skincare product. Next, Yin Ruoqi retrieved a set of oversized clothing and dressed Qian. The task was complete. She then repeated the process on herself. Finally, with both of them refreshed, Yin Ruoqi eagerly slipped under the covers with Qian. She embraced her, the soft touch eliciting a satisfied sigh and a faint smile on her delicate face. The familiar sensation returned. Compared to before, Qian felt even softer, more comforting to hold. Yin Ruoqi believed that by the next morning, once Qian sobered up, their bond would have mended significantly. In a state reminiscent of a dream teetering between slumber and wakefulness, Qian seemed to sense a familiar warmth. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Yin Ruoqi, burrowing into her ample embrace. This delighted Yin Ruoqi immensely. It appeared that even in her sleep, Xiaoqin still remembered her. How wonderful! Just as Yin Ruoqi was reveling in her happiness, a soft murmur escaped Qian's lips. Xixiang. Chapter 90. What a strange film. Only because you are so beautiful, oh baby, only because you are truly exquisite. Jiang Ming hummed a little tune as he leisurely washed the dishes. Although magical spells could accomplish the task more swiftly, they lacked a certain soulfulness. Jiang Ming preferred to wash by hand. After all, ritualistic significance, or what one might call ceremonial obligation, was paramount. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill, seemingly emanating from nowhere, crept up from his feet to his head, sending a shiver through him. What was happening? He was robust and strong. The frigid path peak was not particularly cold, and it was inconceivable that he would shudder without cause. This defied logic. Yet, it was very much in line with the essence of cultivation. Thus, it was certain that someone was clandestinely invoking his name. Could it be that his singing had elicited a warning from some unseen force? It was indeed possible, and he decided to refrain from further singing. Jiang Ming dared not ponder deeply, internally dubbing this inexplicable chill as the green corpse cold warning. Xixiang. The corners of Anqin's lips appeared to curve slightly. Her whispered murmurs were so faint, yet they cascaded over Yin Ruoqi like the frigid waters of the most bitter cold, instantly chilling the fervent anticipation in her heart to a state of icy stillness. Even her strong and vigorous heart seemed to pause momentarily. She lowered her gaze to Anqin, whose face still bore a captivating rosy hue, feeling somewhat at a loss, as if her body had momentarily stiffened. What had little Qin just called out? Senior brother? Was it junior brother? Or perhaps, had she misheard? Was it corpse brother? Stone brother? Lion brother? After a moment of contemplation, Yin Ruoqi ultimately resolved to confront the reality before her. Qian's call undoubtedly referred to Jiang Ming. Yet why? Why did Xiaoqian, in her inebriated state, call for her junior brother instead of her elder sister, Ruoqi? Why? A flicker of peculiar light glimmered in Yin Ruoqi's bright eyes. Ah, of course. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. She extended her slender, delicate hand to caress Qian's soft, smooth abdomen. She had only eaten halfway before becoming drunk. Perhaps she hadn't had enough to eat. The dishes were prepared by her junior brother. Hence, Xiao Qian's complete thought must have been, "Senior brother, I am hungry, and I wish to eat more." Indeed, that was the case. Yin Ruoqi inhaled deeply, then exhaled with a smile while gently ruffling Qian's little head. What a little glutton! No wonder she has grown so much in just a few short years. In a state of drowsiness, Qian felt the gentle touch of small hands on her belly, causing her to shift slightly. Ultimately, overwhelmed by intoxication, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yin Ruoqi gazed at the slumbering Qian in her arms, her beautiful eyes dimming as she managed a faint smile. The initial flutter of excitement and anticipation in her heart had faded. After all, she was merely her junior. Yin Ruoqi closed her eyes, deciding to indulge in a rare moment of rest, substituting meditation for sleep as she often did. Jiang Ming sat on the bed, feeling somewhat bored. He wondered what his senior sister and junior sister were up to at that moment. Given that his junior sister was so intoxicated and his senior sister so indulgent towards her, it was likely they were not engaged in anything significant. He sighed, contemplating the idea of practicing his cultivation, as he felt it had been ages since he last did so. Yet, he lacked the motivation to truly engage in it. Perhaps he could wait a couple of minutes, starting his practice on the hour? Yes, he decided to rest his eyes for a brief 2 minutes, feeling weary. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, he sensed a blurred figure standing silently at his bedside in the darkness, watching him, without a sound or movement. A chill surged through him, jolting Jiang Ming awake as he sat up abruptly, scanning his surroundings. There was no one there. The door remained shut. Was it a dream? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. It shouldn't be so. The chill he felt while washing dishes earlier, and that fleeting shadow, it was perplexing. How had his situation turned towards the realm of the supernatural? However, following the trajectory of domestic horror films, the conclusion would likely be human-made. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, he found no clarity. He resolved to abandon his musings, deciding to ask his senior sister for insight come dawn. Wondering if he had unwittingly fallen under a spell, Jiang Ming glanced outside, noticing the sky was already beginning to brighten. Ah, yes, cultivation. He was once again reminded of the torment he experienced in his previous life when rising early to complete assignments. Fortunately, he did not have classes the following day. Jiang Ming sat up, attuning himself to the circulation of spiritual energy within his body, and commenced the operation of his meridians. Initially, he had intended to rely on emotional pathways to clandestinely enhance his cultivation efficiency. However, now that his physical body had reached the foundational stage, such complexities were rendered unnecessary. The integration of spiritual energy and the physical form was evident. As his physical realm advanced, the capacity for absorbing and refining spiritual energy surged considerably. Within Jiang Ming, the delightful yet delicate spiritual power was encircled by a surge of vital energy, reinforcing each other with great intensity. Amidst the helpless murmurs of the spiritual energy, it was forcefully compressed by the might of his vital essence, becoming increasingly substantial. Simultaneously, he persistently lured innocent strands of spiritual energy from the external world. Then, with a renewed onslaught of vital energy, he continued his endeavor. As the sun ascended, Jiang Ming also transcended to the mid-stage of qi refinement. He was not overly anxious to advance his realm. The more concentrated the spiritual energy became during this phase, the more solid his foundation would be. Moreover, he held some unconventional notions regarding the foundational stage. While ordinary individuals typically establish their foundation through spiritual energy, Jiang Ming was determined to tread an uncharted path, such as through fragments of the Tao. Nonetheless, such aspirations could not be rushed. They required a gradual approach. For the time being, his foundational physical body sufficed. Aside from the inability to fly with a sword, everything else remained satisfactory. Chapter 91. Nightmares. Qian was plagued by a distressing dream. Despite harboring feelings for her elder sister Ruoqi, she found herself developing a secret affection for her senior brother. Yet, this predicament was beyond her control. She was reluctant to relinquish either bond. She desired both the fish and the bear's paw. Thus, while outwardly expressing tender affection towards Ruoqi, she became entangled in a clandestine relationship with her senior brother, frequently seeking solace in his embrace. Being held by someone was perhaps Qian's greatest delight, embodying the essence of intimacy in her imagination. Living under the warmth of both her senior brother and Ruoqi's embrace was nothing short of blissful, doubling her happiness. Anqin thoroughly relished such days, akin to a return to a distant past when her parents were alive. Her mother was a pillar of support, and her father offered the same. Both provided her with a profound sense of security. Yet, Anqin was acutely aware that this indulgence was perilous, much like traversing a precarious tightrope where a fall could occur at any moment. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to resist the allure of such solace. Alas, her idyllic respite was ephemeral. One sun-drenched afternoon, as she nestled comfortably in her senior brother's embrace beneath a grand tree, the formidable Ruachi's sister appeared. Fear gripped her heart, and her senior brother too was stricken with trepidation. Yet, he stood resolutely before her, engaging in a debate with Ruachi's sister. Bathed in sunlight, Anqin beheld Ruachi's sister's countenance, which was twisted in a most fearsome expression of fury, a sight she had never witnessed from the usually gentle Ruachi sister. Anqin could not help but tremble all over. Everything comes at a price. She was unaware of the consequences her greed would entail. Soon, Sister Ruachi engaged in combat with her senior brother. Though formidable, he was clearly no match for Sister Ruachi's superior prowess. In just a few exchanges, he was knocked to the ground, urging her to flee swiftly. Anqin did not leave. She wept as she approached her beloved Sister Ruachi, desperately apologizing and pleading for her to spare her brother, insisting that she would accept any punishment herself. However, Sister Ruachi remained unyielding. She captured both Anqin and her brother, binding them and confining them within a small cage woven from bamboo. Subsequently, she cast them into the depths of the sea. Anqin longed to rescue her brother, but found herself powerless. The relentless waves surged into her mouth and nostrils, and ultimately, she found herself unable to breathe. And Qian suddenly opened her terrified eyes, realizing that she was drenched in sweat and was indeed struggling to catch her breath. The soft quilt was tenderly cradled in the embrace of Sister Qiqi, pressed closely against her bosom. And Qian slightly tilted her neck back, distancing herself from the tumultuous embrace of Sister Ruachi. In a certain sense, the turbulence mirrored the state of the ocean. What is it, little Qian? Ruachi, awakened by Qian's movement, opened her drowsy eyes and asked anxiously, in her earnest desire to fully experience the warmth and comfort of sleeping beside Qian once more. She had sealed all her cultivation, rendering herself a mere mortal. In that moment, she surprisingly failed to sense Qian's discomfort in advance. It was all her fault. No, it's nothing, Sister Ruachi. And Qian let out a long sigh, evading Yin Ruachi's concerned gaze. It was merely a dream. Ah, why are you sweating so much? Is it hot? Yin Ruachi exclaimed, hastily extending her sleeve to wipe Qian's forehead. No, Sister Ruachi, I'm perfectly fine. And Qian could not possibly admit to having been caught in a dream by Sister Ruachi, nor could she confess to having been submerged in a pig cage. This particular dream lingered in her memory with unsettling clarity, making it difficult for Qian to reconcile the terrifying image of Sister Ruachi from her dream with the gentle demeanor of the real Sister Ruachi. Thankfully, it was all merely a dream. Observing this, Yin Ruachi parted her lips slightly but remained silent, her beautiful eyes cast downwards, revealing a fleeting glimmer of sorrow. Clearly, Xiao Qian was troubled, her gaze betraying an effort to conceal her underlying fear. She must have experienced a distressing nightmare. In the past, there would have been no need for her to inquire. Xiao Qian would have freely shared her thoughts. However, things had changed. No. One must not dwell on such thoughts. Xiao Qian had simply grown up and was entitled to her own secrets. This was entirely natural. Yin Ruachi let out a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, It's all right. Sister Ruachi's embrace is here for you. Anqin curled up slightly, seeking a more comfortable position. Although the circumstances of being alone with Sister Ruachi differed somewhat from her imagination, the familiar warmth of the embrace still brought Anqin great comfort. It seemed softer than her senior brother's, yet lacked certain other sensations. Wait, why was she even comparing them? Anqin quickly cast aside her thoughts. The embraces on either side were precious treasures to her, and it was inappropriate to draw comparisons. Yet, Yin Ruachi's beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise. Xiao Qian, is she adjusting her position? Just like before. Indeed, a good sleep can remedy all. Last night's efforts were not in vain. With this thought, Yin Ruachi treaded carefully, hesitant to move too freely for fear of disrupting Xiao Qian's quest for comfort. Ruachi, elder sister, it's been so long since I've held you. Yes, I feel the same. So warm. Indeed, Xiao Qian is quite soft as well. Yin Ruachi replied thoughtfully, a hint of trepidation in her voice. She feared that, like yesterday, their conversation might dwindle into silence, leaving them ensnared in awkwardness. Surely, Such a tender atmosphere would be shattered. Thankfully, nestled in comfort, Anqian seemed to regain a semblance of her previous demeanor, languidly inquiring, Ruoqi elder sister, what shall we do today? I do not know. You ought to ask the junior brother. He is your guiding disciple. Yin Ruoqi wished she could slap herself for her oversight. Why hadn't she taken the initiative to familiarize herself with the new disciple's schedule? Such negligence. Oh, I see. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing senior brother, a wave of melancholy washed over Anqian. The terror of her dreams had dulled the sweet fantasies she had entertained the previous day. Yesterday, she had naively believed she could peacefully relish both Ruoqi elder sister and senior brother. Yet, the dream had rudely thrust her back into reality, with the issue remaining unresolved. Ruoqi elder sister could never accept her alongside senior brother. What was to become of her now? Then, Ruoqi elder sister, shall we rise? No. Shall we not lie here a while longer? Yin Ruoqi expressed her reluctance. No, Ruoqi elder sister, I have just entered the sect. And there are many things I must become acquainted with. And Qian smiled sweetly, burying her head in Yin Ruoqi's embrace. We still have plenty of time ahead of us. Do we not? Chapter 92. The cautious and Qian. Good morning, senior sister, junior sister. Good morning, senior brother. And Qian gazed at her senior brother's sunlit, handsome visage, parting her lips to offer a quiet greeting. However, her demeanor lacked the natural warmth it had displayed the previous day. The scenes from her dreams lingered vividly in her mind, like nails embedding themselves deeply in her heart. Though merely a dream, it was an echo of the profound anxieties concealed within her soul, now that the issue had been thrust into the open by her dreams. And Qing found herself compelled to ponder it more deeply. After all, only she understood the fervent and resolute heart that lay beneath the icy, exquisite features of her sister. Ruoqi. It was worth noting that when Ruoqi had led Qing safely from the Song to the Han, it had not solely been due to the assistance of others. To safeguard her, Ruoqi's sword had remained stained with blood for an extended period. This intimate knowledge of Ruoqi allowed Qing to perceive the ruthless side of her sister that manifested in her dreams. While Ruoqi might hesitate to cast her into the sea, her feelings towards her senior brother could be quite different. Thus, Qing resolved to maintain a certain distance from her senior brother in Ruoqi's presence. Indeed, for the sake of her senior brother's safety, she would remain vigilant and mindful of her actions, avoiding any intimacy that might transform her nightmares into reality. The burden of desiring both fish and bear's paw is indeed exhausting. Nevertheless, every choice bears a price, a truth Qing had long since grasped. In truth, she would be content simply to engage in casual conversations and share meals with her senior brother without having to distance herself. If such a situation could persist, it would be splendid. Junior brother, have you made a breakthrough? Ruoqi cast a glance at Jiang Ming, her brows arching slightly. Yes, the weather was quite pleasant yesterday, which inspired my breakthrough. Does the weather influence breakthroughs? Before Ruoqi could inquire further, Jiang Ming continued, by the way, sister, could you examine my condition? I feel as though I've been cursed. Last night, I vaguely saw a ghostly shadow while I slept. Before Ruoqi could respond, Qing gasped in alarm, urgently questioning. Cursed? A ghostly shadow. Are you all right, senior brother? Once she had spoken, Qing remembered that she ought to maintain a degree of detachment in Ruoqi's presence. Thus, she added, this curse, it won't be contagious to me or Ruoqi. Will it? Perhaps you should keep your distance from us? Yes, this sounded decidedly more aloof. However, it would mean putting her senior brother in a bit of discomfort. Once Ruoqi was gone, she would explain to her senior brother to alleviate any unease he might feel. And Qian expressed her approval of her own cleverness. Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, remained unconcerned and chuckled. Rest assured, junior sister, if you have any issues, your senior sister will discern them at a glance. There is no need for fear. You do not strike me as one to utter such harsh words. It seems your little mind has wandered off, leading you to speak in such a manner. Yin Ruoqi glanced at Qian, then turned her gaze toward Jiang Ming and said, Junior brother, do not worry. I have studied the techniques of Taijing Temple, and you are free of any curses or witchcraft. Pausing for a moment, Yin Ruoqi continued, if you perceive ghostly apparitions, it may be due to your conscience troubling you for actions taken in the past. Be mindful in the future. Jiang Ming was taken aback. Actions taken in the past? Was his senior sister speaking deliberately or inadvertently? Wait, today, junior sister's demeanor was off, and senior sister seemed a bit unusual as well. Could it be that this Navi junior sister accidentally revealed something she ought not to have? No, regardless. He could not afford to show any signs of weakness at this moment. After all, he was not the junior sister, and a mere scare would not expose him. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, as if recollecting something, and with a guilty expression, he said, "I see now. Thank you, senior sister, for clarifying. It seems I may have bargained too aggressively while buying vegetables yesterday and offended the heavens. I shall refrain from such behavior in the future." And Qian, with her large, blinking eyes, wondered if haggling could indeed offend the heavens. What, then, of her own penchant for sharp dealings? Would she also encounter phantoms in the night? Oh, how frightful! She longed for the comforting embrace of her elder sister, Ruoqi. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoqi merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. "As long as my junior brother is aware, that is sufficient. Since there is nothing to worry about, I too feel reassured. Eldest sister, youngest sister. I have prepared breakfast. Let us dine and converse simultaneously." And Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet before her elder sister Ruoqi, she adopted a more cautious demeanor, refraining from uttering a word. Jiang Ming moved the table aside and soon returned with several plates. On the plates lay a bread reminiscent of a sandwich, generously filled with an assortment of ingredients, appearing quite plump. Subsequently, Jiang Ming brought forth several cups of steaming hot milk, and Qing maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, her emotions were in a tumultuous uproar. It turned out that beyond his eccentricities, her senior brother possessed the admirable traits of a devoted husband and nurturing parent. To her astonishment, he had prepared breakfast well in advance. The prospect of sharing such a delightful morning meal with her senior brother and sister Ruoqi upon waking filled Qing with an overwhelming sense of happiness for the future. And Qin delicately nibbled on her sandwich, her large, jewel-like eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang Ming observed the somewhat serene Qin, pondering the peculiar thoughts that might be occupying her mind. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the quieter she became, the more he felt compelled to engage her in conversation. "Junior sister, how is it? Is it delicious?" he inquired. It's acceptable, perhaps just a tad better than the street vendors in Jingwenqing," she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming let out a sigh, a sense of disappointment washing over him. "I apologize, junior sister. My skills are lacking, and this is the best I could manage." Upon hearing these words, Anqing's heart trembled, her small lips slightly parted before closing once more. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "It's all right, senior brother. In fact, it's quite wonderful, truly." Unbeknownst to them, nearby, Yin Ruoqi was nibbling on her sandwich, her gaze lowered, yet her eyes seemed to remain intently focused on Jiang Ming. Suddenly, she inquired, "Junior brother, does Shaoqin have any plans for today?" "Yes, there are, but there is no rush," Jiang Ming replied, nodding. "Today, the elders of the sect will organize new disciples to observe the characters at the entrance of the immortal sect, followed by the selection of peaks." He then elaborated on the pertinent details for his junior sister. The selection of peaks entails choosing a specialization, the Great Path. The Wanfa Immortal Sect is renowned within the cultivation community for its vast array of paths available for selection. Each immortal peak is proficient in a particular path. After entering the sect, disciples will first observe characters at the entrance to receive their Dao seeds. Thereafter, they will choose an immortal peak based on their Dao seed to cultivate the corresponding major path. Should they wish to pursue supplementary paths, they may do so at a cost, and can independently seek knowledge at other immortal peaks. Chapter 93. Apology after hearing her senior brother's explanation. Anqing suddenly felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, what happens after the selection of peaks?" Naturally, after selecting a peak, one will reside at the immortal peak and commence their cultivation there. Jiang Ming seemed to anticipate the greedy thoughts of his little junior sister and added, "By the way, to prevent new disciples from indulging in distractions and delaying their cultivation, the sect stipulates that new disciples must cultivate at their chosen immortal peaks until they reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, and they are not permitted to stay outside." Upon hearing those words, Qin's mouth fell agape, her expression adorably bewildered. No, just moments ago, she had been envisioning a delightful evening spent cuddling with sister Ruoqi, followed by a morning indulging in the breakfast prepared by her senior brother, a life brimming with joy. Yet, this blissful existence appeared to have met an abrupt end in a single day. Wait, is it truly the case that one can emerge from this predicament simply by reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement? And Qian promptly inquired, "Senior brother, how long does it typically take to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement?" Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was evident that his junior sister could not ascend to the Zheng Dao peak. The Jiang Dao peak was not merely a selection of individuals, but rather a choice of the Dao itself. When one enters the sect, those who resonate with one of the fragments of the great Dao beneath the Jiang Dao peak become its disciples. What does it mean to resonate with a fragment of the great Dao? It signifies that, barring unforeseen circumstances, such an individual is destined to traverse this path to its conclusion. When Jiang Ming joined the sect, he felt the call of several fragments of the great Dao, most of which emanated from beneath the Jiang Dao peak, with a faint resonance stemming from the Yuqiu prison. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the Yuqiu prison suppressed a fragment of the great Dao that was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary cultivator. However, there exists a hierarchy among the Daos. Jiang Ming sensed a remarkably formidable Dao beneath the Jiang Dao peak. When this particular Dao issued its call, the other Daos would fall silent, as if rendered mute by the chilling aura it exuded. The reason he suppressed his spiritual power was largely to prepare for this eminent Dao foundation establishment. Indeed, Jiang Ming aspired to tread a path distinct from others, to build an unparalleled foundation utilizing the fragments of the great Dao. He was uncertain if others had attempted this. In any case, he had not heard of anyone doing so. His motivation for pursuing this course was straightforward, given his extraordinary talent. It would be futile to follow the conventional method of foundation establishment through spiritual energy, which would render his efforts meaningless. Though Jiang Ming enjoyed a laid-back lifestyle, he understood that such ease required strength. He could feign weakness, but he could not afford to be truly inadequate. As for the tasks assigned by the Dao Alliance, he would contemplate them later. In truth, he did not invest much concern in them. After all, the notion that the shattering of the heavenly Dao would inevitably bring calamity was merely the opinion of the leader, and he did not fully endorse it. Once he grew powerful enough, he would naturally investigate. However, acquiring those fragments of the great Dao was no easy feat. The moment he attempted it, he would likely find himself the target of a sect-wide manhunt. Moreover, having only recently entered the sect, he dared not engage in such a grand endeavor. Thus, he awaited an opportunity or sought to create one. Before that, he had to ensure he did not inadvertently establish his foundation too soon. Hence, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. He remained oblivious to how long these ordinary geniuses would require to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. Junior sister, reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement is actually quite simple. With diligent practice, you shall attain it swiftly. Jiang Ming evasively replied, steering clear of a direct answer. Regardless, it was essential to offer encouragement and instill confidence in the child. Really? Indeed. Anqin's expression relaxed once more. She steadfastly trusted her senior brother. Yin Ruoqi cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ming, remaining silent. Among the three present, only one was a genuine prodigy, though I shall refrain from naming them. Thus, Yin Ruoqi was uncertain about the duration required to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. Despite lacking guidance from a master, she had achieved the mid-stage merely a week after entering the sect. As for Shaoqin, well, the junior brother's words held considerable truth. With her senior brother's words receiving Yin Ruoqi's endorsement, Anqin felt a surge of confidence. The mid-stage of qi refinement was but a small hurdle. With diligent practice, she would soon return to the peak of contentment to enjoy a life of celestial bliss. Junior sister, the time has come. Allow me to escort you to your registration, he said. Certainly, senior brother, Shaoqin responded. Keep it up. Yes, sister Ruoqi. Yin Ruoqi watched Anqin wave goodbye as she departed, a smile gracing her lips. She hoped that her recent admonition would prompt the junior brother to exercise a bit more discretion. While Yin Ruoqi held no concerns for Anqin, she found herself inexplicably worried about her junior brother after last night. Nonetheless, it was time to resume her cultivation, having neglected it for nearly half a day yesterday. Yin Ruoqi felt a pang of regret. Wait, I haven't washed the dishes and cups. Senior brother Jiang Ming couldn't help but shudder. What's the matter, junior sister? I didn't mean to say that just now. And Qin blinked her large eyes innocently at Jiang Ming. Is that so? However, it sounded rather intentional to me, and I was quite upset for a while. I sincerely apologize, senior brother. I merely felt a bit. And Qin glanced back, already distanced from the Jiangdao peak. She murmured, I fear that sister Ruoqi might misunderstand. Oh, junior sister. It is not merely a misunderstanding you dread. It is the revelation of your clandestine affair that truly frightens you. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming nodded in comprehension, affirming, I understand. Junior sister. I knew you would. And Qin Tun instantly leaped with joy, her large eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She smiled sweetly, oh so sweetly. Yet, junior sister, Your words were akin to a sword that pierced my heart. Although you have withdrawn it, the wound still remains. Is it truly that grave? Anqin was aware that her senior brother would certainly not be angry, yet she still cooperatively inquired, well, what should we do? Of course, we must mend the wound. He replied, how do we do that? She stammered. Simply call me brother, he suggested. Just like that? She questioned. And she an inch closer, her voice as soft as cotton. Brother Ming, please forgive me. Jiang Ming shuddered. I am all right. Chapter 94. The innocent junior sister Jiang Ming believed that no matter where she was placed, his junior sister would always be a captivating beauty of disastrous proportions. Perhaps even Qian herself was unaware that her allure extended far beyond her physical appearance. As a normal male in close proximity to her, Jiang Ming could keenly perceive her astonishing charm whenever Qian's natural grace was on display. She had an uncanny ability to strike a chord in his heart at the most unexpected moments. Brother Ming, please forgive me, she called out, her voice sending a delightful shiver through him. Turning to look, he found Qian gazing up at him with her little face, eyes as pure and flawless as black gemstones. It was precisely this essence, despite her voice and appearance being even more enchanting than those of seductive enchantresses. Her innocent demeanor was utterly disarming. Yet, she always wore an expression of genuine purity and gentleness. All the gestures and movements that others might find incredibly alluring were, for Qian, merely spontaneous expressions of her nature, unrefined by any ulterior motives. For Jiang Ming, her allure far surpassed the calculated seduction of those treacherous temptresses, and Qian remained oblivious to this fact. However, Jiang Ming began to feel the pressure. Senior brother? Yes, I forgive you. Yay. Senior brother is the best, on par with sister Ruoqi. Jiang Ming looked at the anxious Qian and couldn't help but chuckle. Fear not. Senior sister is not here. If she were, based on our recent conversation, her murderous intent would have surely locked on to us. If Jiang Ming's intuition served him right. Senior sister harbored some suspicions towards him, albeit with uncertainty. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words that morning. Just yesterday, before dinner, she had seemed perfectly normal. Yet by the following morning, she had come to issue him a warning. It appeared that the previous night, the little junior sister, in her inebriation, had inadvertently revealed something. Yet, not everything was laid bare. Regardless, for now, he was still alive, and thus, there was no cause for concern. He could still maneuver. By the way, junior sister. I'm here. Anqin now resembles a student who has just embarked on their university journey, filled with excitement, trepidation, and anticipation. Even her tone has taken on a slightly elevated pitch. Here, take this. Is this a veil? Well, consider it a reward for my forgiveness, she said. Overjoyed at receiving the gift, Anqin was momentarily taken aback. Senior brother, you speak nonsense again. However, Qian raised the corners of her mouth, gazing at the veil with an unyielding fondness. Thank you, senior brother. The Wudao Square, typically reserved for the assembly of the celestial sect, boasted a vast expanse capable of accommodating all its disciples. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity. Young disciples huddled in groups of 3 to 5, chattering animatedly, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement. However, amidst this evident gathering of fresh recruits, a few seasoned individuals infiltrated the ranks. Hey, that junior sister is quite remarkable. Indeed. But I find that one even more appealing. Look at that one wearing the veil. Her figure is truly splendid. I wonder what her face looks like. That veil seems to be a spiritual treasure, obscuring her features. Shall we go and strike up a conversation? Forget it. Let's treat her as an unattractive mystery. There are plenty of other junior sisters. No need to dwell on her. Come, let us explore over there. Wow, so many outstanding junior brothers. I'm so tempted. Keep your voice down. We are junior sisters now. Don't expose us. Oh, I know. Look over there. That one standing tall is so handsome. He must be here to hunt, or perhaps to admire the new disciples. His attire doesn't resemble that of a newcomer. He must be experienced. Such a playboy. Truly a disgrace to the sect. Let me have a word with him. Wait for me. Jiang Ming halted at the edge of the square, refraining from escorting Qian further. After outlining the essential points of caution, he spoke, Junior sister, those are the main things to note. From here on, it will be up to you. Upon hearing these words, Anqin gazed at the bustling scene in the square, her lips pressed together in a slight expression of apprehension, as her small hand instinctively clutched the sleeve of her senior brother. After all, she had been concealed by Yu Qing for so long, never having interacted normally with such a multitude of people. Even her previous visit to the GU Institute to deliver donations had been done in secret. Nevertheless, the junior sister was quite perceptive. She understood that to embark on a brand new chapter of her life, she must summon a measure of courage. And Kink gazed at the square, as if what lay ahead was a treacherous mountain of blades and a sea of flames. His junior sister took a deep breath, releasing her hold on her senior brother. Senior brother, I understand now. Go for it. With that, and Kink appeared to have made a resolute decision, striding towards the registration area in the center of the square without looking back. Yet, in truth, her resolve was not as unwavering as it seemed. After taking a few steps forward, Anqin turned back and discovered that her senior brother was still behind her. She continued onward, glancing back once more to see him smiling at her, which put her at ease to proceed. However, when she looked back again, she was taken aback to find that two girls had suddenly appeared alongside her senior brother. What are you doing? Jiang Ming inquired, observing the two girls who seemed to have materialized from nowhere. Just like you, one of the girls, rather unabashedly, replied. By the way, I'm Li Wen. Let's get acquainted. No, thank you, Jiang Ming replied curtly, choosing not to disclose his name as he lacked interest in the encounter. With a tall and lean physique, his strength was restrained, and his skin bore a sun-kissed hue, exuding a wild beauty, coupled with his forthright manner of speaking. It was not an unreasonable assumption that this girl hailed from Mingwang Peak. Come on, you want to have to take responsibility, Li Wen insisted, pointing at her companion. We could team up. Hey, Li Wen. The other girl, Lu Yu, whose delicate features were accentuated by a few faint freckles, did not share Li Wen's boldness. Oh, I was just joking. I wouldn't want to share you anyway. Li Wen waved her hand dismissively, turning her attention back to Jiang Ming. What do you say? Just this once? I see you are in the qi refining stage. If you accept me, I'll have your back from now on. Jiang Ming shook his head. No. Thank you. I practice purity. At that moment, after observing him for a while, Liu suddenly exclaimed, Wait, I remember. You are Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming? Oh, the new troublemaker from Zhengdao Peak? Yes, that's him. Li Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. She had certainly heard of Jiang Ming. Although he had a reputation for being a troublemaker, he possessed a certain charm and good looks that intrigued her even more. Junior brother Jiang, don't be so aloof. Just think about it. I'm in the foundation establishment stage. This could be considered a cross-stage challenge. What if you manage to take me down? Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Li Wen, surprised by her sense of humor. He smiled faintly. No, thank you, senior sister. Li Wen frowned. TSK, you really don't appreciate good fortune. I can't help it. My mother insists I associate with those who maintain good character. You mean to say I lack good character? Li Wen retorted, astonished. Jiang Ming regarded her with an expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Aren't you aware of your own conduct? Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had been watching the exchange, inwardly sighed, acknowledging that the troublemaker truly lived up to his reputation. It was one thing to describe Li Wen as bold and open, but using the term lacking in virtue was bound to offend her, especially considering she was in the foundation establishment stage. Quite audacious, Li Wen discerned the challenge in Jiang Ming's gaze, and her eyes instinctively widened, ready to unleash her ire. Just then, a voice interjected, Senior brother, I am somewhat confused. Could you come over and enlighten me? No sooner had the words left her lips than a small hand deftly entwined itself with Jiang Ming's. The melodious voice immediately captured the attention of the two women. Li Wen turned her gaze, only to find Anqin, veiled and obscured, revealing no semblance of her true self. She let out a frosty laugh and retorted, You call him senior brother? Are you not aware that he is a new disciple just like you? Do not be deceived by him. Senior brother, who are they? Anqin inquired. I do not know them, Jiang Ming replied, shaking his head, relieved that they were not acquaintances of her senior brother. Anqin turned to Li Wen and quipped, What is it to you? I rather enjoy being deceived by him. Li Wen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this junior sister had so quickly succumbed to Jiang Ming's charm? However, her eyes soon narrowed, and a smirk graced her lips as she remarked, Oh, but do you know that he recently shared a bed with me? Clearly, she intended to sow discord, presuming an inappropriate connection between Anqin and Jiang Ming. Yet, upon hearing this, Anqin blinked, unfazed by her insinuations. Humph, your words are nothing but vile slander. He cannot possibly be a good person. I do not believe you. Do not believe. Only a fool like you would fall for him. Just look at him. It is evident he is no good, having deceived countless young maidens. Li Wen scoffed. Senior brother, let us disregard her and take our leave. And Qian, unwilling to respond, pulled Jiang Ming towards the square. Li Wen, witnessing this, had no intention of pursuing them. She called out from her spot, "Fools and liars make quite the pair." Lu Yu, standing beside her, tugged at her sleeve, signaling that it was time to cease her remarks. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming paused momentarily, asking, "Shi Xiao? Let us ignore her." Upon witnessing this, Anqin hastily tugged at Jiang Ming. They instinctively recognized the old disciples. What if their senior brother were unable to prevail? Even if he could, he had introduced her to the law enforcement hall. She certainly did not wish for her senior brother to be sent to the dungeon. Yet, when she remarked, "Are you foolish?" Anqin retorted, "I am not. Junior sister, you truly are considerate." Jiang Ming gently patted Anqin's head. Upon hearing the words, Anqin assumed that her senior brother no longer wished to pursue the matter. However, she soon heard him continue, "But I do not understand." "Ah, you are back again," Li Wen remarked with a grin at the returning duo. She harbored no ulterior motives and had no intention of engaging in any confrontation. The absurdity of her opponents, even in their success, amused her greatly. She relished the sight of others unable to retaliate, both in combat and in insults. "Apologize to her," her senior brother said. At this, Li Wen laughed. "Apologize? For what have I done that warrants an apology? Your very existence is a mistake. Had I been your father, I would have cast you against the wall." Li Wen opened her mouth in disbelief, astonished that someone with such a handsome visage could utter such crude words. Even Lu Yu was rendered speechless. Fortunately, Anqin, who stood nearby, appeared bewildered and somewhat oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Is your mouth agape in anticipation of something you frequently consume? You dare to claim moral superiority when your indiscretions far exceed my experiences? I have none." And Xian gazed blankly at her senior brother. "What should we eat? Why does Li Wen appear so furious? Don't you have a mouth that can open that wide? Isn't it merely being stretched? And you still claim to uphold your integrity? Do you even have the right to do so?" Jiang Ming's emotional prowess swiftly engaged. Back then, beneath the peak of contention, he had gathered much of his anger from scolding others. Now, he was channeling that energy with full force, affecting Li Wen. Although the effects of the qi refinement stage were not overtly significant, the abundance of emotion, coupled with Li Wen's naturally explosive temperament, created a palpable tension. You. Li Wen gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. Lu Yu, sensing the precarious situation, hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Li Wen's arm. "Li Wen, don't act impulsively. Get away." Li Wen shrugged off Lu Yu's grip, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ming. Upon witnessing the scene, Anqin felt an indistinct inclination to shield Jiang Ming from the impending confrontation. However, her senior brother swiftly pulled her back. Jiang Ming, with a sneer of derision, continued, "What? Do you intend to glare me to death? Oh dear, I am so frightened." At last, Li Wen could no longer restrain herself. With a forceful push of her foot, she charged towards Jiang Ming, a mere qi refining stage practitioner, utterly oblivious to the heavens and earth. If she was not taught a lesson, her foundation establishment training would be in vain. Observing this, Lu Yu could only hope that Li Wen would hold back, anticipating that a minor loss would suffice. In a flurry of anxiety, she shouted, "Li Wen, be gentle. Don't let it end in a bang." Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, a resounding crash echoed. Lu Yu's mouth fell agape as she beheld Li Wen sprawled on the ground, unconscious. She rubbed her eyes, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. "What just transpired?" "Senior sister Lu Yu." Jiang Ming's sudden voice caused Lu Yu to tremble. What? I didn't. Who initiated the altercation?" Jiang Ming inquired with a smile. Lu Yu's fear intensified. "It was Li Wen." "Very well, I have recorded it with a soundstone. Thank you for your testimony." Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. "You may leave." "Oh, okay. Senior brother, farewell." Lu Yu gulped nervously, daring not to linger as she hastily lifted Li Wen and departed. To this moment, she remained oblivious to how Li Wen had been brought down. But a qi refining stage practitioner? Surely, this was ludicrous. "Senior brother, what is the matter? Shouldn't we just ignore her?" "Junior sister, are you not angry?" "Of course I am. But..." Jiang Ming patted Anqin's head reassuringly. "As long as I am here, you shall not suffer." Upon hearing these words, Anqin fell into a sudden silence, her heart stirred with emotion. "Senior brother, please do not act this way." And she had genuinely feared that her inability to control herself might lead to her senior brother being cast into the sea. In Chapter 95, she urged him to hurry, assuring him that as long as she was present, he would not suffer any grievances. Observing her senior brother's earnest demeanor, and Qian felt an overwhelming impulse to throw herself into his embrace, burying her face against him in a tender display of affection. It surely would be a delightful experience. Alas, she ultimately managed to suppress this urge. On one hand, she felt a sense of embarrassment. On the other, and Qian feared that if she truly acted upon her impulse, it would lead to repeated occurrences thereafter, culminating in her senior brother frolicking in the sea. With this thought in mind, Qian took a deep breath, stifling the fluttering sensations within her heart. She gently reached out, grasping the sleeve of her senior brother's garment. Standing timidly by his side, and softly spoke, "Thank you, senior brother." In response, Jiang Ming casually waved his hand, saying, "You are too polite, junior sister. In the future, feel free to scold me whenever you wish." And Qin pouted her delicate pink lips, and the fleeting flutter of emotion that had just risen within her vanished without a trace. Wicked senior brother, oh wicked senior brother. Just moments ago, she had been touched. How could he suddenly utter such nonsensical words? Who would ever beg someone to scold them? Nevertheless, his playful interruption reminded Qin of her original intention. With a haughty snort, she declared, "Humph. Senior brother, I am going to sign in." Yet, as she gazed upon the sign-in area, she hesitated, pursing her lips in uncertainty. And Qian has yet to devise a method for interacting with her fellow disciples, a matter in which she finds herself utterly inexperienced, leading to a sense of trepidation. Since her counterpart is a fellow disciple rather than a mere brigand, she cannot afford to adopt a fierce demeanor that would alienate others. However, the individual is not someone she holds in close regard either, and Qian is reluctant to speak in a meek and submissive tone, lest she finds herself at a disadvantage. What is to be done? Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Qian, and suddenly he raised his hand, forming an arbitrary seal before pressing it against her smooth forehead. Qian gazed at her senior brother in bewilderment, a large question mark seemingly hovering above her head. Jiang Ming offered no explanation. Instead, he pointed towards the distant sign-in area and exuberantly exclaimed, "Junior sister, do not overthink it. You have already been empowered, so go forth." Fortunately, Qian had gradually grown accustomed to her brother's nonsensical antics. Though she felt no discernible enhancement, spurred by his fervent encouragement, Qian clenched her teeth and replied, "All right, I shall proceed, brother. Here I go." The quilt fluttered away like a wild deer, filled with unease, as it hastily departed from her senior brother, heading towards the sign-in area. At this moment, she no longer glanced back every few steps. Qian was acutely aware that her senior brother would always watch over her. "Hello, signing in." A voice, soft yet tinged with a hint of anxiety and a facade of calmness, prompted the attending disciple to glance up. Veiled, her true visage concealed. Only a pair of bright eyes were visible. Alas, it must be stated that the exquisite spiritual treasure veil, specially selected by Jiang Ming, had spared Qian from considerable trouble. After all, she was merely an ordinary new disciple, neither as formidable as Yan Ruoqi, who instilled fear in others, nor as brazen as Jiang Ming, whose steadfast demeanor was unmatched. The signing disciple, unable to discern her true appearance, lost the inclination to engage in conversation and inquired, "What is your name?" Qian." Qian? No, I mean, it's Qian. So, you are junior sister Qian, correct? Do not be anxious. All right, okay. Who is your welcoming disciple? Upon hearing this, Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, and she spoke with a hint of pride, "Yes, senior brother." Although she felt somewhat uncertain about introducing herself, she could certainly extol the virtues of her senior brother. After all, she had little of note to present. Whereas her senior brother was truly remarkable, skilled in combat, eloquent, a culinary whiz, and both caring and playful. The attending disciple gazed at the young girl in bemusement and replied with a trace of exasperation, "I meant to ask for the name of the disciple you are receiving." "Ah? Oh." It was only then that Qin realized she had become accustomed to calling her senior brother by the name of Jiang Ming, nearly reversing the celestial and earthly order. She promptly corrected herself, stating, "It is senior brother Jiang Ming." The disciple in charge swiftly recorded her details on a jade slip and soon announced, "All set. Please rest aside for a moment. Once everyone has arrived, an elder will escort you to the grand entrance of the sect for the new disciple ceremony." "All right, thank you." For some inexplicable reason, Qin felt reluctant to address others as senior brothers. After expressing her gratitude, she walked gracefully toward her senior brother. She discovered that conversing with others in a normal manner posed no significant challenge. Could it be the effect of her senior brother's earlier encouragement? "Senior brother, I am back." Even before reaching Jiang Ming, Anqin began to wave her little hand, eager to share her delightful news. In truth, Jiang Ming understood that the sign-in process was merely a formality requiring no extensive interaction, having registered himself just a few days prior. However, seeing his junior sister so joyous, he could not dampen her spirits and complimented her with a smile. Indeed, you are impressive. It seems that in the future, you will thrive splendidly on your own at the Xianfeng. Hee, I suppose so. Although she was about to embark on an independent life away from her brother and sister Ruoqi, Anqin still felt a tinge of insecurity. In the past, when alone, she would simply nestle at home, avoiding social interactions altogether. Even when confronting bandits, all she needed to do was wield a knife. Engaging with others in a typical manner was an entirely different matter. She was acutely aware of her inability to navigate the complexities of social relationships. Nonetheless, if her senior brother believed in her capabilities, then she must be able to succeed. Trusting her senior brother, she felt it was time to gradually step away from the protective embrace of him and sister Ruoqi, for she could not remain sheltered behind them forever. And she silently vowed to successfully cultivate to the mid-stage of qi refinement within the immortal peak, to foster good relationships with others, and to earn the admiration of both senior brother and sister Ruoqi. New disciples, assemble. Suddenly, a voice, unassuming yet authoritative, resonated throughout the entire square. Though not loud, it distinctly echoed in the ears of every disciple. Go on, Anqin. From here on, it depends on you. Jiang Ming said with a smile as he looked at his junior sister. I believe in you. You can do it. Chapter 96. The marvelous adventures of Jin Yuan. The ghost prison is divided into shallow, middle, and deep layers. The shallow layer consists of small, confined cells, characterized by a damp and foul environment, housing disciples guilty of minor transgressions. While the conditions are far from favorable, the occupants do not endure significant torment or suffering. As one descends to the middle layer of the ghost prison, the environment begins to transform. Gone are the cells, replaced by an array of small secret realms where disciples or high-ranking sect members guilty of grave offenses reside. Even these modest realms offer expansive space, yet they present a desolate panorama, perpetually buffeted by harsh winds that erode the flesh. Occasionally, a rain of blood falls, gnawing at the mind. Not to mention the lurking wild beasts, ever watchful for an opportunity to strike. The surroundings are unmistakably harsh. One misstep could render a disciple a mere meal for the wild beasts. Even those with cultivation as high as the nascent soul stage can merely survive in this place. And comfort is a distant impossibility. In the deep layer of the ghost prison, as one approaches the lower depths, they draw nearer to the fragments of the great Tao lying beneath. Under the uncontrollable influence of these fragments, survival in the deep layer is nearly impossible. Most who enter become bloodthirsty minions of the Tao, akin to walking corpses, consumed by a singular urge to slaughter one another and devour each other's flesh endlessly. Yet, one individual remains lucid, Li Yu. This name may be unfamiliar to many, but he bears another title, the seventh-generation disciple of the striving Tao peak. He brought back fragments of the great Tao for the sect, resulting in catastrophic losses for his sect. Along with the fragments, he was imprisoned in the deepest recesses of the ghost prison, beyond the hope of rebirth or liberation. However, this event transpired a long time ago, to the point of being nearly forgotten. In the shallow layer of the ghost prison, a guard from the law enforcement hall opened a cell door, consulting his ledger, and said, Jin Yuan, is it? Jin Yuan, sitting cross-legged in his cell, immediately opened his eyes and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's me. He chuckled. I was just thinking about my near miss in beating up a qi refinement disciple, huh? Oh dear, forgive me. I got carried away with a happy memory. Jin Yuan's face had nearly taken on the hue of a pig's liver. Yet, he could only acquiesce, too fearful to utter a word. Although the prison guard wielded no significant power, should he take a disliking to Jin Yuan, he could easily concoct a reason to confine him for a few more days. The shallow depths of the prison, while not overly perilous, housed a damp and foul atmosphere that was sheer torment for Jin Yuan. He could scarcely endure another moment there. Ahem. After indulging in his amusement, the guard coughed a couple of times before stating, Prepare yourself. In 2 hours, you may be released. A glimmer of joy illuminated Jin Yuan's face as he hastily expressed his gratitude. Yes. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. The guard waved his hand dismissively and departed. Jin Yuan exhaled a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Yet a certain individual began to haunt his thoughts. That mocking, self-satisfied visage. He ground his teeth in a fervent whisper, Jiang Ming. Just you wait. With a grim expression, Jin Yuan commenced plotting his revenge against Jiang Ming. Despite having apologized, Jiang Ming had still orchestrated his imprisonment. If Jin Yuan did not avenge this slight, he would no longer be worthy of the name Jin Yuan. However, this time, his actions needed to be discreet. He must devise a clever plan. He resolved to exact his vengeance while Jiang Ming was still in the qi refining stage, and subsequently request a transfer from the sect, vanishing into the distance. With a heart full of vengeance, Jin Yuan began to strategize. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, inexplicably overwhelming. His head began to nod uncontrollably, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. When Jin Yuan groggily opened his eyes, his head throbbed with excruciating pain. Confused about what had transpired, he glanced around, only to feel an icy chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. His legs weakened, causing him to fall once more. Where was this place? It was pitch black, and he could not see his hand in front of his face. Yet, an inexplicable sense of dread continually gnawed at his heart. It felt as though countless unseen entities were fixated upon him, waiting to devour him completely. A primal fear surged through his mind, rendering Jin Yuan speechless. Warmth spread beneath him. Suddenly, a raspy voice emerged from the darkness, imbued with a palpable terror. You. As the voice echoed, Jin Yuan noticed the terrifying gazes retreating into the shadows, fearful of lingering. This revelation brought him a modicum of relief. However, he soon found himself tensed once more. Just the thought of any one of those countless eyes from the darkness filled him with dread, and yet, all those terrifying beings had been frightened away by a mere voice. Are you about to be released? The voice continued. Jin Yuan nodded vigorously. Then, can you carry a message for me? Certainly. Please, esteemed senior, speak. The junior vows to accomplish the task at all costs. I believe in you. The hoarse voice echoed, sending a shiver down Jin Yuan's spine. If you fail to deliver the message, you will perish. If exposed, you shall also meet your demise. No, senior, please trust me. I can do it. I will surely deliver. A damp warmth was inescapable beneath him. Inform elder that, 1 month hence, the death knell shall toll. Seize the opportunity. Yes, I will certainly convey the message. Go now. Jin Yuan's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the familiar confines of his cell, as if it had all been a mere dream. Chapter 97. The Seat of Tao in the Wu Dao Square. A throng of individuals stood, new disciples brimming with uncontainable excitement upon their faces. Some more extroverted ones chattered incessantly, boasting to those beside them. There were those with lofty aspirations, others discussing beauty and handsomeness, and some pretenders, speaking grandly of the Tao. Among them stood Qin, alone at the rear of the crowd, occasionally glancing back to see if her senior brother was still present. Alas, it appeared he had already departed. Hence, she was left to rely solely on herself. She lifted her gaze towards the front. Before her floated a middle-aged woman. Her expression stern and unyielding, resembling a strict matriarch, her eyes closed. It was she who had just issued the call for assembly. Once the scattered disciples had gathered, the woman opened her indifferent eyes and uttered a cold command. Silence. A powerful pressure swept through the Wu Dao Square like autumn winds scattering leaves. The new disciples felt a shiver run through them, and they dared not speak, hastily closing their mouths. In an instant, the square fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping distinctly audible. The woman's gaze slowly swept over the group of disciples, her voice icy. This is the sect, not a marketplace. It is not a place for idle chatter. When her eyes passed over Qin, they momentarily lingered, but soon moved on as she continued. I have guided countless cohorts of new disciples, and you are the worst batch I have ever encountered. Disrespectful to your elders. Lacking in awareness of the situation. I have stood here for so long, and you still dare to babble. Have you no elders at home to educate you? The disciples present, chastised, dared not show their anger nor utter a word. After scolding them for a moment, seeing the new disciples' meekness, she chose not to pursue the matter further and proceeded. I am Elder Ningyi, the gatekeeper, and I shall now lead you to the entrance of the immortal sect for your comprehension of the Tao. Silence reigned once more. Given her earlier demeanor, none of the new disciples dared to voice their agreement. This suited Ningyi perfectly. She had little patience for the chattering crowd, and their silence was more agreeable. Now, I shall take you to the entrance of the immortal sect. You are to remain quiet, reflect upon the Tao, and then depart. Having spoken, Ningyi waved her hand, and a gust of wind arose from nowhere, lifting the disciples and carrying them towards the grand entrance. Unlike the other new disciples who were witnessing such celestial magic for the first time and were filled with excitement, there was a distinct difference in demeanor. And Qian felt a twinge of fear. Being lifted by the wind and soaring through the air unsettled her far more than riding a sword. Looking down, she sensed the perilous height. Her mind incessantly pondered the consequences of a fall from such an elevation. Surely, it would result in a catastrophic demise. At times, and Qian found herself quite vexed. Why could she not rein in her troublesome thoughts? The very things she wished to suppress seemed to demand her attention. And they invaded her mind with alarming clarity. How troublesome indeed. The vivid imagery of how she could shatter into pieces and transform into an Qin sauce materialized in her mind. The more she contemplated, the greater her fear became. Her heart raced, and panic surged within her. Though they had only been apart for a brief moment, and Qin found herself yearning for her senior brother. How she wished he were here. In his embrace, she would fearlessly soar to any height. Whenever she buried her head in his arms, her mind would instinctively enter a standby mode, rendering her fears non-existent. Wait a moment. An unexpected spark of inspiration ignited in Anqin's mind. If her senior brother were not present, could she conjure one up? After Sister Ruoqi departed, she frequently envisioned her by her side, offering her unwavering support. And Qian trembled slightly with fear, compelling herself to calm down as she closed her eyes. In the realm of darkness, an elder brother was gradually outlined before her. He smiled at her, extending his arms wide. In reality, Qian gently lifted her arm, resting her forehead against her forearm, absorbing the warmth radiating from it, silently repeating, "This is my elder brother. This is my elder brother. This is my elder brother." Gradually, as her mind immersed in the comforting presence of her virtual elder brother, Qian momentarily forgot that she was still suspended in midair. Remarkably, her entire being relaxed. Then, a stern and authoritative female voice resounded once again. After bidding a reluctant farewell to her second senior brother, Qian opened her eyes. Before her stood an imposing and towering gate, above which floated 4 ethereal characters, one Fa zone. This was indeed the place her senior brother had previously brought her to. At that moment, Ningyi hovered above the gate, gazing down at the disciples, and softly explained, "This is the grand gate of one Fa zone, a treasure renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. It is intricately linked to the protective formation of the sect and possesses numerous mystical functions. Today, I have brought you here to witness the supreme characters of one Fa zone. Within them lie nearly 1,000 profound paths. By contemplating them, one may obtain the seeds of enlightenment and illuminate the path ahead. However, not everyone is destined to acquire such seeds. Should one fail to attain enlightenment upon contemplating the characters, they are free to choose a peak within the sect for cultivation. Now, contemplate the characters and embrace the freedom to seek enlightenment." As soon as the words fell, Ningyi raised her hand and gently pointed at the 4 large characters. Instantly, the originally ethereal characters became solid. Below, the new disciples, who were straining to read the words, suddenly seemed to gain insight, closing their eyes in contemplation. Only a few, including Qian, remained oblivious, their faces reflecting confusion. However, unlike the others, Qian had not anticipated this outcome. Her senior brother had previously brought her here and explained the purpose of their visit, to alleviate her anxiety over the absence of a Dao seed. He had expended considerable effort, reassuring her that lacking a Dao seed would not determine her future. He emphasized that the Dao seed was inconsequential. If she did not possess one, it was merely unworthy of her. Furthermore, he suggested that not having a Dao seed allowed for the freedom to choose a path she truly desired. Among his words, one statement puzzled Qian. Her senior brother mentioned he possessed numerous seeds, often discarding them against the wall, a handful amounting to billions, deeming such things of little value. However, at that moment, Qian felt little impact from his words. She had a limited understanding of the ways of cultivation and held modest expectations for herself, believing that merely being accepted into the immortal sect was a stroke of fortune. Thus, she maintained a lowly outlook to avoid disappointment. More than this, her senior brother's earnest desire to console and uplift her was what truly resonated with her. He was genuinely kind, often teasing her, yet never causing her any emotional distress. Consequently, while other disciples closed their eyes in pursuit of enlightenment, Qian remained the most relaxed among them. She began to survey her surroundings and noticed a few other disciples, like herself, who had not closed their eyes. Unlike her calm demeanor, these disciples were far less composed. Some fixated intently on the characters, as if striving to seize the Dao seed, while others displayed despair, feeling that their futures were shrouded in uncertainty. Anshin speculated that they must be under immense pressure, perhaps burdened by numerous responsibilities, unlike her, who was fortunate to have a kind senior brother and a caring sister who never imposed any stress on her, only providing her with the warmest comfort. Nevertheless, even so, Anshin never entertained thoughts of seeking an easy life. On the contrary, she aspired to diligently cultivate her skills, and Qingyon to assist her senior brother and sister Ruoqi as soon as possible. Chapter 98. A blend of deception and flattery. Achu. As Jiang Ming strolled along the path, he unexpectedly sneezed. Upon reflection, he scolded himself, attributing it to his junior sister's thoughts of him. He was resolute in his conjecture, feeling a sense of longing and reluctance akin to that of a parent sending their child off to boarding school. Nevertheless, his junior sister must learn to adapt to the solitude of independent living. All he could do was silently vow to her that during her absence, he would not lay a hand on Sister Ruoqi. Even if he desired to, it seemed an impossibility. Sister Ruoqi possessed an iron will and formidable prowess, wholly devoted to his junior sister, making her beyond his reach. Moreover, Jiang Ming realized that his feelings for Sister Ruoqi were not as intense as he initially thought. The strategic pursuit of both women had merely been a whimsical endeavor at the behest of Qing. However, through their interactions, his junior sister's endearing, naive demeanor had truly captured his heart. In essence, he might have been unwittingly ensnared by her charm. He was acutely aware of his own sentiments. After all, he did not grapple with the same dilemmas as his junior sister. If given the choice, he would prefer a serene life alongside her. While this notion seemed simpler than claiming both as his wings, it was not devoid of complexity. He first needed to navigate his junior sister's emotional landscape, for her nature made it improbable for her to easily relinquish Sister Ruoqi. This little greedy cat was even more avaricious than he, wishing for a perfect balance, to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Secondly, he had to contend with Sister Ruoqi, who had come to regard his junior sister as a cornerstone of her resolve. To expect Sister Ruoqi to facilitate a union between him and his junior sister seemed an insurmountable challenge. The headache. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. What if Sister Ruoqi eventually came to terms with the situation and supported his relationship with his junior sister? Or perhaps one day she would see the light and welcome him into that larger familial circle. He could accept that. Speaking of which, would it be feasible for his junior sister to sway Sister Ruoqi? Yet, he suspected that if Sister Ruoqi discovered the scheme, she would likely deal with him first, eradicating the issue at its root. As Jiang Ming pondered these thoughts, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. The person bore a fierce countenance, with a robust build and an unappealing appearance. Was it Brother Jin Yuan? Had he already completed his sentence and been released? At this moment, Jin Yuan appeared somewhat lost in thought, hastily walking with his head bowed, oblivious to Jiang Ming's presence. His lips moved gently, and his eyes were filled with terror, as if he were murmuring something to himself. The subtle movement of his lips rendered it impossible for Jiang Ming to decipher his words. Initially, Jiang Ming had no intention of wasting time on Jin Yuan. After all, the events had already transpired, and he was not the sort to harbor a grudge, believing himself to be quite magnanimous. However, he narrowed his eyes, attentively sensing the atmosphere. He could discern a palpable sense of guilt, fear, urgency, and panic emanating from Jin Yuan. Despite his limited understanding of emotional nuances, he could unmistakably detect the turmoil within Jin Yuan. As a mere foundational stage practitioner, Jin Yuan was so overwhelmed that he could not conceal his emotions. If it were merely this, it might have been understandable. Perhaps Jin Yuan had encountered some troubling situation. But who was Jiang Ming? A seasoned informant, indeed. He effortlessly caught a whiff of something unusual, a scent akin to treachery. It was evident that Jin Yuan was a novice among informants, filled with both fear and trepidation, clearly unprepared for the role he was thrust into. This indicated one crucial fact. He had been coerced into becoming an informant. Moreover, judging by the intensity of his fear, it seemed that his life was at stake. Additionally, typically, one only feels guilt when confronting those they have betrayed. However, Jin Yuan's constant air of guilt suggested that his betrayal might extend to everyone, potentially implicating the 10,000 Laws sect. From a distance, Jiang Ming could even perceive the foul odor emanating from Jin Yuan, and upon observing his disheveled appearance, it was evident that he had recently emerged from the depths of the Gloom prison. Had he been forced to act as an informant within those confines? By whom? The Gloom prison housed numerous heinous criminals suppressed by the sect, and their desire to overthrow the 10,000 Laws sect would certainly make sense. Jiang Ming squinted, as all of Jin Yuan's characteristics swiftly connected in his mind. All of this remains speculative, yet bold assumptions must be made, followed by cautious verification. Thus began the phase of confirmation. Jiang Ming strode confidently toward him, seemingly on a collision course, although Jin Yuan was preoccupied and distracted. Like someone engrossed in their phone while walking, he nevertheless sensed another approach in his peripheral vision. Consequently, just before colliding with Jiang Ming, he sidestepped to avoid the encounter. Under normal circumstances, he might have exploded with anger, exclaiming about the obliviousness of others. At the outset, he intended to unleash a torrent of curses, yet at that moment, he evidently lacked the inclination, even failing to recognize that before him stood the nemesis he had long harbored in his thoughts. Jiang Ming naturally could not permit his passage. After Jin Yuan took a step forward, Jiang Ming promptly mirrored his movement, once again positioning himself in Jin Yuan's path. This time, Jin Yuan could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Jin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, brother Jin Yuan. It has been quite a while. You have been sorely missed," Jiang Ming replied with a mocking grin. Jin Yuan glared at the smirking face before him, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. However, he quickly inhaled deeply and said, "Jiang Ming, you should consider yourself fortunate that I am pressed for time, this time. I shall let you off the hook. Now, be quick and get out of my way." Jin Yuan was still clear-headed enough to prioritize his life over his vendetta. Who knew whether that esteemed figure in the abyssal prison had imposed a time constraint upon him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming did not take offense. Instead, he suppressed his smile, and his gaze shifted to one of indifference, exuding an air of profound wisdom. "Of course, I am aware that you are short on time. Pray tell, what scheme does that esteemed figure have in mind?" What scheme?" Jin Yuan stammered, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry. Jiang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "Why are you feigning ignorance at this juncture? I am referring to the plans of that esteemed figure in the abyssal prison." At this, Jin Yuan's pupils contracted in terror, uncertainty clouding his mind. "You? What do you mean, you? Hurry up. I have no time to waste with you. If the esteemed figure's plans are delayed, your life will not suffice to compensate for the repercussions." Jiang Ming admonished loudly. Perhaps Jiang Ming's assertiveness was so compelling that it startled Jin Yuan, who trembled slightly, his belief in Jiang Ming's words solidifying. Logically, events transpiring within the abyssal prison should remain undisclosed to outsiders, let alone someone like Jiang Ming who was not confined there. Unless, of course, Jiang Ming was also an ally of that esteemed figure. That would elucidate their encounter here. It was possible that Jiang Ming had been waiting for him all along. After all, in such a vast realm as the immortal sect, what were the odds of encountering Jiang Ming shortly after his release? Such fortuity seemed improbable. However, could it be that even the disciples of the Path of Strife were under his influence? This was, after all, the Path of Strife, a core faction of the immortal sect. It was no wonder that the esteemed figure could engage him in conversation so discreetly. The reach of that individual was indeed formidable. With mounting trepidation, Jin Yuan felt increasingly intimidated, unwilling to defy Jiang Ming for fear of losing his life. He furtively glanced around, and upon confirming that no one was in sight, he murmured, "Esteemed one, please temper your wrath. It is I who failed to recognize the mountain of greatness." But before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying backward. Upon landing, a sharp pain in his abdomen left him momentarily dazed. He stared incredulously at Jiang Ming. Foundation establishment? How could this be? Why do you speak so much nonsense?" Jiang Ming struck Jin Yuan's face with a resounding slap. Jin Yuan, paralyzed by shock, did not even attempt to evade the blow. How could this be possible? Just a few days ago, he was merely at the qi refining stage. Could it be true? What qi refining phase? What inability to defeat him? This Jiang Ming has been performing from the very beginning. Could it be that concealing his cultivation was part of that esteemed one's plan? It seems their ambitions are far-reaching indeed. Speak. Without allowing him the luxury of contemplation, Jiang Ming seized his collar, his voice chilling. For someone like Jin Yuan, whose wits were lacking, there was no time for thought. The full array of coercion and deception would suffice. Yes. The esteemed one instructed me to convey a message to Elder Ning a month from now. The death knell will toll. Seize the opportunity. Very well, I understand. Jiang Ming rose calmly, casually forming a complex and invigorating spell, and after a dazzling display of movements, his finger found Jin Yuan's forehead. Jin Yuan felt a sudden chill in his head, and his heart sank in tandem. I am the deepest shadow. My existence must not be revealed to anyone. Remember, to anyone. Forget today's events, or else. Jiang Ming did not finish his sentence. Yet Jin Yuan could vividly imagine the catastrophic fate awaiting him. Yes, yes, Master Jiang Ming, I absolutely will not speak of this to anyone. Good to know. Go now, seek out Elder Ningi. She should currently be at the entrance of the sect. You may wait for her. Yes, Master Jiang Ming. I shall take my leave. Jin Yuan hurriedly stood up, bowing and nodding before hastily departing. Jiang Ming did not glance back, walking away with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 99. Clarification. A month from now, the death knell will toll. Seize the opportunity. Jiang Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. A month from now coincides perfectly with the new disciples competition. Is this intentional, or merely a coincidence? The timing is suspect. Could it be a plan to ensnare all the newcomers? Or is it just happenstance? Yet, I did not expect Elder Ningi, that ruthless figure, to also be an undercover agent. If Jin Yuan were to convey messages to others, Jiang Ming might not dwell on it. However, passing information to Elder Ningi, who guards the gates, makes this matter worthy of scrutiny. Though the position of gatekeeper may not wield great power, it is of utmost importance. The gatekeeper's role is crucial for the sect's protective formation. While there may be more than one gatekeeper, no single elder possesses the authority to disrupt the formation. Nevertheless, the presence of an undercover gatekeeper raises the danger level significantly. If it were another elder acting as a spy, Jiang Ming might initially suspect internal strife. Yet, since the message was directed to the gatekeeper, it is highly probable that an external enemy seeks to invade. Seize the opportunity. What opportunity? For instance, is there an opportunity when the protective formation of the sect might temporarily cease its operations? Jiang Ming was uncertain. Nevertheless, this presented a chance for him, a chance to surreptitiously acquire fragments of the Tao for his foundation. Should formidable adversaries indeed invade, the entire sect would undoubtedly mobilize, especially the guardians of the Tao fragments. As the elite forces of the sect, they would certainly be summoned. At that moment, no one would attend to him, making it an opportune time to act discreetly. If he could obtain the Tao fragments and forge them into a foundational essence, Jiang Ming possessed the means to conceal their aura. Therefore, preparations must be intensified. He need not restrain his cultivation any longer. Within a month, he must advance to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Additionally, he must devise a way to convey some intelligence to the immortal sect to mitigate potential losses. Although Jiang Ming currently harbored no particular affection for the Wanfa immortal sect, he would ultimately have to continue his cultivation there, necessitating the preservation of a favorable relationship. However, there was no urgency. He must also ensure that the Wanfa immortal sect did not prepare too thoroughly. If the enemy were to fail to breach their defenses, the guardians might not even be deployed, which would be disastrous. He also needed to consider the safety of his junior sisters. Well, there was time. A month was quite ample. Jiang Ming looked up, noticing that lunch was nearing, and decided to return to prepare a meal for his senior sister first. Regardless of his thoughts, he could not dismiss his concern for his junior sister, as he would inevitably interact with his senior sister in the future. With that in mind, it was prudent to cultivate their relationship. After all, should matters come to light later, his senior sister might just show some leniency. Upon returning to the market, Jiang Ming sensed a distinct shift in the gazes of the vendors towards him, much clearer than before. Jiang Ming has arrived. Would you like some exquisite cloud pattern pork? Genuine quality at an unbeatable price. Over here, Jiang Ming. I've reserved a prime cut of mountain pattern pork tenderloin for you. Come take a look. I can offer you a special price. And here, Jiang Ming, the thigh meat of the Bai Yun demon. Quite a rarity. Care to have some? The other disciples purchasing vegetables also paused, their eyes occasionally drifting towards him, seemingly curious about his selections. Jiang Ming understood the reason behind their attention but remained unfazed. His sole desire was to procure quality ingredients for a delightful meal. Everything else was of little consequence. He noticed that the young girl he often bought from was absent this time, which left him somewhat disappointed, not out of any particular inclination, but because her offerings were consistently of high quality, sparing him the need to sift through options. Furthermore, they were reasonably priced. Thus, after casually purchasing some meat and noodles, Jiang Ming returned to the Zhengdao Peak. After his departure, many disciples flocked to the stalls he had visited, and the vendors were all smiles. The other merchants began contemplating how to ensure that the next time Jiang Ming visited, they would simply offer him their wares for free. Senior sister, I'm back. Jiang Ming found himself once again in the company of his senior sister. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Ruoqi ceased her cultivation and stepped out of the room. Junior brother, how is Xiao Qin? She inquired. Quite smoothly. He should be at the peak selection by now, Jiang Ming replied, nodding as he lifted the bowl of noodles in his hand. Senior sister, would you like to have some? Yin Ruoqi hesitated for a moment before responding. Sure. She had matters to discuss with her junior brother. The noodles were prepared swiftly, and soon, 2 steaming bowls emerged, laden with more meat than noodles. Senior sister, please. He offered. Thank you, junior brother, she replied graciously. You are too kind, senior sister. As Yin Ruoqi took a bite of the noodles, her beautiful eyes narrowed in delight. Junior brother, even a simple dish like this is still delicious. You truly excel in your culinary skills. However, after a few moments, she set down her chopsticks. Junior brother, is something wrong? She asked. Earlier this morning, I spoke some words that you should not take to heart, she unexpectedly apologized. Ah. Senior sister, your words must have some merit, Jiang Ming responded. No, Yin Ruoqi shook her head. The remarks she made about retribution were impulsive. Her junior brother was unaware of the true nature of her relationship with Xiaoqin. If her junior brother harbored feelings for Xiaoqin, it was entirely reasonable. After all, Xiaoqin was charming and gentle, a person whom anyone would admire. She should not have spoken to her junior brother in such a manner. Thus, junior brother, do you understand? Senior sister, please, go on. Xiaoqin and I are not merely friends. Disquiet began to rise within Jiang Ming as he sensed the gravity of her words. Yin Ruoqi's beautiful gaze locked onto him as she declared solemnly. Xiaoqin and I are lovers. We share an inseparable bond. Therefore, junior brother, I am uncertain if you have any other feelings for Xiaoqin. However, I wish to make it clear that she already has a beloved. If possible, I hope you can maintain a respectful distance from her moving forward. Yin Ruoqi's countenance was serious, her enchanting eyes fixated on Jiang Ming. He was taken aback by her candor. Had she not been forthright, he might have pursued a relationship with Xiaoqin under the guise of friendship, and even if she discovered the truth, he could have feigned ignorance of their connection. To preserve one's life, after all, the senior sister is not unreasonable. However, the current situation is dire. Yin Ruoqi has openly acknowledged her relationship with her junior sister. If she were to discover any intimacy between herself and the junior sister thereafter, Jiang Ming would be uncertain whether he could withstand the consequences. It is indeed a troublesome predicament. Nevertheless, the performance must go on, at the very least. The senior sister must remain oblivious to the fact that he has long been aware of her relationship with the junior sister. Otherwise, the nature of the situation would change drastically. Initially, being unaware and harboring feelings for the junior sister might be deemed an innocent misstep, for ignorance absolves one of guilt. However, if he were to develop feelings for the junior sister, knowing she is already taken, it would be akin to encroaching upon another's territory. A transgression against the esteemed senior sister. The repercussions could be dire. Moreover, this presents an opportunity. Jiang Ming gazed at Yin Ruoqi with astonishment, disbelief etched across his features, as his chopsticks slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Upon witnessing this, Yin Ruoqi pursed her lips, silently affirming, indeed, the junior brother harbors feelings for Xiaoqin. Otherwise, his reaction would not be so pronounced. She felt a surge of relief at having discovered this early, allowing her to nip any undesirable tendencies in the bud. Left unchecked, such developments would be detrimental to all involved. Senior sister, I understand this is difficult to accept. But Xiaoqin and I, since childhood, have vowed a bond unbreakable, destined to remain inseparable. Yin Ruoqi spoke softly. Her reason for confiding in Jiang Ming was partly because she deemed him a trustworthy individual worthy of her companionship. Thus, she empathized with his feelings. It is precisely this empathy that led Yin Ruoqi to believe that a swift resolution was preferable to prolonged suffering, intending to extinguish her junior brother's hopes early on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming fell silent, his gaze dimming like a wilting flower. Even his usually upright posture succumbed to despair, bending under the weight of his emotions. He forced a bitter smile and remarked, Senior sister, this is the first time in my life I have felt such a stirring in my heart for someone. Yin Ruoqi lowered her beautiful eyes and replied, I am sorry, junior brother, but reality is often fraught with regrets, is it not? Jiang Ming's lips moved slightly as he, unwilling to relent, asked, but senior sister, is your relationship with the junior sister truly of that nature? Could it not be a misunderstanding between you both? Certainly not. Junior brother, Yin Ruoqi replied firmly, shaking her head. Both Xiaoqin and I are fully aware of our feelings for one another. Senior sister. Jiang Ming's gaze lowered as he tentatively probed, if you were so confident in your relationship with the junior sister, Why then do you feel the need to caution me to maintain my distance from her? Yin Ruoqi was taken aback. Jiang Ming's words resonated in her ears like a clarion call, awakening her from her reverie and causing her to involuntarily narrow her eyes. Indeed, she pondered with a dawning realization. If she truly placed unwavering trust in Xiaoqin, then it would suffice to merely inform her junior brother of their relationship. Given that Xiaoqin would never betray her, as long as her junior brother refrained from employing coercive measures, there was no way they could become entangled. There was no need for her to unnecessarily instruct her junior brother to maintain a distance from Xiaoqin. Could it be that, deep down, she had been subconsciously fearful of Xiaoqin's potential betrayal? No, absolutely not. She was merely. Yin Ruoqi found herself at a loss for an explanation for her own behavior. Seeing that Yin Ruoqi appeared to be doubting herself, Jiang Ming continued to stoke the flames. Senior sister, I have observed the bond between you and junior sister. It is undeniably sincere and pure. However, senior sister, relationships between individuals take many forms. Friendship and familial affection can also be profound and steadfast. So, is it not possible that, in truth, your relationship with junior sister is merely one of friendship or familial love? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Jiang Ming had no intentions of relenting. He pressed on. It is even possible that you might be misguidedly convinced that your bond is an inseparable romantic love. After all, junior sister is young and innocent. She could easily confuse the feelings of familial affection with those of love, only misinterpreting such emotions under your guidance. Stop. Yin Ruoqi's voice suddenly turned frigid. And as the words escaped her lips, the very air around them seemed to freeze. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. At that moment, Jiang Ming was not about to be silenced. Opportunities are fleeting. He continued his assault. Given junior sister's character, if her feelings for you are indeed love, she would be unwavering, incapable of changing her heart. But what if they are not, senior sister? I told you to stop talking. She was frantic, clearly agitated. It seems you harbor such concerns as well. So why not allow me to pursue junior sister? If she declines, I will naturally concede and bless your union. If she agrees, would that not prove that her feelings for you are not genuine love? Why not grant her a normal life then? Bang! Jiang Ming suddenly felt a searing pain in his abdomen, a rush of metallic sweetness rising in his throat as he was sent flying backward. Upon landing, he immediately began to cough up blood, staining his pristine white robe crimson. Still alive, he assessed the situation, sitting on the ground with one hand propping himself up. He looked at Yin Ruoqi, his appearance disheveled, yet he managed to smile and inquire, Senior sister, are you afraid? Yin Ruoqi's gaze was chilling, as if she had been transported back to the unfamiliarity and vigilance of her first encounter with her junior disciple. She recognized the validity of his words. After all, Xiaoqin was still young and had not engaged in extensive interactions with others. Perhaps she too, as her junior had suggested, had misinterpreted the bond between herself and Xiaoqin. But what of it? In an instant, Yin Ruoqi vanished from her position and materialized before Jiang Ming, her speed far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator at the golden core stage. She looked down upon him, her voice deliberate and measured. Junior brother, do you understand? Senior sister, please speak, Jiang Ming replied, unperturbed. He was not particularly afraid. If she intended to harm him, she would have acted long ago instead of engaging him in idle conversation. I am indifferent to all notions of familial affection, love, or friendship. All I desire is Xiaoqin. Nothing else matters. As long as Xiaoqin remains by my side, that is sufficient. I am willing to do anything for her and sacrifice everything. No one, absolutely no one, shall take her away. Yin Ruoqi's eyes bore into Jiang Ming with an intensity akin to ancient, unyielding ice, chilling to the core. Including you. Jiang Ming remained silent, and the situation appeared to have taken a turn for the worse. Initially, he intended to appeal to reason and emotion, hoping to clarify the misunderstandings between Yin Ruoqi and her junior sister through a bet. His goal was to restore their relationship to a state of amicable friendship, hand in hand, before he and his junior sister united in matrimony, a conclusion he deemed most favorable. This would allow the junior sister to coexist harmoniously with her elder sister without having to part ways with her beloved Ruoqi. However, reality often veers down an unforeseen path. It was quite likely that the elder sister had long harbored a vague awareness that her feelings for her junior sister transcended mere affection, an acknowledgement she had been reluctant to confront until Jiang Ming illuminated the truth, tearing away the veil of illusion and confronting Yin Ruoqi with the stark reality. Ironically, This revelation led Yin Ruoqi to recognize her own true desires and unwavering possession of Anqin. She had come to regard Anqin as a lifelong obsession. At this juncture, whether their feelings were shrouded in misunderstanding became irrelevant. All that mattered was her desire to possess Anqin. Naturally, Jiang Ming's initial intentions were dashed. The elder sister would not relinquish her hold. Chapter 101. Tianyin Peak. At the Zhengdao Peak, the atmosphere suddenly thickened, as if an invisible chill swept through the air. Yin Ruoqi cast a frigid gaze upon Jiang Ming, her eyes profound and inscrutable. Jiang Ming remained silent. It was not the time for further dialogue. Provoking the elder sister any further might incite a violent reaction. Thus, a tense stalemate ensued until Yin Ruoqi broke the biting silence. "Junior brother, do you understand my words?" It seemed his life was spared. The elder sister had not yet succumbed to extremism. Jiang Ming nodded. "I understand." After Shaoqin completes her training at the Xian Peak and reaches the mid-stage of qi refinement, I will bring her to Zhengdao Peak. Yin Ruoqi regarded Jiang Ming with a tone so flat it betrayed no emotion. "As for you, I will keep a constant watch over you. I hope junior brother does not misstep, lest we encounter some unpleasant circumstances." Noticing Jiang Ming's lack of response, her gaze darkened slightly. Yet ultimately, she merely sighed. Producing a pill from her robe, bending down, and unceremoniously placing it in Jiang Ming's mouth, seemingly tinged with remorse, "Junior brother, my impulsiveness has caused you harm. I apologize." Jiang Ming shook his head. "It's nothing, elder sister." He could comprehend the emotions of his senior sister, which bordered on obsession and madness. However, aside from her involvement with Anqin, Yin Ruoqi was, in fact, a remarkable individual. The junior brother, Yin Ruoqi, parted her crimson lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. She could discern that, given the junior brother's temperament, he would not easily heed her counsel, concede, and subsequently distance himself from Shaoqin. Nonetheless, Yin Ruoqi could not resort to extreme measures against him. The junior brother was a good person. He had committed no wrongdoing. He merely encountered the wrong individual at an inopportune moment, and it was unjust to hold that against him. Why must it be Shaoqin, of all people? Never mind. Whether the junior brother listened or not was inconsequential. Once Anqin emerged from her cultivation at the Immortal Peak, she would simply keep a closer watch. At that time, she would make amends with the junior brother. With this thought, Yin Ruoqi ceased her speech, turned, and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Perhaps both of them required some solitude. This left only Jiang Ming behind. With a long sigh of relief, Jiang Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed he had inadvertently nudged his senior sister onto a path of despair. Yet, there was a silver lining. At least he had preemptively unveiled this potential pitfall. Had he inadvertently triggered this situation once the junior sister had been solidified in her affections, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. It was a stroke of misfortune turned fortunate, perhaps. But what to do next? Jiang Ming could certainly bury himself in cultivation and eventually surpass his senior sister, which was an inevitable outcome for him. However, would he truly be able to subdue her through sheer force? He suspected she would not simply submit. If their relationship soured, the junior sister would find herself caught in the middle, feeling torn. Perhaps it was best to wait and see. He could first test the waters by confronting his senior sister and gauging her response. Jiang Ming reclined on the ground, gazing up at the clouds in the sky. What a splendid cloud it was. The pain in his abdomen had long since dissipated, thanks to the healing elixir administered by his senior sister. It appeared she felt quite guilty for having injured him. In retrospect, she had just seemed like a protective little dog, realizing her mistake afterward. Jiang Ming bore her no ill will. Had she truly unleashed her wrath, he would have been left in tatters, unable to lie here and admire the clouds. Never mind. He would take it one step at a time. There was no point in becoming entangled in worries now. First, he needed to obtain the fragments of the Great Path and elevate his cultivation. With his junior sister engrossed in her training, it was time for him to venture out. Given his current capabilities, acquiring the Great Path fragments would be impossible without external assistance. Fortuitously, he had a formidable backing, the Taoist Alliance, led by the illustrious Exine Budo. The Enlightenment Square was bustling with activity, filled with people, and filled with a lively atmosphere. Representatives from various immortal peaks were present to welcome and guide the newly joined disciples, offering them assistance and direction. Which immortal peak should he choose? Anqin, with her delicate fingers resting upon her ruby lips, furrowed her willow-like brows in a thoughtful pout, embodying a palpable sense of dilemma. Unlike those disciples who had already attained their Tao seeds, Anqin found herself at a crossroads of choice. In her hand, she clutched a small booklet. densely inscribed with characters, detailing the names of various celestial peaks along with their respective focal pursuits. Zhuwu Peak. It certainly evokes an image of weaponry. However, Qian, when faced with options, harbored no desire for combat. Instead, she yearned to select a vocation that would enable her to assist her elder brother and sister Ruoqi. After all, neither her brother nor sister Ruoqi seemed to embody the traits of a support role. Tianjin Peak. Is it the kind of celestial peak dedicated to the art of array formations? Qin glanced at the formation of the teleportation array. And merely a fleeting look left her somewhat dazzled. Can one truly master this with their own intellect? Perhaps it is best to remain uncertain for now. Let me explore other options first. The Mingwang Peak? Let me examine this description. Qin envisions a version of herself with well-developed limbs and a body brimming with muscles. Oh no, that won't do. If I were like that, I wouldn't even be able to nestle into my senior's embrace. I could simply lift him and hurl him away. With such strength, I could easily send my senior flying with a mere punch. Wouldn't that lead to his disdain? Qin swiftly cast her gaze downward. Tiandan Peak? Elixirs. This seems promising. She could concoct some medicinal brews while training in martial arts. To be determined, as she would explore the possibility of even better options. Qin gazed downward, her eyes suddenly fixating. Tianin Peak. The introduction mentions that it is predominantly inhabited by girls. Wouldn't that make interactions more agreeable? She would no longer need to conceal herself constantly. The auxiliary functions are also robust, providing comprehensive support during critical moments, encompassing enhancements, healing, and debilitation. Qian's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Having previously studied a bit of musical instruments and vocal performance, it seems that Tianin Peak was truly tailored for her. Qian decisively proclaimed, "It shall be Tianin Peak." Clutching a small booklet, she hurried towards the designated area of Tianin Peak's representatives. Behind a table stood two gentle-looking girls, engaged in light-hearted laughter. One of them was adorned with a strikingly captivating pair of accessories. Surrounding them were numerous individuals, seemingly aspiring new disciples eager to join Tianin Peak. "Greetings, Master, Senior Sister. I wish to enroll in Tianin Peak." A voice of surprise emanated from one of the girls. Upon hearing the words, Qin focused her gaze and realized that this senior sister was someone she recognized. It was indeed Yao Yao, who had once harbored ulterior motives towards her senior brother, yet had returned to the sect with both him and Qin while wielding her sword. "Sister, hello," Qin greeted, feeling somewhat at ease with her brother by her side. However, when faced with Yao Yao alone, she became somewhat apprehensive, her words stumbling. "Do not be nervous, junior sister," Yao Yao said gently, a warm smile gracing her lips. Her voice as soothing as a spring breeze brushing away dust. To Qin's surprise, she felt her heart settle in an instant. "Thank you, sister." Qin hurriedly bowed, her heart swelling with joy. Was it the enchanting voice of her senior sister that had just resonated? How wondrous is Tianin Peak? It seems she has indeed come to the right place.